In the midst of a fierce battle within the realm of the Naruto series, the young Susanoo encountered an unexpected setback when a rival, known for their head-patting antics, broke his defenses. In a fit of rage, he hurled his newly acquired smartphone against the wall, only to discover that the device, remarkably resilient, rebounded and struck his forehead with a resounding crack. This clash of technology and consciousness not only transported him to another world, but also inadvertently implanted both the AI assistant and the Naruto system into his mind. Thus began his extraordinary journey within a universe dominated by Marvel, where he would forge a new life of unparalleled prowess. Tony Stark, does your Iron Man suit possess the strength of my Susanoo frame? Nick Fury, can your Helicarrier withstand my celestial powers? Thor, have you ever encountered a lightning technique known as Kirin? Hulk, I wonder how your strength compares to my Baijiu mode. Captain America, I've heard your crimson gaze can obliterate anything in its path now. Behold my eternal kaleidoscope. As Susanoo grappled with the overwhelming circumstances of his new existence, he found himself reflecting on his previous life, filled with unfulfilled aspirations and a tragic demise at the hands of his own device. In the year 2008, amidst the bustling streets of New York, Susanoo awoke in a dark alley, nursing a throbbing forehead and bewildered by his surroundings, which starkly contrasted with his homeland. His contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a group of 5 menacing figures approaching him, their intentions clear and nefarious. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively called out for assistance from the voice in his mind, only to be greeted by the familiar tone of his AI assistant. Realizing that he had indeed crossed into a new reality, he sought a means of defense against the looming threat. Please, grant me a weapon, he implored fervently, and as the system responded, he felt a surge of newfound power coursing through him. With an air of confidence and a chilling demeanor, Susanoo prepared to confront his aggressors, armed with skills and strength that would redefine his fate in this unfamiliar world. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of the yellow-skinned monkey, who, unbeknownst to him, had already raised a gleaming long knife high above his head. At this moment, Odd Biao was finally gripped by terror, stammering, "Please, I was wrong, I." Listening to the pleas for mercy, the assistant's eyes revealed no hint of compassion. Wrong? No, you merely understand that your life is forfeit. The assistant brought the Kusanagi sword down in a vertical strike, instantly transforming Odd Biao into 2 equal halves. Blood gushed forth as the corpse split apart, and steaming entrails spilled across the ground. The remaining 4 dazed black men stared in shock at this gruesome spectacle, their minds dulled by the haze of marijuana, momentarily unable to comprehend what had just transpired. How could their boss, Odd Biao, not even have begun to revel in his pleasure before being so brutally dispatched? It was as if he had enjoyed himself so thoroughly that the heat of his equipment had exploded everywhere. Wait, exploded? Oh damn it, it truly has exploded. Holy hell, he's killed Boss Odd Biao. Shoot, quick shoot. One of the slightly dazed black men widened his eyes, the first to snap back to reality. Their boss hadn't merely enjoyed himself, he had been cleaved apart. Chapter 2, the Hokage card system. As a seasoned gang member, he acted decisively, pulling out his firearm from his trousers and, with a waft of bravado, aimed it directly at the assistant. In the land of opportunity known as America, gunfire was either avoided altogether or unleashed with a vengeance. This awakened black man was no exception. He disregarded all caution and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the assistant. The assistant's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and what should have been invisible to the naked eye was now a clear trajectory of the incoming bullets. With a series of 17 crisp sounds, the assistant effortlessly deflected every single bullet with his blade. He touched his blood-red Sharingan, a grin of exhilaration spreading across his face as his long knife pointed menacingly at the gunman. Too slow, my friend. As the thunderous gunfire echoed, the remaining black men began to regain their senses. Witnessing the astonishing sight of the assistant deflecting all bullets in an instant, an overwhelming sense of dread surged through them. It was as if a colossal danger had appeared on their foreheads. This was a sign that their ancestors were beckoning them to the underworld to dig for potatoes. He's a monster. Run for your lives. In that moment, the instinct for survival propelled the 4 into a frenzy, their adrenaline soaring as they clumsily sprinted towards the alley exit, moving like a group of startled gorillas. Even Usain Bolt would have envied their starting technique. Think you can escape? Humph. With a dismissive snort, the assistant flicked his wrist, and the Kusanagi sword flew from his grasp. It struck true, piercing the heart of one black man, who fell to the ground. The assistant advanced swiftly, almost leaving an afterimage, and stood over the fallen body, his foot resting upon the sword embedded in the corpse. With a deft flick of his toe, the Kusanagi sword soared into the air, and he kicked it towards the right. The sword spun through the air, cleanly severing a large black head before embedding itself into the stone wall. The assistant did not pause as his feet touched the ground. He lunged forward, retrieving the Kusanagi sword from the wall, and swung it horizontally. Another black head fell. In mere seconds, of the 5 black men, only one remained the luckiest, who had the best sprinting abilities. As he reached the alley entrance, tears streamed down his face. On the other side lay freedom. Alas, today was not his day. Amaterasu. With a thunderous shout from behind, an eerie black flame erupted around the luckless man. In an instant, his life was consumed by the black fire. As the man engulfed in flames collapsed, he was reduced to nothingness upon hitting the ground. The assistant released a long breath, casually waving his hand, causing the Kusanagi sword to vanish. Surveying the alley strewn with corpses, he felt not a shred of remorse for the lives he had taken, rather, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration coursed through him. He clasped his now 6-pointed kaleidoscope Sharingan, laughing maniacally towards the heavens, reminiscent of Sasuke. Ha! Ha 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 ha! This is exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Is this the power of Sasuke? Truly remarkable. Who says Sasuke is weak? He is simply extraordinary. Whether in strength, speed, or the Sharingan, it was all immensely powerful. As for why he had to use Amaterasu to eliminate a few men, wasn't that akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Wasn't he afraid that overusing the kaleidoscope would lead to blindness? The assistant scoffed. Amaterasu. 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 With the 6-pointed star of Sasuke's eye spinning wildly, he unleashed a barrage of Amaterasu, incinerating the remaining 4 corpses in a single sweep. If one possessed the strength akin to the Sage of the 6 Paths, yet cowered from wielding such divine power, they were unworthy of it. Amaterasu was meant to be used. Even a passing dog deserved to feel its wrath. If he went blind, he would simply draw another Sasuke card and continue unleashing Amaterasu. However, it seems I forgot to loot the spoils. Once the excitement subsided, the assistant gazed at the black marks on the ground, lost in contemplation. Only then did he remember that he had traversed into a new world, and he carried no currency with him. Even if he had brought some, it probably would be of no use. But fear not, for justice shall prevail. With a flourish of his hand, he donned the classic red cloud robe against a black background. Since he had drawn the complete Sasuke card, he naturally inherited all of Sasuke's attributes. This included the striking Akatsuki cloak he now wore. He could choose to wear it or not when not in use. It would be stored in the system space. The Kusanagi sword that had appeared and vanished in his hand was retrieved through the system space. Night fell, and a crimson glow descended. Now was the moment for the hunt. Time passed swiftly, and soon a night had elapsed. The assistant welcomed the dawn of his new life in this world. At this moment, he sat atop a church tower, enjoying a sandwich he had just purchased while perusing the functionalities of his system in his mind. Last night, consumed by the pursuit of justice, he had not yet taken the time to explore his system's features. As the sun rose, illuminating the world, he snapped back from the thrill of slaughter. Having bought a few sandwiches from a roadside shop, he found a quaint spot atop the church to eat while examining his system. The system was named the Hokage card system. As the name implies, the assistant could draw character cards from the Naruto universe, gaining the skills possessed by the characters on those cards. The Hokage card system was quite simple in its structure, divided primarily into 2 components: card pool and tasks. Firstly, the most crucial aspect was the card pool, which was categorized into 4 tiers: C, B, A, and S, ranked from lowest to highest. To engage in the extraction from the card pool, one requires a resource known as gold points. The amount of gold points necessary for each level of extraction varies. The corresponding gold points required for a single extraction from the card pool are as follows: 100 gold points for crank, 1,000 gold points for brank, 10,000 gold points for a rank, and 100,000 gold points for shrank. The characters drawn from the prize pool are selected at random. However, they will invariably correspond to the character level of the respective card pool. Each character card is endowed with 3 fundamental skills, and some may possess derived sub-skills or combination techniques inherent to the card. One can acquire the skills of the ninja represented by the drawn card, yet this does not equate to a direct transformation into that character from the anime or the assumption of their role. Chapter 3. The Card Pool and Mission System. For instance, consider the Novice Reward card of Zetsu, Uchiha Sasuke, featuring the Manjiki Sharingan. Although he possesses the ability to utilize the 3 skills inscribed on the card: Lightning Release, Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Blade, and Amaterasu, alongside the inherent Genjutsu and the Fireball technique within his basic attacks, he remains incapable of executing various other ninjutsu demonstrated in the anime. Nor can he access the Susanoo of the Manjiki Sharingan, unless he acquires another Sasuke card containing the corresponding abilities, such as Uchiha Sasuke, Susanoo. This bears a striking resemblance to a certain game from my previous life. In essence, what he gains are merely the skills represented on the card, rather than the full capabilities of the ninja himself. This is a glaring shortcoming. However, it is accompanied by notable advantages. Each time a card is drawn, the system provides a corresponding level of energy akin to chakra, which is consumed upon the release of any skill, Amaterasu included. This implies that, despite having drawn the Manjiki Sasuke card, he is liberated from the limitation of vision impairment when unleashing Amaterasu, effectively granting him the qualities of an eternal Manjiki Sharingan. As long as his chakra energy is ample, he could potentially ignite the entire world. Mother need not worry about me losing my sight from excessive use of the Manjiki anymore. Of course, with merely a novice card, he certainly lacks the chakra to set the entire earth ablaze. Furthermore, all skills are evaluated based on the magnitude and range of their release, determining the chakra expenditure. Rather than the single instance depletion found in games where using Amaterasu drains all chakra at once, unless he were to unleash Amaterasu over an entire street. The chakra provided by a novice card would suffice for an extended period. Lastly, and perhaps most crucially, while the cards he acquires do not grant him access to the entirety of a character's abilities at once, any new ninja cards obtained thereafter can seamlessly integrate into his being, becoming an intrinsic part of his strength. Moreover, there is no risk of conflict between them. This means he can effortlessly wield Sage Mode alongside the 8 gates, utilizing Kimui and Amaterasu without any issue. Furthermore, the chakra from each newly acquired ninja continues to accumulate within him. Once he amasses a sufficient number of ninja cards, igniting a star with Amaterasu will no longer remain a mere fantasy. Do not inquire as to why he is so fixated on Amaterasu. Simply put, his name is Sasuke. Having concluded the introduction of the card pool and the ninja cards within, we now turn to another vital component of the system, the missions. This serves as the sole avenue for acquiring gold points and new character cards. The rewards for system missions are categorized into 3 types. Reward 1 comprises standard gold points, which require no further explanation, as they are utilized for drawing from the card pool. Reward 2 consists of random ninja level fragments. The fragments have gained significance as the sole means of acquiring new ninja cards outside of the prize pool. For the Tier 1 card, 10 fragments can be randomly combined to form a complete ninja card. For the Tier 2 card, 20 fragments can yield a complete card. For the Tier 3 card, 40 fragments will do the same. Lastly, for the Tier 4 card, 100 fragments can be combined to create a complete ninja card. As for the rewards, there exists a mysterious item, described only by an all-encompassing yet enigmatic introduction, befitting its name. Beyond the rewards, there are 2 types of tasks. Firstly, regular tasks, which the system randomly assigns, will provide corresponding gold points and ninja level fragments based on the task's difficulty. The host may choose whether to accept these tasks. There are no penalties for refusal or failure. Secondly, contact tasks allow the host to interact with significant figures in this world, granting random level ninja fragments, along with a certain probability of acquiring mysterious items. Note that these tasks do not yield gold points. The first type of regular task is quite straightforward. The host can decide, based on the circumstances, whether to accept or decline. If a task is overly challenging or troublesome, it can be outright rejected without consequence. The second type of contact task is even simpler. Merely engaging with important individuals in the world will yield fragments, which feels akin to receiving a gift. Even if one cannot defeat them, merely making contact should not pose much difficulty. However, it is essential to first comprehend the nature of this world. Having familiarized himself with the system, Zhu rose from the church tower, resolved to gather information about this world. After acquiring the ability of Eagle the previous night, He had been so caught up in the ensuing chaos that he had neglected this vital task. In retrospect, he realized he had acted rather impulsively. Launching into conflict without understanding the situation could lead to dire consequences, especially if he were to encounter a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, recalling that he had obtained the Sasuke card brought him a sense of peace. If the second pillar is not audacious, can he truly be called the second pillar? The skies cleared, the rain subsided, and the second pillar was back in action. After a mere 3 seconds of introspection, Susanoo regained his confidence and prepared to leap from the tower's pinnacle. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind him. What? Susanoo swiftly sidestepped and fell toward the tower's base, evading the ambush. Chakra clung to his feet, allowing his body to twist until he found himself facing upward, standing nearly parallel to the edge of the bell tower. His pitch-black eyes transformed into a 6-pointed star, ready to unleash a Tsukuyami upon his assailant. However, upon recognizing the familiar red and blue figure, his pupils contracted, and he retracted the Sharingan. Oh my, you two possess extraordinary abilities? The small spider alighted atop the tower, gazing at Susanoo, who stood at the edge with an angular stance reminiscent of his own spider-like prowess, feeling both astonished and elated. He had initially thought someone was about to jump off the tower, prompting him to swing over on his web to offer assistance. As he was just a second away from seizing the individual, the person seemed to possess a spider-like intuition, swiftly sidestepping his grasp and plummeting downward. Fortunately, instead of falling from the tower's pinnacle, the individual managed to stand upright against the wall, much like himself. Could it be that they shared the same extraordinary abilities? The little spider, feeling a surge of excitement, exclaimed, "My sincerest apologies, sir. I mistakenly believed you were attempting to leap from the building, which prompted my intervention. It appears I was in error. May I audaciously inquire if you sensed my movement before it occurred? Do you also possess the gift of precognition regarding peril? Furthermore, how is it that you can stand against the wall? Have you perhaps acquired the same spider-like powers as I have? Good heavens, I must declare, this is utterly magnificent. I have never encountered another with abilities akin to mine. It feels as though we are long-lost brothers." Susanoo, traversing the tower's summit with ease, regarded the incessantly chattering little spider with his dark, penetrating gaze, now comprehending the nature of this extraordinary world, a tumultuous Marvel universe. Chapter 4, Little Spider, Peter Parker. Yet it remained uncertain whether it was the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the comic universe, or a hybrid of both. One could only hope it was not the comic universe, for the strength of Naruto characters might prove insufficient therein. Even if his Naruto card could accumulate power exponentially, ultimately surpassing the original characters from the series. The thought of comic events that could obliterate entire universes, or even the multiverse, was quite disconcerting. However, ruminating on such matters was futile. One must simply accept the situation as it unfolded. Susanoo furrowed his brow, not due to the complexities of the Marvel Universe, but rather because the incessant prattling of the little spider stirred painful memories of his past struggles with learning English. While his proficiency in the language was decent, he found himself growing increasingly impatient with the spider's incessant chatter, and he remarked, "Peter, please be silent." Upon sensing Susanoo's irritation, the little spider hastily ceased his barrage of questions, instinctively apologizing. "I am truly sorry, sir. This is the first time I have encountered someone with abilities akin to my own." Suddenly, the little spider's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared incredulously at Susanoo. "Wait, how did you know my name? I should not have disclosed it to anyone aside from Gwen." Without waiting for Susanoo's response, the little spider continued in a worried tone, oh no. My identity as Spider-Man won't be exposed, will it? What shall I do? Aunt May and Gwen could be in danger. The gangsters I have offended, along with the supervillains I have incarcerated, could they seek retribution against Aunt May and the others? What on earth am I to do? Susanoo felt a vain throb on his forehead. Observing the little spider's banter with villains in the films had once seemed amusing. However, after personally experiencing the incessant chatter of the little spider, he finally comprehended why the villains in films found that incessant prattling so irksome. Once it began, it was impossible to halt, buzzing incessantly in your ear like a persistent fly. "Peter, your identity remains undisclosed. But if you continue this relentless babbling, I shall inform Aunt May of your secret identity as Spider-Man." This tactic proved effective, striking at the very core of the little spider's vulnerability. causing him to immediately cover his mouth. Yet, the curiosity gleaming in the little spider's eyes was undeterred even by his mask, fixated intently on Susanoo. I shall watch you incessantly. Susanoo sighed wearily. You need not worry about your identity. It has not yet been revealed. As for how I came to know, consider it a facet of my unique abilities, much like your Peter's sudden alertness. You needn't inquire further. Just lend me your phone for a moment. Although the little spider remained perplexed, upon hearing that his identity was secure, he exhaled a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Brother, you truly startled me just now. You cannot fathom how frantic I was, my heart racing. Don't you have a phone? Are you intending to call your family? I hope it's not an international call, or my phone bill might not suffice. Reviving his optimistic demeanor, the little spider retrieved his phone from his backpack and handed it to Susanoo. Susanoo gazed at the outdated device the little spider had offered, lost in contemplation. He did not take it, but instead raised his gaze in disbelief. What year is it now? The little spider scratched his head, puzzled by the question of such basic knowledge, wondering if Susanoo was an extraterrestrial. Yet he answered dutifully, It's March 15th, 2008. Susanoo understood. Realizing why the little spider was still using such an antiquated phone, it became clear that his timeline was quite distant. In 2008, smartphones had only recently begun to emerge, far beyond the financial reach of someone like the little spider. The little spider noticed Susanoo's incredulity and, being astute, quickly deduced that he must have been seeking a phone capable of accessing the internet. Embarrassed, he offered, You wish to search for information online, don't you? Perhaps you could come to my house. We have a computer where you can look up whatever you need. Upon hearing this, Susanoo pondered for a moment and readily agreed. Very well, then. I appreciate your assistance. His acquiescence stemmed from two considerations. First, as a newcomer to the Marvel Universe, he felt it prudent to remain with the little spider, whom he deemed relatively trustworthy. Second, as a significant figure within this universe, the little spider would likely trigger quest rewards. Susanoo intended to ascertain whether engaging in quests would yield mysterious items and what those items might entail. Furthermore, with the little spider frequently surrounded by formidable villains, he could also explore whether those adversaries might offer him rewards. Concluding his thoughts, Susanoo produced a stack of cash from his pocket, not bothering to count it, and directly pressed it into the little spider's hand. Upon my initial arrival here, feeling both unfamiliar and unacquainted, I found myself wishing to request temporary lodging from you, if permissible. The little spider stared blankly at the wad of cash in his hands. Pondering, my friend, you have already thrust this money into my hands before inquiring if it is acceptable. The thick stack of US dollars, which you need not count, was evidently no less than $10,000, a sum he had never before encountered. This fortune could significantly alleviate the burdens that Aunt May had to bear alone following the loss of her uncle. However, the kind-hearted little spider hesitated momentarily, but ultimately returned the money to Susanoo. Sir, I cannot accept this sum. It is simply too generous. Susanoo's brow furrowed. Are you thus declining my offer of accommodation? The little spider quickly shook his head. No, not at all. What I mean is, if you require it, I can discuss with Aunt May about allowing you to stay for a while, but the money is unnecessary. Susanoo did not accept the money the little spider attempted to return. Instead, he reached into the void and pulled out a large bag of cash. Take this. It is my payment for lodging and meals. I am not short of money. If it is insufficient, feel free to take more from within. Staring incredulously at the substantial sum of money Susanoo produced from seemingly nowhere, the little spider stammered, Is this money legitimate? Susanoo, displeased by the inquiry, huffed. What do you mean by legitimate? Every single bill has been earned through my own labor. Of course, it is legitimate. I have earned this through blood, sweat, and tears. How could it be otherwise? The little spider, merely asking out of instinct, observed Susanoo's earnest demeanor and began to believe him. Contemplating Aunt May's struggles, he ultimately accepted the money, but insisted, I will discuss the matter of lodging with Aunt May, but consider this money as a loan. I shall repay you once I find work. Susanoo found himself at a loss for words regarding the little spider's excessive kindness. Yet he did not harbor any disdain for this benevolence. Instead, he responded with a hint of pride, Humph. I never take advantage of others. Even if you repay me, I shall not accept it. This money is yours. Chapter 5. The Extraordinary Spider-Man in a Chaotic World. Listening to Susanoo's proud tone warmed the little spider's heart. He extended his hand towards Susanoo. All right then, since you insist, I shall not be overly polite. From this day forth, we are friends. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Peter Parker. Zhu, seeing the little spider take the initiative, likewise extended his hand and shook it. My surname is Zwa. My given name is Zhu. Zhu. Contact task triggered. Encountered world-class individual Peter Parker Spider-Man. Rewards dispensed. 10 level fragments. Mysterious item by Ishinshin X1. Zhu's eyes brightened. Wow. What a remarkable occurrence. This has already accounted for 1/10 of the new ninja card. How exceedingly simple. Furthermore, I've acquired a Bai Ishinshin. If used wisely, this could become a legendary artifact. A slight smile graced Zhu's lips as his gaze towards the little spider became increasingly amiable. Indeed, this young man is truly his own lucky star. In Queens, at the Parker residence, a woman of enduring charm peeked her head into the room, calling out to Zwa, who was engrossed in his computer. You've been staring at that screen for quite some time. You should take a break and enjoy some of the cookies I just baked. Zwa smiled and nodded at May, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, May. I was just feeling a bit hungry. I'll be right there. Once May departed, Zwa's expression darkened. This was not due to any dissatisfaction with May. After Peter had brought him home, he concocted a simple story, claiming that Zwa was a friend who had recently arrived in New York and needed a temporary place to stay. May welcomed Zwa without hesitation, as his appearance certainly did not suggest any malevolence, which dispelled any doubts about his true identity. After Peter handed over the money he had given Zwa to Aunt May, he left for school. Initially, May was reluctant to accept the money, but after Zwa's gentle persuasion, she reluctantly agreed, promising to take care of his meals and needs during his stay. Thus, he quite appreciated Peter's kind and gentle aunt. The reason for Zwa's troubled demeanor was the chaos of the world around him. Initially, after encountering the little spider, he had been alerted to the presence of the amazing Spider-Man. He was merely puzzled by the fact that the Garfield version of Spider-Man should have been quite young in the year 2008, not yet having become Spider-Man. However, he dismissed the thought upon seeing Aunt May's youthful appearance, which starkly contrasted with that of the amazing Spider-Man. He felt a faint sense of foreboding. While researching, he stumbled upon Stark Industries and Oscorp. Great, Iron Man was involved too. This certainly indicated a Marvel multiverse rather than a mere Spider-Man universe. This wasn't particularly alarming. At most, it raised the stakes 100-fold compared to a simple Spider-Man narrative. Yeah, I must ask, what on earth is the What Group's Super 7? And what is that ominous shadow from Skull Island? Is this still within the Marvel universe? Where on earth did that come from? This is just the information available online. One can only wonder how much more chaos lurks beyond the reach of search engines. The only solace he found was that he had not uncovered the existence of the godlike figure in a red cloak from the adjacent universe, nor the speedster who frequently resets the cosmos. To clarify, it should be noted that these beings do not exist in reality, although comics about them still circulate in this universe. As for what in Skull Island, well, it shouldn't pose too much of a problem. Zwa may not possess many virtues, but his optimism is one. He quickly resolved to move past it, not counting when gaming. A mixed universe is just that, a mixed universe. It opens up more avenues for rewards and strengthens one's abilities. When faced with challenges, one must simply adapt. It is nothing of great concern. The superhumans of What Industries are merely a group of oversized super infants. On Skull Island, the colossal beauty awaits. Once I summon the complete Susanoo, I shall pin it to the ground. Yet, the most pressing matter remains the enhancement of my own strength. Power is paramount, with sufficient might. Even if a Superman were to arrive, he would have to refer to him as Brother Zwa. Zhu pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating the swiftest means to augment his prowess within his capabilities. Merely engaging with the villains that accompany Spider-Man would be futile. Although there are many adversaries surrounding him, they do not appear daily. It is impractical for him to linger by Spider-Man's side, waiting for foes to materialize. Where then can one trigger more missions and encounter new, significant figures in the Marvel Universe daily? Lost in thought, Zhu suddenly cast his gaze towards the window, his dark pupils instantaneously transforming into blood-red eyes adorned with 3 black tomo. At a distance of 1,000 meters, he discerned a bald man wielding binoculars atop a building. Huh, how intriguing. Are you monitoring me? Zhu smirked coldly, rising nonchalantly and walking towards the living room. May, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll return for the cookies later. May, who was placing freshly baked cookies on the table, hurriedly handed Zhu the keys she had prepared. Take these. If you return and I don't hear you knock, you can let yourself in. Very well. Susanoo replied with a gentle smile as he accepted the keys. Though they had known each other for less than a day, May's unreserved gesture warmed his heart. May spoke softly, "Be safe," returned swiftly. "Rest assured, I shall resolve matters promptly." As Susanoo closed the door, his warm smile morphed into something sinister. "Monitoring me? You have paved your path to demise." The target had vanished. No trace of them could be found in any of the apartment's rooms. "Report, Team 1, where did he go?" On the building's top floor, Zitwei, clad in a black suit, gazed through the telescope as Susanoo disappeared from view and urgently queried via intercom. Team 1 reports. No sign of the target at the front entrance of the building. Team 2 reports. The back entrance also reveals no sign of the target. Zitwei furrowed his brow. Neither the front nor the back was yielding results. Could he have flown away? Suddenly, Zitwei realized, shouting, "Wait, where's the Team 3 surveillance agent on the rooftop?" "Team 3, you shall soon meet him in hell." A cold, unfamiliar male voice responded through the intercom before the connection was abruptly severed. On the apartment rooftop, Susanoo donned a black and red cloak, a flash of lightning illuminating his palm as he effortlessly reduced the intercom to cinders. Beneath his feet lay a corpse, its chest marred by a gaping charred hole. Susanoo's indifferent gaze descended upon the two agents by the front and rear entrances, their eyes swirling into six-pointed stars. Amaterasu, two balls of black flames, seemingly from the depths of hell, erupted forth, incinerating the agents in black suits guarding the entrances before they could even utter a scream. The sudden combustion of these two individuals instigated a wave of panic and terror among the passers-by. Susanoo, unfazed by the chaos below, summoned the Kusanagi sword with a mere flick of his wrist. The dessert was finished. It was time for the main course. Chapter 6. Shield. Hydra. He cast his gaze towards the towering building he had been monitoring, his feet igniting with lightning as he leapt over 100 meters into the air. With a series of powerful strides across the rooftops of several apartment buildings, he swiftly appeared at the glass window of the edifice. The pale blue chakra enveloped his feet as he sprinted up the glass wall to the highest floor. At the top, Westville had yet to recover from the shock of the demise of Agent 123, all within mere seconds. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes, reminiscent of a demon, materialized outside the window. "Is this the target?" As the glass shattered, Susanoo entered with the Kusanagi sword crackling with lightning in hand. The sound of numerous firearms being cocked reverberated through the room. A dozen fully armed figures in black surrounded him, aiming their weapons at the intruder. They awaited a command to transform Susanoo into a sieve. Susanoo merely smirked at their futile threats, choosing to disregard the modern weaponry that posed no danger to him. Instead, he scrutinized the occupants of the room as if assessing his prey. In the presence of those blood-red eyes, a ludicrous thought crossed the minds of all present. It was as if it was not Susanoo who was surrounded by their guns, but rather they were ensnared by him alone. Indeed, for these ordinary agents, Susanoo was a force of overwhelming dominance. He had assumed the role of the hunter. Should these quarry fail to meet his satisfaction, he would not hesitate to reduce them to ashes. However, amidst the crowd, he recognized two familiar faces, granting a temporary reprieve to the others. Susanoo's gaze rested on a bald man bearing a look of trepidation, alongside a heavily armed brute. If his memory served him correctly, these two were high-ranking agents of Shield, or rather, Hydra. Shield. Level 6 Agent, Information Division, Gasper Westville. Shield. Level 8 Agent, Special Operations Team Leader, Brock Cromwell. As Susanoo observed them, a thought suddenly struck him. How amusing it was, should he refer to them as Shield or Hydra? At his words, the pupils of all in the room dilated in shock, and they abandoned all else, intent on eliminating the target. But in the next instant, they found themselves unable to pull the triggers of their weapons. It dawned upon them, in sheer horror, that they were no longer in the building, nor did they possess any firearms. Instead, they were each kneeling in a pool of blood amidst a mountain of corpses, upon the countless white bones before them. A young man clad in a crimson robe adorned with dark clouds sat upon a blood-red throne, exuding an air of cold authority. Above the throne, the sky was graced by a mesmerizing blood moon, spinning a captivating hexagram. All present stood in stunned silence, captivated by the spectacle before them. Was this a divine miracle? Susanoo rested one hand on the armrest of the throne, propping his chin with a contemplative gaze directed at the agents kneeling below him. With an air of indifference, he inquired, "Pray tell, have you been dispatched by S.H.I.L.D. to surveil me? Or is it Hydra?" At this, the agents fell into a profound silence, for this was a question they could not dare to answer. Zitweir attempted to muster a feeble smile, striving to feign nonchalance. "You see, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We are not Hydra. We are operatives of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Our surveillance is not directed towards you, but rather towards Spider-Man, Peter Parker." Susanoo raised an eyebrow, surprised that they had already uncovered Peter Parker's secret identity. Yet, upon reflection, it was hardly unexpected. Both the infiltrating agents of S.H.I.L.D. and the nefarious Hydra must have long taken note of Parker's audacious heroics. Both organizations possess the means to locate and monitor Peter. However, Susanoo held no belief in their claims of not surveilling him. It was likely that his recent acts of violence, or perhaps his interactions with a young Spider-Man, had drawn their attention to his peculiarities. But it mattered little. Exposure was of no concern, for he had already devised a plan. Regardless of whether S.H.I.L.D. or Hydra had sent them to observe him, the power he wielded was sufficient to alter the tide of events. Yet, a decision was necessary. Should he wield that power against Hydra or S.H.I.L.D.? Beep. Optional task activated. Choice 1. Join S.H.I.L.D. and become a S.H.I.L.D. agent. Reward: 1,000 gold points. Random level ninja fragment x10. Choice 2. Join Hydra and become a Hydra agent. Reward: 1,000 gold points. Random level ninja fragment x10. Choice 3. I want all. Join Hydra and infiltrate S.H.I.L.D. Reward: 4,000 gold points. Random level ninja fragment x40. As Susanoo listened to the system's voice, a smile crept across his face. "Ah, a delightful surprise. Yet to join? It is they who ought to join me. I choose task 3. Task accepted successfully. Corresponding rewards will be issued upon completion." Initially, he had contemplated using this one-time divine artifact either against Nick Fury of S.H.I.L.D. or Alexander Pierce of Hydra. Now, however, he had made his determination. It shall be you, fortunate Alexander Pierce. For Nick Fury, overall, lacked the formidable power that Pierce commanded, considering S.H.I.L.D. had already been permeated by Hydra, rendering it a sieve. Moreover, it is conceivable that he himself could be a Skrull, a species capable of even replicating genes, though he might discern his true identity through the illusions cast by his Sharingan. However, he may not be able to locate the genuine Nick Fury, who might not even be on Earth at present. This notion of control could prove futile. On the other hand, one of the leaders of Hydra, Alexander Pierce, presents a different scenario. While he is merely one of many heads of Hydra, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the most formidable among them. The Hydra he leads has infiltrated S.H.I.L.D., ensuring that over half of its personnel are affiliated with Hydra, thereby gaining direct control over the world's most powerful intelligence agency. Furthermore, among the upper echelons of various governments, Pierce has numerous undercover operatives. Currently, he is also Nick Fury's superior, serving as the Minister of the World Security Council, having secured a position at the upper echelons of the United Nations. The Hydra under Pierce has become akin to a legitimate military force, a feat unmatched by other rogue factions. Additionally, Pierce's position is well defined. He spends most of his time at the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion. Having made a decision, Susanoo no longer wished to engage in idle conversation with them. "Enough. I have no desire to converse further with you. You are unworthy of it. Now, take me to your leader, Alexander Pierce. I wish to speak with him personally." The Hydra agents kneeling below gasped in astonishment. How could this individual not only know they were Hydra, but also who their leader was? Chapter 7. The Fallen God controlled Pierce. Ultimately, it was the psychologically resilient Crossbones, Rumlow, who first recovered from the shock. He spoke to Susanoo with a hint of resignation. "I'm afraid we lack the authority for that. I must first consult Officer Pierce regarding your request." This was not a reflection of Rumlow's loyalty to Hydra, but rather a necessity, as the adversary was clearly aware of their secrets. Any attempts to feign ignorance would be futile. Rather than leaving their leader in the dark, awaiting an unexpected confrontation, it would be prudent to inform him of the situation at hand and allow him to make the final decision. Even if a meeting did not occur, preparations could be made to address the situation. Zhuo saw through Rumlo's cautious intentions, but chose not to expose him. The outcome would be the same regardless. How troublesome, he muttered, a cold snort escaping him as the blood-red six-pointed star rotated, stripping the world of its colors like an infernal realm. In an instant, everyone returned to reality. The guns they held reappeared in their grasp, or rather, they had never truly left their hands. Yet, despite the return of their weapons, Rumlo and the others, having witnessed the disparity in strength compared to Zhuo, found their will to resist utterly extinguished. Langlois ceased his superfluous chatter and, in the presence of assistant Zhuo, retrieved his encrypted phone and dialed. Upon connection, he succinctly reported the situation and conveyed assistant Zhuo's desire to meet with Pierce. From the other end emerged a voice, rich with gravitas. If the guest wishes to meet, there is no reason to decline. I too look forward to our encounter, Mr. Zhuo. The line went dead. Mr. Zhuo, please, let us escort you to Minister Pierce. With Pierce's consent, Langlois nodded to Assistant Zhuo and gestured for him to proceed. Zhuo cast a glance at him and stepped out first. Mr. Zhuo, tomorrow you shall call me Boss Zhuo. Langlois signaled, and the others hastily followed suit. In Washington, at the SHIELD headquarters, the Triskelion, on the top floor, within the World Security Council, under the escort of the Special Forces, Assistant Zhuo arrived safely at his destination. He pushed open the doors of the council chamber. Before a grand floor-to-ceiling window stood an elderly figure clad in a gray suit. Without hesitation, Zhuo approached the window and stood shoulder to shoulder with Pierce, gazing out at the view. Pierce glanced at the composed Zhuo, a flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes. Since ascending to the pinnacle of human authority, it had been long since a young individual dared to stand before him with such fearless demeanor, even among those possessing extraordinary abilities. Mr. Zhuo, what is your impression of this country? Pierce inquired with a tone of casual indifference. Zhuo crossed his arms, surveying the bustling landscape of Washington. His voice laced with disdain, a purveyor of war, masquerading as a champion of peace and freedom, yet rife with chaos and vice. Pierce regarded Susanoo, somewhat astonished by the young man's profound insight. Zhuo's contempt for the nation was, in Pierce's eyes, a fortuitous revelation. It indicated that their objectives, in contrast to those of Hydra, did not conflict, presenting ample opportunity for alliance. Reflecting on this, Pierce offered Zhuo a smile. Mr. Zhuo is indeed correct. The world's foremost power has decayed, now dominated by the Jewish capitalists who should have been eradicated by our Hydra long ago. This is evidently unacceptable. The injustices extend beyond America. The world is awash with errors. It may appear tranquil, yet conceals turbulent undercurrents. While nations maintain a delicate balance, none can guarantee the permanence of this peace. As Pierce spoke, his gaze intensified, fixating on Zhuo's calm eyes, his voice dripping with allure. Thus, we must rectify this flawed world. It should not be so divided. It ought to be a singular entity. It requires a singular creator of unified rules, the sole architect. And that architect shall undoubtedly be us, Hydra. Pierce's eyes gleamed with a frenzied intensity as he extended his hand towards Mr. Zhuo. Come, join us. Let us become architects of the rules that govern this world. Zhuo regarded the seemingly elegant yet frenzied old man with an unflinching gaze, his calm demeanor betraying no hint of turmoil. Such eloquent words masked the truth. Was it not merely Hydra's ambition to dominate the earth? His eyes darted to the special forces that had escorted him in, their weapons poised ominously at the door, as well as the armed personnel concealed throughout the room. Zhuo let out a cold chuckle. Join you? Is Minister Pierce's method of invitation to press a gun to someone's head? Your local gang is rather lacking in civility. Pierce, noting Zhuo's attention to several locations, realized he had detected the ambush lurking in the shadows. After a brief silence, he offered a congenial smile and waved his hand. Rumble, have the special forces withdraw. In front of Mr. Zhuo, should he wish me harm, I fear you cannot alter the outcome. Rumble hesitated momentarily, but recognizing their impotence before Zhuo, he gestured for the hidden special forces to retreat in unison. Once all had departed, the spacious room was left with only Zhuo and Pierce. Pierce continued to present himself as a benevolent elder, extending his hand once more in invitation. Mr. Zhua, my intentions are sincere. It is now just the two of us. Will you join our family? Zhua, with a playful smile, regarded the unyielding old man, unabashedly glancing at the concealed door in the wall behind Pierce. So, is the Winter Soldier hidden behind that door your courage to face me alone? At this, Pierce's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively wishing to retreat. Yet it was too late. Zhua grasped Pierce's outstretched hand, and in an instant, his dark right eye morphed into a blood-red kaleidoscope of four-pointed stars. No, Celestial. A flash of red from Zhua's right eye caused Pierce's own gaze to drain of color, his consciousness being altered at its very core. Simultaneously, the Winter Soldier, sensing Pierce's peril, burst through the wall, his iron fist hurtling towards Zhua's head with a force that split the air. Zhua regarded the rapidly approaching fist with unwavering calm, showing no intent to evade. Stop! With the fist mere inches from Zhua's forehead, tousling his hair with the wind of its approach, a voice commanded the Winter Soldier to halt. Pierce rubbed his brow, a complex expression in his eyes, as he looked at Zhua, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh. He then bowed slightly, addressing Zhua with a tone of reverence. My lord, Chapter 8. Is the What group also affiliated with Hydra? He had not been overly influenced. He remained Alexander Pierce, the leader of Hydra, harboring ambitions to reshape the entire world. Yet, deep within his consciousness, the once absolutely loyal objective was forcibly altered. His allegiance shifted from unwavering fidelity to Hydra to complete devotion to Zashu. Pierce remained oblivious to the transformation of his will, as if it were destined for loyalty to Zashu. All thoughts detrimental to Zashu silently dissipated from his mind, leaving only unwavering loyalty. Zashu touched his graying right eye, blinked, and it instantly returned to its normal black hue, followed by a satisfied smile. The product of his system was indeed of exquisite quality. Under the control of the otherworldly deity, Pierce could distinctly sense his thoughts. Every psychological nuance and movement was laid bare before him. It was as if Pierce's mind stood exposed, devoid of any secrets. When necessary, he could even directly commandeer Pierce's thoughts, turning him into an unconscious puppet under his control. With the situation resolved, Zashu's spirits soared as he moved 2 fingers to dismiss the close silver fist. He took a few steps to Pierce's desk and settled into the boss's chair. He then gestured to the seat opposite him. Have a seat. Treat it like your own home. Do not feel constrained. Pierce, though somewhat speechless, obediently sat in the position originally designated for guests. He glanced at the Winter Soldier and inquired of Zashu, My lord, should I send the Winter Soldier back to the Hydra base? After all, this is SHIELD, and he is not suited to remain here for long. In truth, had it not been for the combat footage secretly relayed by Romlo, showcasing Zashu's remarkably enigmatic abilities, subduing numerous Special Forces members in an instant, he would not have risked summoning the Winter Soldier to SHIELD for protection. It is worth noting that there were agents within SHIELD who had previously crossed paths with the Winter Soldier. The longer he stayed, the greater the risk of being recognized. For instance, the beautiful yet deadly Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, carried a deep-seated grudge against the Winter Soldier that rendered her forever unable to don a bikini. Zashu exhibited little interest in the Winter Soldier, casually waving his hand. Do as you wish. You may continue to decide on Hydra's fundamental matters from here on. Zashu was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He had some intelligence, but directly managing the vast Hydra branch under Pierce was beyond his means. He was not Colonel Chu Xian, endowed with extraordinary shrewdness. Thus, it was preferable to allow Pierce, who had been thoroughly controlled, to maintain the FAAD of leadership. Meanwhile, Zashu would operate from the shadows, gradually familiarizing himself with and systematically devouring Hydra until he ultimately consumed the entire organization. Pierce nodded and addressed the Winter Soldier. Soldier, return to Base 1 and stand by. The Winter Soldier's gaze remained cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, and upon receiving the command, he exited without hesitation. Zhuju casually picked an apple from the fruit bowl on the desk and took a bite, inquiring, Now, please elucidate the influence of your subordinate, Hydra. Pierce nodded, organized his thoughts, and began his account. As Zhuju listened to Pierce's detailed report on Hydra's grasp of power, he simultaneously reviewed the rewards presented by the system in his mind, multitasking with ease. He had just encountered two pivotal figures from the Marvel Universe, and, naturally, the system had successfully triggered and completed two contact missions. It was now time for the reward unveiling. Contact mission triggered. Encountered world-class figure, Alexander Pierce, one of the Hydra leaders. Reward distribution in progress. 10 tier fragments, mysterious item scroll of healing arts X1. Contact mission triggered. Encountered world-class figure, Bucky Barnes. Winter Soldier. Reward distribution in progress. 10 tier fragments. Susanoo gazed at the rewards with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Pierce would prove to be of greater value than the Winter Soldier. It appeared that the system's assessment of reward levels also factored in the social influence of the individuals encountered. Although the Winter Soldier undoubtedly possessed superior personal strength compared to Pierce, a mere ordinary man, the disparity in terms of power and influence was considerable. Thus, on the whole, the Winter Soldier paled in comparison to Pierce. The rewards from Pierce were quite commendable, not only bringing Susanoo closer to his objective, but also yielding a life-saving scroll. The Scroll of Healing Arts could restore 20 health points, an invaluable asset in critical moments. As for the Winter Soldier's reward, 10 tier fragments were rather mediocre. Susanoo stroked his chin, reflecting that the mysterious item was not guaranteed to drop, but rather had a higher probability of appearing among tier figures. Just as Susanoo pondered this, Pierce continued, in addition to the Hydra agents embedded within S, H, L, D, and various governments, I secretly control a superhero faction known as the Walter Group. At this revelation, Susanoo snapped back to attention, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked at Pierce. Wait, did you just say you control what? The Walter Group? The one associated with the 7 superheroes? Susanoo's expression was one of utter bewilderment. How could the Walter Group possibly be linked to Hydra? Were these two entities even capable of aligning? Although this Marvel universe was rife with unexpected crossovers, such as the Walter Group's association with the dashing figure from Skull Island, this connection seemed absurdly convoluted. Pierce, evidently misinterpreting Susanoo's reaction, assumed he believed that a superhero organization like Walter should be in stark opposition to a villainous group like Hydra. Thus, he proceeded to clarify, in truth, the Walter Group and its affiliated superheroes are not as virtuous and noble as they appear on the surface. In truth, they were not born with extraordinary abilities. Rather, in their childhood, they were subjected to an experimental serum known as Compound V, which can only be regarded as a product of experimentation. This is precisely why their powers are often flawed, and their psyches tend to be distorted. Some heroes engage in behaviors that are even more sinister and depraved than those of our organization, Hydra. Susanoo hastily interrupted Pierce's explanation, stating, "Stop. I am well aware of the vile nature of the Vought Group and recognize that the 7 are merely a group of superstars who have yet to outgrow their infancy. My question is, how did Hydra become entangled with the Vought Group?" Pierce found Susanoo's inquiry rather peculiar and responded matter-of-factly, "Why? There is no why. We are Hydra, and thus they had no alternative. The entity capable of producing superheroes has been in our sights from the very beginning, offering them only 2 choices, to join Hydra or to face annihilation at our hands." Susanoo inhaled sharply, surprisingly finding Pierce's rationale quite convincing. The inception of Vought's superhero initiative can be traced back to World War II, a period that coincided with the zenith of Hydra's influence. It would have been astonishing if Vought's ostentatious unveiling of superhero soldiers had escaped Hydra's scrutiny. That makes sense and aligns perfectly with Hydra's modus operandi. However, there seems to be unrest within Vought lately. The members of the 7, particularly Homelander, appear to be growing increasingly restless, and I find this quite troubling, Pierce lamented, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. The powers bestowed by Compound V are entirely random. Some are formidable, while others are feeble, and some may even be grotesque, lacking any superhuman abilities. Yet Homelander is undoubtedly the most flawless product of Vought in terms of power awakening. However, his abilities are so exceptional that they resemble those of a god from the pages of comic. Consequently, Hydra cannot allow him to remain so perfect in his psyche. Homelander must possess a discernible psychological weakness. Thus, Hydra ensured that he spent his formative years in a laboratory, subjecting him to psychological manipulation. Chapter 9. The special education status of the 7 has instilled in Homelander a profound psychological deficiency stemming from a lack of love. leading him to yearn for the validation of others from an early age, effectively binding him with an invisible shackle. This has also resulted in his acute awareness of his public image and his dependency on the maternal figure assigned to him by Hydra, Vice President Madeline. He even harbors a certain fear of the authoritative paternal figure, President Edgar. However, the recent absence of several members of the Seven has sparked a rebellious inclination within Homelander, who dares to fantasize about assembling his own unique version of the Seven. This is a scenario that both Hydra and Pierce would prefer to avoid. Homelander may be powerful and bask in the limelight, reaping fame and fortune, but he must never possess his own faction or subordinates. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the Motherland's forces, Pierce had yet to devise a suitable countermeasure. Upon hearing this, Assistant Zwa contemplated for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightening. Indeed, he had almost forgotten about the Super Seven. Although these individuals were merely pretenders, their superpowers and influence were undeniably genuine. They should certainly be capable of triggering the contact mission. At the very least, the members of the Super Seven, along with the key figures in the black robes, should be included. With this thought, a smirk appeared on Zwa's lips as he turned to Pierce, decisively stating, "Enough of this hesitation. I shall take charge of the Motherland's affairs. I will ensure he obediently becomes a well-behaved companion." Pierce's face lit up with joy at these words. Harboring no doubts about Zwa's capabilities, he respectfully replied, "Then I shall burden you with this task. I will arrange a special education identity for you at the Water Group, specifically to train those unruly creatures." How does that sound? Zwa pondered for a moment. After all, he was indeed there to train the Motherland's forces, and the special education identity seemed quite fitting. Let us go with that identity. Also, please refrain from calling me Master. Just address me as Zwa or Mr. Zwa. The Qing dynasty has long fallen. There is no longer a distinction of ranks between us. We are friends. Pierce smiled and nodded. "Then I shall call you Mr. Zwa. Do you have any further instructions?" Zwa raised a finger. "Indeed, there is one more matter. Please arrange a suitable identity for me within SHIELD. Zwa had not forgotten that he was also tasked with infiltrating SHIELD as part of his mission with Hydra. Now that Hydra had aligned with him, it was as if he had joined them. The first half of the mission was complete, and only the infiltration remained. Pierce refrained from inquiring why and instead contemplated the most appropriate position within SHIELD, while Zwa had not explicitly stated it. The fact that Zwa was now his master was an unalterable truth. Thus, the identity Pierce assigned him within SHIELD could not be of low standing. Otherwise, it would not only undermine Zwa's dignity, but also that of Hydra. Wouldn't it be laughable for the leader of Hydra to serve as a mere agent in SHIELD? However, after much contemplation, Pierce found no position worthy of Zwa's stature. The only option would be to remove Nick Fury and appoint Zwa as the director. While feasible, it would risk exposing Hydra, a trade-off not worth making. Therefore, Pierce directly asked Zwa, "Mr. Zwa, do you have any specific requirement for your position?" Zwa considered for a moment and indeed had a preference. Ideally, a role that would allow him to engage with supernatural events frequently. Upon hearing this, Pierce's eyes lit up. As Zwa's request immediately brought a fitting position to mind. How about the position of Minister of Special Operations? The Special Operations Division stands as the most formidable unit within the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistical Support, specifically tasked with addressing supernatural events. Notably, all members of this division are loyal affiliates of our Hydra, which will undoubtedly facilitate your command. After considering Pierce's words, Zwa also found the proposition agreeable. Very well. Proceed with this identity arrangement. By the way, in this world, my identity is that of an undocumented individual, so please handle that as well. Pierce promptly nodded, "No problem. I can resolve your identity issue today, ensuring that all information and documentation are securely in your hands, with no possibility of oversight." However, the position of Minister of Special Operations will require a few days of patience, as I must apply for approval from the 5 permanent council members. Yet, this should pose little difficulty. With the fabricated credentials I will provide, I am confident you will soon assume the role. Zwa was unconcerned by the delay. He was not in a rush. All right, a few days is acceptable. I shall take this time to address matters concerning the Water Group. Pierce nodded once more. That is certainly manageable. I will promptly inform Edgar, the president of the Water Group, so that you may visit tomorrow under the guise of a special educator. Susanoo was pleased with Pierce's methodical arrangements and patted him on the shoulder. Excellent. I appreciate your efficiency. Manage Hydra well, and should you perform admirably, I may bestow upon you divine favor, allowing you to transcend your mortal limitations. Pierce's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with excitement and fervor. Thank you for your affirmation. Master Zwa, I shall strive even harder to lead Hydra effectively. The transformative power of the divine left him with no doubts regarding Susanoo's words. If the master promised divine favor, it was certain to be granted. As Susanoo sensed Pierce's fervent faith in him, he felt quite pleased. This diligent worker was indeed worth cultivating. Moreover, the divine favor he spoke of was not mere fanciful rhetoric. He truly possessed the ability to bestow such gifts. The new ninja cards he had drawn not only integrated seamlessly with himself, but could also be imparted to others at his discretion. Susanoo had devised a plan. The low-tier ninja cards, which offered minimal or no enhancement to himself, could easily be utilized to forge his own legion of superpowered individuals. Starting with a high-tier character, he had grown somewhat disdainful of the lower-level cards. He aimed for the best, intending to fuse only the strongest. The high tier was merely his starting point. The true objective lay in the ninjas themselves. Casually tossing the fruit pit into the trash, he wiped his hands and rose. That will suffice for today. I shall take my leave. Pierce quickly stood as well. Allow me to escort you. I will have Rumlow drive you home. Very well. Susanoo did not decline, for he had yet to officially join S.H.I.E.L.D. He strode out with an air of confidence. Likely to be mistaken for an undercover agent by S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon crossing the threshold of the conference room, Pierce once again donned the expressionless demeanor of a superior. Ramlow, this is your new Minister of Special Operations, Mr. Zwa. From this moment forth, the Special Operations Department will be under Mr. Zwa's command. Understood, Ramlow nodded, displaying little reaction. He assumed that Assistant Zwa had integrated into Hydra, thus earning his promotion to the position of minister. He recognized Zwa's capabilities. Chapter 10. The Watt Group's special training, however, Pierce leaned closer to Ramlow, whispering, Mr. Zwa is also the new leader of our Hydra. Treat him as you would treat me. Do you comprehend? Startled by this revelation, Ramlow turned sharply to Zwa, his eyes reflecting confusion and astonishment. Yet, before he could dwell on his surprise, Pierce's aged hand landed heavily on his shoulder as he admonished. Mind your attitude, Ramlow. From this day forth, you are Mr. Zwa's deputy. He is your highest authority. You must obey his every command, even if it leads to your demise. Do you understand? Snapping back to reality, Ramlow's loyalty to Hydra and Pierce dispelled any lingering hesitation, and he asserted, understood. From today, Mr. Zwa is my highest authority, and I will execute all his orders. Pierce nodded in satisfaction, gently patting his shoulder, and said meaningfully, excellent. Rest assured, you will soon realize how fortunate you are to follow Mr. Zwa. In Pierce's mind, Zwa was akin to a deity. The divine had promised blessings, and those who stood beside this god would undoubtedly receive greater opportunities for such gifts. Were it not for his own frailty, he would have eagerly taken on the role of Zwa's deputy, unwilling to relinquish this chance to be closer to divinity. Observing how Pierce effortlessly swayed one of Captain America's formidable adversaries, Crossbones, Zwa could not help but commend him internally. This old fox possessed remarkable persuasive skills. No wonder he thrived as the most successful leader in Hydra. Such dexterity and ambition were truly impressive. Zwa felt a touch of admiration for this devoted worker, even stirring a sense of empathy within the heart of a ruthless employer. When he acquired a suitable new ninja card, he would prioritize this old fellow. He could not allow such a valuable worker to suddenly pass away due to age. You must live well. I intend to reward you for a lifetime of service, Zwa remarked as he casually patted Ramlow on the shoulder. Now, my deputy, escort me back to Queens. Mission triggered. Encountered world-class individual. Brock Ramlow Crossbones. Reward dispensed. 10 fragment levels. Zwa withdrew his hand, his heart remaining undisturbed. This is even inferior to the Winter Soldier. The rewards can only be described as meager. Ramlow bowed respectfully, yes, sir. After bidding farewell to Pierce, he descended with the exclusive elevator to the basement parking lot. Once Ramlow opened the door for himself, Susanoo indulged in the luxury of being the boss and settled into the plush back seat. With a roar of the SUV's engine, they departed with elegance. After their departure, from shadowy corner of the dimly lit underground parking lot, a slender figure gracefully emerged. How intriguing. Is the person whom even Ramlo treats with such respect a new significant figure? Natasha narrowed her eyes, observing the departing vehicle, lost in thought. As the captain of the Special Forces and a Level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ramlo ranked higher than her. There are not many who command such deference from him. A woman's intuition whispered to her that a change was looming within S.H.I.E.L.D. As night fell and day broke, another day passed. In New York, at the Walter Group, a black SUV came to a halt before the magnificent Walter Tower. Ramlo exited the driver's seat and approached the rear door, opening it. Clad in a black suit, Susanoo stepped out. Soon after, the door on the opposite side swung open, and a figure clad in a tight red suit stealthily emerged from the vehicle. The young spider constantly took deep breaths, nervously glancing at Susanoo. Oh my gosh, I'm really nervous right now. I'm just a street hero, and now I'm about to meet actual superheroes. I feel like I shouldn't be here. Susanoo gave the timid spider a push towards the Walter entrance, retorting, "What are you nervous about? Compared to them, you, my friend, are a true hero. And have you forgotten what I told you yesterday?" Peter, reassured by Susanoo's words, calmed his racing heart and replied, "Of course, I haven't forgotten. You said you would take me to the Walter Group for a part-time job, to help others while earning some money to ease Aunt May's burdens." Susanoo corrected him, saying, "I didn't mean an ordinary part-time job. I meant to have you join the Super 7, and it's not just about making Aunt May's life easier, but about ensuring she lives well." Peter chuckled awkwardly at this, offering no response. Given their abilities, it seemed plausible for both him and Susanoo to join the Walter Group. However, he did not believe for a moment that he could directly join the Super 7. Who does he think he is, the boss of the Walter Group? Just as Peter thought this, three familiar figures he often saw on television approached the Walter Group entrance. Edgar, the president, Madeline, the vice president, and Ashley, the head of public relations. Edgar extended his hand towards Mr. Zwa with a smile, saying, "You must be the special envoy sent by the Security Council, Mr. Zwa. Greetings. I'm Stan Edgar from the Water Group." Zwa glanced at the man before him, who resembled a fried chicken uncle, and shook his hand. "Mr. Edgar, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Seizing the moment as their hands clasped, Edgar leaned in closer and respectfully whispered to Zwa, "Hail, Hydra." Zwa softly replied in acknowledgement and quickly withdrew his hand. He then discreetly glanced at Peter, who appeared astonished by the arrival of Edgar and his associates. It seemed Peter had not overheard anything amiss. Zwa inwardly scoffed at the Hydra members, questioning their peculiar need to proclaim Hail Hydra in public. Did they not realize this was an era dominated by superpowered beings? Many possessed extraordinary hearing, and even the softest whispers held the potential for exposure. For instance, the little spider beside him, if not engrossed in shock, might have easily caught their hushed conversation. Unaware of Zwa's internal musings, Edgar continued his introduction. "This is Madeline, our vice president at Water Group, and Ai, our head of public relations. They will escort you to meet your instructors, the Super 7. Zwa nodded in response and shook hands with Madeline, the caretaker from his homeland, and Ai, the formidable public relations officer of Water. None of the three could be considered significant figures, at least not in this mixed universe. Thus, Edgar, as the president of Water, was merely a tiered individual, possessing a meager 10 tier fragments. Madeline and Ai, being at the lowest standard tier, each held a pitiful 5 fragments. However, their combined fragments were just enough to synthesize a complete new ninja card. Chapter 11. The arrogant Zwa Edgar and Ramlo's 2 10-tier fragments could also synthesize a complete new ninja card. Zwa silently commanded, "System, synthesize the tier and tier fragments into a new ninja card." Beep. Random synthesis in progress. Please wait. Congratulations, host, on successfully synthesizing a tier card. Nara Shikamaru. Congratulations, host, on successfully synthesizing a tier card. Uzumaki Naruto Shippuden. Zwa raised an eyebrow. "Ah, is that not the 7th and 8th Hokage? One still in his youth, the other in his adolescence." System, merge the tier Naruto card. Merging in progress. Successfully merged tier card. Uzumaki Naruto Shippuden. With the system's announcement, Zwa distinctly felt an enhancement in his physique and chakra. Moreover, 3 new skills emerged in his mind: the Shadow Clone Technique, the Rasengan, and Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. Although the randomly obtained cards were average, These three skills proved quite practical, making the outcome rather favorable. As for the other Nara Shikamaru card, so I had no intention of merging it. The status of this level card is rather mediocre. We shall see how the rewards are allocated to Pierce, this laborer. The fusion process itself concluded in mere seconds. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the discussion shifted to the main topic. Edgar welcomed the left assistant and Little Spider through the grand entrance of Wada, ascending in the elevator. In the lift, the left assistant casually inquired, "I heard the lantern from the 7 has retired, leaving a vacancy?" Edgar nodded, affirming, "Indeed, due to personal reasons, the lantern has stepped down from the Super 7. The left assistant acknowledged this and gestured towards Little Spider, saying, "Well then, let us fill that vacancy with him." Before Edgar could respond, Ai, responsible for recruiting new members for the 7, instinctively interjected, The vacancy was filled yesterday. She should have arrived for today's meeting." Upon realizing that everyone in the elevator, except for Little Spider, was gazing at her with indifference, Ai quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I should have spoken out of turn." She hastily slapped her own face, lowering her head in fear. The president and vice president remained silent. What business did Amir Karami have in such discussions? Edgar redirected his gaze to Little Spider, smiling. "Of course, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, I have indeed heard of your prowess. It would be our honor if you were to join the 7. Peter, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, quickly replied, No, I'm just a small-time hero, nowhere near the greatness of the Super 7. If there is already a better candidate for the vacancy, then I shall forego the opportunity." After uttering these words, Peter felt a sense of relief wash over him. The left assistant's sudden suggestion to include him directly into the 7 had startled him immensely. After all, it was the Super 7, a coveted position every superhero dreams of. And most absurdly, the president of WADA had readily acquiesced. What a joke. He was utterly unprepared for such an eventuality. Rather than feeling elated, he was more in a state of shock. Edgar did not respond to Peter, but instead turned to the left assistant. Only he and Madeline were aware that the left assistant was the true authority here. His words echoed the sentiments of Hydra, the force behind WADA, and thus represented undeniable truth. The left assistant stroked his chin, recalling who the new member was. The new addition, Starlight perhaps? Well, let us keep her on board for now. If Peter still joins, we could simply transform the 7 into an 8. Starlight is also a principal figure in the Dark Cloak narrative. Her rewards will likely be on par with Edgar's. Let us retain her for now and reap the benefits later. Edgar nodded with resolute agreement. Understood. If you require it, we shall proceed with the 8. Among the 6 individuals in the elevator, for displayed neutral expressions, seemingly unfazed. However, Little Spider and the downcast Ai were utterly astonished. Especially as the public relations representative of the 7, Ai understood the esteemed status of the Super 7, which had remained steadfastly comprised of 7 members since the Second World War. The sudden alteration prompted by a mere utterance from a young man was astonishing. Who exactly was this individual? Ai's gaze flickered downward, realizing she had discerned his true identity, the very one she aspired to align herself with in the future. As the elevator doors opened, they arrived at the floor occupied by the 7. "Mr. Zwa, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further. Madeline and Ai will guide you. Please feel free to instruct them as needed," Zwa's assistant stated, nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well, President Edgar, please go about your business," Zwa's assistant replied, stepping out of the elevator first. With an eager spirit, Ai hurried to follow, eager to lead Zwa. "Mr. Zwa, allow me to guide you. I have already informed the 7 of your arrival. They should be awaiting you in the conference room." "Indeed," Zwa replied, casting her a brief glance. Ai, who had left an impression on him while clad in black robes, intrigued him. A mere mortal surviving within a superpowered consortium, especially amidst the volatile temperament of her compatriots, was no small feat. It must be acknowledged that Ai possessed a certain skill set. At the very least, she had reached the zenith of what an ordinary person could achieve in public relations and discernment. This individual could be cultivated into a valuable asset in his endeavors at Wat. Ai, noticing Zwa's unrepulsed demeanor towards her attentiveness, felt a surge of joy. She bent lower, opening the grand door to the conference room of the 7. However, as her eyes fell upon the interior, her expression soured dramatically. The Super 7's meeting room contained only 4 members: Queen Maeve, the Engine, the Deep Sea, and the newly joined Starlight. The absence of the nation's representatives, the shadow and the invisible man, was conspicuous. This would undoubtedly displease Mr. Zwa, the very figure she had resolved to support. Turning back, Ai observed Zwa's expression cool as he surveyed the room. A cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she hurried to remedy the situation. Mr. Zwa, the nation's representatives must have encountered an urgent matter, preventing them from returning in time for the meeting. I will call them immediately to urge their swift return. Please bear with me for a moment. Zwa, expressionless, pressed the phone Ai hastily produced, unceremoniously taking the seat of prominence at the table, the position of the nation's representative. The four individuals in the room gasped in surprise, yet, noting the presence of Vice President Madeline behind Zwa, remained silent despite their discontent. Zwa, with his feet casually resting on the conference table, addressed Vice President Madeline with an air of indifference. Please inform the three who have yet to arrive that if they do not show up within 10 minutes, they will be expelled from the Super 7. Chapter 12. Brother, you are quite ostentatious, yet still require practice. Madeline, standing behind Zwa, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she relayed the message. Sending this news could offend the representatives from the homeland, but the most she would need to do was compensate him with 2 additional servings of warm milk. Conversely, refraining from sending it would incur the wrath of the Hydra behind Zwa, which could lead to repercussions not just for her, but for all those associated with her. The remaining 3 elders of the Super 7, along with Aishili, were not merely surprised. They were filled with dread. How could this person be so audacious? To threaten expulsion from the Super 7 to a representative from the homeland. Did he truly not comprehend the gravity of his words? Aishili wore a look of despair. She had finally latched onto a powerful ally, only to discover that this ally lacked common sense. In the Walter group, aside from Edgar and Madeline, who would dare to speak boldly to the representatives from the homeland, especially to utter such a blasphemous statement regarding their expulsion from the Super 7? Even Edgar and Madeline would likely refrain from making such declarations. This was akin to lighting a candle in a toilet, an invitation to disaster. The representative from the homeland, currently hovering outside the Walter Tower, wore a grim expression, as though he had just tasted something vile. Utilizing his superhuman hearing to catch Zwa's audacious remarks within the conference room. Upon learning the previous day that the United Nations Security Council intended to dispatch a so-called special instructor to teach their group how to function, he had nearly erupted on the spot. Had it not been for Madeline's soothing words and comforting reassurances, he would have already turned that so-called instructor into a porcupine. Today, he had planned to spare the foolish instructor's life as a favor to Madeline, intending to allow the instructor to stew for a while before imparting a minor lesson and then sending him on his way. However, this so-called instructor had the audacity to spout nonsense in his absence. Expulsion from a Super 7? Very well. You have successfully captured the attention of the representatives from the homeland. The representative's face twitched as he forced a strained smile, his inner fury surging. The conference room's expansive floor-to-ceiling window shattered with a resounding crash. A tall figure draped in the American flag, with his back to the sunlight, entered with a commanding presence. The light cast shadows over the representative's back, obscuring his expression in a veil of mystery akin to that of a deity. The atmosphere was thick with pressure. Azu's meticulously orchestrated entrance was undeniably impressive. It could easily intimidate an ordinary person. However, this did not include Zwa, who had inherited the power of the Dominator. Brother, you are quite ostentatious, yet still require practice. With his hands clasped behind his head, Zwa leaned back against the chair, a smirk playing on his lips. Is this not the illustrious Kirin? As your instructor henceforth, I must say, arriving late on your very first assembly does not bode well. However, considering you are the first instructor to arrive post-lateness, and that your tardiness has not exceeded 10 minutes, I shall graciously allow you to remain in the Super 7 for the time being. Yet, lateness bears its consequences. For today's meeting, you shall stand aside and listen. As Zwa's words fell, a collective intake of breath echoed throughout the conference room, the atmosphere growing as frigid as a den of cobras. The artificial smile on Kirin's face faltered, his lips trembling, and the anger igniting in his visage was obscured by the sunlight. Kirin, Mr. Zwa represents the United Nations Security Council. Be mindful of your demeanor. Just as Kirin was on the verge of an outburst, Madeline's warning voice pierced the tension. Upon seeing Madeline respectfully stationed behind Zhuju, casting him a cautionary glance, Guorin's ire only intensified. She was his, and his alone. The audacity of her standing behind an outsider and defending him was infuriating. Initially intent on eliminating the yellow-skinned monkey before him, Guorin now desired to prolong the torment, both psychological and physical, before extinguishing his life. He wished to make it painfully clear just how gravely he had misstepped. Taking a deep breath, Guorin donned his practiced smile once more. Truly, the ambassador dispatched by the United Nations exemplifies decorum and gravitas. As he descended from levitation, he approached Zhuju, clapping his hands. I admire this punctuality. Wrongdoing warrants punishment, even for Guorin, the world's mightiest superhero, who has saved countless lives. I believe we should all strive to emulate this unwavering spirit. Do you not agree? As Guorin passed each member of the Super Seven, he patted their shoulders, inquiring with a smile. The individuals questioned remained speechless, their heads bowed nearly to the floor, trembling in fear. They dreaded inciting Guorin's wrath, fearing they too might face dire consequences. Curse it! Why did this instructor provoke Guorin right from the start? Does he think Guorin is some comic book savior or the heroic figure portrayed in the news? He is a cold-hearted demon, capable of merciless acts. Now look where we are. Guorin is enraged, and we all suffer for it. Guorin observed as the three veteran members of the Super Seven trembled, too terrified to respond. He placed his hands gently on the shoulders of the newly arrived Starlight, softly kneading her, and in a low voice asked from behind, Do you think I am right, Starlight? Even I must face punishment, mustn't I? Although Starlight was a new member of the Seven, it was her first official day in the illustrious team. Her perception of the patriotic figure was still tinted by the grand and luminous persona illuminated by the flashing lights. Yet, despite her innocent demeanor, she could discern the suppressed anger simmering within him, aware that provoking him could ignite an explosive reaction. With a fearful swallow and a trembling voice, she replied, I don't think so. As the world's strongest superhero, you are constantly engaged in saving lives and have rescued countless souls. You are a hero to all. Even if you're late, there must be an urgent matter that required your attention. That is entirely understandable and should not warrant blame upon a great superhero. Upon hearing Starlight's praise, a wave of relief washed over him, transforming his insincere smile into something genuine. The hand resting on her shoulder, instead of crushing her scapula, patted her back with satisfaction. So you're the newly joined Starlight, right? I'm not as great as you say. While I am indeed the strongest hero in the world, an idol to many, I must still adhere to the rules of every place. Otherwise, if everyone disregards the rules, society would descend into chaos. As he spoke, his tone shifted dramatically, and the smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare directed at the assistant. But here in what? One must abide by the rules of what in mine. Wouldn't you agree, Director of Special Affairs? The threat and bravado were palpable. The assistant observed the foolish performance of the patriotic figure with an impassive expression. Boy, did I permit you to roam freely? Go stand in the corner for your punishment. Chapter 13. The bewildered patriotic figure. The patriotic figure was taken aback, his expression twisting into one of anger. Are you seeking death? He had initially planned to psychologically dismantle the assistant before slowly tormenting him physically. However, at this moment, he could no longer contain his fury. His opponent's defenses remained intact, yet he had shattered his own. He yearned to tear apart this wretched creature piece by piece to assuage his pent-up resentment. Madeline's heart raced, but under the influence of Hydra's indoctrination, she once again attempted to placate him. Patriotic figure, please do not act impulsively. Mr. Left is a representative of the United Nations. If you kill him, your heroic career will be over. Yet, the patriotic figure was beyond reason, completely impervious to Madeline's words. He pointed a finger at her, shouting, Wretched girl, get out of my sight. I am a patriotic figure. I will do as I please. What can the United Nations do to me? The assistant continued to gaze at the ranting patriotic figure with indifference, as if observing a mere clown. The disdainful gaze directed at Zhuju ignited an even greater fury among the compatriots, compelling them to quicken their pace, eagerly anticipating the cries of anguish from this foolish dog. Before Zhuju could make a move, Lang Mulu and Little Spider, standing behind him, swiftly positioned themselves in front of him. Lang Mulu acted out of duty, while Little Spider's motivation was purely friendship. Although he could not fathom why someone as admirable as Zhuo would provoke their compatriots from the outset, he would not permit anyone to harm his friend. Zhuo's actions must surely be justified. He had a trust in his companion. The compatriots, observing the two blocking Zhuo, scoffed disdainfully. A mere ordinary man wielding a gun and a small insect. Was this the source of your audacity to bark at me? They deemed it beneath them to personally deal with these insignificant pests. Xian, if you do not enter soon, the identity of the sole-masked ninja in the seven-man team will be usurped by this red-clad brat. Indeed, from the moment Zhuo and the others stepped into the water tower, their every movement had been scrutinized by the compatriots. They were well aware of Little Spider's desire to join the seven-man team, and even of Edgar's intention to transform it into an eight-man team. The door to the conference room was kicked open, and Xian, clad entirely in black battle attire, strode in. He was a man of few words but fierce demeanor, immediately launching a series of darts at Zhuo, Little Spider, and Lang Molu. Lang Molu, having undergone injections of inferior super serum, although not on par with Captain America, was significantly stronger than an ordinary human. He deftly evaded the incoming darts, rapidly firing his handgun to dismantle the projectiles aimed at him. Little Spider, equipped with his spider sense, not only avoided the darts directed at himself with ease, but also managed to ensnare the darts aimed at Zhuo with his webbing. With all darts thwarted, Xian wasted no time. His arm unfurled a blade as he charged at Little Spider. Darts were his hobby, but close combat was his true talent. However, Xian was sent flying by a kick from Little Spider, crashing against the wall and slowly sliding down, his chest collapsing, his fate uncertain. Little Spider himself was taken aback, covering his mouth in disbelief. Oh my gosh, I swear I didn't use my full strength. I truly didn't mean to. I simply didn't expect him to be so weak. In Little Spider's mind, the Super Seven were the most formidable superheroes in the world. Each one should surpass him in strength. He never anticipated that Xian would be unable to withstand even a single kick. This revelation altered Little Spider's perception of the Super Seven. Perhaps they were not as formidable as rumored. The compatriots were equally astonished that Xian had been so easily dispatched. He possesses some skill, but before me, he remains insufficient. With a cold snort, the compatriot shattered the ground beneath him with a stomp, charging forward and delivering a powerful punch aimed at Peter's head. Peter, sensing danger like a spider, instinctively reached out to catch a punch from the patriot. Wow, buddy, your punch is quite powerful. The patriot looked at the Little Spider in disbelief, who, though struggling, still managed to speak. Undeterred, the patriot increased the force of his blow. That seems a bit too strong. Although the Little Spider could barely withstand the punch, he began to falter as the patriot intensified his assault. Switching from one hand to two, he still found himself being pressed downwards. The patriot, seeing this, regained his confident smile and disdainfully glanced at the still calm Sasuke. Is that all? Your confidence seems insufficient to save your life. After watching for a long time, Zhuo stood up from his seat, brushing the wrinkles from his clothes. My confidence? It has never relied on others. In an instant, a flash of lightning enveloped Zhuo, and he vanished from sight, with a deafening crack akin to a bird's shrill cry. A hand charged with blue lightning struck the patriot's face, forcefully driving his head against the wall. Zhuo sneered. I am my own greatest confidence. The patriot felt the immense force on his face, coupled with the tingling burn of electricity, leaving him in a state of repeated shock. Damn, is this not an ordinary person? With a suppressed scream, the patriot fought through the numbing sensation of the lightning, shaking his arms to break free from Zhuo's grasp. He then reached for Zhuo's head, intent on crushing it. Zhuo, enveloped in lightning, merely tilted his head slightly to evade the patriot's grasp. The patriot, missing his target, clenched his fists and unleashed a barrage of powerful punches. Activating his three-tomo Sharingan, Zhuo effortlessly sidestepped all of the patriot's attacks, taunting, is that all? You truly disappoint me. You are far too weak, my dear patriot. Although endowed with tremendous strength and speed, the patriot's combat skills were as naive as a child's, lacking any semblance of technique. Yet, Zhuo understood the patriot's mindset. The title of the world's greatest superhero had led him to neglect the practice of martial arts, relying solely on brute force and his invincible laser eyes. What need was there for technique? However, while those two methods might suffice in overwhelming situations, their shortcomings became glaringly apparent when faced with an opponent who could match him in strength and speed. It resembled the moment when Superman first encountered a Kryptonian. Despite being superior in every aspect, he was thoroughly outmatched by a weaker Kryptonian lieutenant. This exemplified the significance of combat experience and fighting skills. Those with Zhu still lagged behind the Patriot in terms of raw strength. Under the stimulation of lightning, his speed had already equaled that of the Patriot. Most importantly, he possessed superior technique. Having inherited the battle experience of both Eagle Zuo and Naruto, his combat prowess and skills far surpassed those of the Patriot. The mindless approach of the individual from the homeland was futile. Before his fist could descend, the outcome had already been anticipated beneath the gaze of Zhu's Sharingan. It could be said that this individual could hardly graze Zhu. After a brief engagement, Zhu discerned the true extent of his opponent's capabilities. Although their abilities bore a resemblance to that of a neighboring superhero, the disparity in strength was glaringly evident. One could only conclude that he was but a low-tier version of a diminutive superhero. Disenchanted, Zhu uttered a cryptic remark, and before the homeland individual could react, he felt a numbing sensation in his jaw. A hand crackling with blue lightning seized his chin and forcefully slammed him against the wall once more. Chapter 14. The Master of Dog Training, SAS. The homeland individual raised his hand, intent on retaliating against Zhu, but as he did so, an excruciating pain surged through him, rendering his lifted hand immobile. Upon turning his head, he discovered that his palm had been impaled against the wall by a gleaming, lightning-infused blade. Zhu chuckled coldly, twisting the blade in his grasp, causing the homeland individual to break into a cold sweat from the agony. The Chidori blade, infused with lightning chakra, significantly enhanced its penetrating power and lethality. Even the skin of the homeland individual, impervious to missiles, could not withstand the sharpness of the Chidori blade, which pierced through effortlessly. As he gazed upon his bloodied palm, panic gripped the homeland individual. This marked the first time his defenses had been breached since he had become the invincible figure of his homeland. He conceded to himself that fear had taken hold. He was not invincible after all. He could bleed. In a state of desperation, he turned towards the conference table, calling out for assistance. "Locomotive, help me fend him off. Quickly." In disbelief, one of the 4 members of the 7-person team, Locomotive, pointed at himself. "Me? You want me to confront Zhu? Are you out of your mind? You can't even handle this terrifying presence on your own, and you expect me to take him on?" Seeing Locomotive's hesitation, the homeland individual could not contain his fury and shouted, "FCKU, if you do not take action, I swear I will kill your brother and his 2 sons." Locomotive's expression shifted upon hearing this. The homeland individual had successfully identified his only weakness. He could abandon anything else, but not his brother and nephews. They were his only family. Cursing under his breath, Locomotive assessed the situation. Zhu appeared to be unarmed, leading him to believe there was little risk involved. Even if he could not win, he could at least withstand a beating. In an instant, Locomotive vanished from his seat, transforming into a blue blur that lunged towards Zhu from the side. Time seemed to slow to a crawl in Locomotive's perception, as the movements of others appeared sluggish like snails. Success was within reach. As Locomotive beheld Zhu, mere inches away, elation filled his eyes. Indeed, speed was the ultimate superpower. "I am the swiftest." The Locomotive's heart surged with exhilaration until it suddenly beheld the cold, blood-red gaze of Zhu turning towards him. A jolt coursed through the Locomotive's heart. How could he keep pace with my speed? Zhu let out a disdainful chuckle. "Faster than lightning? Umph. You'd better be quicker than a thunderbolt." With that, he unleashed the Thunderbird's sharp spear. A blue and white lightning spear erupted from Zhu's left hand, ensnaring the oncoming Locomotive. He then raised his hand, and the lightning-wrapped Locomotive was lifted into the sky, only to be violently hurled back to the ground. The earth shattered, and sparks of lightning scattered. The Locomotive's already dark skin became even more charred. Lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, it resembled a half-cooked roast duck. There was little to say. One strike had felled the Locomotive. Zhu cast a scornful glance at the scorched figure on the ground. "My dear brother, you are swift, but you still have much to learn." The people of the homeland were astonished. They had intended for their fastest Locomotive to restrain Zhu, but to their dismay, this fellow was as ineffective as Xuanzi, having been defeated in a single blow. "Damn it, these 2 are useless. Maeve, assist me." The homeland's representative extended a hand for help towards Maeve, the most formidable among them. who remained unrestrained. However, Maeve merely glanced at him before bowing her head. What a farce. I've been tired of you for ages. Why would I help you? You can rot. Despair washed over the homeland's representative as he cast a hopeless glance at Maeve. He then turned his gaze towards Deep Sea, but without waiting for a response. He dismissed him entirely. Deep Sea, a worthless figure, was of no use at all. Relying on Deep Sea was akin to contemplating suicide. His eyes finally settled on the newly arrived Starlight. Starlight, flustered and at a loss, instinctively stood up, unsure of what to do. As the captain of the Super 7, she ought to assist, but she found herself paralyzed by indecision. Before Starlight could deliberate further, Maeve, seated beside her, pulled her back down. Bow your head, don't look, and avoid bringing trouble upon yourself. Maeve whispered a warning, firmly pressing Starlight's head against the table. Observing this scene, Susanoo grasped the homeland representative's neck and lifted him slightly, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. Poor Azu, it seems you are a truly inept captain. Your team members don't even wish to aid you. Why not plead for mercy for me? Call me Daddy, and perhaps I shall show you some mercy. After all, even a tiger does not eat its cubs, does it? Each word from Susanoo pierced the homeland representative's heart, reddening his eyes. Susanoo continued to taunt. What's wrong? Is our big boy about to shed tears? No, those are the red beams of your laser eyes. But it isn't just the homeland representative whose eyes are turning red. Azu, I hear your laser eyes can annihilate anything. Gaze into my eyes if you dare, you wretch. The left eye, adorned with 3 tomo, spins wildly, transforming into a kaleidoscope that meets the crimson gaze of the patriotic man. A flash of red light momentarily dims the brilliance within his eyes, and he finds himself bereft of vitality. As he regains his senses and attempts to unleash his laser vision once more, he discovers an insurmountable barrier. He is utterly immobilized. Not merely his left hand, but his entire being lies helplessly affixed to a colossal crucifix. When did this transpire? Unbeknownst to him, his limbs have been firmly nailed to this dread apparatus. The once formidable power and unmatched laser vision have vanished from his essence, leaving him to flounder like an ordinary man, helpless and ineffectual. In a state of terror, the patriotic man surveys his surroundings, only to find himself ensnared in a nightmarish landscape reminiscent of hell itself. The blood-red pools remain, the endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood persist, and the throne of bones still stands ominously amidst it all. There sits the youth in the black robe, crowned in crimson, upon the throne. Behind the patriotic man, a massive 6-pointed star gazes intently at him, ensnared upon the cross. The terrifying tableau threatens to shatter the already frayed psyche of the patriotic man. He gazes up at the towering figure of his tormentor and, trembling, begins to plead for mercy. I beg your pardon. Please spare me. You are the instructor, the elite educator. I concede. I implore you. Show me mercy. Yet, left assistant observes the once proud, patriotic man humbling himself in desperation, but remains unsatisfied. He seeks to train a dog, to transform the patriotic man into a compliant creature. Merely acknowledging him as an instructor is insufficient. He must be the master. The patriotic man must become the dog. A cold smirk graces left assistant's lips. This is hardly adequate, he states, as numerous doppelgangers of himself emerge, each wielding a sharp blade. One of these figures pierces the patriotic man's side, eliciting a cry of anguish. Left assistant gazes coldly and inquires, what should you call me? The patriotic man, enduring the excruciating pain, tears welling in his eyes, hesitates before responding. Instructor? Thud. Another doppelganger plunges a blade into his other side. The answer is incorrect. Continue. What should you call me? Father? Thud. Continue. Father. Thud. Time drips away, and eventually, the patriotic man is riddled with blades, resembling a porcupine, his eyes vacant, a mixture of blood and saliva trickling from his lips as he mutters incoherently to himself. Left assistant, sensing the time is nigh, realizes that if this torment continues, the patriotic man may transcend to a state of oblivion. Rising from his throne, he strides towards the patriotic man and seizes his chin, lifting it with a firm grip. Now, tell me, how should I address you? The eyes of the nation's people, devoid of divinity, gazed upon Susanoo's blood-red pupils, a flicker of indelible fear passing through their depths, murmuring, Master. Zhuozhu received the desired affirmation, grinning widely as he patted the cheek of the nation's person. Chapter 15. Subjugating the nation's people. As the blood moon rotated within the hexagram of the sky, the world began to fade. In the realm of reality, Zhuozhu, with hands aglow with lightning, released the nation's person who had been pinned against the wall, their eyes vacant and dulled into a state of stupor. With a swift motion, he extracted the Kusanagi sword embedded in the palm of the nation's person, casually flicking the blood from its blade before it vanished. He paid no heed to the nation's person, who crumpled helplessly to the ground upon being freed. Zhuozhu strolled back to the main seat, reclining the chair with his feet carelessly resting upon the table. In this meeting room, the assembly of individuals dared not voice any objections to Zhuozhu's uncivil comportment. Who could claim that such actions were uncivil? It was in fact exceedingly refined. The seven-member group trembled, huddling with their heads bowed, not daring to meet Zhuozhu's gaze. Fear had gripped them profoundly. They had always been the ones to intimidate others. Never had they experienced such oppression. The strongest among them, the nation's person, had been rendered a mere shell of their former self, utterly terrifying. They could scarcely fathom the extent of Zhuozhu's might, which could extinguish their lives as effortlessly as crushing an ant. Observing the group, each resembling a turtle retracting into its shell, Zhuozhu furrowed his brow and commanded, "Why are you all looking down? Raise your heads." The seven-member group, unable to defy Zhuozhu's orders, reluctantly lifted their gazes towards him. Yet, the evasion in their eyes betrayed their inner trepidation. Zhuozhu paid little mind to their fearful demeanor. It served his purpose well. Their fear of him ensured his leadership went unchallenged. A glance at the train engine and the unconscious Xiao Ai against the wall revealed their chests still rising and falling, indicating they had not yet succumbed to death. These two lacked significant power, yet their defensive capabilities were commendable. Or rather, the superhumans produced by the fifth chemical had decent resilience. Xiao Ai was inherently a close combat superhero with a degree of self-healing and formidable physical strength. No need to elaborate further. The train engine, being a speedster, boasted a physical defense far superior to most natural superhumans. Comparatively, against the fragile speedsters among the natural ability users, it was significantly stronger. For instance, consider a certain speedster from the Marvel Universe, Quicksilver, who could fall to bullets. Xiao Ai and the train engine, as long as Zhuozhu maintained his dominance, one being highly effective and the other swift, would still prove useful. Yes, they could be retained for the time being. Should they become a liability later, they could be disposed of. Zhuozhu glanced at Deep Sea, whom he deemed a worthless individual, and pointed towards Train Head and Black. Deep Sea, return those two useless beings to their seats. Upon hearing his name called, Deep Sea felt a jolt of trepidation, instinctively retracting his neck and nodding cautiously. Understood. He promptly rose and dragged the unconscious Black and Char Train Head back to their designated spots. Zhuozhu then directed his attention to the still-dazed, patriotic man, chastising him in a tone reminiscent of a dog trainer. "Azu, why are you still dawdling? Come over here and stand properly." Patriotic man shuddered in fear, lifting his gaze and hastily scrambling to Zhuozhu's side, standing obediently like a well-behaved child. Realizing his position was too close to the edge, he sheepishly smiled at the equally positioned Spider-Man and Rumlow. "Excuse me, could you shift a bit?" "Thank you." Rumlow glanced at Patriotic Man, but remained motionless. His eyes filled with fervor as they followed Zhuozhu's silhouette. He was beginning to believe Pierce's assertion that Zhuozhu had divine abilities. Even the world's mightiest superhero, Patriotic Man, had been effortlessly subdued and brought to heel. What else could possibly be beyond Zhuozhu's capabilities? Noticing Rumlow's refusal to budge, Patriotic Man dared not utter a word, now filled with reverence for Zhuozhu and all that surrounded him. He no longer had the audacity to speak loudly to the ordinary individuals he once regarded as insignificant. However, the kind-hearted Spider-Man quickly took a couple of steps back. Creating space for Patriotic Man grateful, Patriotic Man cast a thankful glance at Spider-Man, whispering, "Thank you." Spider-Man, however, felt that his admiration for Patriotic Man had completely shattered that day. Although it was indeed shocking to witness Patriotic Man's defeat at Zhuozhu's hands, what astounded him more was how readily Patriotic Man had submitted. Even after enduring a brutal thrashing, he had not descended to such a servile state. After all, he was the mightiest superhero. How could he lack such backbone? Regrettably, Spider-Man was unaware of the mental torment that patriotic man had endured. Or perhaps he would have understood him better. Zhuizhu disregarded the bashful patriotic man standing behind him, methodically pointing at each member of the seven. Queen Maeve, Starlight. Deep Sea, Trainhead, Black, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He then turned to glance at patriotic man. 6. Zhuizhu smiled gently, his tone warm. So, can any of you tell me, 7, why is it that only 6 are present? Where's the 7th? The 6 members of the 7 trembled, sensing an ominous cloud looming over them. Internally, they cursed the Invisible Man, that habitual latecomer who always lingered in restrooms for voyeuristic antics, once again dragging them into trouble. In a moment of quick wit, the Patriot cast a sweeping glance across the conference room, and suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization as he pointed to a corner. Master, I've located the Invisible Man. He is concealing himself in that corner. Upon hearing this, the Invisible Man, who was crouched and hidden, widened his eyes in shock. Isn't that my buddy? It turned out that the Invisible Man had followed the mysterious figure into the conference room out of sheer curiosity. However, upon entering, he witnessed the mysterious figure being flung backward, followed by the Patriot receiving a brutal beating from the left assistant for his tardiness, which rendered him too fearful to reveal himself. The battle was so intense that he dared not slip away through the door, fearing that the formidable special education instructor would notice his late arrival. Thus, he resolved to remain hidden until the terrifying instructor departed, hoping to sneak away unnoticed. Alas, the stout and expressive Patriot inadvertently betrayed his presence. After witnessing the left assistant's overwhelming strength, the Invisible Man found himself devoid of any courage to flee. He could only awkwardly materialize, stripped of his concealment. This embarrassing spectacle compelled the relatively innocent little Spider and Starlight to cover their eyes in discomfort. The Invisible Man, swaying as he walked, began to explain to the left assistant, "Special instructor, please allow me to explain. There's a reason for this." "Chill. Just stand there and don't move," interrupted the left assistant, placing a finger to his lips and glancing at Langlo. "How long has it been since I mentioned 10 minutes? Langlo, glancing at his watch, replied blankly, "It has already been 11 minutes. 11 minutes, you say? My sincerest apologies, but you are expelled," the left assistant remarked coldly, casting a dispassionate glance at the Invisible Man. "Does that mean I can leave?" The Invisible Man sighed in relief. Losing his place in the group was preferable to remaining beside this terrifying special instructor, where his life hung in the balance. The left assistant's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Go on, just be more cautious in your next life." Chapter 16. The Tragic Demise of the Invisible Man and the Terrified 7. Thank you. The Invisible Man instinctively replied to the first part of the statement, only to realize the implications of the latter. Wait, next life? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he hastily reached out in a desperate attempt to salvage his fate. "Wait, special instructor, spare my life. I can serve you. I can become." Unfortunately, the left assistant was quite strict with time. Amaterasu, terrifying black flames erupted spontaneously, instantly engulfing the Invisible Man in their inky grasp. Ah! The Invisible Man, who was supposed to be impervious to harm with his high-strength carbon fiber skin, now writhed in agony as the black flames consumed him. The black fire clung to him like a parasite, refusing to be extinguished no matter how he rolled on the ground. However, due to the unique nature of his skin, he had not been completely incinerated by Amaterasu at that very moment. After a full 30 seconds of anguished wails, the Invisible Man was reduced to a pile of blackened ash amidst despairing cries, the dreadful black flames vanishing along with him. He was expelled by Zhuizhu from the ranks of the 7, stripped of his identity, and an oppressive silence enveloped the air. The expulsions from the special education program were an expulsion in the most literal sense. All gazes were filled with fear as they beheld the remnants of the Invisible Man, their dread of Zhuizhu intensifying. This was the Invisible Man, the second most formidable member of the 7, aside from the patriotic individual. In mere moments, he had been incinerated into charcoal. Should Zhuizhu desire to eliminate them, it would be but a trifling task. This special education instructor was not to be trifled with. Even the already subdued, patriotic individual involuntarily swallowed hard, pondering whether he could withstand such terrifying black flames should his master turn them upon him. Soon, he found his answer. He could endure, but only for a brief while. His skin was considerably more resilient than that of the Invisible Man. He might manage to hold out for more than a minute, perhaps, but even that was uncertain, and he had no confidence in surviving such horrific flames. Contemplating this, he realized that his master's methods had been relatively gentle. Susanoo glanced at the vacant position left by the Invisible Man, directing his gaze toward the young Spider-Man, raising his chin in a gesture that indicated, "What are you waiting for? Let our new member, Spider-Man, take his seat." Spider-Man pointed to himself, overwhelmed with emotions, never having imagined he would one day join the ranks of the Super Seven. Yet, after the events of the day, his admiration for the Seven had diminished significantly, leaving him less exhilarated. He nodded silently to Susanoo and took the place formerly occupied by the Invisible Man. Susanoo surveyed the fully seated Seven and rose to his feet. "Excellent. All positions are filled, which is very gratifying." He clapped his hands and walked slowly past each member of the group. "Although our initial meeting today was not entirely flawless, it is reassuring to see the entire Seven assembled. However, I expect that in future convocations, everyone will arrive punctually with no instances of tardiness or absence, understood? Otherwise, as your instructor, I shall be quite displeased, and my displeasure will result in punishment. You all know well what that entails." Susanoo's voice reverberated throughout the conference room, and as he passed each individual, his hand lightly brushed against their necks, except for Spider-Man. This gesture sent a chill down the spines of the Seven, making them feel as though their heads would roll at any moment. Susanoo halted, allowing his hands to rest upon the shoulder of the unfortunate Deep Sea, gazing at the assembly. "So, tell me, do you wish to be punished?" The seven-member team straightened their posture, their gazes resolute as if pledging allegiance. "We won't be late next time, instructor," they replied. "Good kids, that's the spirit," Susanoo remarked, momentarily pausing as he gently squeezed Xiao Ai's shoulder. "Oh, there's one more thing. As your instructor, it is imperative that I address the internal culture among you. From this day forth, I do not wish to hear of any instances of bullying within the group. Do you understand?" Susanoo said, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Ai. This lad was rather unruly, known for leveraging his seniority to intimidate newcomers, such as the recently arrived Xingguang. Sensing an impending conflict between Xiao Ai and the newly appointed Xingguang, Susanoo felt compelled to issue a warning. He had no desire for his team to devolve into chaos. Upon hearing the admonition, Xiao Ai trembled, nearly breathless with anxiety, fearing he might disturb Susanoo behind him. He took shallow breaths, utilizing his gills to muster a modicum of courage to respond. "Understood, instructor. I vow to strictly adhere to your commands. From this moment on, I am your loyal dog. I shall bite whomever you command." Recognizing Xiao Ai's eagerness, Susanoo released his grip, chuckling playfully, "Haha, I appreciate your sentiment, but I already have a good dog within the seven-member team. I do not wish to raise a hybrid of a dogfish." Gwa, overhearing this, promptly puffed out his chest and barked twice, "Yes, yes. I am the only dog of the master. Woof, woof." He shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Ai, challenging him. "You think you can bite? Only I possess the strength to defend our master." Susanoo beamed with satisfaction at Gwug's obedient display. It seemed he truly had a knack for training dogs, laughing heartily. "This is splendid. Look, we are all getting along harmoniously and joyfully. The purpose of today's gathering was merely to introduce ourselves, and now that we have done so, I shall not take up any more of your precious time. Let us all strive to create greater value for Hydra. Do not become the next Invisible Man." With that, Susanoo declared the meeting concluded, and the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. The seven-member team was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. "Finally, this torturous meeting is over." Susanoo nodded at the team with a smile before turning away, his expression transforming to one of indifference as he exited. Lang Moluo and Peter followed suit. Neither the seven-member team nor Susanoo wished to linger any longer with this group, fearing that prolonged exposure might infect them with their peculiarities. The patriotic individual hastily followed, slightly bowing with a sycophantic smile, and said, "Master, allow me to see you off." Susanoo came to a halt, glancing at the patriotic figure whose eyes reflected nothing but reverence, devoid of any animosity, and offered a faint smile. "No need for that. Just ensure you keep a close watch on the seven and what. Among everyone in what, I hold you in the highest regard and trust you the most. Do not let me down." He gave the patriotic individual a gentle pat on the shoulder before departing with his companions. The patriotic individual stood in a daze, gazing in the direction where Susanoo had vanished, lingering in thought for quite some time. The words Susanoo had spoken before leaving echoed persistently in his mind. I hold you in the highest regard, and I trust you. A rather morbid smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Chapter 17. The brainwashed little spider, a peculiar sense of satisfaction surged within him, his emotions soaring as if he were a child basking in the acknowledgement of a revered father. Simultaneously, a revelation dawned upon him. No wonder Master had initially asked him to call him Daddy and forgave his tardiness. No wonder Master refrained from striking others and instead chose to inflict pain upon himself. No wonder Master had wreaked havoc on the train's engine, resulting in the demise of the tardy Invisible Man, while merely delivering a simple yet profound lesson to him. These three realizations illuminated the patriotic individual's mind. Truly, Master's actions were laden with profound significance. It was because Master valued him so highly that he enacted such a rigorous approach as a way of nurturing him, understanding Susanoo's benevolent intentions. The patriotic individual could not help but stand tall with renewed confidence. I, the patriotic individual, even if beaten, am still the most exceptional one aside from my master. With his thoughts swirling, he resolved to surprise his newly acknowledged father. Master, no, father. Father trusts me, and I must not let him down. I shall diligently oversee what in the seven. No, I shall ensure that he completely masters the what group and the seven. At that moment, any remnants of fear he harbored towards President Edgar, akin to a paternal figure, dissipated entirely. That black man was merely an ordinary individual. Why should he instill fear within him? Only someone as formidable as Susanoo could be considered a father. Only someone of Susanoo's caliber could be the king of superheroes, the president of what? Fortunately, Susanoo had already departed. Had he heard Azu take his previous jest of calling him daddy seriously, Azu might have met the same fate as the Invisible Man. Azu, the eccentric one, in the black SUV, Susanoo sat in the back seat, eyes closed in contemplation. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew eerily silent among the three. After a considerable pause, Susanoo opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the taciturn little spider, who had grown quiet since he eliminated the Invisible Man. Peter, what I said earlier was merely directed at the others in the seven. You need not take it to heart. Just attend school as usual, and occasionally check in at what when time permits. Simply focus on receiving your salary without overthinking it. Understood. Upon hearing these words, Peter was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in silent agreement. Left assistant glanced at Peter, whose red hood could not conceal his melancholic demeanor, and found it somewhat amusing. All right, I know you have many questions. Feel free to ask them directly, he said. Unable to restrain the multitude of doubts swirling within him, Peter yanked off his hood, revealing his youthful and handsome face. With a tone laden with suppression and inner turmoil, he inquired, I indeed have numerous questions. Are you truly a special education teacher dispatched by the United Nations? Why did your demeanor change so drastically today? Why have you persistently provoked the citizens of our country and even harmed one of them? More importantly, why did you so ruthlessly eliminate the Invisible Man? Why do you treat the members of the Seven with such? Peter was overwhelmed with frustration, yet the last phrase eluded his lips. Left assistant, unfazed, promptly articulated the unspoken thought, like an evil villain. Is it? Peter fell silent for a moment, nodding in quiet affirmation, before pressing further, but I do not understand. You are undoubtedly a good person. What could have led to this today? You must have your reasons, correct? Although Peter's words were framed as questions, the final statement was a form of self-reassurance. Even now, he retained his belief in Left Assistant and in his own instincts. His intuition whispered to him that Left Assistant was not a malevolent individual. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely 2 days, Left Assistant had imparted to Peter the impression of a seemingly aloof yet warm-hearted older brother. From the generous accommodation he provided, his stern yet compassionate insistence that Peter accept his assistance, to his amicable interactions with Aunt May and himself, it was evident to Peter that Left Assistant was not a difficult person to engage with. On the contrary, he was rather amiable. As long as one aided him, he would undoubtedly reciprocate. For instance, Peter had merely offered Left Assistant a place to stay and lent him a computer to conduct some research. Yet in return, Left assistant not only provided him with a sum of money, but also secured him a lucrative position with the Super 7. Although the process of securing this job was not without its challenges, it nonetheless alleviated their family from a state of near poverty and relieved Aunt May from the burdensome toil she endured daily for their household. Observing Peter's silence, Left assistant felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that the young man might concoct an excuse to absolve him. He reached out to ruffle Peter's tousled hair, gazing intently into his eyes. "Peter, look at me." At these words, Peter lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Left assistant's deep, dark orbs. The contrast of their black and blue eyes meeting held a profound significance. Within Peter's gaze, Left assistant perceived a myriad of emotions: frustration, sorrow, disappointment, and conflict, yet curiously devoid of animosity towards him. Truth be told, Peter's demeanor today had taken him by surprise. He had steadfastly stood by his side since the very beginning. Even when confronted by formidable compatriots, he stood resolutely before them without a hint of trepidation. He had also dealt decisively with the invisible man behind him, refraining from impulsively intervening in his own actions. Susanoo was quite pleased with him. At last, his benevolence towards the little spider had not been in vain. This little spider was no mere fool, deserving of further cultivation to gradually transform into his own force. Clearing his throat, Susanoo adopted a serious demeanor and began to explain, or rather, mislead, to Peter. "Peter, the reason I brought you to what is not solely to seek a part-time job for you, but also to foster your growth." Peter, perplexed, asked, "Growth?" Susanoo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Tell me, have you gleaned anything from the Super 7 today? Did you witness the unwavering justice or the fearless resilience they portrayed on screen?" Peter found himself at a loss for words. Justice? The captain, a fellow compatriot, was mercilessly beaten, with not a single team member willing to lend assistance. The only one who acted was coerced by familial threats. Was that justice? Fearlessness? The entire Super 7 cowered before Susanoo, utterly lacking the audacity to resist. Was that true fearlessness? Resilience in the face of adversity? The compatriot, after being soundly defeated by Susanoo, submitted obediently, even calling him master like a dog. Surely, that was not the definition of resilience. Peter observed that he had not seen a single one of the three fundamental qualities of a superhero in the Super 7 today. Instead, he witnessed a facade of strength, a penchant for bullying the weak, and sheer madness. Noticing Peter's silence, Susanoo recognized that he had begun to waver internally and promptly tossed out another bombshell. He handed Peter a tablet, speaking slowly. "Peter, the world is not merely black and white. The justice you perceive is not necessarily just, and the evil you see may not truly be evil. Justice is not defined by appearances, but by actions. Once you see, you will understand." Peter found Susanoo's words both profound and alarming, yet he accepted the tablet. On the screen were familiar files detailing the superheroes of the Watt Group. Upon closer inspection, Peter realized that these files contained highly classified internal information. Was this something he was permitted to view? However, driven by curiosity, he clicked on the file of one of the Super 7 members. Chapter 18. The thoroughly brainwashed little spider. The file he selected was that of the locomotive. In the next moment, Peter's pupils constricted, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Upon opening the file, he found that most of the action footage was gruesome. For instance, the latest video of the locomotive depicted him bloodied and standing in the street. With a heavy heart, Peter clicked to play the video. The perspective was clearly that of a roadside surveillance camera. However, at the onset of the scene, the protagonist, the locomotive, does not appear. Instead, it reveals two lovers embracing and kissing at the roadside. The man stands on the sidewalk while the woman is positioned just a half step away on the road. As the couple separates from their kiss, moments ago intertwined in each other's hands, radiating an aura of joy and laughter, the next instant, a blue shadow abruptly traverses the girl, shattering her into a gruesome display of flesh and blood, leaving a long, crimson streak across the road. The once pristine thoroughfare transforms into a nightmarish tableau of carnage. Only the bloodied locomotive remains, alongside the man, frozen in place, clutching the remnants of the girl's hands. After muttering a half-hearted apology to the man, the locomotive speeds away without a hint of remorse. The scene concludes amidst the man's heart-rending wails. Peter, incredulous, watches the video to its end. taking a considerable time to regain his composure before glancing at his aide, with a look of bewilderment. I've seen this news before, but I distinctly recall it stating that the locomotive was involved in an accident while urgently pursuing robbers, with a girl standing in the middle of the road. He stammers. Yet, he senses his faith in superheroes wavering, teetering on the brink of collapse. He replies coolly, I told you, this world is not merely black or white. One must not judge solely by appearances. Examine the detailed action records. Upon hearing Zhui's words, Peter turns his gaze to the action transcript below the video, his expression darkening with each passing moment. On that day, no robberies occurred in the vicinity, nor in the entire area. The locomotive had not received any operational assignments. This was unequivocally an incident caused by personal negligence. Peter clenches his fists in fury, gritting his teeth if this was an accident due to the locomotive's personal failings. Then why is the Walter Group intervening to clear his name, even falsifying evidence in the news? He has taken a life. He should pay the price for it. Why should he remain unscathed when he ought to be in prison? As regards a young Peter, silently raising 2 fingers for 2 words, vested interests. As long as the locomotive continues to generate profit for the Walter Group, they will absolve him of any consequences, regardless of right or wrong. Peter's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a response, but finding himself utterly speechless, as if burdened by a boulder weighing 1,000 tons. Thor, already aware of the truth and devoid of Peter's naivety, remains unmoved by the gruesome imagery in the video, persisting in imparting his harsh truths to Peter's tender psyche. This is merely a trivial incident among the fatalities caused by Walter's superheroes. You may peruse other heroes' profiles at will. I assure you, it will be an eye-opening experience. With Zhui's words, Peter's heart sinks deeper, his fingers trembling as he clicks on one superhero action profile after another, each revelation amplifying his shock. By the end, despair fills his eyes completely. The inner sanctum of Peter's heart witnessed the complete disintegration of the righteous aura surrounding the Vought Group and the Seven. Previously, he naively believed that the Vought Group was a bastion of superheroes, a company embodying the highest ideals of justice in the world. He could scarcely fathom that beneath its seemingly virtuous exterior, the Vought Group and its roster of superheroes were mired in darkness and corruption, far worse than any villainous force. It was laughable in retrospect that he had once considered joining the Seven as a pinnacle of his aspirations. This band of miscreants was nothing short of an affront to the very essence of heroism. Peter found himself questioning the validity of his superhero career, observing Peter's despondent countenance. His confidant, Lefty, recognized that Peter's psychological defenses were on the brink of collapse. This moment presented an opportune moment for reprogramming. After plunging into despair, it was time for hope to make its entrance. Lefty firmly clasped Peter's shoulders, jolting him back to reality with a sharp pang of discomfort. With a chilling tone, Lefty articulated, Now, do you comprehend why I am so ruthless towards them? Because it takes a villain to confront a villain. In this world of murky shades, pure white cannot counterbalance the darkness that lurks beneath a facade of light. For those who are genuinely kind, like you and your Aunt May, I shall extend my gentle side to forge a friendship. However, for those whose hearts are twisted and malevolent, I will become their most dreaded nightmare. I am neither white nor black. I am the shade of gray that lies in between. It is this gray that can simultaneously balance the forces of light and dark, opposing all that is unjust. Lefty observed the gradual transformation in Peter's expression as he absorbed his words, and he continued with profound significance. Thus, my gray essence has arrived at the only superhero group on this planet, for it requires my intervention, and you two need me for change. Releasing Peter, Lefty extended his hand, raising his voice with a hint of allure. Peter, this is why I wish to bring you to Vought and into the Seven. This transformation cannot rely solely on my strength. I require a companion. And you, my friend, are my first ally since my arrival here. You are my collaborator. I believe you can assist me in rectifying Vaught's missteps, altering the hypocritical image of the Seven, and even transforming this flawed, heroic world. We must forge Vought into a true hero organization and reshape the Seven into a genuine force for good. So come, Peter, join me in this grand reformation. As Lefty's impassioned words ignited the once dormant heroism within Peter, His heart, previously extinguished by the corruption of Vought and the Seven, blazed anew with fervor. Yet, despite the intense desire to join this transformative endeavor, the enormity of the task left Peter feeling uncertain as he asked, "Can I truly make a difference? I am but a humble street hero, yet I truly believe I could transform What and the Seven, even rectify the misconceptions of heroes around the globe." Zwa knew that Peter's heart was already stirred. It only required a final push. He picked up Peter's discarded mask and placed it upon his head, reigniting his confidence beneath the spider visage. He encouraged, "Hey, Peter, be confident. You are Spider-Man, my friend, and a beloved neighbor to all of New York. Even if you doubt yourself, can you not trust in me? In those who admire you? You can do this. You are extraordinary." With Zwa's triumphant affirmations, Peter's heart raced. And with newfound assurance, he raised his fist, exclaiming to Zwa, "Indeed, I believe in myself, in you, and in those who cherish Spider-Man. I can do this. I am exceptional." Chapter 19. A Bounty of Rewards, Unboxing the Unknown. Zwa, I now feel a surge of determination coursing through me. I am eager to initiate change. Where do we begin? Should we tackle the internal corruption of what? The distorted hearts of the Seven? Or shall we directly rectify the misguided notions held by all superheroes worldwide? Zwa gazed at the successfully inspired little spider, a sly grin spreading across his face. Excellent. That's the spirit. Let's commence with. Bang! The car door swung open, and Zwa unceremoniously propelled Peter out of the vehicle. "School begins now, Peter. I recall you have classes this afternoon, so off you go," Zwa declared, not waiting for Peter's response, and instructed Ramlu to drive away. The purpose of his brainwashing had been achieved. The unfortunate little spider could now be discarded. Peter stared blankly at the retreating taillights, realizing that somehow they had arrived near his school. Suddenly, his spirits plummeted. "Zwa, you have invigorated me, igniting my passion for action, and now you tell me to go to school? How can I focus on my studies at a time like this? What manner of person does this? I want to chase after you." "No way," Peter exclaimed in frustration, ready to shoot his web and pursue an explanation. Just then, a melodious voice interrupted from behind. "Peter, what are you doing here?" Peter froze, slowly turning to face the striking blonde figure that had appeared. "Gwen," so observing through the rearview mirror, could not contain his laughter at the sight of Peter's frantic reaction upon being seen by his crush. Indeed, he had strategically positioned Peter in Gwen's path, eager to witness the delightful surprise of the young couple's chance encounter. Occasionally teasing Peter, this innocent soul proved to be quite entertaining. In a buoyant mood, Zwa playfully inquired of Langmulo at the driver's seat, "How does my recent brainwashing and motivation of Peter compare to your former superior, Alexander Pierce?" Langmulo, without turning his head, replied, "First and foremost, Minister Pierce is no longer my superior. You are now my true leader." A smile broke across his rugged face as he added, "However, your recent speech was indeed remarkable, rivaling that of Minister Pierce. If I were not your subordinate and knew you were the leader of Hydra, I might even believe you to be a great hero, selflessly striving to rectify the wrongs of this world." Feigning seriousness, Zwa retorted, "What do you mean by might believe? I am indeed a great hero dedicated to changing this flawed world. I am the true hero." His laughter echoed as he spoke. "Changing the world? Perhaps. But for the sake of justice? That is hardly the case. Even if change occurs, it is merely for his own benefit. A hero? He hardly fits that mold. He is simply an ordinary man, driven by his own whims and emotions. If someone displeases him, he acts against them. If someone causes him discomfort, he retaliates. His actions are dictated solely by his mood, irrespective of justice. Even when it comes to those he decides to recruit, his methods are equally capricious. He disapproved of the Super Seven, so he dealt with them harshly. His feelings towards Hydra were neutral, hence his approach was relatively lenient. He held a fondness for the little spider, thus he was inclined to show him greater patience and kindness. Acting on impulse, living freely, that is Zwa. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, contemplating the second reward of the day. The first reward was the recruitment of the Super Seven and the little spider, his capable allies. The second, the rewards gained from his interactions with the Seven. Contact task triggered. Encountered world-class figures, representatives of the homeland. Rewards being distributed. Level fragments 10. Mysterious item, spirit, slug 1. Encountered world-class figures, Starlight. Rewards being distributed. Level fragments 10. Encountered world-class figures, Queen Maeve. The train, rewards being distributed. Level fragments 20, encountered world-class figures. The deep, the invisible man. Rewards being distributed. Level fragments 10, ding. Congratulations, host. First group contact task triggered. Encountered all members of the Super 7. Group special rewards being distributed. Level fragments 10, level fragments 20, level fragments 20, level fragments 40. Mysterious item scroll of time and space 5. My goodness, what a tremendous success. Not to mention the long list of individual contact rewards. That final group reward alone made the journey worthwhile. However, did he truly encounter the Invisible Man? He vividly recalls the striking image of the Invisible Man, stark naked and brandishing his. Well, the scene was quite shocking. It was only right that he incinerated him with Amaterasu. Ding! Host, please note that Amaterasu is also a part of you. Thus, any target it touches is equivalent to you making contact, the system explained, causing Susanoo to brighten with excitement. Could it really be this simple? How splendid. He had initially pondered whether he would need to personally confront every repugnant being, like that wretched Invisible Man, for the sake of rewards. Now, it seemed he could merely use Amaterasu to make contact instead. Henceforth, when encountering those he found distasteful, he could simply incinerate them with Amaterasu. This way, he could earn rewards without subjecting himself to any unpleasantness. A true win-win scenario. A double victory for him. In high spirits, Susanoo cheerfully requested, System, please provide me with a tally of my current fragments. Statistics, level 40, level 40, level 30, level 50. Susanoo raised an eyebrow, astonished at the number of ninja fragments he had amassed. He could already synthesize an entire card of a certain level and with 5 cards of another level. His collection was nearing half completion, coupled with the new beginner reward card of level Hawk Sasuke, as well as the synthesized cards of level Naruto and level Shikamaru. He had managed to gather 10 complete ninja cards in just 3 short days in this world. This was far easier than obtaining a complete ninja card in his previous life within a certain mobile game. However, his excitement was fleeting. He soon realized that his rapid accumulation of rewards was largely due to sheer luck. The Hydra had presented itself to him, allowing him to take control of one of its heads and consequently connect with Watt and the Super 7. It would likely be improbable to amass such a multitude of fragments again in one go. The chances of triggering the highest team rewards would be exceedingly slim. But why dwell on such thoughts? It was time for the joyous blind box opening. Oh, great 3 pure ones, Jade Emperor, Buddha, Jesus, Satan, Odin, Ancient One. Bless me with gold. System, synthesize 1 card of each of the 5 levels. Received, synthesizing, please wait. Congratulations, host. You have obtained level card. Uchiha Sasuke, congratulations, host, you have obtained level card. Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden, congratulations, host, you have obtained level card. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, 1010, Hyuga Hinata. Susanoo exclaimed, have I stumbled upon Sasuke's lair? Although my name is Susanoo, it seems rather excessive to receive all Sasuke cards at once. Chapter 20. The complete kaleidoscope, power surge. Including Hawk Sasuke, he now possessed 4 Sasuke cards. What kind of innate Sasuke physique was this? Susanoo found himself at a loss for words. However, on the other hand, he personally feels quite satisfied with the card he has received this time. At the very least, he is extremely pleased with the high-level card featuring Sasuke's Susanoo. Although this card, like the one for Itachi, merely represents the Manjiki Sharingan, it boasts 2 critically important abilities. These include the Manjiki Right Eye ability Kagutsuchi, which can alter the form of Amaterasu, as well as the first and second forms of the third power, Susanoo. By integrating this card of Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, he finally possesses the entirety of Sasuke's Sharingan skills. His strength can be said to have significantly increased. The mid-tier Sasuke card is also commendable. Although it lacks new abilities related to the Sharingan, it nonetheless grants him 2 formidable new skills, Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique, and Sasuke's original Lightning Technique, Kirin. Both of these techniques cover a wide area and possess astonishing offensive power. For him, aside from Amaterasu, he has acquired 2 additional dazzling and practical skills, which is quite impressive. As for the mediocre cards of the low tier, there is little to discuss. The only ones that catch his eye are the Sasuke card and the Hinata card. The Sasuke card is invaluable to him, as he cannot bestow it upon anyone else. In this world, there can only be one Sasuke. Even if this Sasuke card were to be deemed worthless, he would still integrate it. The Hinata card, on the other hand, captivates him with her Byakugan, offering a 360-degree unobstructed vision and the ability to see through objects, powers that the Sharingan does not possess. System. Commence the fusion of the Sasuke card, along with the cards of Sasuke and Hinata. Ding. Fusion in progress. Successfully fused 4 ninja cards. As the system's voice faded, Susanoo's physical attributes, chakra levels, and mental acuity surged dramatically. Power flowed unceasingly within him. Upon completing the fusion, Susanoo opened his eyes, and the kaleidoscope of the 6-pointed star naturally activated, surrounded by a faint white border. Wow, this vision is truly remarkable. The world through Susanoo's eyes had not only become clearer, he could now discern the scenes behind him and even see through vehicles, observing the exterior landscape. Everything appeared to be laid bare before him. Is this the Byakugan? It exceeds my expectations. Glancing at his own eyes in the rearview mirror, he noted that, compared to before, there was merely a subtle white ring added, with no visible veins bulging as depicted in the original work, which greatly pleased him. Etsuotsu. He must embody elegance. He has no desire to display a visage marred by protruding veins. Furthermore, the most satisfying aspect is that the system did not deceive him. The abilities acquired through fusion exhibit no incompatibility between bloodline limits and can be seamlessly utilized together. For instance, he can now simultaneously activate both the Sharingan and the Byakugan, employing their respective powers at once. Of course, he also has the option to use only one of them, be it the Sharingan or the Byakugan alone. Thus, the consumption of chakra will be somewhat diminished. However, with his current chakra reserves, even if activated simultaneously, it would be ample for him to lavishly expend. Finally, clenching his fist and feeling the explosive power coursing through his body, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. The augmentation of physical strength brought him a sense of delight that surpassed the unique enhancement of vision granted by his Byakugan. The security that stems from a robust physique is unparalleled by any other ability. In terms of sheer physical prowess, he likely rivals even the likes of Spider-Man. Coupled with the stimulation from lightning, he can now effortlessly dominate adversaries with mere physical techniques. Some may deem this an exaggeration, questioning how a ninja, known for their fragile constitution, could experience such a significant enhancement in physicality. Yet, this reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of the world of Naruto. Most individuals perceive ninjas as possessing high offense but low defense, akin to fragile beings. However, this is far from the truth, even disregarding those extraordinarily powerful taijutsu practitioners. The physical capabilities of ordinary ninjas are not to be underestimated. Their strength, speed, and defensive abilities significantly exceed those of an average person, akin to a team of Captain Americas. Not to mention the prodigious talents of figures like Sasuke and Naruto. If they were indeed as fragile as some suggest, they would have been obliterated by the dazzling array of jutsu long ago, rather than surviving time and again like resilient cockroaches. Thus, with the inheritance of a total of 6 ninja cards, each enhancing his physical strength, to claim that his physical attributes are not inferior to Spider-Man's is a humble assertion. If they were to confront each other, it is likely that Spider-Man's strength would pale in comparison. Speed, power, ninjutsu, genjutsu, both ranged and close combat. Unbeknownst to him, he was evolving into a hexagonal warrior. If this trend continues, it is only a matter of time before he becomes invincible. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and he, Susanoo, was on his way. Lamro glanced at the rearview mirror, uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he sensed that he had seemingly grown stronger. The oppressive aura surrounding him approached a palpable form. Noticing Lamro's gaze, Susanoo reined in the chakra fluctuations that had unconsciously surged within him. It was then that Lamro felt the oppressive atmosphere within the vehicle dissipate, and with a tone of respect, he inquired, "Where shall we head now? Would you like me to introduce you to the other members of the Special Operations team?" Admiration gleamed in Lamro's eyes. Completing the formidable task of subduing the rogue elements of his homeland in a single morning, while simultaneously conquering the entire Super 7 team, was nothing short of miraculous within Hydra. He was now eager to introduce the brothers of the Special Operations team to their new leader, who was as powerful as a deity. Susanoo, resting his chin upon his hand, gazed out at the scenery, and with a grin remarked, "Lamro, there's no rush to meet the brothers. We can wait until my official appointment to do so. Having just completed a task, it is time for leisure." Thus, we shall embark on a journey in the coming days. Lang Molu was momentarily taken aback. Travel? Suju turned his gaze towards the towering skyscrapers flitting past the car window, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, travel, a global adventure. In his previous life, he was ensnared by the demands of study, with neither the time nor the means to wander. After finally escaping the depths of academia, he found himself confined by the pressures of life, making little headway. Now, with the luxury of time and opportunity, he resolved to fulfill this childhood dream of exploration. He yearned to behold the world with his own eyes. 7 days later, at Greece's Shipwreck Beach, recognized as one of the 10 most beautiful beaches in the world, a pristine blue sea cradled an inflatable mattress gently drifting upon its surface. Zhuozhu, donning sunglasses and beach shorts, revealed an upper body sculpted as if chiseled from marble, reclining leisurely atop the floating mattress. Hey, Zhuo, aren't you coming down to play? The surroundings are simply magnificent. May, adorned in a seductive bikini, swam over from the azure waters, playfully clinging to the edge of Zhuozhu's inflatable bed, her enchanting smile lighting up her face. Zhuozhu glanced at May and, with a sunlit smile, replied, "No thanks, I prefer basking in the sun over swimming. It warms my soul." May blinked playfully. "Do you truly enjoy warmth? Perhaps there are other sources of warmth beyond sunlight." An air of flirtation suddenly enveloped the atmosphere. Zhuozhu removed his sunglasses to meet May's gaze, poised to respond when, without warning, the water erupted like a deep-sea explosion, sending sprays of water soaring 3 to 4 meters high, drenching both Zhuozhu and May. Peter emerged from the depths, arms wide open, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, as well, we're at the ocean. What is the point in not swimming? Come on in." With a mischievous grin, Peter seized Zhuozhu's ankle and pulled him into the water. You're so dead, Peter," Zhuozhu exclaimed, surfacing from the sea, glaring fiercely at the still grinning Peter. "You enjoy laughing, do you? Allow me to show you the art of water escape." With a swift motion, Zhuozhu splashed a wave of water towards Peter, enveloping him entirely. Of course, this was not a technique of ninjutsu. It was merely Zhuozhu exerting his strength. Now, it was Peter's turn to gulp down a mouthful of seawater. Just as he expelled the brine, Zhuozhu raised his hand once more. Outmatched, Peter quickly recognized the disparity in their prowess, panic rising as he flailed his arms, darting away like a nimble fish. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Zhuozhu would not let this mischievous little rascal off so easily, and he too began to swing his arms and chase after him. 2 vibrant splashes of water pursued one another in a lively chase. The speed of their movement would have even made world swimming champions exclaim in astonishment. May reclined on an air mattress, observing the scene of their playful pursuit with thoughtful eyes. During these few days of travel, she had already discerned the unusual qualities of the duo, Zhuozhu and Peter, whether it was their inadvertently displayed extraordinary strength or their astonishing speed and agility. Not to mention the times Zhuozhu conjured a fireball from his mouth to start a fire. All of these anomalies made her acutely aware of their peculiarity. Although Zhuozhu casually dismissed the fireball as mere magic, she was no naive college student. Seasoned by life, she understood that Zhuozhu and her nephew must harbor some undisclosed secret. Yet, she chose not to confront or inquire. As long as she was assured of Zhuozhu's benign intentions towards her and Peter, she was indifferent to the rest. Regardless of how unique Peter might be, he remained her nephew, and Zhuozhu was simply a friend to both her and Peter. That was sufficient. "Gwen, help! Zhuo is chasing me," Peter shouted as he swam towards a distant yacht. On the deck of the yacht, Gwen, clad in a bikini with a stunning figure, removed her sunglasses and waved at Peter with a grin, covering her mouth. "I can't handle Zhuo. You're on your own, Peter." Beside Gwen, Sheriff Stacy, who was fishing, allowed a scoff. Zhuo should teach this blonde brat a lesson, lest he continues to be overly energetic and frivolous, only interested in flirting with girls. Gwen, exasperated, covered her face and glanced at her jealous father, defending her boyfriend. "Dad, Peter ranks second in academics at school, right after me. He is certainly not frivolous." Upon hearing Gwen's defense of Peter, Sheriff Stacy's expression darkened further. Great, his little darling was now speaking up for an outsider. Next, that blonde brat would probably park a ghostly fire at their doorstep. Damn it. The more Sheriff Stacy thought, the angrier he became, casting a defiant glance at the equally fishing Ramlo beside him. "Old Ram, tell me, what is so special about Peter?" He is not even as good as Zwa in any aspect. So what is all the fuss about? Initially indifferent and enjoying his leisurely fishing life, Ramlo perked up upon hearing his name mentioned. Sitting up straighter, he proudly declared, "Of course, my family is the best. Peter can't compare at all. He is outclassed in every way." Sheriff Stacy nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Gwen, speechless, turned her head away, no longer wishing to engage with the two childish old men. Seeing Gwen's silence, Sheriff Stacy couldn't help but reveal a victorious smile. As for the reason behind his and Gwen's presence here, it dates back to 7 days prior. 7 days ago, Peter, that golden-haired lad, took it upon himself to escort Gwen to school and request a leave of absence, claiming they were embarking on a grand world tour. As a devoted father, he found it hard to remain at ease and was ready to voice his objections. However, upon witnessing the anticipation gleaming in Gwen's large, expressive eyes, he found his words faltering. Thus, he reluctantly decided to expend his precious vacation days and brace himself for a financial strain, intending to accompany the two on their global adventure. Of course, travel was secondary. His primary aim was to keep a vigilant eye on Peter, lest he take advantage of the opportunity to act inappropriately towards his beloved daughter. Unexpectedly, the true instigator of this journey was not Peter after all, but rather a mysterious figure from the East, a young man named Susanoo. The notion of a global tour organized by an unfamiliar group heightened his concerns as the sheriff. Consequently, he exercised his authority to conduct a background check on Susanoo, only to uncover that this young man from China was indeed quite remarkable. The information revealed an impressive array of accomplishments that left him somewhat astounded, graduating from esteemed institutions, excelling in research, being a prominent business owner, and even a young philanthropist. Such exaggeratedly impressive credentials only fueled his apprehension. How could someone of such caliber associate with a disheveled and impoverished Parker? Thus, he became even more determined to join this journey. Otherwise, neither Gwen nor Peter would have the opportunity to go. Indeed, Sheriff Stacy was resolute in not allowing Gwen to participate, and even Peter was forbidden from embarking without his presence. Despite outwardly expressing disdain for Peter, Sheriff Stacy secretly harbored sympathy for the young man who had lost his parents in childhood and suffered further tragedy with the untimely death of his uncle. As the sheriff, he felt a sense of responsibility to protect this unfortunate soul from potential deceit. Initially, he assumed that his abrupt inclusion in the travel group would displease Susanoo. However, to his surprise, Susanoo not only welcomed him, but generously invited his entire family of 5 to join the expedition, covering all travel expenses. This magnanimity left Sheriff Stacy somewhat embarrassed. Although he had initially intended to finance his family's journey alongside Peter, Susanoo asserted that all arrangements had already been made. When presented with a bill amounting to an astronomical sum reaching 7 figures, Sheriff Stacy fell silent. Goodness, after years of serving as sheriff, he had never amassed such savings. The cost of this single journey could very well lead to his financial ruin. Thus, he could only resignedly accept this harsh reality and enjoy this generous trip. Throughout their travels, he discovered that Susanoo was indeed merely a kind-hearted individual wishing to share delightful experiences, harboring no ill intentions whatsoever. Moreover, Zwa's personality aligns perfectly with his preferences. His demeanor exudes confidence and composure. He speaks with a tone that is neither servile nor arrogant, devoid of the usual ostentation associated with wealthy heirs. He can be regarded as the quintessential choice for a son-in-law in his heart. Unfortunately, despite hinting to his daughter on several occasions, one has expressed that while Zwa is indeed remarkable, her Peter is equally commendable, and she currently harbors no romantic interest in Zwa. She and Peter are merely Zwa's friends, nothing more. Eventually, Sheriff Stacy could only resign to the situation. Chapter 22. The leisurely moments conclude, a new task from the system as Sheriff Stacy was engulfed in reminiscence. Peter emerged from the sea onto the yacht. Upon his arrival, he embraced Gwen in a spinning hug and kiss. This sight caused Sheriff Stacy to clench her fists, struggling to suppress the urge to strike Peter's insufferable face with her fishing rod. So he utilized chakra at his feet, gliding across the water's surface as if it were solid ground, and followed Peter onto the yacht. Regrettably, this astonishing spectacle went unnoticed by the Stacy family, save for May and Rumlow, who had been observing Zwa closely. Sheriff Stacy was intently watching her blonde son-in-law and daughter share their affectionate moment. Meanwhile, Mrs. Stacy and her two sons were preparing lunch in the cabin. The meal consisted of fresh fish caught by Sheriff Stacy and Rumlow, served up with unparalleled freshness. Zwa stood on the deck, accepting a towel from Rumlow to dry the droplets from his hair. Rumlow leaned in close to Zwa's ear and whispered, "Half an hour ago, Minister Pierce called. Your appointment as the Director of Special Operations has been approved by the Security Council. You may officially join SHIELD at any time." "Oh, understood." Zwa paused momentarily while drying his hair, a smile gracing his lips. "Have I finally completed my first regular task?" At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing your first regular task. Infiltrating Hydra and joining SHIELD. Rewards being distributed. 4,000 gold points. 40 random ninja fragments. 101-01010. Not bad. I have now gathered half of the fragments for the elite level. The completion of the card is within reach. As for the other level fragments, I can now draw for an elite ninja card and a regular ninja card. System. Synthesize one card with another. Received. Synthesizing. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an elite card. Gara. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an elite card. Choji Akimichi Gara. Quite commendable. Fuse it for me. Fused. Zwa's attributes have strengthened slightly, and he has gained Gara's ability to control sand. As for the card of Choji Akimichi, what a worthless piece. It shall be stored away to gather dust. Once I finish synthesizing the fragments, apart from the 50 elite fragments, I will only have 10 regular fragments and 5 low-level fragments left. Truly a regression to previous hardships. Oh, by the way, the remaining 10 level 10 fragments and 5 level fragments were rewards he obtained from Sheriff Stacy and Gwen. Gwen yielded 10 fragments, while Sheriff Stacy provided 5. As for Sheriff Stacy's other family members, they did not meet the minimum threshold for contact rewards, rendering them entirely insignificant. However, bringing the Stacy family along on the journey was merely one of the reasons for acquiring contact rewards. The primary motivation was the stark reality that he knew far too few individuals in this world. Having more companions would undoubtedly enliven the journey. After all, he was not one to relish solitary wandering like a lone wolf. Humans are inherently social beings, and so is he. As for the increased expenses that come with more travelers, they were but a mere string of numbers to him. The Shield Bureau had ample funds. Eventually, Pierce would find a reason to justify these expenditures on the Shield's account, allowing for a lavish trip funded by the public purse. Zhuozhu glanced at his account, which displayed a balance of 4,000 gold coins. This amount was sufficient for him to draw 40 level ninja cards, or 4 level cards. Yet, after some contemplation, Zhuozhu decided against drawing any cards. His current strength was already ample. Most level ninja cards offered little enhancement to him. Drawing cards was a gamble. It could yield either fortunate new abilities or, conversely, a handful of mediocre skills with minimal augmentation. Thus, even if he were to draw all the cards, the overall benefit would likely be negligible. He resolved to save his points until he amassed 10,000, at which point he would draw level cards. Or perhaps he would continue saving until he reached 100,000 to draw from the upper echelons. However, 100,000 gold coins felt like an eternity away. Zhuozhu sighed inwardly. Ultimately, it boiled down to the system allocating too few tasks. He had been in this world for nearly 10 days and had received only one task, which made it challenging to earn gold points. If the neighboring system heard this, they might think his system was incapable of issuing tasks. As if the system had overheard his disparaging thoughts, it responded defiantly in his mind with a melodious chime. Ding! Routine task triggered. Save Tony Stark, Iron Man. This task is a unique assignment and may be declined. Final rewards will be distributed based on the duration of Tony Stark's rescue and the completion level, following an evaluation. Task rewards, 1,000 to 10,000 points. Level 20 Ninja Fragments, X20. Upon viewing the new task, Zhuozhu felt a sense of surprise. How intriguing. It appeared that routine tasks were not limited to a single type. The previous task had multiple options, with a fixed amount of gold points, and only the ninja fragments were a random assortment of 40 pieces. This task, however, was singular, with rewards based on the level of completion. He felt he had a grasp of what completion level entailed. If he were to bring back the same flamboyant playboy Tony Stark, there would undoubtedly be a mere baseline of 1,000 points and 20 fragments of inferior quality. However, should he return transformed into Iron Man, the The rewards would soar to a pinnacle of 10,000 gold points and 20 superior fragments. The disparity in rewards is nothing short of astronomical, matched only by the vast differences in difficulty. While retrieving Tony may be a straightforward task, facilitating his metamorphosis into Iron Man presents a formidable challenge, especially given the constraints of time. Although the system does not stipulate a specific time frame, it is apparent, even to someone as dim-witted as Naruto, that the longer the delay, the lower the score will be. This creates a conflict within the mission. In the original narrative, Tony was confined for a full 3 months before he completed the first iteration of his armored suit, ultimately becoming Iron Man due to Ethan's sacrifice. If Susanoo were to rescue Tony after 3 months, the time elapsed would likely render the score disappointingly low. Conversely, if he were to extricate Tony prematurely, the latter's psyche would not have fully evolved, nor would the design for the armored suit have materialized in his mind, resulting in a similarly meager score. Thus, Susanoo must test his ability to rescue Tony swiftly while simultaneously catalyzing his transformation into Iron Man. Nevertheless, this challenge does not daunt Susanoo. He has already devised a plan. System: accept the mission to rescue Soldier Tony. Mission accepted successfully, with his strategy firmly in mind. Susanoo turned to Langulo. Steer the ship towards May. We are preparing to return. Although their global journey had barely reached its midpoint, Susanoo had lost interest. His sole desire was to complete the mission of saving Tony and reap the rewards. Langulo promptly navigated the vessel to retrieve May from the airbed. After Susanoo indicated that he had pressing matters to attend to, the Parker and Stacy families conferred and decided to accompany him back to New York. While they felt a lingering sense of unfulfilled adventure regarding their global travels, and Susanoo assured them that the subsequent itinerary was well arranged for their enjoyment, their discomfort without his guiding presence was palpable. Thus, the 9 of them returned to New York in unison. Chapter 23. Decisive Actions, Council Authorization. After bidding farewell to the group in New York, Langulo transported Susanoo to the SHIELD headquarters in Washington. At this moment in the Triskelion, on the top floor, the World Security Council was convened. In the conference room, 2 figures stood in stark contrast, one clad in black, the other in white, engaged in a tense standoff. Nick Fury leaned heavily against the conference table, his dark expression nearly dripping with intensity as he demanded, "Pierce, can you explain why SHIELD's Special Operations Division has parachuted in a minister?" Opposite him, Pierce remained composed in his chair, unfazed by the imposing presence of the so-called king of agents. Gazing at Nick Fury, he calmly stated, "This is the decision of the Security Council. SHIELD has neither the authority to question it nor the right to refuse." Nick Fury, however, remained unconvinced by this rationale, his singular eye fixed intently on Pierce. "But you do, Pierce." Fury's tone softened. "As a minister of the Security Council, you have the power to intervene and prevent the Council from recklessly appointing unrelated personnel to SHIELD. Pierce was unmoved by Fury addressing him as teacher. "Nick, I have already shielded you from the repercussions of your misdeeds far too many times. The Council has long grown weary of this. Their stance on intervening in SHIELD's Special Operations Division is resolute, and even I have no means to counter it." Undeterred, Nick Fury insisted, "But how can the Council appoint a mere 22-year-old novice as the head of the most capable combat division in SHIELD? Does he possess the requisite abilities?" Pierce furrowed his brow, discontent brewing at Fury's words, ready to retort, when suddenly the door to the Council burst open. Entering with great strides was Susanoo, clad in black tactical gear, flanked by a cadre of Special Operations members. "You ask on what grounds? Allow me to elucidate. It is based on your incessant creation of chaos, which forces the Special Operations team and Minister Pierce to clean up after you. It is based on your clandestine misuse of United Nations funds to construct your so-called safe houses around the globe. It is based on your abuse of power in undertaking numerous actions beyond your jurisdiction. With prior consent, the Council has granted me authority over the Special Operations Division. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them, but know that I will not heed them." Susanoo, arms crossed and expression icy, stepped before Nick Fury. Speaking in a chilling tone, "Director Fury, would you like me to present specific evidence of your various infractions? For instance, regarding the alien invasion incident in 1995. The mistakes you made are ones I could directly submit to the council for their consideration. Tell me, do you require this? Nick Fury's singular eye widened in shock. Pointing at Susanoo, rendered speechless. He wished to refute, but found himself silenced, for all that Susanoo claimed was undeniably true. Yet how could this be? How can anyone know his secrets? The fact that his clandestine establishment of safe houses across the globe had been uncovered was alarming enough. Among high-ranking officials who did not misappropriate funds. Moreover, as the leader of a world-class espionage organization, creating his own safe houses seemed entirely reasonable, even if he had constructed a few excessively. What of it? He was the king of spies, having contributed so much to global peace. This was his due. What truly astonished him, even instilled a sense of dread, was Susanoo's mention of the alien invasion incident from 1995. It was precisely during that occasion when Carol and the Skrulls arrived on Earth, a truth veiled in secrecy. Yet, after assuming the role of director of SHIELD, he had meticulously erased all records and evidence pertaining to it. How then does this young lad, who was merely playing in the mud back in 1995, possess knowledge of such a matter? Nick Fury's expression darkened. He dared not gamble on whether Agent Coulson truly held any evidence. The mere fact that Coulson was aware of this issue, even without concrete proof, instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. After all, he had clandestinely allowed a highly threatening extraterrestrial race to remain on Earth, an act that could be deemed treasonous and against humanity. Furthermore, the Skrull species, capable of morphing into any individual, posed an even greater risk. Should the United Nations uncover this information, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Resignation would be but the least of his troubles. The ramifications would likely extend to his lineage, forcing even his ancestors to share in his disgrace. Coulson, observing Fury rendered speechless by his confrontation, patted his darkened visage and disdainfully chuckled. Ha! If you wish for the Special Operations Division to clean up SHIELD's mess in the future, you must first submit a report to the director. Only upon my approval can you proceed. Understood? Mission triggered. Encountered world-class figure, Nick Fury. Reward distribution. 10 fragment points. Coulson's gaze flickered. It was astonishing that Nick Fury was indeed his true self. Yet, even without any mysterious artifacts, he proved to be rather unimpressive. Fury's fists, concealed beneath his trench coat, were clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, and he gritted his teeth. Do you comprehend the magnitude of responsibility borne by the SHIELD Special Operations Division? Do you truly possess the capability to serve as its director? In response, Coulson simply laughed. You speak of capability? Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. A few days ago, Tony Stark was ambushed and went missing in Afghanistan. I presume SHIELD has received the task of locating him? Fury fell silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze to Coulson. What are you implying? As the foremost arms dealer and a brilliant scientist in advanced weaponry, Stark's demise would be unfortunate, but his disappearance was far more alarming. The potential for Afghan terrorists to acquire Stark's high-tech weaponry posed a colossal threat, not just to America, but to the entire globe. Consequently, following a United Nations meeting, the burden of locating and confirming Stark's fate fell squarely on the shoulders of SHIELD, the world's premier intelligence agency. Despite nearly a week having passed, the agents dispatched by Fury had yet to gather any useful information. Coulson was well aware of this, as the original narrative revealed that Tony had endured 3 months of captivity in a cave, ultimately escaping by crafting his own armor. During this period, both SHIELD and U.S. military were utterly incapable of locating anyone. With his arms crossed, Susanoo continued to provoke Nick Fury with an air of disdain. You wish to witness my abilities, do you not? Well, I too am eager to assess the prowess of the so-called king of agents. Let us see who can locate the missing Tony Stark first. Surely, you are not afraid, are you? Surely not. Nick Fury narrowed his single-eyed Susanoo's taunting tone. After a long, discerning gaze at the self-assured young man, he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, ultimately transforming his thoughts into self-confidence. After decades of service as an agent, surrounded by countless elite operatives, he could not believe he would be bested by a mere novice. Chapter 24. the wager with Nick Fury, even if this novice commanded a special operations unit. He felt no trepidation. Ultimately, a special operations unit was merely a combat division. The task of locating individuals, which required the gathering of extensive specialized information, could not possibly compare to the various professional agents at his disposal. With this in mind, a subtle smile crept across Nick Fury's lips as he began to set a trap for Susanoo. So, Director Zwa, you wish to wager, do you? If so, that is certainly agreeable, but a wager requires stakes to be truly interesting. What stakes can you offer? Observing the old fox twist the evidence into a wager, the young fox, Susanoo, equally adept at crafting traps for Nick Fury, revealed a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. The mission to rescue Tony was already assigned by the system. Thus, leveraging this task to gain an advantage over Nick Fury seemed advantageous indeed. As for stakes, I have them. Should I lose, I will return the Special Operations Unit to you and guarantee that the Council will cease its interference with S Special Operations. Are you satisfied? Now, it is time for you to present your stakes. Nick Fury was taken aback, not anticipating Susanoo's boldness. He initially aimed to compel Susanoo to concede so that he could maintain direct access to the Special Operations team. After all, the Council's firm stance over the Special Operations Unit left him little hope of ousting Susanoo directly. To his astonishment, Susanoo had proposed the terms himself, even assuring that the Council would not meddle further in Special Operations. This nearly provoked a laugh from him. Indeed, he thought, this was merely a naive youth who, with a little provocation, had gone all in. How foolish! Nick Fury scoffed inwardly, feeling victory was within his grasp. Nonchalantly, he remarked, since you propose it so, what stakes do you wish to claim from me? Speak plainly. I can accommodate anything within my authority. He was unconcerned about Susanoo's demands, firmly believing that the young man could not possibly prevail. Seeing the bait taken, Susanoo prepared to reel it in. I have modest requests. I merely ask for a few individuals from the director to join my Special Operations Unit. Who? Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Phil Coulson. Upon hearing these three names, Nick Fury's heart sank. Damn it. All three are my most trusted agents. Two elite operatives, one of whom is a designated successor to the next director. Observing Nick Fury's hesitance, Susanoo scoffed. Oh, is the esteemed director hesitant to take a risk? I wager my level 9 ministerial authority against you. And yet you hesitate over 2 level 7 agents and 1 level 8 agent? Fury's expression fluctuated, deep in contemplation. After much deliberation, he finally spoke in a grave tone. Coulson is inadequate. At most, I can wager Natasha and Clint against you. To his surprise, Susanoo, without a moment's hesitation, declared. Agreed. Fury was taken aback, sensing something amiss. Why did he acquiesce so readily? He had intended to engage in a protracted negotiation and, if necessary, include Coulson in the stake. Yet, Susanoo's prompt acceptance unsettled him, instilling an ominous premonition within. Nevertheless, having spoken his piece and buoyed by self-assurance, he chose not to dwell on regrets. Susanoo, on the other hand, had never held Coulson in high regard. He proposed this wager not only to earn a reward, but also to gradually deplete Fury's resources. Compared to Black Widow and Hawkeye, two of the founding members of the Avengers, Coulson was, overall, rather mediocre. Apart from his social skills, he fell short in various other aspects, rendering him merely an expendable addition to the wager. Susanoo turned to Pierce. Minister Pierce, I would like you to witness this bet between Director Fury and myself. Pierce nodded with a gentle smile. Very well. I shall serve as the witness to your agreement. With Pierce as a witness, Fury would dare not renege later. Susanoo cast one last glance at Fury's changing demeanor, smirking coldly. Good luck, Director. Your two ace operatives have little time left. With that, Susanoo and his Special Forces team strode out of the conference room with great momentum. Once Susanoo departed, Fury's grim expression swiftly returned to calmness. His previous demeanor had merely been a fade to mislead Susanoo into believing he lacked confidence, thereby lowering his guard to avoid regrets. However, this game was a guaranteed victory for me, my young friend. Nick Fury felt a surge of pride as he nodded to Pierce and confidently exited. Upon returning to his office, he retrieved his phone and dialed his espionage expert. Natasha, we have a mission. 3 days later, Afghanistan. A terrorist base. Please, spare me. No. In the rudimentary base, surrounded by yellow sand, a terrorist dangled from an iron frame, emitting gut-wrenching cries. Before him stood the indifferent Langmuir, wielding a sharp military knife, methodically stripping the flesh from his legs. The terrorist, suspended in mid-air, had one leg reduced to nothing but a bloodied bone, while the other had half of its flesh sheared away. Shortly thereafter, the wretched screams of the terrorist ceased as he succumbed to shock from excessive blood loss. Susanoo, with one hand cradling his head, reclined atop a pile of Stark Industries missiles, casually tossing a grenade with his other hand. Without a glance at the lifeless figure clad in a white scarf, he spoke coolly, "Proceed to the next, until someone reveals the whereabouts of the Ten Commandments gang." At his command, Langlo unhesitatingly discarded the deceased terrorist's body like refuse and summoned another, a kneeling figure with hands clasped over his head, preparing for execution. Among the terror-stricken crowd, one individual, seemingly a minor leader adorned in a white scarf, finally succumbed to his fear and spoke up, raising his hands and chattering incomprehensible gibberish. A nearby Special Forces translator promptly conveyed his words. "Minister, he claims to know the location of the Ten Commandments gang's base and is willing to guide us." Susanoo's vacant eyes flickered with interest as a colossal purple skeletal hand materialized, crushing the grenade mid-air. With a thunderous explosion, vivid orange flames erupted within the grasp of the purple hand, yet the skeletal claw remained entirely unfazed, not even a hint of flame escaping its grip. The fully armed Special Forces members were not taken aback. Instead, they gazed at Susanoo with admiration. During their days in Afghanistan, they had become completely enamored with this new minister, whose formidable power seemed godlike. A mere glance from him could transform a terrorist stronghold of hundreds into a nightmarish inferno. The towering purple giant, impervious to tanks and missiles, had even turned the tide against a multitude of armored vehicles with its lethal prowess. This instilled in the Special Forces soldiers an instinctive reverence for Susanoo, leading them to wholeheartedly acknowledge their new leader. Susanoo reveled in their adulation. "Yes, worship me. Submit to me and align with me." Since acquiring the power of Susanoo, Susanoo had grown somewhat reliant on this formidable third force. With his vision intact and an abundance of chakra, he relished the luxury of employing Susanoo for every endeavor. Just like now, feeling too lethargic to move, he extended a purple claw, directly snatching the speaking terrorist leader before him. "Now, take me to the Ten Commandments gang," he commanded. The translator promptly relayed his words to the white-scarved leader. Gripped within the skeletal hand, the terrorist leader was on the brink of fainting from fear. Was this truly a power that humanity could wield? Yet he understood that to survive beneath such force, obedience was paramount, and he immediately began to babble a lengthy response. The translator respectfully conveyed, "Minister, he states that he can lead you to the Ten Commandments gang's territory, but you must guarantee that he will not be harmed afterward." Upon hearing these words, Susanoo displayed a benevolent smile and nodded. "Rest assured, I shall not take his life. That task shall be yours." The translator from the Special Forces understood and nodded in agreement. Addressing the leader with a grin, "The boss has assured you, he will not kill you, so do not worry." The terrorist leader, upon hearing this, wore a countenance of relief, expressing his gratitude to Susanoo. "Thank you, Almighty, thank you. I promise to lead you to the Ten Commandments gang." Susanoo, unable to comprehend, casually tossed him into the passenger seat of the foremost vehicle in the convoy and snapped his fingers. The Special Forces, recognizing the signal, swiftly raised their weapons. Subsequently, a series of silenced shots rang out, and one by one, the terrorists fell, their heads bursting open as they returned to the embrace of their deity. Susanoo, supporting himself against the ground, leapt into the rear seat of the vehicle, pressing down the terrorist leader, who had attempted to rise upon hearing the gunfire. "I told you, I will not kill you, but your subordinates are not as fortunate as you." Regardless of whether he understood, he issued a direct command. "Let us depart. It is time to rescue our playboy." The Special Forces promptly organized themselves, boarding the vehicles and starting them up. The lengthy convoy set off, stirring up a cloud of dust in the desert. Chapter 25, the exceptionally high-profile Tony Stark 6 hours later at the pseudo base of the Ten Commandments gang. After enduring days of inhumane torment, our once proud genius scientist and former playboy, Tony Stark, had relinquished his now futile arrogance. He extended a hand in reconciliation to the terrorist leader, agreeing to manufacture Jericho missiles for him. with a facade of a broad smile. Tony turned to Ethan and said softly, "They will not spare us. Once the missiles are completed, it will mark our demise, correct?" Ethan, equally adorned with a cheerful smile, replied, "Indeed, we are doomed, Tony." The two engage in a conversation filled with stark despair, their cheerful expressions betraying their hopelessness. On a distant hill, Susanoo, peering through binoculars, bore a similar smile. "Nick Fury, you have lost." Behind Susanoo, the terrorist guiding him, upon confirming that it was indeed the base of the Ten Commandments gang, hurriedly remarked, "I have brought you to the Ten Commandments gang. You have verified its authenticity. So shall you fulfill your promise and let me go?" Susanoo, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "What nonsense is this fool babbling? Take him away." As his words fell, the translator, who had been standing beside the terrorist leader, did not hesitate to draw a knife and swiftly slit his throat, sending him off. The leader clutched his bleeding neck, collapsing helplessly. Susanoo had kept his word. He did not kill him himself, but allowed the translator to do so. Long Mulo approached Susanoo and inquired, "We have confirmed Tony Stark's location. Shall we proceed with the operation now?" Susanoo casually tossed the telescope to Lang Muro and spoke, "No, you all stay here for now. I shall venture inside first. Only act upon my command." He needed to ascertain whether Tony had truly resolved to become Iron Man. He was aiming for the highest reward, not merely the minimum. Lang Muro nodded immediately, understood. The sand beneath Susanoo's feet rippled slightly as his body sank into the ground, vanishing into the yellow sands. Deep within the cave, after Tony acquiesced to the Ten Rings' request to fabricate missiles for them, his life had become considerably more bearable. Although his freedom remained confined within the small cave, at least he no longer faced brutal beatings at every turn. Moreover, the terrorists were providing him with all the materials he requested, solely to expedite the creation of the Jericho missile. Yet, as he observed the various Stark Industries weapons being brought in by the Ten Rings, he fell into a deep silence. These past few days had been among the most humiliating of his life. Not only had he been captured after being attacked by his own missile, but now he was forced to dismantle weapons he had once designed to assist the terrorists in producing his latest creation. How absurd! Others used his own weapons against him, and now he was to use those very weapons to help his assailants forge even more formidable armaments. It was laughable. He felt like a fool, utterly at the mercy of his captors. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Tony's forehead throbbed with veins, his fists clenched in a tremor of rage. He contemplated detonating the weapons, wishing to perish alongside those wretched terrorists. Ethan, perceiving Tony's distress, placed his frail hand upon Tony's shoulder, offering comfort and counsel. "Hey, Tony, calm down. It's not time to abandon hope. We still have a chance. Besides, you are Tony Stark. Giving up is not in your nature. Pull yourself together." Reassured by Ethan's words, Tony took several deep breaths of the stale cave air and managed to suppress his self-destructive inclinations. "You are right, Ethan. I cannot simply relinquish hope. I must find a way to escape this wretched place with you. There is still so much to accomplish." As he spoke, Tony's gaze shifted toward a pile of weapons intended for the Jericho missile, his expression shifting. Perhaps, aside from missiles, he could utilize them to create something entirely different. In a flash of inspiration, Tony's mind surged with creativity. Who said these weapons could only be fashioned into missiles? They were all his designs. He could repurpose them to craft a unique masterpiece of his own, one that would aid his escape from his prison. With renewed determination, he immediately grabbed paper and began sketching the extraordinary design that had sparked in his mind. Susanoo stood inverted atop the cave, arms crossed, quietly observing Tony as he drew, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It appears that Tony has already conceived the idea of creating the Iron Suit. Thus, transforming him into Iron Man is no longer a challenge. As long as he harbors the notion of the Iron Suit, it is merely a matter of psychological transformation. He possesses ample means for such a metamorphosis. Therefore, it is time to extricate Tony from this dreadful place. A loud thud reverberated through the air. Tony, who was engrossed in sketching designs, and Ethan, who was curiously observing beside him, both startled and swiftly turned around, fearing that terrorists had infiltrated once more. However, they were met with the sight of a young man clad in a black combat suit. Tony instinctively glanced at the firmly locked iron door and immediately sensed something amiss. The wrench he had secured to the door was still in place, indicating that this individual had not entered through that entrance. Furthermore, The exquisite combat attire he wore could not possibly belong to the disheveled terrorists. Tony scrutinized the newcomer and warily inquired, "Who are you? How'd you get in here?" The stranger did not respond, but approached the table, picking up several of Tony's half-finished sketches without hesitation. Observing the rough prototype of the iron armor, he commented, "The design is rather crude. Yet, given the circumstances in this cave, this haphazard assemblage is indeed the most suitable armor design for the present. Who on earth are you?" Tony's pupils constricted as he pressed for answers. How could this person have discerned the correct interpretation of the sketches so swiftly? He had only been drawing for a few minutes, deliberately separating the designs to avoid arousing suspicion from the terrorists. This enigmatic figure had effortlessly recognized the blueprint as a suit of armor. "I am who I am to you. God, Jesus, your savior," the stranger responded with a smile, lowering the sketches and extending his hand toward Tony. "I am Susanoo, the head of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Operations Division, here to take you home." Tony, both astonished and elated at the mention of returning home, remarked, "Though I am unaware of what S.H.I.L.D. entails, I am delighted to hear those words." Hesitating for a moment, he ultimately grasped Susanoo's outstretched hand. At this juncture, with someone coming to his rescue, he could hardly afford to be concerned about his peculiar aversion to contact with strangers. Contact established with a world-class individual, Tony Stark, Iron Man. Rewards being distributed. 20 level fragments, mysterious item, summoning serpent of 10,000 x1. Mysterious item artifact, Uchiha, fan, x1. Susanoo inhaled sharply, astonished. Was this reward truly justified? It was already double that of other world-class individuals, and it had even yielded new mysterious artifacts. The Uchiha clan's sacred relic, the Uchiha fan, along with Sasuke's former summoning beast, the serpent of 10,000. Chapter 26. Tony regarded the suddenly silent Susanoo, attempting to withdraw his hand, yet the grip was like iron, rendering him unable to escape. He could only inquire, "Hey, buddy, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Susanoo came back to his senses from the surprise Tony had brought him and gave a hearty pat on the filthy little mustache before him. "Of course, I'm perfectly fine. I couldn't be happier to see you. You truly are my lucky star, Tony." His excitement was entirely justifiable. The mere fact that Tony could allow him to reap triple rewards was already enough to elate him. With the regular tasks, the engagement missions, and Nick Fury's wager, the current engagement mission rewards were doubled, equating to quadruple returns. How could he possibly contain his joy? Once Tony completed this task, he might even manage to gather the first complete ninja-level card. Even Tony's grimy face began to appear increasingly pleasing to him. Truly, he was the Marvel savior, possessing the makings of a great emperor. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed from the iron door. "Open up, Tony Stark. What's going on inside? Who is that?" An incomprehensible language, accompanied by the sound of kicking, came from the other side of the door. Tony was startled. Fortunately, he had taken the precaution of wedging the iron door with a wrench while drawing blueprints, preventing it from being breached immediately. However, he understood that they must have seen Susanoo's sudden appearance on the surveillance. In a flurry, Tony exclaimed, "So how did you get in? Can you help us escape the same way?" Susanoo, disturbed by the unexpected commotion, let his expression grow serious. "Hold on, buddy. I can certainly lead you out, but we are not escaping." He patted Tony on the shoulder and slowly approached the iron door, a purple skeletal structure gradually emerging from a surface. "I will take you out by force." In the astonished gazes of Tony and Ethan, Susanoo's entire form was enveloped by purple ribs, and a robust skeletal arm extended from his right limb. The purple arm swung upward and violently struck the iron door. With a thunderous crash, the door caved in and flew outward, crashing with a violent roar into the mountain wall at the end of the tunnel. Along with the door, several terrorists who had been kicking it were also sent flying. Unfortunately for them, they could not withstand the iron door's might and were reduced to a gruesome mess, scattered throughout the cavernous tunnel. Tony peered out for where the door had been, glancing at Susanoo's enormous skeletal arm, and then at the bloody scene within the tunnel. "Goodness, my friend, I must say your superpower is absolutely incredible." He silently resolved that once they escaped, he would also acquire a similarly powerful steel arm. Not for any other reason than that astonishingly cool appearance. No man could possibly resist such a striking feature. Susanoo turned back to the sneaky Tony peering from the doorway, shaking his head with a smile. "Superpower? This is not a superpower. Rather, it is the bloodline limit, the ability of the Mangeki Sharingan, which hardly qualifies as a superhuman ability. Upon hearing this, Tony paused, glanced at Zozu's face, and connecting it with his name, he suddenly realized it's not a superpower. I understand now. This is the ancient martial arts of your Huaxia. I have heard that martial arts can be acquired through practice. Do you think I could train a master? Such an impressive external arm like yours? Zozu cast a sidelong glance at the self-satisfied Ephraimo and responded bluntly, "This is not martial arts, and even if it were at your age, you would not be able to practice it. Martial arts require starting from a young age and depend heavily on innate talent." Unconvinced, Tony placed his hands on his hips. While I indeed missed the opportunity to start young, I believe I possess the necessary talent. Surely, there must be some form of martial arts that can be learned without starting in childhood, provided one has sufficient talent. Zozu scrutinized the inexplicably confident Tony and, with a hint of a mischievous smile, nodded. If you truly wish to learn, there exists a martial art that requires only talent and not age, which would suit you perfectly. Tony inquired eagerly, "What is it?" Zozu replied, "The evil repelling sword manual." Tony was taken aback. "Huaxia language? I don't understand. Can you speak in English?" Zozu comprehend? Tony. Noticing Tony, who was covering his lower body and sweating profusely, Zozu decided not to tease him any further. He pressed the earpiece in his ear. "Rang Luo, it's time to take action. Eliminate all resistance." Upon receiving the command, the Special Operations Team immediately commenced their assault. Outside the cave, gunfire and explosions erupted incessantly, prompting the terrorists who had initially intended to investigate the commotion caused by Tony to rush out to engage the enemy. This unexpected turn transformed what was once the most perilous cave into an oddly secure refuge. "Great genius, and Dr. Ethan, let us prepare to embrace your freedom," Zozu declared, leading the way out of the cave. Tony and Ethan hurriedly followed. Having witnessed Zozu's formidable prowess, they felt an overwhelming sense of security only in his imposing presence. As Zozu led them out, the already chaotic base of the Ten Commandments gang was now a scene of utter devastation. Bodies of terrorists lay strewn about, along with the wreckage of exploded vehicles and shattered weapons. On the yellowed sands, armed personnel in black combat gear stood resolutely amidst the ruins of the gang's stronghold. Beneath their feet, alongside the corpses of the Ten Commandments terrorists, the surviving terrorists knelt with their hands clasped over their heads. As Zozu emerged from the cave, all members of the Special Operations Team fervently turned their gaze toward him. Tony and Ethan, following closely behind, swallowed hard, casting skeptical glances at these fervent individuals, suspecting Zozu might be some sort of cult leader. After all, in a legitimate organization, one would not expect such fervent expressions from subordinates. Zozu beckoned, and his deputy, Rang Luo, promptly stepped forward. "Who is the leader? Bring him to me." Rang Nero nodded and gestured towards the kneeling terrorists. From the shadow at his feet, a dark silhouette swiftly extended and darted to the ankles of a balding man, binding him tightly. The man was forcibly yanked into the air, dangling before Zhuizhu. This divine gift bestowed by Zhuizhu was essentially the shadow manipulation ability of Shikamaru. Recognizing Rang Nero's potential, Zhuizhu granted him this power after discernibly sensing his loyalty over time. This was one of the reasons the members of Hydra's elite special forces revered him so fervently. He had been anointed by their new leader in the presence of all. Moreover, Zhuizhu had painted a grand vision for them. Such divine gifts would be generously given to those who displayed true loyalty. This further solidified the Special Forces' allegiance to their new chief, as loyalty to one Hydra leader was loyalty to all. The ability to bestow extraordinary powers made Zhuizhu far superior to other leaders who merely commanded them. As for Rang Nero, Zhuizhu did not neglect his most capable subordinate, Alexander Pierce, bestowing upon him the card of the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. The remarkable vitality of Naruto's lineage would rejuvenate Pierce's aging body, enabling this loyal servant, once controlled by an otherworldly deity, to serve longer. Additionally, Naruto's Rasengan and Shadow Clone technique were ideally suited for Pierce, the master of infiltration. The Rasengan provided him with a means of self-defense, while the Shadow Clone technique allowed him to multiply his efforts. It was simply perfect, returning to the present. As Rang Nero manipulated the shadow to suspend the balding man, he also formed a dark throne behind Zhuizhu. Without hesitation, Zhuizhu took his seat upon the throne. "Tony, standing behind Susanoo, was taken aback by the display. Do you really need to look this impressive, brother? It makes me, the quintessential American heartthrob, appear as if I am merely a lackey. Unaware of Tony's envious gaze, Susanoo drew the Kusanagi sword from the void, casually grooming his nails while inquiring. I hear you are from the Ten Commandments gang? Where is your leader, Masterman? The suspended, balding man, his face flushed and head throbbing, muttered defiantly, What Masterman? I don't know him. I am the leader of the Ten Commandments gang. Stubbornness? Susanoo raised his eyes, a cold glint in his gaze. With a swift motion, the glimmer of cold steel flashed, and the balding man's arm fell to the ground. The next time, it will be your other arm. If you fail to satisfy me even once, you will lose a limb, until all 5 are taken from you, rendering you a mere stump of a person. The bald man, seasoned in battle and unafraid of death, felt a chill within at these words. Losing his limbs was one thing, but to be reduced to a mere human stick? He might as well embrace death. I am indeed the boss. This is not the true Ten Rings gang. I merely adopted their name, having once heard of their formidable reputation to wield power in this domain. Upon hearing this, Susanoo lost all interest. He had initially thought that if this were the genuine Ten Rings gang, even a splinter group, he could follow the trail to find the elusive Mandarin and personally confront him. As a formidable adversary to Iron Man in comics, the Mandarin possessed both strength and influence and could undoubtedly provide a substantial reward for contact. Moreover, the rings he wielded were coveted treasures. However, to his disappointment, this so-called Ten Rings gang was nothing but a counterfeit, with no connection to the true Mandarin's organization. It was a complete waste of effort. Susanoo casually tossed the Kusanagi sword to Tony behind him and remarked, I leave him to you. You may seek your vengeance and try to extract the information you desire from him. I trust he will surprise you with his answers. Tony received the blade, a grim smile slowly spreading across his face. This was precisely what he wanted. He harbored a vendetta against this bald man and had numerous questions to pose. As an arms dealer, he was no innocent party and had no qualms about employing gruesome methods to elicit answers. Enjoy using my missiles to bombard me, do you? You relish drowning me and electrifying me, do you? Now, the tables have turned, old man. He cackled menacingly, advancing towards the bald man step by step. The situation had reversed, and the bald man, overcome with dread, cried out, No, don't come any closer. If pleading for mercy were effective, the annals of history would not be filled with weapons steeped in bloodshed. 10 minutes later, the bald leader, suspended upside down in the shadows, was now covered in wounds and barely clinging to life. Tony plunged the Kusanagi sword into the yellow sand, reclining against Susanoo's shadowy throne, panting heavily. This bastard is quite the resilience. I've struck him dozens of times, yet he refuses to utter a single word. Susanoo, propping his head up with one hand as he observed the spectacle, cast a peculiar glance at Tony. Is it possible that it is because you haven't asked him anything? Tony, who had just taken a hearty gulp of water from the glass handed to him by Rumlow, froze mid-drink. Did I not ask? He cast a disbelieving look at Susanoo, then glanced at Ethan, who was also circling the bald man and occasionally delivering kicks for good measure. Ethan paused, a perplexed expression on his face, and asked, Ask what? Were you not merely torturing this scoundrel? He observed Tony, who without a moment's hesitation, brandished his knife and mercilessly assaulted the bald leader for 10 minutes, nearly reducing him to a state akin to noodle strands. He initially assumed Tony was merely seizing the opportunity for vengeance. Even Ethan, unable to restrain himself, joined in on Tony's sadistic torment, delivering a few kicks. Tony, disregarding everything else, swiftly pulled Ethan away, who was eager to deliver more blows, and fervently shook the already dazed bald man. With fervor, he shouted, You bastard, tell me who hired you to attack me, and how did you acquire so many weapons manufactured by Stark Industries? Surprisingly, the bald leader, shaken back from the brink of death by Tony's vigorous shaking, glared at the former prisoner who had inflicted countless cuts upon him, each avoiding vital areas, rendering his suffering unbearable. He spat out a mouthful of blood. No, go to hell, Tony Stark, you will never find out. I should have shown no mercy and killed you outright. With that, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Having lost too much blood, he sensed that his time was running short, and thus relinquished any desire to survive. At this juncture, it was Tony who panicked. How could he have allowed hatred to cloud his judgment, neglecting to first inquire about the crucial mastermind behind it all, focusing solely on his own satisfaction and revenge. Anxiously, he realized this might be his only opportunity to uncover the mole within Stark Industries. If he failed to obtain information about the insider this time, who knew what other weapons from his own company might obliterate him next? Thankfully, he had survived this encounter and was aided by Ethan, who had pulled him back from the abyss, and his assistant who had come to rescue him. Yet, he feared that such luck might not befall him again. Whether he would encounter Ethan and his assistant again was uncertain, and the first missile might very well end his life. Ultimately, Tony cast a desperate glance toward his assistant, who had been watching the spectacle. "Zwa, do you have any way to save him? If he dies, the truth about the mole within Stark Industries will be buried alongside him." Zwa, indifferent, replied, "If he dies, then he dies. In fact, I could tell you directly who the mole is within Stark Industries." Tony fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then lifted his gaze to Zwa earnestly. "I still wish to hear the answer from him personally. Consider it another favor owed to you, Zwa. I implore you." In light of Tony's previous revelations, Zwa decided to indulge him just this once. "Fine, I can't resist you. But truly, you are a handful." Zwa formed a series of hand seals and pressed them to the ground. Black talismans spread out across the earth, invoking the summoning technique of the slug. The talismans on the ground erupted in a cloud of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal blue-and-white slug, towering 2 meters high, appeared beside Zwa. It was the healing slug of Princess Susanoo. However, this was not its complete form. Rather, it was merely a portion of the slug's essence that he had summoned. Otherwise, the fully rewarded slug would have reached an enormous size of 60 meters. The size of the slug is not comparable to that of the Naruto world, but rather is the size of a single slug rewarded by the system. Nevertheless, the bald man's minor injuries are more than adequately addressed by a 2-meter slug. The slug, exhibiting a degree of sentience, inclined its head slightly to the left and enveloped the bald man entirely in its form. After a brief moment of writhing, once the slug released him, his wounds had miraculously healed, save for the arm severed by Susanoo. Every individual present, including the healed bald man, stared in astonishment at the slug. Is this slimy creature truly so formidable? As a semi-doctor, Ethan could not help but exclaim that this was nothing short of a miracle. Susanoo glanced at the slick, mucus-covered bald man and calmly stated, "Speak of what you know, or I can subject you to a cycle of continuous injury and recovery until you comply." Chapter 28. The transformation of Tony, the bald man, shuddered at the ominous words. The mere thought of such a fate was enough to render one's existence unbearable. Faced with Tony's impending strike, he became abjectly submissive, exclaiming, "I will tell you everything. I will reveal all." Without uttering another word, Susanoo gestured for him to speak to Tony. The bald man turned to Tony and, in the next breath, uttered a name that left Tony's mind blank. "Obadiah Stane. He was the one who financed our attack, provided your secure routes, and sold us weapons as well." Tony, incredulous, staggered back 2 steps, nearly losing his footing. Fortunately, Ethan was quick to support him. Tony, in a daze, muttered, "How could it be him?" He had suspected everyone, yet he had never doubted the uncle who had shouldered the burden of Stark Industries during his father's death. When Tony was engulfed in sorrow and neglecting the world, his trust in him was unwavering. He had relinquished control of the entire Stark Industries to him. But why Obadiah? Why would you do this? Susanoo rose, withdrew the grass-cutting sword that Tony had plunged into the ground, and with a swift stroke, ended the life of the recently healed bald leader. He turned to Romulo and coldly declared, "These individuals are of no further use. Eliminate them all." With a series of muted gunshots echoing in the air, the remaining terrorists were methodically dispatched. Observing Tony, who was lost in despair, Susanoo sensed that it was time to administer another potent dose of reality to catalyze his complete transformation into Iron Man. He placed a reassuring hand on Tony's shoulder and began to impart a dose of psychological insight. "I previously mentioned that you would uncover answers that would astonish you. But this is not the most astonishing revelation. Obadiah's deceptions extend far beyond this. Would you like to learn even more surprising truths?" Tony, jolted back to awareness, inquired, "More surprises? Are they also related to Obadiah?" Susanoo nodded. "First, do you have any idea how many terrorists Obadiah has sold Stark Industries weapons to?" Tony furrowed his brow, pondering the matter. Stark Industries weapon exports are subject to stringent regulations. Even if Obadiah clandestinely sold a few to terrorists, It should only be a limited quantity. Upon hearing this, Jarvis chuckled and turned to Dr. Ethan. Dr. Ethan, please enlighten him regarding the number of Stark Industries weapons in Afghanistan. Ethan sighed deeply and replied slowly, a considerable amount. While I cannot specify the exact figure, Stark Industries weapons are remarkably popular in Afghanistan, with nearly all major factions acquiring these superior arms. This is a widely acknowledged fact among the Afghan populace, with the exception of Tony, who, as a former carefree playboy, remained blissfully ignorant of the company's dealings. Jarvis nodded and added, Indeed, however, what Dr. Ethan has not mentioned is that due to the exceptional quality of Stark Industries weapons, the resulting casualties are also the highest among all armaments. For instance, Dr. Ethan's hometown, Gumala, was one of the places subjected to bombardment by terrorists wielding Stark Industries artillery. Jarvis then uttered the most harrowing truth for Tony and Dr. Ethan's family. Along with those innocent villagers perished among them. Tony suddenly lifted his gaze towards Ethan, a genuine panic reflected in his eyes for the first time. Although he felt a profound sadness upon learning of Obadiah's betrayal, that sentiment paled in comparison to what he now experienced. Hearing Ethan reveal that Stark Industries weapons had fallen into the hands of countless terrorists filled him with guilt, primarily because of his neglect towards the company. However, when he learned from Jarvis that his weapons were used against Ethan's family, the gravity of the tragedies wrought by his creations struck him like a thunderbolt. He panicked. This time, it was the family of his savior, Ethan. What if it were next time? Pepper? Or Rhodey? No, this cannot be allowed to happen. For the first time, he felt a weight upon his shoulders, known as responsibility. This was all his fault. It was his burden to bear. He must rectify this to safeguard everything, not only for those innocent lives, but also for those close to him. Jarvis observed the palpable transformation in Tony's demeanor, a sly smile creeping across his lips. He could almost sense his mission rating soaring. He could not resist adding fuel to the fire, speaking in a devilish tone. And what of your parents' demise? Do you genuinely believe they succumbed to a mere tragic accident? Jarvis gestured, and Rumble immediately produced a document that had been meticulously prepared in advance. This is the S.H.I.E.L.D. autopsy report regarding your father's death. Take a look for yourself. This was information Jarvis had specifically procured from S.H.I.E.L.D. concerning Howard's cause of death before their departure. As one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard's death had indeed been investigated, revealing that he and his wife did not perish in an accident, but rather fell victim to a premeditated attack. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, fearing that Tony might succumb to extremism, chose to conceal the truth from the only heir of the Stark family. Tony had already begun to piece things together. As he accepted the documents handed to him by Rumlow, the thin sheets felt as heavy as 1,000 burdens. Observing Tony's hesitant hands, Jarvis directly assisted him in unveiling the contents, revealing the death report of Howard and Maria Stark. Howard Stark perished from multiple severe blows to the head, while Maria Stark succumbed to a crushed trachea and cervical spine. Tony's eyes turned crimson, his heart seemed to bleed. His parents had not died in an accident, but rather through deliberate actions, suffering far more than any accident could inflict. Jarvis did not offer consolation, despite Tony's shattered expression, but continued. As the head of Stark Industries, Howard's operations were strictly confidential, known only to a select few. Given that your own operations were leaked, leading to an attack, do you not perceive the similarities between the two incidents? Tony turned mechanically, his eyes devoid of light as he gazed at Jarvis. Are you implying that the death of my parents was also orchestrated by Obadiah? Jarvis neither confirmed nor denied this, instead guiding him. Beyond Obadiah and yourself, who else was privy to your father's security protocols? Whose interests would be most served by your father's demise? If not Obadiah, could it possibly be you? Tony inhaled deeply. The dazed look in his eyes oddly transformed into a peculiar calm as he stared intently at Jarvis. Finally, he inquired, why are you revealing all of this to me? What is your true objective? Chapter 29. The first card, Uchihamadara, leaned closer to Tony, lightly tapping his chest's miniature reactor, responding candidly. Because I require you to change. I need someone with a heart of steel to emerge from here, not the frivolous playboy consumed solely by research. Tony regarded the clarity in J.A.R.V.I.'s eyes, remaining silent for a lengthy moment before forcing a rather unattractive smile. Do you genuinely believe the notorious arms dealer, a playboy, is capable of such transformation? J.A.R.V.I.s replied with conviction. Of course. Otherwise, do you think I would exert myself to rescue you merely for charitable endeavors? I share this with you because you are not beyond redemption. I choose to believe in you. Your future should not be one of demise at the hands of your own weapons or in the company of some frivolous affair, but rather, it should be a path of grandeur. Tony's gaze fixated intently on J.R.V., as if something within him were awakening, such as J.A.R.V.I.s grinned broadly, such as the path of hero, with a final word from J.A.R.V.I.s. A profound transformation occurred in Tony's expression. The seed that had begun to sprout within him instantaneously blossomed into a towering tree. In that moment, he shed his earthly attachments, transformed completely, with a heart of steel nestled within the chest. The voice of the system resonated in the mind of the left assistant. Detected that the routine task has reached the highest scoring standard. System automatically submitting task. Rescue Soldier Tony. Score 99. Rewards being dispensed. 9,999 gold points. 20 shards. At the same time, in the majestic Himalayas at Kumar Taj, within a quaint and ancient room, a verdant magical array adorned the entirety of the space. Clad in a yellow robe of sorcery, the Ancient One sat cross-legged, suspended at the center of the array, fingers weaving intricate signs. Once again, the scene shifted. The Ancient One observed the green temporal array as it perpetually shifted and converged in the air, a flicker of intrigue breaking the calm of her gaze. As time progressed, the expansive temporal array that filled the room began to condense and shrink. Eventually, what remained before the Ancient One was a singular thread of time, radiating a brilliant emerald glow. How fascinating that even the chaotic timeline of the universe, which showed no inclination to engage, had been brought to an unexpected order by this newcomer. It was truly remarkable and piqued her curiosity about the potential heights this young individual might reach. As the guardian of the Time Stone, the Ancient One was well-versed in peering into the fabric of time. Driven by curiosity, she resolved to take a closer look. With a fleeting glance, her fingers brushed the brilliant thread of time, and visions of the future unfolded in her mind's eye. Amidst the ruins, humanity wailed in the black flames. Towering blue giants loomed over the earth. Horrifying meteors plummeted from the sky. And finally, a dark-haired youth sat regally upon a high throne. The youth, seemingly sensing something, directed his daunting violet gaze toward a void. The vision of the future was abruptly severed, shattering the verdant thread of time before the Ancient One into fragments of glimmering light that dispersed into nothingness. A trickle of blood stained her lips as a consequence of the backlash, yet she remained unfazed, a semblance of relief washing over her. Hope and destruction were intertwined, bringing hope to earth while delivering ruin to those who resisted. This was sufficient. To him, she believed, he represented hope for the planet, and that alone was enough for her to find peace. As for the denizens of Earth, she felt no obligation toward them. Closing her eyes, the Ancient One revealed a dark mark upon her forehead, beginning to draw forth energy from the dark dimension to mend the damage inflicted by the temporal backlash. Dormammu. At this moment, the left assistant remained unaware that he had caught the attention of an elderly nun with a penchant for peering into the futures of others. He was currently returning aboard a specially designed S.H.I.L.D. transport accompanied by Tony, who had undergone a significant transformation. The bounty from this endeavor was monumental. It was time to unveil the blind box. The level blind box. System, display my total gold points and shards. Although he had already calculated it in his mind, the sight of 100 level fragments still made Susanoo's breath grow heavier. This was the first level ninja card he had painstakingly gathered. It took him nearly half a month of hard work to compile this card. Susanoo took a deep breath, his heart fervently wishing for a good card, dispelling the notion of worthless cards. After his silent prayer, Susanoo resolutely declared, System, synthesize the level ninja card for me. Received, synthesizing, please wait. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the level card. Uchihamadara Edo Tensei. What the hell? Madara. Susanoo gasped, feeling an unimaginably powerful force surging within him. The terrifying amount of chakra, the unparalleled strength, and the new cataclysmic skills flooding his mind made his heart race intensely. The chakra was at least 10 times greater than before, and his physical power had tripled. However, the most significant enhancement was not merely the increase in chakra and physical strength, but the formidable skills bestowed upon him by this card. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. The 3 forms of Susanoo, Susanoo Skeleton, Half-Body Susanoo, and Complete Body Susanoo, would release. Advent of the Trees. Rinnegan, Universal Pull, Heavenly Deva Path. This card granted him 4, or rather 5 new skills, aside from the skeletal and half-body Susanoo he had already mastered. In fact, there was another ability that Susanoo was unsure whether to classify as a skill. Now, he could transform his body into a corpse of the Edo Tensei. He did not truly master the Edo Tensei technique. Rather, the card state allowed him to switch freely between his physical body and the Edo Tensei form. Yet, this capability was already extraordinary. Without any conjurer's Edo Tensei body, he had essentially acquired an immortal ability for free, although not genuinely indestructible. After all, in the Marvel Universe, even an Edo Tensei body could be defeated by powerful entities. Under physical attacks, the Edo Tensei body could be said to stand invincible. At the very least, the only threat posed by nuclear weapons, which had once been a danger to him, was now rendered ineffective. Even if he were reduced to ashes, his Edo Tensei form would soon recover. Once he survived an attack, with his newfound power, the adversary would face national calamity. Can you imagine how long it would take for my complete body, Susanoo, and Heavenly Deva Path to obliterate a city? How swiftly could I annihilate an entire nation? Chapter 30. Alas, Tony has truly deceived me. Susanoo was immensely satisfied with his first card. This card, unparalleled in the realm of the game, stood as one of the most formidable cards in the world, akin to the most powerful within the Naruto universe. The name Uchiha Madara alone epitomized absolute strength. Susanoo exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and awakened from the exaggerated surge of power bestowed by Madara. This time, under his deliberate control, there was no occurrence of chakra leakage following the violent increase in strength. Otherwise, the tremendous pressure generated by Madara's enhancement might have caused the aircraft to plummet from the sky. Consequently, Tony and the other members of the special forces aboard the transport plane remained oblivious to the unusual changes occurring within Susanoo. At that moment, Tony and Ethan were comfortably reclined in their seats, lost in a slumber akin to that of an infant. Having been in constant fear of not witnessing the dawn during their days in the Cave of the Ten Rings, they now relaxed and slept soundly. With Susanoo's strength surging, his mood also lightened, and he too closed his eyes, drifting into a blissful dream. As the others slept, time passed steadily. After half a day, the specially designed transport plane finally touched down. Having been duly reported, the aircraft flew directly to New York City, landing grandly in the spacious plaza at the entrance of Stark Tower. Tony, now clad in a smart suit instead of the ragged attire from the cave, stepped out of the transport plane first, looking quite presentable. The security personnel, initially astonished at the audacity of someone parking the transport directly in front of Stark Tower, had already drawn their stun guns. However, upon seeing their long-missing boss, rumored to have disappeared in Afghanistan for half a month, emerge from the plane, their eyes widened in disbelief. This news swiftly spread throughout Stark Tower from 10 to 100, amplifying the astonishment. Instead of entering his own company, Tony leaned against the transport plane, quietly awaiting the gathering crowd of onlookers. Before long, the upper echelon of Stark Industries, led by Obadiah, hastily emerged from the building. Upon confirming Tony's safety, Obadiah narrowed his eyes slightly, concealing his shock and murderous intent, and then donned a warm smile. "Look who has returned, our brilliant genius, Tony. I knew you wouldn't be so easily defeated," Obadiah exclaimed, opening his arms for an enthusiastic embrace. Tony, with a sullen expression, remained silent. After the embrace, Obadiah, visibly relieved, remarked, "You have no idea how worried I was during your disappearance. If something had truly happened to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your late father, my dear friend." At the mention of his father, Tony could no longer contain his fury. Bang! Tony's fist landed forcefully upon the unsuspecting Obadiah's abdomen. "You scoundrel! How dare you mention my father in front of me?" As Obadiah's bodyguard witnessed his employer being struck, He instinctively reached for the firearm secured at his waist, prepared to retaliate against Tony, irrespective of his stature as the illustrious Stark. However, in the next heartbeat, every bodyguard's motion froze. Behind Tony stood 30 fully armed special operations soldiers, their assault rifles raised in unison, aimed directly at them. The indifference reflected in their eyes left no doubt in the minds of the bodyguards. Should they dare draw their weapons, the soldiers would not hesitate to fire. Not only were Obadiah's bodyguards targeted, but even the Stark Boar members accompanying him found themselves in the crosshairs of the elite unit. Tony, with a frigid demeanor, stood resolutely before the special forces, his foot resting upon the kneeling form of Obadiah. He exuded an aura akin to a dragon king returning in grandeur, instilling a palpable fear throughout the assembly. This was indeed a predicament. He had inadvertently been outsmarted. Lefty leaned against the cabin door, sharing a bucket of popcorn of unknown origin with Ethan, both spectators to the unfolding drama. The reason the special forces chose to align with Tony was straightforward. He possessed the means to pay. Upon confirming Obadiah's treachery, Tony resolved to confront him. However, his Iron Man suit was still in the design phase, making a direct confrontation unfeasible. Thus, he once again sought Lefty's assistance, employing his financial prowess to hire all 30 members of the special forces involved in his rescue for a sum of $100,000 each. In this arrangement, Lefty established the terms, ensuring his men would enjoy a fair compensation without taking any intermediary fees, instructing Tony to remit the payments directly to the soldiers. He assured the team that they could accept this lucrative side job without concern, promising to handle any repercussions should complications arise. This maneuver further entrenched Lefty's rapport with the special forces. With a fierce grip on Obadiah's collar, Tony's eyes burned with rage and anguish. Do you know? Just a day ago, I never suspected that the traitor within Stark Industries would be you, my most trusted uncle. Obadiah felt a weight settle in his chest. Yet he feigned a smile, attempting to deflect. I do not comprehend your words, Tony. During your absence, I worried for your safety. Perhaps you have heard some rumors, but you must believe they are merely attempts to sow discord in our father-son relationship. Father-son? Tony's eyes blazed crimson, his fury overshadowing his sorrow as he raised his fist in a fit of rage. You scoundrel! Not only did you attempt to kill me, but you also murder my parents, and now you speak of familial bonds. With a series of thunderous punches, Tony unleashed his fury, each strike landing with all his might until Obadiah's visage became a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. Exhausted and with bruised knuckles, Tony finally stepped away from the barely conscious Obadiah, lifting his gaze to the cacophony of sirens and the blinding flashes of cameras that surrounded them. The Stark Tower Plaza was surrounded by police and journalists, yet not a single soul could impede Tony's brutal quest for vengeance. The Special Operations Team, 30 strong, formed an impenetrable barrier, isolating everyone from Tony. Observing this scene, a singular thought occupied Tony's mind. The 30 million spent was truly worth it. The officers outside felt utterly helpless. Their equipment paled in comparison, and their authority was eclipsed. Upon their arrival, the team had immediately displayed credentials from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistic Support, a name so lengthy it seemed almost fictitious, yet was in fact genuine. Their superiors instructed them to cooperate fully, rendering the officers mere spectators as they watched Tony Stark publicly assault his uncle. Oh, but they were also tasked with maintaining order to ensure no one interfered with Tony's violent outburst. Is this even reasonable? They were to assist the perpetrator in preserving the scene. Where is the justice? Where is the law? Chapter 31. Peter and Gwen have disappeared indeed. There was a law. For their authority was substantial. They embodied both law and justice. With a few deep breaths, Tony regained his composure, surveying the tightly packed Stark Tower Plaza. He exhibited no sign of panic. He rose with grace, adjusting his disheveled collar, and gestured towards Pepper, who was situated at a higher level. Startled and stunned by the array of firearms aimed at her, Pepper instinctively maneuvered through the gap created by the Special Operations Team to reach Tony's side after catching his wave. Tony leaned in to whisper a few words to Pepper, who, momentarily taken aback, nodded in understanding and hurried into the building. Tony faced the flashing lights, now exuding a newfound steadiness, and spoke slowly. I know many of you have questions. I recently saw some rumors online regarding my disappearance in Afghanistan. Let me clarify for everyone. Those are not mere rumors. I indeed faced an attack in Afghanistan. The moment these words left his lips, a tempest erupted among the assembled crowd. The journalists, initially cowed by the Special Operations Team's weaponry, surged forward like sharks sensing blood, brandishing their microphones in a frenzied attempt to secure this explosive headline. Unfazed by the tumultuous throng, Tony's resolve remained steadfast. Shortly thereafter, Pepper emerged from the building. Briskly carrying a laptop, Tony accepted the device from her, stepping boldly toward the eager reporters. He advanced to the front line of the Special Operations Team, snatching a microphone from a journalist at the forefront, and thrust the laptop screen towards the nearest camera. The display revealed a harrowing scene. Tony, bound to a chair by terrorists, in a state of utter disarray. I understand that you all wish to know what transpired during my time in Afghanistan, and I shall disclose everything to you. I was struck by my own missile while targeting a terrorist stronghold, brimming with weaponry crafted by Stark Industries. All of this is the doing of my dear Uncle Obadiah Stane, who not only enlisted terrorists to attack me, but also clandestinely sold my weapons to them. Now, he lies in wait. This is merely the inception of my vengeance. My retribution shall not cease, for Obadiah will spend his days in prison, eternally picking up soap. As for the terrorists who wield my weapons, prepare yourselves, for I will seek you out one by one. You have relished my armaments, and I shall ensure you experience the dread of my latest creations firsthand. I swear it, Tony declared emphatically, returning the microphone embossed with the Daily Bugle logo to the awaiting journalist before making a swift exit. Leaning against the transport aircraft, his assistant observed the spectacle with a contemplative gleam in his eye. The world appears to be veering towards the unpredictable. Tony had been rescued by the 10 rings ahead of schedule. The weapons division of Stark Industries remained operational under Tony's command, with Obadiah Stane yet to emerge as a formidable adversary. It seemed he would have to take an early bow. While Tony lost a rival, he simultaneously garnered countless foes by publicly declaring war on the terrorists. This entire scenario stemmed from the minor alteration of his early rescue. Zwa paid little heed to these developments, even harboring a hint of disdain. The butterfly effect, perhaps? Intriguing. Might this world be poised for even more explosive transformations? As Zwa whimsically mused, his phone rang, an urgent call following the completion of the mission to save Tony. He glanced at the screen, seeing May flashing. He answered, Zwa, thank heavens you finally picked up. I beg you. I require your assistance immediately. Zwa raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous premonition. Observing the still boisterous scene, he reassured her, May, do not fret. I will return shortly. Let us discuss this further at home. After exchanging a few brief words with May, Zwa summoned Langlois. I must return to attend to certain matters. Please assist Tony in resolving this situation thoroughly. Ensure it is executed cleanly. Should anything arise, I will provide you with the necessary documentation. Do not hesitate, understood? Langlois nodded in understanding. Absolutely. We will handle Obadiah with precision. Satisfied, Zwa patted Langlois on the shoulder, a promising student indeed. To confine a titan of industry like Obadiah Stane to prison is sheer folly. If he cannot ascend as a formidable leader, then his existence is rendered unnecessary. A useless individual ought not to consume the resources of my world. Having given his instructions, Zwa turned and, with a few strides, vanished into the throng. At the Parker residence, as Zwa gently pushed open the door, May rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace. He softly patted her back, soothing her visibly distressed form until her trembling subsided. What has transpired? Please tell me. Zwa's voice possessed a certain enchantment that calmed May's frantic heart. He guided her to the sofa and poured her a glass of warm water. After taking a sip, May exhaled the first breath of relief she had experienced in days. Peter, it's Peter who has gone missing, just 2 days ago. At her words, Zwa furrowed his brow. His immediate thought was that Peter had once again become embroiled in a nefarious criminal affair. Whether in comic books or films, it was not unusual for Peter, as Spider-Man, to find himself in perilous situations, sometimes trapped for days without communication. However, May's next statement took Zwa by surprise. I know Peter is Spider-Man, and I also recognize that you are extraordinary in your own right. Therefore, the only person I can turn to for help in finding Peter is you. Zwa did not contest her assertion, but continued to inquire. Since you are aware that Peter is Spider-Man, please share what you know about the circumstances surrounding his disappearance. Just as May was about to respond, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Zwa raised a finger to signal May to wait, then rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he found Sheriff Stacy, clad in her uniform, anxiously awaiting him. Upon seeing Susanoo, Sheriff Stacy exclaimed, "I need your help." Susanoo replied, "That phrase sounds remarkably familiar. It seems I have just heard it." A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Gwen has gone missing as well? Sheriff Stacy gasped, "How did you know?" "Gwen has indeed vanished just like Peter." Susanoo fell silent. Should he admit that he had merely made a casual quip? He had not anticipated it to come true. "Wait, you said vanished, not missing?" Susanoo suddenly grasped the significance of Sheriff Stacy's words. "Come inside and elaborate on the entire sequence of events regarding Peter and Gwen's disappearance," Susanoo urged, inviting Sheriff Stacy into the house and pouring her a cup of hot water. After she took a seat, Sheriff Stacy hesitated, casting a glance at May before turning her attention back to Susanoo. "This pertains to some personal secrets of Peter's. I'm uncertain whether May should be privy to this information." Susanoo understood her concern, but since May was already aware, there was no need for caution. "Rest assured, May already knows Peter is Spider-Man. You may speak freely." Sheriff Stacy looked at May in surprise, then turned back to Susanoo, her expression revealing that she had anticipated this revelation. After discovering that Peter was Spider-Man just days prior, she had surmised that Susanoo, being close to Peter, must also possess remarkable qualities. Thus, when Gwen vanished, she thought to seek Susanoo's assistance. At this moment, Susanoo directly revealed Peter's identity as Spider-Man, confirming the suspicion that Susanoo was indeed extraordinary. Noticing the curiosity in the eyes of the two regarding his identity, Susanoo decided to produce the versatile credentials of the SHIELD before them. The two gazed in astonishment at the document presented. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, Minister of Special Operations. Sheriff Stacy, as a senior officer in New York, was somewhat aware of this department. Just a short while ago, her subordinates had reported that personnel from this agency were wreaking havoc at Stark Tower Plaza. They had verified the identity through documentation submitted by their subordinates to the higher-ups. Thus, she immediately recognized the authenticity of the credentials. It was unexpected that Susanoo was indeed affiliated with this department, and moreover, held a significant position as the Minister of Special Operations. Although the specifics of the department's functions eluded her, the fact that they could collaborate with the American police in such antics suggested a formidable influence. Susanoo casually explained, "You may understand this department as one that specializes in managing supernatural events on Earth, of which I am the head of the Operations Division." Sheriff Stacy and May's expressions brightened with surprise. After all, Peter and Gwen's disappearance fell under the category of supernatural events. Susanoo happened to be from this specialized department, making him their potential savior. May turned to Sheriff Stacy, remarking, "Sheriff Stacy is likely more familiar with Peter's situation that day. Perhaps she should discuss the specifics with Susanoo." Sheriff Stacy nodded, took a sip of her warm drink to clear her throat, and began recounting the events. The incident began 2 days ago. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Half an hour later, Susanoo had gathered the essential details from Sheriff Stacy. In summary, the storyline of the Amazing Spider-Man unfolded. 2 days prior, Peter had engaged in a fierce battle with Dr. Connors, who had transformed into the Lizard. As in the original narrative, Dr. Connors unleashed lizard gas in downtown New York, causing the SWAT team sent to apprehend him to transform into lizard creatures, plunging the city into chaos. However, Dr. Connors was not content with merely this. He aimed to utilize Oscorp's technology to disseminate the lizard serum throughout New York City, intending to transform it entirely into a lizard metropolis. This would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences for the city, prompting Peter, as Spider-Man, to exert every effort to thwart his plans. A reckless chase ensued between Peter and Dr. Connors through the streets of New York, which the police could not ignore. A substantial force was dispatched to apprehend the two, with Sheriff Stacy leading the operation. Fortunately, it was Sheriff Stacy's team that was involved, as during the pursuit, Peter was unfortunately struck down by the police and sustained a leg injury, and his mask was forcibly removed by Sheriff Stacy herself. A different sheriff promptly arrested Peter on the spot. Fortunately, this individual happened to be Peter's father-in-law, Sheriff Stacy. Despite being taken aback by Peter's secret identity as Spider-Man, Sheriff Stacy shielded him from the gaze of others, ensuring that the rest of the police force remained oblivious to Peter's true nature. Subsequently, Sheriff Stacy learned from Peter that his daughter was still in Oscorp Tower. working on a serum to counteract the lizard transformation, while Dr. Connors, transformed into the lizard, was en route to the same location. Therefore, he had no choice but to temporarily let Peter go and personally head to Oscorp Tower to rescue his daughter. During the course of his endeavor, Sheriff Stacy successfully located Gwen and obtained the serum she had crafted. Just as Peter found himself on the brink of being slain by Dr. Connors, Sheriff Stacy arrived in the nick of time. With a shotgun blast, he was able to momentarily subdue Dr. Connors, granting Peter the opportunity to release the lizard serum. However, conventional firearms proved to be of limited efficacy against such a supernatural adversary. Sheriff Stacy quickly exhausted his ammunition. In a fit of rage, Dr. Connors rose, poised to strike down the insignificant bug before him. Just when Sheriff Stacy believed his demise was imminent, Dr. Connors' claws became ethereal, passing harmlessly through him without inflicting any injury. In a short while, Dr. Connors himself became entirely insubstantial until he vanished completely. Before the bewildered Sheriff Stacy could process the surreal events he had just witnessed, Peter, having successfully administered the antidote, came to his aid. Just as Sheriff Stacy intended to recount the extraordinary occurrence to Peter, he watched in horror as Peter too began to fade into nothingness, subsequently disappearing altogether. The disappearance of the lizard was one thing, for he was a notorious supervillain, and his absence could be seen as a boon to society. However, Peter was not the same. Despite his role as Spider-Man and the daily acts of heroism he performed throughout New York, which often irked Sheriff Stacy, it was undeniable that Peter was a good young man who had saved countless lives. Most importantly, he was also the boyfriend of his daughter. Gwen would undoubtedly be beside herself upon discovering Peter's disappearance. Indeed, Sheriff Stacy's concerns were not unfounded. Upon learning of Peter's vanishing, Gwen embarked on a relentless quest to locate her beloved. For 2 days, she had scarcely slept, tirelessly scanning the area of Peter's disappearance with various instruments. This situation caused Sheriff Stacy considerable distress, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. He could hardly tell Gwen that with the old gone, the new would emerge. Peter was gone. But there was always Lefty, right? He was not that kind of person. Today, as he had in the past 2 days, Sheriff Stacy returned to the rooftop of Oscorp Tower, the site of Peter's disappearance, to bring Gwen some food. However, upon opening the rooftop door, he beheld Gwen's ethereal form. When he rushed towards her in alarm, Gwen had already vanished completely, leaving him grasping only at thin air. In his moment of desperation, he recalled Peter's extraordinary friend, Lefty. Subsequently, May sought assistance in the vicinity of Leju, only to stumble upon an unforeseen scene. Chapter 33. The New Universe, 1999 Universe? Susanoo furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiar circumstances. Everything had seemed rather normal until the disappearance of Dr. Connors, after which the narrative trajectory began to take a bizarre turn. Susanoo endeavored to recall whether there existed a similar plot within a Marvel comics or films. As he was lost in thought, the panicked voices of May and Sheriff Stacy reached his ears. "Oh no, Zui, your hands!" Upon hearing this, Susanoo glanced down at his hands, discovering that they had inexplicably begun to take on an ethereal quality. This ephemeral state gradually spread from his hands to envelop his entire body. After a brief assessment of his condition, he murmured thoughtfully, "Is it some form of spatial teleportation ability? I see." The spatial fluctuations emanating from within him evidently sought to transport him elsewhere. However, he remained unperturbed, for he possessed a solution. By activating his impure world body and incinerating it with Amaterasu, he could eliminate the teleportation's anchor point, thereby ensuring his safety for being whisked away. Yet, he chose not to act, allowing the spatial force to gradually envelop him. He was curious to discern who possessed the audacity to abduct his subordinate and attempt to take him along as well. You'd better not let me catch you." Susanoo addressed the bewildered Sheriff Stacy in May with an air of calmness, saying, "Do not worry. Simply remain patient. I shall retrieve Peter and Gwen." With that, Susanoo vanished entirely from their sight. In the 1999 universe, within the sacred timeline, Susanoo found himself in an unfamiliar locale as the scenery before him shifted dramatically. Before he could take stock of his surroundings, a pumpkin bomb rapidly expanded in his line of sight. Boom! The pumpkin bomb detonated violently before him, propelling a red figure away in the explosion's wake. Amidst the flames, Susanoo, enveloped in a purple skeletal aura, remained unscathed, observing the familiar silhouette beneath him with contemplation. It was May. It seemed she possessed knowledge regarding the cause of Peter's disappearance and the timeline of this universe. Coincidentally, the small spider, heedlessly charging towards him, corroborated his suspicions. Susanoo stood his ground as his enormous purple claws seized the rushing spider, gazing at the youthful visage before him, strikingly distinct from Garfield's Spider-Man. He spoke in a soft tone, "Peter, relax. I'm not your enemy. Let go of Peter." At that moment, May, having regained consciousness at his feet, weakly grasped Susanoo's pant leg. After a fierce battle with several supervillains, Peter, with bloodshot eyes, finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing Aunt May unharmed. "Aunt May, thank goodness you're safe. Thank heavens." As Sasuke furrowed his brows, his gaze shifted towards May's abdomen. Through the lens of his Sharingan, he discerned a grievous, penetrating wound. "Don't move," he whispered to May, extending his hand towards her injury. Before she could react, Peter began to thrash violently, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? You jerk! Don't touch Aunt May." Yet, the formidable grip of the Susanoo's skeletal claws rendered this exhausted little spider utterly helpless, despite his desperate struggles. Sasuke, aware of Peter's impulsive nature, chose not to release him immediately. "Trust me, May." In response to Sasuke's gentle tone, May felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards him, causing her body to relax involuntarily. As she eased, she became aware of the tearing wound in her abdomen, blood seeping steadily. Weakness overcame her, and she felt herself on the brink of collapsing. Sasuke swiftly bent down, supporting her shoulders. "Oh no, May. How could this happen? Please, sir, call an ambulance." At that moment, Peter, still suspended in midair, caught sight of May's injury and was overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down his face. Sasuke, seizing Peter's clawed hand, silenced his incessant chatter by covering his mouth, forcing him into silence. With one hand stabilizing May, he conjured a palm-sized slug, placing it gently upon her wound. Instantly, May felt a warm sensation radiate from the injury, her strength gradually returning. Once he confirmed that May was no longer in peril, he released Peter, allowing the external Susanoo structure to dissipate. Peter, landing unceremoniously, rushed towards Sasuke without comprehending the latter's actions. Sasuke sidestepped slightly, and Peter stumbled forward, falling awkwardly. Before he could regain his footing, the second round commenced. Revived, May quickly intervened. "Peter, stop. Yes, not a bad person. He saved me." Only then did Peter realize that Sasuke meant no harm to his Aunt May, merely applying an unusual slug to her wound. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean it. Tonight has been so terrible. I'm a bit on edge," Peter admitted, relaxing as he recognized the pain coursing through his body. He chose to sit on the ground rather than stand, apologizing to Sasuke. "It's all right. Acknowledging one's mistakes is a sign of growth," Sasuke replied with a smile, approaching Peter and placing a slug upon his shoulder to aid in his recovery. Feeling a warm sensation envelop him and witnessing visible improvements in his injuries, Peter's defenses fell away entirely, stirring an impulse within him to embrace Sasuke and weep. Little did anyone know the turmoil he had faced since the revelation of his identity as Spider-Man by the mysterious figure. In this world, the populace remains oblivious to all the commendable deeds he accomplished as Spider-Man, fixating solely on the rumors of his alleged murder of Mysterio. Those who traverse from other realms either harbor intentions to kill him or are consumed by thoughts of doing so. Despite his earnest efforts to assist them, the betrayal from ordinary individuals who turn their backs on him, and the treachery from those in alternate dimensions, who, in their quest to save lives, imprisoned Dr. Strange in the mirror dimension, has nearly shattered his spirit. The man before him is the first and only individual from another world to offer him warmth. Overwhelmed by the weight of his grievances, Peter could no longer contain his emotions and embraced the waist of Susanoo, murmuring in a choked voice, "Thank you. I truly appreciate your kindness. This is the first time in days I have felt the warmth of humanity. I am immensely grateful to you, sir." Hearing Peter's voice laced with tears, Susanoo gently caressed the disheveled hair atop Peter's head. "No need for gratitude. You have already sacrificed enough." His impression of this universe's Peter was neither wholly good nor bad. While this Peter often meant well, yet inadvertently caused harm, he was not part of Susanoo's universe, and thus had no bearing on him. Chapter 34. The Crisis of Gwen. Moreover, as the voice of the system resonated in his mind, Susanoo found his spirits remarkably buoyant. Mission triggered. Encounter with an important figure from another world. Peter Parker, Marvel's Spider-Man. rewards dispersed, 20 level fragments. 5 mysterious items, flying thunder god Kanai. Indeed, even prominent figures from parallel worlds could bestow upon him rewards for contact. His avenues for acquiring such rewards were no longer confined to his own universe. He could venture into others. Contemplating the potential of gathering reward from countless important figures across parallel universes, one could only marvel at the immense power he might attain. Truly unfathomable and terrifying. Furthermore, the rewards derived from this universe's Peter surpassed those obtained from the extraordinary spider of his own universe by a staggering twofold, nearly rivaling the highest contact rewards earned from Tony. It was nothing short of astonishing. Was this the true value of a pivotal figure in the main universe? As Zhu mused internally, May's wound had fully healed under the care of the slug. She awkwardly returned the slug, which had fallen from her injury, to Zhu and remarked to Peter, who still clutched Zhu, "Ahem, Peter, I believe you should release this gentleman now. It is rather impolite to hold on to someone like that." Awakened from the warmth Zhu provided, Peter hastily let go and apologized. "I sincerely apologize, sir. It was unintentional." "I didn't realize." Zhu interjected, "No worries. I am willing to extend a little more patience when it comes to children." Peter, feeling a sense of relaxation, did not mind being referred to as a child and curiously asked, "Sir, were you also sent to this universe because of me?" Zhu shook his head. "Indeed. It is because of Peter, but not due to you. I am here on a commission to find someone." Both Peter and May inquired. "Who?" Zhu pointed at May. "You." May, incredulous, pointed to herself. "Me?" Zhu nodded. "Yes, but not the present you. Rather, the you from over a decade ago." May was even more astonished. She could not recall ever having encountered such a handsome young man in her past, before she could grasp that it was her parallel universe self who had commissioned him. Zhu suddenly remembered that aside from May, there was another person, Sheriff Stacy, who had also tasked him with finding someone. As the extraordinary Spider-Man, Peter would likely encounter minimal danger even if transported to an unfamiliar universe, given his formidable powers. However, Gwen, being an ordinary individual, was at a significant disadvantage. In a strange world, any unexpected event could indeed pose a real threat. For instance, upon his initial arrival, he had immediately faced 5 adversaries. Fortunately, he had awakened his system to vanquish them. Gwen, however, lacked such a safeguard. Considering this, Zhu decided against prolonging the conversation. "I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." "Peter, take this," he said, placing a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique in Peter's hands. "Once you locate the new Peter, inform me." With that, Zhu turned and swiftly exited the dilapidated apartment building. "Wait, sir, you haven't given me your phone number. How can I contact you?" Peter attempted to reach out, but it was too late. Zhu moved with remarkable speed and vanished in a matter of steps. Resigned, Peter stored the soul kunai left behind and joined May to regroup with Ned, discussing their next course of action regarding the fleeing individuals. Meanwhile, Zhu was traversing the gaps between towering skyscrapers with remarkable agility. His speed was such that ordinary individuals could not even perceive a shadow. His method of searching was both straightforward and forceful. As he activated his kaleidoscope and Byakugan, he raced through the buildings while utilizing the extraordinary vision of his Sharingan and the penetrating gaze of his Byakugan to scan the streets and structures below. He recalled the plot of Spider-Man 3, No Way Home, noting that those who had been transported to this universe because of Peter should not be too far away, certainly no more than the distance of a city. With his speed and the 360-degree perspective from his special eyes, it would not be long before he turned New York upside down. Fortune favored Zhu today. Not only did he strike a jackpot upon arriving in this universe with Peter, but he also soon discovered Gwen's whereabouts in an alleyway. Unfortunately, it seemed that Gwen's luck was not as favorable. The setting is none other than one of Marvel's renowned locales, Hell's Kitchen. This district, notorious as the epicenter of malevolence within the Marvel Universe, may only consist of a mere 8 streets. Yet the wickedness that pervades here is such that even 8 Satans could scarcely match it. For someone as innocent as Gwen, akin to a pure little rabbit, to inadvertently wander into this den of iniquity is tantamount to leaping directly into the jaws of a wolf. At this moment, Gwen finds herself fleeing, pursued by a group of individuals who appear to be members of a Mexican gang. Exhausted and breathless, she gazes ahead at a dead-end alley, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. Just 3 hours prior, She had been unexpectedly transported from Oscorp Tower into this strange universe. Her astute mind quickly surmised that Peter might have experienced a similar fate. By deciphering the date on a discarded newspaper and piecing together fragmented information around her, she swiftly confirmed that she had indeed entered an entirely new universe. Simultaneously, she became acutely aware of the many malevolent gazes directed her way. Sans signe imminent danger, Gwen resolved to vacate the area. Yet in a brief span of time, she had already attracted unwanted attention. Several heavily tattooed Mexican men doggedly pursued her, intentionally obstructing her path and forcing her to seek an alternative route. As twilight descended, their advances grew increasingly brazen. Realizing their intent to harm her, Gwen had no choice but to flee with all her might. However, given that she had just arrived in this universe, even though it resembled New York, how could she possibly compete with the local gangsters who had thrived here for decades? Furthermore, in her own universe, she had never ventured into Hell's Kitchen, rendering her unfamiliar with the terrain. Ultimately, Gwen found herself utterly exhausted, cornered in a dead-end alley, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, with no escape from above or below. The dimly lit alley was left with only her pair of despairing blue eyes and the 5 pairs of malicious eyes fixed upon her. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of blood-red eyes from a high-rise building were observing the scene, alongside a spider that appeared from nowhere and landed on her neck. Chapter 35, Spider-Gwen. Hey girl, out wandering alone in the dead of night? Seeking thrills, are we? Chuckled the leader of the Mexican men, approaching Gwen with a lecherous grin. His familiar words drew the gaze of an observer from the rooftop. The observer recalled the unsavory characters encountered upon his own arrival. As the same phrases echoed in the same Hell's Kitchen, within the same shadowy alley, amidst the same petty thugs, a chill flickered in his eyes. Interesting. Since this is a familiar recipe, what awaits you is none other than the same Kusanagi sword. With a flash of cold light from the heavens, a long blade descended, embedding itself into the ground with a resounding thud. The imposing Mexican giant at the forefront came to a sudden halt, his smile frozen upon his visage as half of his head gradually slid to the ground. A crimson and white substance spilled forth alongside the severed cranium, staining the earth. Descending from the heavens, Susanoo, clad in a fine robe, deftly landed upon the hilt of the Kusanagi, sword embedded in the ground, skillfully avoiding the filth below. Gwen, who had previously succumbed to despair, gasped in disbelief upon recognizing the familiar silhouette atop the Kusanagi sword. Susanoo glanced back slightly, soothingly uttering, "It's all right. Gwen, all right, my foot. How dare you kill Lauda? Damn it, go die." The Mexican gang members surrounding Susanoo were incensed. They had lost their leader and were now disregarded while he flirted with their prey. You truly do not regard us at all. The gang members were far more professional than the initial black men Susanoo had encountered. Without a moment's hesitation, they all drew their firearms. Yet, before they could pull the trigger, a flash of blue light illuminated the alley. The gang members felt a chill in their hands, quickly realizing they could no longer squeeze the triggers. Alarmed, they initially thought their guns had vanished, only to discover their hands had been severed. Panic surged as they realized the gravity of their situation, before they could regain their composure from the shock of their severed limbs. A colossal blue blade pierced through their chests, skewering them together like candied hawthorn. Without a glance back, Susanoo swung the massive blue skeletal arm wielding the blade, sending the skewered gang members flying like refuse. This time it was not the Susanoo of Sasuke, but that of Madara. The distinction between the two seemed minimal, save for the fact that Madara's Susanoo possessed an additional massive blade. In the depths of the alley, Gwen stared in awe at Susanoo, while showcasing his formidable prowess, killed several men with a gentle smile upon his face. Strangely enough, she felt no revulsion toward the bloody scene, nor any disdain for Susanoo's actions. As the daughter of the sheriff, she understood all too well how deserving these men were of their fate, and how grim her own outcome would have been had she fallen into their clutches. Instead of horror, she felt gratitude for Susanoo's timely intervention. With a smile illuminating her face, she began to jog toward him, intending to embrace her savior. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through her neck. Gwen felt a rush of wind as Susanoo promptly arrived at her side. He removed the now-dead red-striped spider from her neck, his brow furrowed in concern, having been focused on the gang members. He had overlooked the tiny arachnid that had just bitten Gwen. Gwen, too, recognized the spider in Zhuju's grasp as the culprit behind her discomfort. However, she herself was not afraid of spiders and, not wishing to worry Zhuju, feigned indifference, waving her hand dismissively. It's merely a small spider. Do not fret. I am unharmed. Yet, before Gwen could finish her sentence, her blue eyes rolled back, and she collapsed directly in front of Zhuju. He caught the unconscious Gwen with one hand, and the previously absent white in his eyes re-emerged. Through his perspective, Zhuju discerned that Gwen's body was rapidly heating up and undergoing some form of transformation. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Contact mission triggered. Encountered a world-class individual, Gwen Stacy Ghost Spider. Reward distribution in progress. 20 shards. Zhuju was taken aback. Is this Spider-Gwen? Moreover, has the contact reward been triggered again? But didn't he already receive a contact reward from her once? Astonishingly, it could be triggered a second time, and the reward was not only a tier higher than the previous encounter, but also exceeded that of other individuals of the same level by double. Was this due to her being bitten by a mutated spider from another world? Unexpectedly, this time, the disappearance of Peter and Gwen was fraught with surprises. Not only had they traversed to an alternate parallel universe, but Gwen had also been bitten by a mutated spider that appeared from nowhere, undergoing a transformation. Fortunately, it was a benign mutation similar to Peter's. Had it been like a certain Peter from a comic, transforming into a monstrous spider creature with 6 limbs and 8 eyes, both Gwen and Peter would likely be devastated. Never mind. Let us find a quiet place and wait for Gwen to complete her metamorphosis. Zhuju cradled the unconscious Gwen in a princess carry, leaping into the vast night and vanishing into the darkness. The scene shifted back to the small spider. Holland's Peter successfully reunited with Aunt May and Ned. However, this time the reunion was not among 4, but 6 individuals. Holland's Peter gazed at the 2 unfamiliar figures beside Ned, utterly bewildered. One of them was clad in a suit remarkably similar to his own, which caused his spider sense to resonate uncontrollably with the 2. The 3 simultaneously initiated a silent inquiry. Who are you? In unison, they responded, Peter Parker. They exchanged glances, each experiencing a peculiar mix of familiarity and strangeness. Ultimately, it was through Ned's explanation that Holland's Peter began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that Ned had seen the news regarding the battle and subsequent collapse at Happy's apartment, where Peter had taken Green Goblin and others to create an antidote. Unable to reach Peter again, in a moment of desperation, Ned inadvertently activated Dr. Strange's Strange Ring. After several attempts, he successfully mastered it, opening 2 portals simply by invoking Peter's name, summoning 2 Peters from alternate realities, the classic Spider-Man, Tobey S. Peter, and the amazing Spider-Man from Zhuju's world, Garfield S. Peter. At this moment, however, the Garfield spider had not yet endured the myriad trials of the original narrative, and was not significantly older than the Dutch spider. Upon hearing the general circumstances from the Dutch spider, his countenance turned a shade of green. This indicated that the 3 of them not only had to contend with the lizard man, who had recently posed a formidable challenge, nearly resulting in his own demise had it not been for the timely intervention of his father-in-law, but they also faced even more formidable adversaries, the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Electro, and Sandman. Good heavens, how could Peter from this universe have stirred such chaos? Chapter 36. Handsomeness speaks volumes. The Garfield spider wore a grim expression, lamenting. These names alone are intimidating. Even the newly formed Super 7 from my universe would feel overwhelmed, and yet this universe lacks such a team. The Dutch spider mirrored his dismay. Indeed, if the Avengers were still on Earth, these ruffians would not dare to be so brazen. Unfortunately, most of them are absent, and the mightiest sorcerer is currently imprisoned in the mirror dimension by me. Tobey Spider, listening to their perplexing exchange, appeared utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? What is this Super 7, this Avengers League? Have you 2 joined a band? Garfield Spider and Dutch Spider exchanged glances, curiously regarding Tobey Spider. It is an organization composed of numerous superheroes. Surely your universe has something similar? Scratching his head, Tobey Spider replied, To my knowledge, there is none. I have always fought alone. In admiration, Dutch Spider and Garfield Spider simultaneously raised their thumbs in respect, exclaiming, You are truly remarkable. A world with only a single superhero. One can only imagine how busy that must be. Tobey Spider chuckled awkwardly, redirecting the conversation. Discussing this is futile. We must prioritize resolving the issues presented by Dr. Otto and his associates. Garfield Spider sighed at this remark. If only we had Zwo with us. He could effortlessly defeat even the strongest of foes and would undoubtedly handle this situation. Upon hearing Garfield Spider's words, Dutch Spider experienced a sudden epiphany. Recalling what the individual who had rescued him and Aunt May had previously said, to contact the new Peter upon finding him. Were these two not the new Peters? Dutch Spider hurriedly inquired of Garfield Spider, "What does the Zwi you mentioned look like?" After pondering for a moment, Garfield Spider could only articulate one word. Handsome. At this, Dutch Spider instantly confirmed that the person who had saved him was indeed Zwa. Just one word, handsome, was sufficient proof. Eagerly, Dutch Spider produced the kunai given to him by Zwa and handed it to Garfield Spider, stating, "Hey, I believe I know who you mean." He appeared out of nowhere during a crisis, saving Aunt May and me. He mentioned that Aunt May had asked him to find someone years ago and gave me this kunai, advising me to inform him upon encountering the new Peter. "You're the new Peter, aren't you?" Garfield Spider, brimming with excitement, responded, "It must be Zwa. Aunt May sent him to find me. This is wonderful. We are saved." He eagerly accepted the kunai, turning to Dutch Spider and asking, "How do you use this?" The Dutch Spider's expression stiffened. "Do you not know?" The Garfield Spider replied with a rigid demeanor. "Should I?" The Dutch Spider insisted. "Did you not mention that he came looking for you?" Garfield Spider retorted. "But I have never seen him use that device." The two stared in silence at the flying thunder god kunai before them. Ultimately, the more composed, older Toby Peter devised a plan. "Gentlemen, it seems we must rely on ourselves. Why not attempt to concoct an antidote and find a way to return them to their normal selves?" The Dutch Peter and Garfield Peter, having no other alternatives, consented to this strategy. Meanwhile, in a luxurious 5-star hotel in downtown New York City, Left Assistant leaned against the balcony, smoking a cigarette while gazing at the enchanting night skyline, exhaling a long plume of white smoke. Inside the room, Gwen lay asleep in bed. He had sensed the extraordinary spider's presence through the flying thunder god kunai in Peter's possession. However, since Gwen had not yet awakened and Peter's side had not engaged in battle, he felt no urgency to intervene. He planned to wait until the 3 Peters and the 5 supervillains converged before reaping the rewards. He anticipated the delightful surprises that awaited him, especially the prospect of receiving a substantial team reward with the trio of insects present. Suddenly, Gwen softly murmured and stirred awake. Noticing Left Assistant smoking on the balcony, she attempted to prop herself up to greet him. However, as her hand pressed against the bedside table, it crumbled beneath her touch. Gwen stumbled, nearly losing her balance, instinctively reaching out to steady herself against the floor. With a crack, she observed the fissures and deep footprints she had created in the floor. Alarmed, she struggled to comprehend the situation. Left Assistant flicked away his spent cigarette and entered the room. Noticing the chaos Gwen had caused, he teased, "It appears this 5-star hotel is quite poorly constructed, and yet I paid $10,000 for a night. I suppose I should file a complaint tomorrow, shouldn't I?" As Gwen regarded the approaching Left Assistant, her initial panic began to subside. She smiled and asked, "I suppose so. You must definitely complain. But dear Left, can you first tell me what is happening to my body? I believe you must know something." Left Assistant casually pulled over a chair and sat opposite Gwen, who hesitated to move for fear of causing further destruction. He gestured towards the bed behind her. "Relax a bit. Gwen, sit down and take your time. You needn't worry about causing damage. Trust me, even if you turned this entire room into ruins, I could afford it," he jested. After his light-hearted remarks, Gwen attempted to relax, gradually sitting on the bed, her wide eyes filled with curiosity as she awaited his explanation. Left Assistant decided to forego further teasing and directly stated, "Do you recall the spider that bit you just before you lost consciousness?" Gwen, exceptionally intelligent and quick-witted, immediately grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that it is the cause of my physical transformation?" As Spider-Man Peter continued, Gwen suddenly recalled that Peter, too, had been bitten by a spider to become Spider-Man. She exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, are you saying I'm also a Spider-Man?" Zhuizhu, with arms crossed and a light chuckle, responded, "That is not entirely incorrect. However, I believe the title of Spider-Woman or Spider-Gwen is more fitting for you." Gwen, upon receiving Zhuizhu as confirmation, could not help but cover her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had traversed dimensions in search of her little boyfriend, Spider-Man Peter. Yet, before she could find him, she had become a spider person herself. Susanoo, sensing through his kunai that Peter was nearing the completion of the antidote, rose from his chair. Gwen, let your astonishment be reserved for the future. For now, I shall teach you how to harness your powers. 1 hour later, at the Statue of Liberty in New York, the Spider-Man trio found themselves in a fierce battle against the Sinister Five, or rather, they were being mercilessly beaten. Although the three Spider-Men possessed immense strength, ranking among Earth's superpowered elite, their adversaries were formidable. Just look at Sandman and Electro. Do they even resemble humans? They had become elemental beings, making it difficult for Garfield's Spider-Man and Tobey's Spider-Man to confront them head-on. Tobey was somewhat better off, as he had previous experience dealing with Sandman. However, Garfield as Spider-Man faced a future version of Electro, with whom he had no prior encounters. Electro embodied Young Yongxin, nearly electrocuting Garfield's Spider-Man, plunging him into a perilous situation. The other two Spider-Men could only watch helplessly as Garfield struggled. Although Tobey had faced Sandman before, it was either with the enhanced version of himself or alongside his friend, the Green Goblin Harry. Alone against Sandman, he found it difficult to survive. As for Holland's Spider-Man, while slightly better off, he was still overwhelmed by battling both the Green Goblin and the Lizard. Garfield was suspended mid-air, ensnared by electrical currents, as Electro approached him closely. Removing his mask, with a pair of eyes glowing with golden electricity, he fixed his gaze on Garfield, filled with complex emotions, and stated, "Do you know, Peter, you were once my most admired hero. You told me that you needed me, and I believed you. Yet you ultimately betrayed my trust." Garfield, enduring the searing and paralyzing electric currents coursing through him, gritted his teeth and replied, "I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know you." Upon hearing this, Electro, Max, felt his complex emotions transform into pure rage. "You've forgotten me yet again? This nameless nobody isn't worthy of being remembered by the great Spider-Man. Is that it? Very well. Last time you killed me. This time is my turn for vengeance." Max's fury transformed the currents in his hand into a long spear, aimed directly at the heart of Garf Spider. Just as the moment hung perilously in the balance, a dazzling figure in white swiftly kicked Max aside. With a graceful rebound, she caught the falling Garf Spider, landing effortlessly on her feet. Once steady, Garf Spider gazed in astonishment at the white-hooded female counterpart of Spider-Man who had just saved him. His voice trembled with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. I had no idea this universe harbored other Spider-Men, let alone a female one." Finally, his astonishment morphed into a perplexity, and he hesitantly inquired, "You can't possibly be Peter too, right? Did I become a girl in another universe? How could such a thing exist? This is as absurd as the existence of a black Spider-Man in other universes. It's utterly unbelievable." Gwen, arms crossed, watched her little boyfriend's expressive face with amusement. "Peter, I never realized your facial expressions could be so varied and your imagination so boundless." Upon hearing the familiar voice beneath the mask, Garf Spider's eyes widened in shock. "Why you?" Gwen removed her hood, revealing the strikingly familiar face of Garf Spider. She playfully blinked at him. "Did you miss me, my little boyfriend?" Overwhelmed with joy, Garf Spider couldn't resist lifting Gwen into his arms, sharing a passionate kiss. After a prolonged reunion, the couple reluctantly parted. Gazing at Gwen in her spider attire, Garf Spider still found it hard to believe. "Gwen, how did you come to this universe? And how did you become a Spider-Man? This makes no sense." Gwen, noticing Peter's curious demeanor, interrupted his questions. "It's a long story, but now is not the time for that. We have 5 opponents. The 3 of us should assist the other 2 Peters." Garf Spider paused, catching the key phrase. "The 3 of us? Where did this third person come from? Could it be that Gwen was expecting his spider offspring? But they had yet to engage in such activities." Unaware of Garf Spider's misguided thoughts, Gwen smiled mysteriously and pointed towards the darkness. 3? That's unnecessary. I am sufficient on my own." A crisp sound of footsteps echoed along with a familiar, confident voice. From the shadows emerged a pair of blood-red eyes and a skeletal blue frame. Garf Spider gasped, "Left. Left." Just then, the skeletal arm of a Susanoo grasped the struggling Electro, while the figure discreetly stored away the momentous photograph of Gwen and Garf Spider, locked in their embrace. For Garf Spider, the death of Gwen in his previous life had always been a lingering regret. Now, in this life, he could mend that sorrow, having gone to great lengths to customize a spider suit for her. The intensive training session for Gwen's spider, conducted by Susanoo, concluded in a mere 10 minutes, with the remaining 50 minutes devoted entirely to hiring individuals to fabricate a spider suit. Do not inquire about the swiftness of the suit's creation. The answer lies in Susanoo's financial prowess. As for the source of the funds, the illusion of a Sharingan would reveal the truth. Excitedly, Garfy Spider rushed over and embraced Susanoo's Susanoo framework. With a gentle push from the Susanoo's arm, Susanoo dismissed Garfy Spider, raising the electric man in his hand and jesting, "Apologies, my hands are occupied with cargo, making it impossible to embrace you. Moreover, I have no desire to indulge in a hug with you." Garfy Spider, upon hearing Susanoo's words, felt so embarrassed that he could almost dig a 3-room apartment with his toes. It turned out that Susanoo had been observing the affectionate moment between him and Gwen from the shadows. No wonder Susanoo had conversed with Gwen for such an extended period without the electric man interrupting. He had been in Susanoo's grasp all along. Susanoo glanced at the electric man in his hand before turning to Garfy Spider and inquired, "What do you think of him?" Garfy Spider was perplexed by Susanoo's question, but his impression of the electric man was far from favorable. He had attacked him mercilessly from the start, uttering a barrage of nonsensical words. Had it not been for Gwen's timely arrival, he would have sustained a grievous injury. Thus, Garfy Spider bluntly replied, "Not great. He is nothing but a complete villain." Susanoo nodded, his tone growing cold. "Then today, I shall impart to you a second lesson. For such a villain, blinded by power and beyond redemption, the only course of action is to crush them." As Susanoo uttered the final word, the blue Susanoo claws exerted force and closed in, unleashing a burst of golden electricity and crimson mist from between the bone fingers. The electric man met his demise. Susanoo's gaze remained indifferent. He felt no sympathy for Max, a treacherous and ungrateful scoundrel whose fragile psyche thrived on betrayal. Chapter 38. The instantaneous demise of the Green Goblin and the Sandman. Garfy Spider was taken aback by the electric man's swift death, but soon regained his composure. After all, Susanoo had demonstrated his readiness to eliminate even the invisible superhero without hesitation. It was entirely reasonable for him to dispose of a pure supervillain like the electric man. Unbeknownst to Garfy Spider, under Susanoo's subtle indoctrination, he had begun to accept Susanoo's lethal approach to dealing with criminals, feeling a sense of inevitability about it. Meanwhile, Gwen stood by, harboring no objections to Susanoo's actions. Her life had been saved by him, and from that moment forward, she ceased to question anything he did. The young couple held no grievances regarding Susanoo's ruthless execution, yet this did not mean that all were in agreement. For instance, the temporary allies of the electric man. The Green Goblin, sensing an unsettling presence from the formidable Susanoo, launched a pumpkin bomb that sent the approaching Dutch spider flying. As he glided on a skateboard towards the lizard and the Sandman, let us momentarily disregard the two diminutive spiders, for a formidable adversary has emerged. We must first confront him together. Both Sandman and Lizard witnessed the demise of Electro, and in a moment of shared sorrow, they acquiesced to the Green Goblin's proposal. As for Dr. Octopus, the Green Goblin chose to ignore this lethargic individual, having discerned early on that the now rejuvenated Dr. Octopus had no desire to oppose Spider-Man and his allies. In fact, it appeared that Dr. Octopus was covertly awaiting an opportunity to betray the Goblin and lend his assistance to the spiders. The Goblin was fully aware of this. It must be said that while the Green Goblin may not be the most powerful villain, he certainly ranks among the most troublesome. His keen insight, stealth, cunning, and tactical prowess are unparalleled. Neither Toby Spider nor Holland Spider would permit the Green Goblin and his cohorts to assault their reinforcements unchallenged. Each could at least occupy one of the Goblin's trio. However, the Goblin had anticipated this dilemma. With a sinister grin, he produced 2 pumpkin bombs. Peter, you may not fear explosions, but what of them?" The Goblin's gaze shifted to the 2 ordinary individuals, Ned and the Statue of Liberty. Toby Spider and Holland Spider's pupils dilated in alarm as they sensed impending doom and rushed toward the Goblin in an attempt to thwart his plans. Yet the Goblin afforded them no opportunity. With a swift motion, he hurled the 2 pumpkin bombs in opposite directions. Swish! Swish! The 2 spiders extended their white webs in a desperate attempt to seize the bombs, but before their webs could ensnare the explosives, Sandman-esque reins and Lizard-esque claws severed their strands. Boom! Boom! Though the pumpkin bombs did not directly explode upon Ned and the other, They detonated on the metal framework beneath them, causing both to shriek in terror as they plummeted from their lofty perch. Left with no choice, Toby Spider and Holland Spider swung into action to rescue them. Given their swiftness, they would be able to save the two and return to the fray in no time. But how could the goblin have overlooked this? Boom! Just as they secured Ned and the other, the colossal Statue of Liberty began to topple toward them, burying them beneath its ruins. It turned out that the goblin had thrown another pumpkin bomb at the base of the statue, anticipating that the two small spiders would fall into his meticulously crafted trap while attempting to save their friends. The Green Goblin is indeed terrifying. This predicament would not confine the two tenacious spiders for long. Seizing the moment, the goblin bellowed, "Let us first deal with that fellow." His malevolent gaze fixed upon the indifferent left-hand assistant. Undeterred, Garfield Spider and Gwen stepped forward, unafraid. "You're not the only trio here. We have one too." Garfield Spider declared. "Left, I shall confront the lizard." Gwen Spider asserted. "Left, I shall deal with the one hurling bombs." The two tactfully left the most formidable Sandman for the left-hand assistant. Yet, did the assistant seem like one to make choices? He intended to take them all. "You two can stay back. These three individuals are mine." With a gentle sweep of his arm, Susanoo sent the two of them sprawling backward. In the next instant, several pumpkin bombs detonated around Susanoo. Each of the Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs was equivalent to a formidable force, and the combined explosions were catastrophic. A series of thunderous blasts illuminated the scene, resembling a battlefield ravaged by missile strikes. Having been swept to safety by the Susanoo's arm, Garf Spider and Gwen clenched their fists tightly. Despite their confidence in Susanoo, apprehension seeped into their hearts. Such explosions would surely spell doom for them. However, before their worries could linger, the flames of the explosion began to ripple violently, as if a terrifying power was awakening from within. In the next moment, 3 fiery dragons erupted from the flames, consuming the Green Goblin, Lizard Man, and Sandman whole. Susanoo unleashed his technique, Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique, as he waved his skeletal arm, effortlessly dispersing the residual flames around him. Under the protection of his Susanoo, not even the hem of his clothing was soiled. The Green Goblin and Lizard Man were charred black, lifeless, as they fell to the ground. Only the Sandman, composed entirely of sand, sustained a significant wound from the fire dragon, but quickly began to reform. Seeing his two teammates, now half-cooked on the ground, the Sandman's fury surged to new heights. With a roar, he exclaimed, "We just want to survive. What is wrong with that?" The surrounding sands of the under-construction Statue of Liberty suddenly erupted in chaos. Like a sand tornado, they began to whirl violently around the ruins of the statue. The center of this sandstorm was Susanoo. With his arms crossed, Susanoo remained unfazed, allowing the tremendous suction to tug at his Susanoo without budging an inch. Is that all? Realizing the sandstorm was ineffective, the Sandman decisively changed his strategy, gathering all the sand onto himself. If magic could not breach his defenses, then strength would prevail. The Sandman's already colossal form swelled to epic proportions once more. 20 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. He did it. The Sandman shattered records, transforming into a gargantuan sand giant standing 100 meters tall. The overwhelming sense of pressure left Garf Spider, Gwen, and the global audience watching the live stream utterly astounded. Indeed, there were no spectators aside from the Spider faction and the villains, as numerous journalists, spies from various factions, as well as police and military personnel had surrounded the area, making it impossible for the 3 Spider-Men to duel freely with the 5 supervillains like in a movie. The commotion was immense, and those headline-seeking journalists had already initiated a global broadcast. "I must survive to return to see my daughter, so I cannot fall." The Sandman completed his physical form and let out a thunderous roar. His colossal fist, imbued with terrifying power, descended upon the diminutive blue-boned worm beneath his feet. The sight of a 100-meter giant striking down at a mere human left all viewers in front of their screens in awe and trepidation. They couldn't help but ponder the chilling thought. What if they were the next target of that fist? Surely, they would be reduced to mere remnants. Chapter 39. Absolute Power. Complete body Susanoo, unlike the collective fear felt by everyone towards the Sandman, Susanoo exhibited nothing but disdain, letting out a scoff. "Comparing size with me? Allow me to demonstrate the true might of the third power." The blood-red kaleidoscope began to whirl furiously, as a terrifying ocular power surged into the skeletal structure of Susanoo. Then, amidst a cataclysmic upheaval, the blue giant rose from the ground. A massive blue arm shot upwards, catching the Sandman's colossal fist and lifting it higher and higher. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters. The blue giant finally halted its ascent upon surpassing 200 meters. Yet, this was only the beginning. As the blue giant exceeded the height of 200 meters, blue armor gradually enveloped its entire form, beginning from the arm that gripped the Sandman's fist. By the time the armor fully adorned the giant, it stood nearly 250 meters tall. The 100-meter Sandman appeared as a mere child in comparison to the blue-armored behemoth. Within the Sandman's fearful gaze, Susanoo's complete body Susanoo began to assert its overwhelming strength, forcefully pressing down on the Sandman's arm. With a resounding crash, the Sandman could not muster even the slightest resistance beneath the might of the complete body Susanoo. He was flattened from head to toe, exploding into a cloud of sand. One strike annihilated the 100-meter Sandman, leaving the millions of viewers worldwide on the verge of mental collapse. Even Susanoo, utilizing the complete body Susanoo for the first time, couldn't help but wear a smug grin. This was the essence of absolute power. All embellishments were rendered futile in its presence. The sand on the ground slowly began to swirl again as the Sandman's scattered consciousness regained its form. However, this time he dared not revert to his humanoid shape, fleeing instead into the sky as mere grains of sand. Observing the fleeing sand particles, Susanoo, from within the head of Susanoo, remarked impatiently, "Elemental users are such a nuisance. Their tenacity resembles that of roaches, making them difficult to eliminate. Without the sealing technique, an elemental user intent on escape proves to be quite troublesome. Yet, alas, it matters not what element you wield. Why must it be sand?" In his right hand, a gigantic gourd manifested. "Ka, the Sand Gordigara. Do you dare respond if I call for you?" Naturally, the fleeing Sandman, paralyzed with fear, could not reply to Susanoo's taunt. However, with a smirk, Susanoo thought, "Just kidding. I don't care whether you answer or not." A tremendous force of suction emerged from the gourd, exerting no influence on anything else, but proving fatal to the sand. The Sandman, in a state of panic, discovered that the sand he once wielded with ease had slipped from his grasp, pulling his consciousness back relentlessly. "No!" In the throes of despair, he cried out, as all the sand was drawn into the gourd. It was a mystery how such a vast quantity of sand could fit within. Susanoo casually returned the gourd to the confines of the system's space, his gaze drifting towards the distant sky. Initially occupied by a handful of news helicopters and police aircraft, the heavens soon reverberated with the roar of armed helicopters and fighter jets approaching. The nearby police helicopter was the first to issue a warning. "Blue Giant, you are surrounded by the U.S. military. Cease your destructive actions immediately and prepare for interrogation." Susanoo's expression hardened, a bloodthirsty smile curling upon his lips. "Interrogation? Me? Indeed, these pests are universally detestable, regardless of the universe." Susanoo commanded his fully realized Susanoo to rest a hand upon the hilt of his massive sword, over 100 meters in length. With a resounding blade cry, the sword was drawn. Under the terrified gaze of the world, Susanoo raised his colossal weapon. Thunder rumbled in the sky as green lightning illuminated the firmament. Noticing the anomaly above, Susanoo's unruly crimson eyes gazed skyward, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. "Oh, you wish to stop me? Watch closely. This strike will be magnificent." Accompanied by the roar of the green thunder, Susanoo unleashed a blow powerful enough to pierce through the entirety of New York City. The blue blade's radiance instantly illuminated the dark night, hurtling towards the distant formations of the U.S. Air Force. This spectacle was broadcast live to all of humanity. This strike surpassed all human understanding of superhuman abilities. Not even the pressure experienced during Thanos' invasion had been so profoundly overwhelming. Such a giant, such power. If this entity were an enemy, what could humanity possibly use to resist? Nuclear weapons? For the first time, humanity questioned whether a nuclear bomb could defeat a single individual, a carbon-based life form. Just as the blade was about to reach the aircraft formations, a figure clad in yellow robes materialized in midair before them. The instant she appeared, time seemed to come to a standstill. Both the swiftly flying fighter jets and the formidable blue blade were caught in a moment of suspension. Save for the flickering green lightning amidst the clouds and Susanoo within his Susanoo. Susanoo regarded the figure before him with calmness, his voice leisurely. Master Gu E. I did not anticipate our first encounter would be in another universe. Does the Supreme Sorcerer still concern herself with the lives of humans in other realms? Indeed, the newcomer was Gu E, and she was the Gu E from Susanoo's universe. As Ancient One removed her expansive hood, her face, radiating an intellectual beauty, was revealed, accompanied by a gentle smile. Firstly, this is not our first encounter. Secondly, the duty of the Supreme Sorcerer is to safeguard Earth and the Time Stone, not humanity. Upon hearing this, Susanoo raised an eyebrow. Are you not here to stop me? What then is your purpose? Ancient One gradually floated closer to Susanoo, her long fingers gesturing towards him, then towards the sky, where the green lightning continued to flicker. For you, and for him. Susanoo's brow furrowed. The anomaly in the sky was not your doing? The green lightning appeared merely seconds apart from Ancient One's arrival, leading him to initially believe she was responsible. Ancient One shook her head lightly. Of course not. I do not possess the power to alter the very essence of nature's thunder. Susanoo, upon hearing this, began to deduce the truth. Ancient One preemptively interrupted him as he was about to speak. You need only understand. Voicing it would complicate matters. Susanoo's expression returned to neutrality, as Ancient One's demeanor confirmed his suspicions. Observing Susanoo's nonchalant attitude, Ancient One felt compelled to issue further warnings. Although this new king may not interfere as frequently with the progression of parallel universes as the previous lord did, in this timeline that alters his fate, should you go too far, he will not remain passive. Do you comprehend? She wished to avoid the premature demise of her universe's future due to obstinacy. Susanoo grasped Ancient One's intent, begrudgingly nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. I had no intentions of grand upheavals at most. I plan to dismantle the military systems of this universe's America. Ancient One inquired, do you heed the words of others? Nevertheless, the objective of this encounter was achieved, preventing Susanoo from acting impulsively and causing unforeseen consequences. Chapter 40. Mirror Dimension. At this moment, the green lightning in the sky ceased. Ancient One smiled slightly. It appears all is well. Let's find a quieter place to converse. With a snap of her fingers, a diamond-shaped mirror, seemingly connecting the heavens and the earth, suddenly manifested, swiftly enveloping the area around the Statue of Liberty. Concurrently, Ancient One lifted the time stasis on the real world. For the inhabitants of Earth, time had only passed an instant. They blinked, and the towering blue giant, along with the entire vicinity of the Statue of Liberty, had vanished without a trace. Although they were unaware of the giant's whereabouts, it provided a sense of relief to all those watching the live broadcast. The blue radiance that illuminated the night was terrifying, its oppressive aura causing a sense of suffocation even through the screen. Now, regardless of where the giant had gone, it was a positive turn of events for them. In a realm where the very fabric of reality was inverted, the sky lay beneath their feet and the city floated above. Susanoo, encased within the Susanoo, found himself poised between the two, standing on a landmass suspended in midair. Thus, vanishing alongside the immense Susanoo was the ground belonging to the new Statue of Liberty. Gazing upon this breathtaking scene, where heaven and earth seemed to invert, Susanoo couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for Ancient One. It must be said that the mightiest beings within the Marvel Universe truly possess extraordinary power. In this mirrored space, should one be trapped inside, 99% of ninjas from the Naruto world would find it impossible to escape. However, he remained entirely unfazed, for he had previously revealed the space-time secret scroll, enabling him to exit Ancient One's mirrored realm at will. It was even feasible for him to depart from this universe altogether, as long as he had visited a location. The space-time secret scroll could transport him there. The quality of the system's creations is assuredly exceptional. Moreover, his colossal blade might very well force its way through this mirrored space. It is worth noting that his current state of complete Susanoo is not even his peak power. He had previously stated that all his abilities could be employed simultaneously, which naturally included different forms of Susanoo. He could layer his Susanoo upon the foundation of Madara's complete Susanoo, further encasing it with Sasuke's Susanoo armor, and then apply Amaterasu to his Susanoo's great blade using Kagaya's power. The combination of two Susanoo forms, coupled with the Amaterasu enchantment, would surely alter the very fabric of reality. Sensing Zhu's eager anticipation, Ancient One sighed wearily. If you wish to attempt to cleave the mirrored space, I can teach you how. Just remember, you're cleaving your own creation, all right? Forcing a secret technique to be broken is not a pleasant experience for the caster. Zhu, intrigued, inquired, "Oh? The advanced secret techniques of camouflage can indeed be imparted to an outsider?" Ancient One nodded nonchalantly. "Of course, I am the Sorcerer Supreme, and I dictate the rules of camouflage. It is only when I choose not to share that it remains undisclosed." The sorcerer's candor was refreshing. Zhu gave Ancient One a thumbs up and released his complete Susanoo. Ancient One's demeanor was unmistakably friendly, alleviating any need for caution. As Susanoo dissipated, Zhu plummeted from over 200 meters in height. The inability to fly was indeed troublesome. The power system of the Naruto world was commendable, yet the ability to soar was a rare skill. Even the formidable Madara and the ninja god, Hashirama, typically relied on their legs for travel. What a drop in prestige. He could only hope to draw a ninja possessing flight techniques next time. Upon landing, Zhu found himself inwardly grumbling. Just then, Garfield and Gwen, who were rummaging through the ruins of the Statue of Liberty, hurriedly approached him. "So what, can you help? Peter and the others are still trapped beneath the rubble." Upon hearing this, Zhu waved his hand, manipulating the remaining sand on the ground to lift the debris. Finally, the 4 entombed individuals were liberated. The good news was that all 4 were unharmed. Under the protection of the 2 Spider-Men, even the ordinary Ned had only sustained minor scratches. In truth, the 2 Peters had already begun to dig their way out. Even without assistance from the left aid, it would not take them long to emerge like mice. Nevertheless, Toby and his companions approached, expressing their gratitude with a handshake to the left aid. The left aid welcomed them with a warm smile, reciprocating each handshake and graciously accepting their thanks, as well as the reward for contact. At this point, aside from the idle Dr. Octopus, he had made contact with everyone present. A glimmer of intent flashed in the left aid's eyes as his Susanoo arm seized Dr. Octopus nearby. Fearing for Dr. Octopus's safety, Toby quickly interjected, "Wait, Dr. Otto has returned to normal. He is not our enemy." "Is that so? It seems I have misjudged the situation," the left aide replied, feigning enlightenment as he released Dr. Octopus. He was well aware that Dr. Octopus had regained his faculties thanks to the chip crafted by Dutch Spider. He had merely sought to seize the opportunity for the reward. Toby felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head before continuing, "Sir, may we take care of Doctors Osborn and Connors together?" He had witnessed the left aide mercilessly crush the Electro, fearing that Doctors Osborn and Connors might share the same fate. The Electro was unknown to all 3 Peters, and his demise was inconsequential. However, these 2 doctors were the father of his dear friend and a mentor to him, albeit from a different universe. With the antidote now prepared, they could alter the tragic fate that awaited them. Thus, both Tobis were eager to save them. Garfy Spider and Dutch Spider joined in their plea. The left aide, indifferent to their concerns, nodded in agreement. These 2 individuals were fundamentally good-natured, and he had never intended to annihilate them. Otherwise, they would not have dined on Charizard, but rather Amaterasu. With the left aide's consent, Garfy Spider and Toby each administered the healing serum to their respective universes' doctors. The brutal personas and powers within Doctors Connors and Osborn dissipated, restoring them to their ordinary selves. Thus, the battle came to a close. Ancient One had observed everything quietly, and once their affairs were concluded, she descended from the air. She spoke not a word, but gently traced a circle, opening a portal. A disheveled Doctor Strange emerged from the portal, immediately glaring at Dutch Spider. "You dare confine me in the mirror dimension." Dutch Spider stood frozen, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Before Doctor Strange could impart a wizard's reprimand upon this audacious youth, a refined voice, one he had not heard in ages, resonated from behind him. "Perhaps being trapped in your own mirror dimension is not your fault, but rather yours, Doctor Strange." Doctor Strange stiffened, mechanically turning to face the speaker, his eyes wide with shock as he gasped, "Master Ancient One." Ancient One smiled calmly. "Long time no see, Strange." Chapter 41. Unexpected Surprises. The newly acquired card the scene transformed into a nostalgic gathering with the appearance of Doctor Strange. The Spider-Men reunited with old acquaintances and mentors from their respective universes, reminiscing about the past. Doctor Strange sought counsel from his former mentor, the Ancient One, who guided him on the path of sorcery. addressing the myriad of questions that weighed upon his mind. Meanwhile, only left assistant sat alone on a fragment of stone, relishing the rhythmic ticking emanating from his mind. Contact task triggered. Encountered a multiverse character, Peter Parker the Spider-Man. Rewards dispensing. Level shards 10, mysterious item spirit spider. Contact task triggered. Encountered multiple multiverse characters. Norman Osborn Green Goblin. Kurt Connors Lizard. Otto Octavius Dr. Octopus. William Baker Sandman. Max Dillon Electro. Rewards dispensing. Level shards 50. Contact task triggered. Encountered multiverse characters Michelle. Ned. Rewards dispensing. Level shards 20. Special team task triggered. 4 bugs together. Rewards dispensing. Level shards 20. Level shards 20. Level shards 20. Level shards 20. Mysterious item Heavenly God 1. The incessant chimes of notifications filled his mind, yet left assistant found no disturbance in their sound. Instead, he wished for the delightful jingles to linger a little longer. Once the rewards were announced, a smile graced his lips as he thought, "System, please tally my current assets. Receive compiling. Goal points 13999. Level shards 50. Level shards 80. Level shards 50. Level shards 25. Mysterious items. Spirit slug, 10,000 snakes. Spider scroll timespace 5. Mastering celestial arts 1. Artifact Uchiha fan 1. Flying thunder god 4. This journey proved bountiful. Just the level cards alone had brought him halfway to his next milestone. Moreover, the remaining shards were sufficient to forge 2 additional cards, perhaps even more. Left assistant silently commanded, "System, amalgamate all the shards that can be synthesized into complete cards." Received. Synthesizing, please hold. Congratulations, host, you have obtained level card. Black Soil 4th Suchikage, Uchiha Itachi Akatsuki. Congratulations, host, you have obtained level card. Oil Girl Shino Shippuden. Haku Shippuden. Congratulations, host, you have obtained level card. Hyuganiji, Rock Lee, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in left assistant's eyes. Wasn't that Yoshi and Oni-chan? Truly, what one speaks often comes to pass. Not long ago, he had wished for a flying ninjutsu, and here it was embodied in Black Soil, who possessed the ability to soar freely, relying solely on himself through the light and heavy rock technique. Now, if he wishes to soar, there is no longer a need to rely on sand or to invoke the complete form of Susanoo. Indeed, with this singular ability to fly, Kuratsuchi has already justified the worth of this card. Moreover, Kuratsuchi's bloodline limit, the ability of the Melt Shield, is commendable. Overall, it is a commendable card. As for the other card, the merits of Onaikin require no elaboration. It can be succinctly described in 2 words: exceptional. Although Onaikin's new ability grants him only the power of Tsukuyomi, this power should not be underestimated. Tsukuyomi can be regarded as the most formidable Jinjutsu, second only to the Divine Tree. It is significantly more effective than the mere utilization of the Jinjutsu inherent to the Sharingan that Zusuke previously employed. Now, when he casts Jinjutsu, not only does it render the illusionary world more vivid for the target, but it also allows him to control a larger audience. No longer are mere mortals susceptible. Even those endowed with psychic abilities may find themselves unable to resist the allure of Tsukuyomi. Truly, Onaikin is formidable. Zusuke felt a surge of joy and quietly declared to the system, "Fuse the 2 cards." Received, fusion in progress. Instantly, his attributes surged once more, and he acquired several new skills. Just as Zusuke believed the system's fusion was complete, the crisp voice of the AI chimed in again. Detecting the new card Uchiha Itachi Akatsuki and card Uchiha Sasuke, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The card Uchiha Sasuke, Susanoo shows compatibility. Shall we fuse into a new ninja card? Zusuke's body trembled at the mention of compatibility. He had always thought that the abilities granted by the ninja cards provided by the system were already extraordinary. Little did he know they could also be fused. Zusuke's breath quickened. A wave of excitement, even greater than when he obtained Madara's card, surged within him. Impatiently, he exclaimed, "Fuse it now. Confirmation received. 3 cards are fusing. Please wait. Congratulations, host. Fusion complete. Card successfully fused and upgraded to Uchiha Sasuke, Eternal Kaleidoscope." The moment the system's voice fell, Zusuke's eyes widened dramatically. The 6-pointed star of the kaleidoscope spun wildly, and within its center, a triangular pinwheel design slowly emerged. Eternal Kaleidoscope. A tremendous power awakened within Zusuke's gaze. Simultaneously, his mind flooded with countless battle experiences, including various applications and forms of lightning release and Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo unlocked all its forms. With the fusion of the Eternal Sasuke card complete, Zusuk's strength nearly doubled. Although his chakra reserves and physical attributes did not amplify to the exaggerated extent that Madara's card had provided, the Eternal Sasuke card inexplicably resonated with him in a way that no other ninja card could match. It felt as though this card, or rather, the Sasuke card, was crafted for him, allowing him to harness its power to the fullest extent. Using it felt entirely natural, as if it were inherently his ability. If he previously possessed mere confidence in his ability to cleave through the mirror dimension of Ancient One, he can now assert with unwavering certainty that in the combined state of two complete Susanoo, he can indeed split open the mirror dimension of Ancient One with absolute conviction. As for the card of the Oil Woman, Shizun, while she has her merits, particularly in reconnaissance and ambush, Susanoo is not particularly fond of being infested with insects. The card of Haku is also commendable, possessing the bloodline limit and ice techniques. However, when compared to ice, Susanoo finds himself more enamored with fire. Most importantly, the enhancement that the card offers him at present is rather minimal, so he decides to reserve it for future cultivation of his power. Those two worthless cards should be stored away in the vault. Speaking of which, there are still several cards resting in the vault. Susanoo stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should begin assembling his own team of superpowered individuals upon returning to his universe. Ideally, he would seek out those who are orphaned, without kin, yet possess a glimmer of potential. Wanda and Quicksilver, just provide us with our Sokovia ID numbers. Chapter 42. Kagutsuchi, the thought of controlling Ancient One? Zwa. The Sorcerer Supreme says we must take our leave. As Susanoo was lost in thought, the voice of Garfield Spider brought him back to reality. Turning around, he found Ancient One gazing at him with a look of contemplation. Susanoo inquired calmly, "Is something the matter, Sorcerer Supreme?" Ancient One candidly replied, "It's nothing. Merely an observation that your rate of power enhancement is astonishingly rapid. In such a short span, your strength has escalated to a terrifying degree." Susanoo noticed a glint of brilliance in Ancient One's eyes, maintaining a smile on his face as he responded, "Perhaps it is merely my innate talent manifesting itself." This Ancient One is quite perceptive. Although he had effectively sealed the leakage of chakra, she still managed to sense it. Truly, she is someone worthy of the Eternal One's attention. However, it seems he has just acquired something remarkable from the recent reward of the 3 insects. The strongest illusion, Kagutsuchi. This item signifies that he can once again control a loyal subordinate akin to Pierce. A bold idea sparked within him. He wondered if Kagutsuchi could be withstood by Ancient One. If he could control Ancient One, not only would he gain a formidable ally, but he would also acquire the prestigious magical authority of Kamartage. It would be a dual victory. He felt a stirring of temptation. What to do? Susanoo's scarlet kaleidoscope gaze turned somewhat menacing as he regarded Ancient One. Yet, she maintained her composed demeanor, her smile serene. "You seem to be contemplating something nefarious." Susanoo stared deeply into Ancient One's tranquil eyes for a prolonged moment, ultimately directing his gaze towards the eye of Agamotto resting upon her chest, relinquishing the notion of employing Kagutsuchi against her. The perilous kaleidoscope of the Eternal One faded, restoring his calm black demeanor. "Sorcerer Supreme, you are overthinking. I was merely momentarily distracted. Indeed, Kagutsuchi is the strongest illusion, but that is within the realm of Naruto. The intricacies of the Marvel Universe undoubtedly surpass those of the Naruto realm. Even with the capabilities of the celestial being, there is little assurance in controlling the Ancient One, especially when she possesses the Time Stone, which diminishes the likelihood further. The Infinity Stones are truly a formidable phenomenon, a source of great complexity. In due time, I shall acquire a couple for my own amusement, perhaps to incorporate them into my Susanoo." The Ancient One regarded Susanoo with a noncommittal nod, choosing not to delve deeper into this discourse. "It must be my imagination. If there are no further matters, let us prepare to return." With a wave of her hand, a magical device soared from the ruins into her grasp. This was the apparatus used by Dr. Strange to halt the forgetting spell. Upon activation, it would transport all individuals from parallel universes affected by the spell back to their respective realms. The Ancient One did not immediately activate the device. Instead, she subtly gestured, revealing the spell to the air. Her hands glowed with an orange luminescence as she inscribed intricate magical symbols into the spell. Observing her with keen interest, Dr. Strange's eyes flickered with understanding. He pondered aloud, "What is this?" The Ancient One glanced at him and slowly elucidated. "I have made slight modifications to your failed forgetting spell. Now, it will return individuals from other parallel universes to their own. But rather than sending them back to the moment before their demise, it will transport them to the correct temporal point corresponding to their respective Spider-Man. Why take such measures? Is it not possible to simply return them to their original time?" Dr. Strange inquired, momentarily perplexed by the rationale behind her actions. The Ancient One resolved to impart a valuable lesson to her apprentice, or perhaps to all. With a graceful motion, a lengthy green timeline emerged. She pointed to Tobey's Spider-Man and gently explained, "Consider the Dr. Osborn from the universe of this Spider-Man. The Green Goblin entity has now vacated his being, altering his fate. If you were to return him to the moment before his death, this timeline would inevitably shift. Alteration does not imply the original timeline ceases to exist. Rather, it branches off into a new timeline, thereby creating an entirely new parallel universe. When two similar timelines converge too closely, destruction awaits either one or both. Therefore, having altered their fates, it is imperative to provide them with new opportunities at the appropriate juncture, lest we precipitate a catastrophic collision between two universes." "Dr. Strange, do you comprehend?" The Ancient One concluded, casting a knowing glance at him. "My troublesome apprentice has indeed caused the obliteration of universes due to magical mismanagement." Dr. Strange felt a surge of anxiety, realizing the gravity of the situation, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet the time rules recorded by Kamar Taj should not be manipulated in this manner. We ought not to alter their timelines, as this could provoke a temporal backlash with dire repercussions. A chuckle escaped from the Ancient One as she turned her gaze towards Dr. Strange, teasingly saying, "Ah, rules? Dr. Strange, do you truly wish to enlighten me on the subject of rules? To my knowledge, the number of rules you have transgressed is beyond count." Dr. Strange fell silent, overwhelmed by her words, prompting the Ancient One to continue. "Moreover, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Do not conflate the two. The rules of time may have indeed been as you describe in days gone by, but when you and your companions borrowed the Infinity Stones from alternate universes, causing the annihilation of half the life in this universe, the very fabric of time was irrevocably altered. The new Keeper of Time prefers to introduce a few insignificant characters into the original timeline rather than allowing the emergence of numerous branching timelines that lead to mutual destruction." Dr. Strange, intrigued by her choice of words, inquired, "The new Keeper of Time? Who is it?" The Ancient One paused momentarily, shaking her head. "It is not for me to disclose. You will come to know in due time. Now that the matter is concluded, we must take our leave, Strange. Remember, you are the most astute of all the supreme sorcerers, yet your experiences may prove to be the most intricate. Do not lose yourself in the future." After imparting this profound warning to Dr. Strange, the Ancient One unhesitatingly activated the magical device in her hand, casting an orange glow that illuminated everyone present. Those who did not belong to this universe began to fade from existence. Witnessing this, the others from parallel universes understood that their departure was imminent, bidding farewell to their comrades who had fought alongside them. "Farewell, Dr. Strange," said Wong, extending his hand for a handshake. Dr. Strange reciprocated the gesture, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Goodbye. Though I do not know you well, I am truly grateful for everything you have done for this universe." Wong nodded with a smile before his form dissipated. The scene was left in silence, occupied only by Dr. Strange and the trio of Dutch Spider-Man. A flash of light enveloped them, and they found themselves back at Parker's apartment. "Oh my God, you have finally returned, Wong, Peter, Gwen," exclaimed May and Sheriff Stacy, embracing them as they regained their footing. The five of them formed a circle, embracing one another like a family. Peter looked at the weary May, feeling a deep sense of guilt. "Aunt May, I am sorry. I should not have disregarded your feelings and acted so recklessly. I should have shared everything with you." After traversing alternate worlds, he realized that the most important aspect was always the people beside him. In the early days of his journey, he had yearned for Aunt May, Gwen, and Wong more than he could express. Thus, he resolved to confess to Aunt May that he was Spider-Man. There should be no secrets among family. May gently caressed Peter's face, smiling. No, Peter, you need not explain. I know everything. The most crucial thing is that you are safe. And as long as you are unharmed, all is well. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered, Aunt May, you already know that I am Spider-Man? May gently ruffled the hair of the foolish child and pointed at his attire. Even if you were unaware before, you are certainly aware now. Go and change your clothes, Peter. Lowering his head, Peter suddenly realized he was still clad in his spider suit. Observing the suppressed laughter of the others, his face turned crimson, and he dashed toward his room. In the living room, the boisterous laughter of the other four echoed, creating a light and joyful atmosphere. Susanoo restrained his laughter and glanced down at a business card that had unexpectedly appeared in his hand. One side bore merely an address, 177 Brick Street. The other side was embossed with the words, Camartage always welcomes you. Chapter 43. The Three Chosen by Susanoo. Susanoo gazed at the inscription on the card. His curiosity piqued. Camartage always welcomes me? This phrase was indeed thought-provoking. Was it an invitation to visit, or an invitation to learn magic? Or perhaps both? As Susanoo pondered, a long-awaited routine task refreshed in his mind. Routine multiple-choice task released. Journey to Camartage, Option 1. Join Camartage, Reward. 10 fragment of reward level. 2,000 gold points. Option 2. Destroy Camartage, Reward. 20 fragment of reward level, 10,000 gold points. Additional gain. Dormammu's favor. Option 3. Become the Supreme Mage of Camartage, Reward. 20 fragment of reward level, 10,000 gold points. Additional gain. Dormammu's hostility. Upon viewing this multiple-choice task, Susanoo merely cast a glance at Option 1 before shifting his focus to Options 2 and 3. The meager reward of Option 1 was hardly worth considering, while Options 2 and 3 held greater intrigue. However, while both offered identical rewards, they presented two distinctly different additional gains, Dormammu's favor and hostility. What use were these additional gains? What would he do with Dormammu's favor? Would it facilitate a romantic entanglement with Dormammu or lead to a joint conquest of Earth? That was absurd. His sexual orientation was perfectly normal. And even if it were not, he would not engage with a mass of dark energy. As for conquering Earth, did he need Dormammu for that? Earth belongs solely to humanity. It is his Earth. As for Dormammu's hostility, he felt no fear whatsoever. The very intention of Dormammu was to devour and assimilate Earth. Thus, regardless of Dormammu's feelings toward him, Susanoo, as a resident of Earth, was bound to confront Dormammu eventually. Moreover, with the Ancient One still present and the three supreme sanctuaries intact, no matter how hostile Dormammu might be, he posed no threat to him. Concerning Dormammu's mage followers, a disorganized rabble, Susanoo could stand firm against them. No melee mage could breach his Susanoo. Even if Dormammu were to descend, he could always send Strange to negotiate terms with him and persuade him to leave Earth. Moreover, Susanoo firmly believes that by the time Dormammu descends, given the rapid enhancement of his own abilities, he will undoubtedly be more than a match for Dormammu. Thus, the choice appears to be multifaceted, yet in essence, it is a singular option. To gain rewards alongside the acquisition of a formidable faction of sorcerers is truly an opportunity to relish. Hence, he opts for the third choice, to become the Supreme Sorcerer of Camartage. Task 3 has been selected. Rewards will be granted upon completion. Time swiftly passed. Upon their return from the parallel universe, half a month had elapsed. Susanoo did not hasten to fulfill the routine tasks assigned by the system. Instead, he opted for a period of well-deserved relaxation. Undertaking tasks necessitates a balance of effort and ease. He is no mere automaton, and his assignments come without time constraints or penalties. There was no need for urgency. However, during this interlude, he did not remain idle. He instructed Ramlo to seek out several candidates for his superpowered team. These included the Maximoff siblings from Sokovia, Pietro and Wanda, who would later become known as Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch, respectively. Additionally, he sought the renowned neurosurgeon, Stephen Strange, who would eventually be known as Dr. Strange. The first two were relatively easy to locate. As orphans from Sokovia, it was a mere matter of connecting their names to Hydra to find them swiftly. However, Strange posed a more significant challenge. While his whereabouts were not difficult to ascertain, persuading him to join his ranks voluntarily was another matter. It was unlikely that a skilled surgeon would abandon a lucrative career to work clandestinely for him. Thus, Susanoo resorted to a subtle stratagem. adhering closely to the original narrative. On a tempestuous rainy day, as Strange was driving, Susanoo arranged for him to receive intriguing case studies that piqued his interest, such as a certain mustachioed gentleman with missile fragments near his heart. An ambush was set along his route, and as Strange became engrossed in these cases, Ramlo, driving with precision, inadvertently caused him to plummet from a cliff. Ramlo executed his task with utmost care, ensuring that while Strange's hands would be rendered incapable of performing surgery, he would not suffer any permanent loss of limbs. The mission was flawlessly accomplished. In the aftermath of despair, and further despair, Strange, through whispered rumors, inadvertently learned of a highly confidential organization conducting private supernatural experiments. These subjects not only gained formidable supernatural powers, but those with physical injuries might also find healing. A staunch materialist, Strange scoffed at the notion of supernatural forces. Yet, the prospect of healing his own hands, even if only a glimmer of hope, was an opportunity he could not dismiss. Thus, after enduring countless trials, Strange ultimately managed to locate this secretive organization through his determination and successfully enrolled in the experiment. Today marks the commencement of that very experiment. Certainly, since it is a team, it is impossible for there to be only the Maximoff siblings and Doctor Strange. Thus, today we have two distinguished guests, the two senior agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who were outmatched by Nick Fury, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton. A knock resounded at the door of the Special Operations Department head's office. Zwa, who was indulging in a well-deserved break while playing a globally popular game from 2008, did not lift his head. "Come in." Rangnuo entered, placing a neatly arranged stack of documents before Zwa and respectfully stated, "All three parties are in position and ready for your divine ceremony." As he reported, a trace of envy flickered in Rangnuo's eyes. Envious of Wanda and the others who effortlessly received such divine gifts. Sensing Rangnuo's thoughts, Zwa silently closed a monitor displaying the two failed characters. Having absorbed his bestowed card abilities, Rangnuo could, within a certain range, perceive the thoughts of those he had granted powers, though not possessing the absolute control of other deities. This ability proved useful in discerning whether a card recipient remained loyal. In the case of Rangnuo sitting before him, Zwa sensed that while he harbored envy towards Wanda and her companions, he bore no negative emotions, such as resentment or jealousy. This was commendable, indicating that Rangnuo was entirely loyal to him. For those who were loyal, Zwa was willing to elaborate further. "Are you quite envious of them?" Rangnuo paused for a moment before nodding directly, indeed a little. "Take a seat." Zwa gestured towards the chair opposite him. Rangnuo sat upright. "You have nothing to envy in them. The powers I have bestowed upon them are not mere gifts. For them, it is a cage. Accepting my divine gift brands them with my mark, binding them to my will for a lifetime. The value of the powers I grant them pales in comparison to what they will owe me in return. Understand?" Rangnuo's heart sank as the implications of being forever bound to a grantor of powers resonated within him. Wait, there's such a benefit. To be cherished for a lifetime. How blissful that would be. His envy intensified. Chapter 44. The disheveled Doctor Strange sensed the peculiar thoughts swirling within Rangnuo, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Was his subordinate's psyche becoming somewhat unhinged? Nevertheless, as his diligent employee, Rangnuo proved to be quite competent. Therefore, Zwa decided to further enhance his capabilities, stating, "I have never been one to show favoritism. As my most capable assistant, your performance has consistently satisfied me, and thus, you too shall receive a reward. I shall bestow upon you greater powers, and due to your commendable performance, I grant you the opportunity for autonomous election." Upon hearing this, Ramlo's face lit up with astonishment. Without affording him the chance to express his gratitude, Zwaju's left eye gleamed with a crimson light, promptly drawing him into the realm of Tsukiyomi. There, he was to personally experience the capabilities of two cards, the Oil Girl Shino from Naruto, Shippuden, and the White card from the same series. 2 hours elapsed within the moon reading space, while merely 10 seconds passed in the outside world. Upon his release, Ramlo emerged from the Tsukiyomi, having thoroughly engaged with the powers of both cards in the illusionary world. Zwaju spoke softly, "Make your choice, Ramlo." The resolute visage of Ramlo displayed an unprecedented conflict. After an internal struggle, he ultimately declared, "I choose the ability of the parasitic insect." Zwaju, taken aback, found this choice unexpected. To forego the dazzling ice abilities in favor of repulsive insects? Intriguing. With curiosity, Susanoo inquired, is the ice ability not to your liking? Why choose the parasitic insect? In mere seconds, Ramlo's conflicted expression transformed into one of unwavering determination, because it enables me to execute my tasks more effectively. The parasitic insect aligns with his roles in assassination, reconnaissance, and intelligence gathering, complementing his identity as an operative. The allure of flashiness could be left to others. His focus was solely on enhancing his efficiency in his duties. Susanoo expressed satisfaction with Ramlo's clarity of thought, reflecting, "It brings me joy to see you think this way. Rest assured, accompanying me is merely the beginning of your journey. It is by no means your conclusion. Your future path is bright." Ramlo trembled at the revelation that such formidable power was only the starting point. Indeed, as Pierce had asserted, aligning with the present was his greatest fortune. Now then, do not linger idly. Go summon the brothers of the Special Operations Team to convene at the training grounds. We must meet our new comrades. Susanoo rose, gently nudging the stunned Ramlo, and led the way out of the minister's office. Yes, Ramlo's gaze burned with fervor, his faith in Hydra utterly shattered. In this moment, Susanoo became his sole belief. Even if Susanoo commanded him to betray Hydra and assassinate his former leader, Pierce, he would do so without hesitation. In the Triskelion, on the 5th sublevel, the training room sprawled over several hundred square feet, presently quite empty, occupied by only 5 individuals. These 5 were divided into 3 factions. The stoic Hawkeye meticulously polished his arrows, while Black Widow, with her captivating blue eyes, scrutinized the other 3. Meanwhile, the anxious siblings, Pietro and Wanda, offered each other encouragement as they stood together. Lastly, the disheveled and ragged-looking Strange sat alone in a corner. With a click, the door to the training room swung open. A formidable assembly of fully armed Special Forces members surged into the training room, forming 2 neat rows flanking the entrance. The 5 individuals within the room were naturally drawn to this spectacle, their gazes shifting towards the doorway. Within their line of sight, a figure that starkly contrasted with the heavily armed soldiers swaggered in, dressed in black beach shorts and flip-flops, holding a cup of juice. This individual strode confidently down the path created by the Special Forces, eventually approaching the 5. His eyes first settled on the disheveled Dr. Strange. Although the current plight of Strange was entirely the result of his own actions, he bore no semblance of remorse. With a bright, sunny smile, he extended his hand toward Strange, saying, "Dr. Strange, it is a pleasure to see you again." "Again? Have we met before, sir?" Strange replied, his tone laced with confusion. While many Westerners might struggle with recognizing Eastern faces, a professional like him would not typically face such an issue. Besides, the distinctive appearance of this individual should have left an impression if they had indeed crossed paths. Nevertheless, despite his bewilderment, Strange was acutely aware that he was in someone else's domain, and his hope of healing his hands rested upon this organization. Thus, he decided to play it safe and extended his own trembling, wound-riddled hand in return. Contact with an important figure in this world. Stephen Strange, Dr. Strange. Reward distribution in progress. Level fragment X10. Mysterious item, chakra scroll X1. Chakra. Regardless of the host's total chakra amount, utilizing this will restore half of their chakra. A rather commendable scroll, indeed. It may very well be the key to turning the tide in battle. However, why is it chakra again? The reason for the term again is that during his previous encounter with the alternate dimension Strange, the rewards were also level fragment X10 and chakra X1. It appears the narrator forgot to mention this detail. Nevertheless, chakra is chakra. Having a special item is indeed a boon. Some level of S-H-I-E-L-D. Operatives didn't even receive a special item. Truly a waste. Moreover, in this manner, Strange inadvertently created 2 instances of value and rewards for himself. Therefore, he could afford to be magnanimous and heal Strange's hands, provided that Strange could be of use to him. Releasing Strange's hand, he gazed at Strange's still trembling hands, his eyes reflecting a hint of white. Merely a comminuted fracture and some nerve damage, minor injuries. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, he stated, "Dr. Strange, I am aware of your intentions, and I can unequivocally assure you that I can indeed heal your hands." At these words, Strange, who had just resolved in his mind to be cautious in this unfamiliar territory, felt his thoughts swiftly evaporate. Eagerly, he stepped forward and grasped the shoulders of his interlocutor, exclaiming, "You mean you have a way to heal my hands? Is that true? You are not deceiving me, are you?" Susanoo maintained a serene demeanor. Yet behind Strange, the ominous sound of numerous firearms being readied echoed ominously. One gun barrel pressed directly against the back of his head. Strange stiffly turned his neck, catching sight of Langulo's cold visage and the icy barrel resting on his forehead. "My apologies, it was not my intention. You understand, I'm desperate to heal my hands." In an instant, Strange's heart grew calm, and he released Susanoo's shoulder. Unperturbed, Susanoo casually retrieved a few crumpled sheets of paper from his pocket, unfolded them, and handed them to Strange. "Here, sign if you find no issue. Your hand will be well taken care of." Curious, Strange accepted the documents and began to read. "To accept the gift of God is to pledge eternal allegiance to the Crimson Eyes and to never betray." The paper bore only a few terse lines. However, upon finishing, Strange's expression twisted in horror. A gift from God? Allegiance? Crimson Eyes? This was clearly a cult. Chapter 45. The first to be subdued, Strange. After enduring countless hardships to arrive here, to find his last hope for healing his hands, he was now being told that it was merely a trick of a cult. How could he possibly accept such a revelation? Strange felt on the brink of despair. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, fixated on Susanoo as he rasped. "A gift from God? You cannot possibly mean to tell me that your so-called method of healing my hands is some deluded sorcery of yours. I have scoured the entirety of America, finding no medical technique capable of healing my hands. I placed my last hope in you. And now you tell me it is the fanciful sorcery dreamed up by you cultists. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it." Strange tore the contract into shreds. Utterly disregarding the surrounding firearms, his trembling finger accusingly pointed at everyone as he raved wildly, embodying sheer madness. Susanoo was not surprised by Strange's outburst. In the original narrative, Strange was a staunch atheist, even when Ancient One extracted his soul and guided him through the multiverse. He initially refused to believe in the existence of magic. For someone as obstinate as him, absent first-hand experience, he would never accept the existence of anything beyond his worldview. Susanoo aimed to completely shatter Strange's perspective and subsequently reconstruct it. However, unlike Ancient One, he wielded a far less gentle approach. "It is too noisy, Strange," Susanoo exclaimed, and with a swift motion, his purple bone claws unfurled, hoisting the frenzied Strange into the air. Yet this was only the beginning. Under the terrified gaze of Strange and the astonished expressions of Natasha and the others, the purple skeletal hand constricting Strange rapidly generated purple flesh, enveloping Susanoo in a swift, eerie transformation. Soon, a colossal figure resembling a Yatagarasu, towering over 10 meters high, emerged. It was the second form of Susanoo, half-form Susanoo. Although it did not evoke the same sense of despair as its complete form, it was more than sufficient to instill terror in the 5 ordinary onlookers present. What does it feel like to be grasped in the palm of such a gigantic being? Today, our Dr. Strange could unequivocally convey that the feeling could be summed up in one word: suffocation. Both psychologically and physiologically, he was overwhelmed by a wave of asphyxiation. The human fear of the colossal was vividly embodied in him at that moment. Zosuke, within the Susanoo, cast a glance at the 4 individuals frozen in shock, finally resting his gaze on the astonished and terrified Dr. Strange. "Dr. Strange, do you believe now?" Strange, nearly breathless from the pressure of Susanoo's hand, fervently nodded. I believe. Since you believe, I do not wish to hear any more doubts from you," Zosuke remarked, observing Strange's newfound compliance before casually tossing him to the ground. Though Zosuke had merely given him a light throw and lowered the height, Strange still landed in a disoriented heap, racked with pain and momentarily at a loss for words. Zosuke displayed no sympathy. The verbal tirades he had endured from the hellish kitchen thugs were a far greater punishment than this minor infliction upon Strange. Lying on the ground, Strange, with his medical expertise, deduced that he had likely fractured at least 2 ribs and a leg bone, while also breaking his left arm. Yet, for the sake of his hands, he set aside the agony and crawled toward hope. Struggling, Strange inched closer to Zosuke, extending his one remaining functional hand. His face flushed with pain as he uttered, "I am willing to sign that contract, as long as you can heal my hands." Upon hearing this, Zosuke released the Susanoo, slowly approaching the crawling Strange and squatting before him. He tossed a contract onto the ground before him, stating indifferently, "Sign your name, and all shall be as you wish." Strange, as if finding a precious treasure, eagerly picked up the paper and without hesitation signed it in his own blood. This document he had previously dismissed as a mere trick of cultists. Once finished, Strange, trembling with anticipation, handed the blood-signed contract to Zosuke. "I have signed it. When will you fulfill your promise to heal my hands?" Zosuke accepted the contract, silently retracting the pen he had just produced. Using blood to sign, how unsavory, he mused. Nevertheless, the objective had been achieved. The process was inconsequential. As long as the name was signed, this universe's Doctor Strange would belong to him. A satisfied smile crept onto Zosuke's lips as he extended his hand toward Strange. "When will you be healed?" Right now, under the gaze of anticipation from Strange, a sudden impact resonated against his forehead. A crisp sound echoed, rendering Strange momentarily dazed. Do not misconstrue this. It was not a mere act of violence that had rendered Strange's mind into a state of disarray. Rather, it was the infusion of a ninja card into his consciousness by Susanoo, a card bearing the name of Lee-Rock. Although this particular card lacked the flamboyant ninjutsu or extraordinary bloodline abilities, the robust physique and remarkable close combat skills of Lee-Rock undoubtedly made it the most suitable ninja card for Strange, both now and in the future. This card would heal his current injuries and equip him, the fragile sorcerer, with enhanced capabilities for self-defense in melee combat. Indeed, Susanoo had always intended to bring Strange along to Camartage. Having chosen the path of the Sorcerer Supreme, he could not overlook the magical prodigy that was Strange. After all, a Sorcerer Supreme could not perpetually guard Camartage as Ancient One did. Thus, he required a talent with formidable strength and exceptional magical aptitude to assist him with the affairs of the Sorcerer Supreme. Fortuitously, Strange, who had been lauded by Ancient One as the most exceptional Sorcerer Supreme in history, was selected for this role. However, Susanoo could not afford to wait for Strange to endure another accident in a few years, so he lent him a hand prematurely. To add a note of speculation, Susanoo harbored a strong suspicion that in the original narrative, Strange's accident was not merely a coincidence, but rather a deliberate act orchestrated by Ancient One herself, using the Sorcerer Supreme's might. In any case, Strange's fate had long been sealed. He was destined to become someone else's subordinate. The distinction lay solely in the fact that in other universes, Strange served as Ancient One's subordinate, while in this universe, he served his own interests. Chapter 46, The Traitor. I shall personally send him to meet Satan. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the dazed Strange expelled a clot of blood and, in a startling display, leapt 3 meters into the air. Upon landing, disbelief washed over him as he gazed at his legs. How could he have jumped so high from standstill? Moreover, wasn't he covered in injuries? As this thought crossed his mind, he immediately glanced at his steady hands, a manic smile spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, it worked. My hands have truly healed. I am once again the world's foremost neurologist. Ha ha! The expansive training room echoed with Strange's exuberant laughter. Yet, Susanoo remained stoic, mercilessly shattering Strange's delightful illusion. He waved the bloodied contract in his hand and teased. Doctor, I am afraid, Strange, that my healing of you was not intended for your return to the medical profession. Do not forget, you have already signed your soul away. Strange's hearty laughter abruptly ceased as he stared blankly at the blood contract bearing his name, a stark reminder of the pact he had made in desperation to restore his hands. The exhilaration that had surged within him moments ago plummeted into despair. Indeed, although his hands had healed, he had forfeited his most cherished freedom. Left assistant observed the dejected Strange, reflecting on the complexities of humanity. We are intricate beings, willing to sacrifice everything to reclaim something precious, only to yearn once more for what we have sacrificed. For instance, freedom. Yet, our left master remains unfazed. Having signed the contract, not even the Almighty could snatch away what he possesses. With a casual motion, left assistant tucked the bloodied contract into his bulletproof vest, not wishing to tarnish his attire, a gift from Peter during his globe-trotting adventures. As he glanced at his newly stained vest, left assistant surveyed the remaining 4, raising the remaining contracts in his hand. Now, who among you is next? Having witnessed left assistant's formidable prowess and Strange's miraculous recovery, The four were now utterly convinced of his ability to bestow extraordinary supernatural powers. However, to left assistant's astonishment, the next step forward was not the Maximoff siblings, who yearned for vengeance, but rather a striking red-haired specter. Natasha approached with graceful strides, snatching a crumpled contract from his grasp. With an alluring smile, she delicately lifted his gaunt chin with her slender fingers. "Handsome, I have a few inquiries regarding this contract. Might you enlighten me?" Left assistant looked into Natasha's doe-like eyes, the crimson kaleidoscope within them eerily still, his heart unmoved by the allure she projected. A woman's charm could only hasten his draw of the blade. Furthermore, she was merely an older woman. Yet, the seasoned Natasha faltered under the piercing gaze of his blood-red eyes, instinctively averting her gaze. Though her expression remained composed, her heart raced fiercely. Do not misconstrue this as infatuation. It was sheer alarm. Those eyes, adorned with crimson patterns, were undoubtedly not mere decorative lenses. They were terrifying. In that fleeting moment of connection, it felt as though her very soul had been ensnared, rendering her powerless. Even a resolute agent like her nearly succumbed. A mere ordinary person would likely be rendered utterly subservient after just a single glance. As Natasha averted her gaze, left assistant calmly stated, "Speak your questions, woman." Natasha is indeed an exceptional agent. With a mere glance downward, the emotions in her eyes were entirely concealed. Sporting a charming smile, she inquired, "Just 2 questions. First, after signing the contract, will the abilities conferred upon us have any side effects? And are these abilities optional?" Susanoo nodded nonchalantly. "There are no side effects. The abilities can be chosen, but the power of choice does not rest with you. Rather, it lies with me." Originally, he had a total of 7 cards in his possession. 5 of these cards belonged to Shikamaru, Sakura Haruno, Tintin, Niji Hyuga, and Rock Lee. The remaining 2 cards were designated for Shino Aburame and Itachi Uchiha. The card for Rock Lee had already been allocated to Strange, and the card for Shino was earmarked for Ramlo. Thus, in reality, only 5 ninja cards remained, corresponding to the 4 individuals, leaving just 1 card available. He intended to maximize the benefits, arranging these 5 ninja cards in the most judicious manner, much like Strange would. Natasha, upon hearing this, refrained from further inquiries and proceeded to her second question, one that occupied everyone's thoughts. She raised the contract in her hand, her tone laden with significance regarding my understanding. "It appears that your contract lacks any legal efficacy. Does it possess any special power, such that those who contravene it will face repercussions? You understand, akin to a magical covenant in fairy tales." As this question was posed, not only Natasha, but the other 4 also turned their attention to Susanoo, awaiting his response. Susanoo surveyed the 5 individuals, each displaying a distinct emotional response, and remarked indifferently, "It is merely a few ordinary sheets of paper. Just half an hour ago, I printed it from the printer in the S.H.E.L.D. building above. It holds no binding authority over you." Even Natasha, an agent adept at reading human intentions, found herself perplexed by Susanoo's enigmatic demeanor. She queried, "If it bears no magical power and holds no legal binding, do you not fear our betrayal after we gain power?" In response, Susanoo allowed a smirk to grace his lips, his cold gaze fixed upon the 5 individuals, each harboring different thoughts. Magical power? Legal authority? These are concepts that can be inscribed on paper and inherently possess no binding force. The power of magic, if you are strong enough, can be broken. The power of law, if you are formidable enough, cannot constrain anything. This paper, I have never claimed to be a contract. It is merely a notice, a declaration that acceptance of my gifts necessitates loyalty to me, and to those who betray, I shall personally escort them to meet Satan. Natasha was taken aback by Susanoo's domineering words, stumbling back 2 steps, her expression seemingly one of fear and confusion. Yet within her mind, she pondered deeply over Susanoo's declarations. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon her. Natasha's expression gradually settled into calmness, her voice steady as she remarked, "So from the very beginning, you had everything calculated. Since Director Fury pitted me and Barton against you, we have had no way out, have we?" Susanoo's assistant did not mince words and candidly replied, "Indeed, from the moment you were transferred to the Special Operations Department, your fate was sealed. There would be no turning back." Natasha understood. With a self-deprecating smile, She resolutely inscribed her name on the meaningless contract. She had believed that by escaping the Red Room and joining Shield, she would finally gain control over her own destiny. Little did she know, in the end, she was merely a pawn in the hands of those in power, both with respect to the Red Room and Nick Fury. Chapter 47. The original five assemble, even alongside her savior, Hawkeye. Natasha could not escape the fate of being a mere tool. She placed the contract bearing her signature before Zua's assistant and withdrew another contract. Turning back to Hawkeye, she handed it to him. Throughout the entire ordeal, Hawkeye uttered not a single word, silently signing his name and returning it to Zua's assistant. Like Natasha, he found himself with no choice. Zua's assistant casually inserted their contracts into the back pocket of Langlois and then shifted his gaze to the last two individuals. Team Progress stood at 35. Remaining were the ones he valued most, the wielder of chaos magic, Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, and her twin brother, Quicksilver, Pietro Maximoff. At just 19, Wanda felt Zua's assistant's gaze upon her and, suppressing her fear, mustered the courage to approach him. Her brother, Pietro, who was of the same age, quickly stepped forward, instinctively shielding her from view. Zua's assistant regarded the two before him with indifference. If you have questions, ask now. If not, sign your names to officially join. Pietro inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain composed, and spoke. I have two questions. First, if we sign, will we truly gain the power for vengeance? The power to take revenge against the world's foremost arms dealer, Tony Stark? Without hesitation, Zua's assistant nodded. Yes, the power granted by the Incan would indeed be sufficient for the siblings to seek retribution against Tony Stark, a mere mortal. However, he did not clarify that this would suffice against Iron Man, Tony Stark, nor did he mention that he would permit them to exact revenge for what seemed like a rather absurd reason. After all, seeking vengeance not against the instigator but against the weapon's creator, was that just? If one were to truly follow this line of reasoning, the siblings should seek vengeance against the machines that manufacture the weapons, for missiles were not all crafted by Tony's hands. They were produced by machines, were they not? Yet, Zua's assistant would not waste his breath trying to explain such matters to these siblings, whose vision was clouded by hatred. He simply responded to Pietro's inquiry, and indeed, he did not lie. Pietro nodded and continued. One last question. Could you grant my sister her freedom, leaving me behind to serve you? Susanoo cast a disdainful glance at Pietro, but remained silent. Yet, Pietro discerned from his expression that such a request was utterly impossible. Nevertheless, unwilling to surrender, he pressed on. Wanda is merely a fragile girl. Even if you keep her, she would serve no purpose. If you release her, I swear fealty to you for life and pledge to do anything for you. Upon hearing this, Susanoo, albeit slightly admiring Pietro's protective instincts towards his sister, was resolute that allowing Wanda to leave was out of the question. He shook his head, stating, Pietro, my focus has never been on you. You are merely an appendage to your sister. My interest has always been in her. Susanoo's words were clear, causing Pietro to clench his fists, his heart brimming with resentment and regret. How had he allowed hatred to cloud his judgment? Tempted by power, he had unwittingly led his sister into the jaws of a wolf. Wanda, at merely 19, still had her youth ahead of her. She should not be ensnared in an organization that was evidently nefarious. Pietro began to question whether his reckless pursuit of vengeance, one that had dragged his sister into the mire, was indeed the right choice. In the midst of his turmoil, Wanda suddenly grasped his clenched fist, her gaze resolute as she declared, Pietro, I have never regretted the path we have taken together. We were born together, and our quest for vengeance should be pursued in unison. Without waiting for Pietro's reaction, Wanda swiftly signed her name on the paper. In that moment, it was too late for Pietro to intervene. Reluctantly, he cast a glance at his sister and signed his name as well. Team 55. The collection of cards is completed for the first time. Susanoo's stern countenance softened into a slight smile as he extended his hand to the four of them, saying, Welcome to our family. Come, let the four of you join together and receive my divine bestowal. Realizing they had no way out, the four hesitated not. Stacking their hands atop Susanoo's, he infused their bodies with the four cards, simultaneously acquiring their contact rewards. The four cards they fused were as follows. First, for Natasha, Susanoo bestowed upon her the card of Sakura Haruno. Sakura's extraordinary strength would find its utmost efficacy in Natasha, a master of close combat. Imagine a Black Widow with physical power reaching several tons, even exceeding 10 tons, coiling around your neck. What consequences would ensue? Next was Hawkeye Barton, to whom Susanoo granted the card of Niji Hyuga. The various capabilities of the Byakugan would be exceptionally compatible with Hawkeye. Contemplate a marksman capable of perceiving the subtlest traces from a kilometer away, endowed with the ability to see through and exploit weaknesses. Such a figure would undoubtedly instill dread in their adversaries. Next, we have Quicksilver Pietro, who received a card from Susanoo. The primary reason for bestowing this card upon him was the infinite weapon scroll of Tion Tion. It is indeed perplexing to envision a speedster relying solely on his fists for combat. Yet imagine if he could effortlessly summon an array of weapons at will. Lastly, the individual Susanoo holds in highest regard, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, was granted one of the two rare cards. There exists no other rationale. The chaotic power augments Wanda in every conceivable manner, rendering her need for additional strength obsolete. His singular aim in bestowing the card upon Wanda is to ascertain whether the power it harbors can fully awaken the dormant chaotic energy within her. In the original narrative, Wanda's chaotic power was fully realized through the influence of the Mind Stone. However, unbeknownst to many, during her childhood, amidst the bombing of Sokovia, Wanda had already demonstrated her capacity to alter reality through chaotic power. The Stark missile that landed before her and Pietro did not fail to detonate by mere chance. Stark's creations are synonymous with excellence. A dud is inconceivable. In her innocence, Wanda unconsciously modified the missile's internal structure, rendering it harmless. Thus, Susanoo desires not merely the awakening of Wanda, but the emergence of the Scarlet Witch, imbued with chaotic power. He harbors great expectations for Wanda. Will she rise to meet them? Chapter 48. The Awakening of Chaotic Power, the Unruly Young, which among the four. Natasha and Barton swiftly completed the fusion of the ninja card, already sensing the newfound power coursing through their beings. Natasha, however, was not preoccupied with the explosive sensation of strength within her. Instead, her incredulous gaze fell upon her abdomen. Gradually, she lifted her shirt, revealing her smooth, unblemished midriff, where once a gaping scar inflicted by the Winter Soldier had marred her skin. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The significance lay in her realization. As she caressed her belly, feeling the presence of something extraordinary within, her eyes glistened with tears as she turned to Susanoo, seeking affirmation. I'm whole again, aren't I? Indeed, Susanoo casually nodded, validating her suspicion, though his gaze remained fixed on the still unconscious Wanda. The ninja card bestows upon its bearer everything it encompasses. Beyond skills and abilities, it naturally includes the capacity for physical regeneration. As long as the injuries fall within the parameters of the card's attributes, all wounds can be healed. Of course, this does not imply that organs which ought not to belong to the bearer will manifest. Upon hearing this, Natasha's previously anxious heart found solace, and a genuine smile, long absent, illuminated her face as she settled gracefully onto the ground. As I gazed at the silhouette of Susanoo, I murmured to myself, perhaps working for him wouldn't be so bad. At least I am a normal person now. Hawkeye still struggled to fully control his vision, accidentally catching glimpses of Natasha's internal changes. Sincerely, he congratulated her. Congratulations, Natasha. You have finally regained the completeness you have long yearned for. Perhaps our transfer here is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. In truth, Hawkeye harbored little resistance to working under Susanoo. After all, whether under the command of Director Nick Fury or the head of the Special Operations Department, the essence remains quite similar, perhaps even more favorable. At least the abilities he now possesses are something he could never have achieved while serving under Nick Fury. These eyes have augmented his combat prowess manifold. Moreover, he now possesses more than just these extraordinary eyes. Upon hearing Hawkeye's congratulations, Natasha smiled in response. Thank you. Regaining my completeness is indeed a delightful surprise. Mid-sentence, Natasha suddenly realized something amiss and sharply turned to Hawkeye. How did you know I had regained it? Oh dear, could your ability be? A cold sweat trickled down Hawkeye's back. It was over, he had let slip. You are doomed, Clint. Natasha clenched her powerful fist and lunged toward Hawkeye, initiating a practical training exercise. Susanoo paid no heed to their antics, but instead observed Pietro, whose body was convulsing, and Wanda, whose surface was cloaked in a crimson mist, as a smile gradually crept onto his lips. Quicksilver and Scarlet, which have made their entrance. This was his greatest achievement of the day. It appears that utilizing the power carried by the ninjutsu card to awaken the latent strength within them is indeed effective. As he watched the two struggle with their transformations, Susanoo, in high spirits, decided to bestow some benefits upon the members of the Special Operations team. First, he approached Ramu Luo, placing a hand on his shoulder, and the oil girl Shino's card seamlessly integrated into his being. Then, he turned his gaze to the remaining members of the Special Operations team, numbering over 200 who were not currently on missions. Enough standing around. Everyone sit down and prepare for a physical examination. Although the more than 200 members were perplexed, they were already awed by Suanoo's formidable power and promptly obeyed the command to sit. Suanoo formed hand seals and pressed his hands to the ground. Summoning technique, slug. After a puff of white smoke, a giant slug, 60 meters in length, made its dazzling entrance into the training room. This left everyone speechless in astonishment. Even the members of the Special Operations team, who had witnessed their leader's various feats, were left wide-eyed. Not to mention the newly joined Strange, Natasha, and Barton. This colossal slug utterly shattered their worldviews. What on earth did it consume to grow so large? Genetically modified corn? Zhu gently patted the slug lying on the ground and softly instructed, "Slug, please assist them in healing their internal injuries." The immense slug nodded, and in an instant, its entire form fractured into countless smaller entities, scattered densely across the ground. One by one, they began to crawl towards each member of the Special Operations team, eventually attaching themselves to them, emanating a gentle green glow as they initiated the healing process, regardless of gunshot wounds or the subtle injuries sustained during training. As long as there were no severed limbs, the slug's restorative powers worked wonders. Even the toxins accumulated within their bodies due to modern unhealthy foods were being gradually expelled. As all members of the Special Operations team under Zhu immersed themselves in the slug's warm healing. Two hands glowing with a crimson light unexpectedly reached out from behind him, resting on either side of his temples. The crimson luminescence infiltrated Zhu's mind, rendering his gaze momentarily vacant. Wanda, observing Zhu's immobility, sighed in relief alongside Pietro. Wanda withdrew her hands from Zhu, her expression tinged with guilt as she softly murmured, "I'm sorry, but I must do this." The two then turned to the only conscious individuals in the training room, Natasha, Barton, and Strange, anxiously asking, "We must leave now. We need this power for revenge. Once our vengeance is fulfilled, we will return. Will you stop us?" Natasha, Barton, and Strange remained silent, merely gazing at the duo with enigmatic smiles. Wanda and Pietro felt an inexplicable chill at the sight of their strange expressions. However, noticing that the trio had no intention of obstructing them, they hurriedly made their way to the exit. As long as they passed through that door, they could finally achieve their long-held goal, revenge. The door swung open, but the scene that unfolded was not the familiar corridor of the building. Instead, they were met with a world engulfed in chaos and warfare. Aircraft soared through the sky while tanks rumbled across the earth. Wanda and Pietro, confronted by the familiar sounds of artillery and the sight of ruins, froze in shock. This was the beginning of their nightmare. Sokovia, their homeland. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Pietro E. Wanda's voice trembled with panic as she turned to her brother, only to find him utterly absent. "Pietro!" she cried in despair. Since the loss of their parents, she and her brother had never been apart. Now, inexplicably thrust into Sokovia in 1999, her beloved brother was nowhere to be found. This left Wanda feeling as though she had reverted to the helpless little girl she once was in Sokovia. Chapter 49. Wanda's inner fears at that moment. A sharp sound sliced through the air, prompting Wanda to instinctively look up. She beheld a missile, marked with ominous insignia, plummeting directly toward her. The missile emitted a flashing red light, and in that instant, Wanda seemed to forget the card power she had just assimilated, as well as the awakening of her chaotic energy. Like an ordinary little girl consumed by fear, she clutched her head tightly. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, flames shot skyward, and a violent shockwave instantaneously propelled Wanda away. After what felt like an eternity, Wanda slowly rose from the ground, her body racked with pain. The cacophony of gunfire had ceased, leaving the world in eerie silence. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she stood before a white wooden door. Gazing at the inscription on the door, she temporarily forgot her agony, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. Maximoff family. With trembling hands, Wanda gently pushed open the door that had remained closed for nearly a decade. Upon entering, the corridor appeared just as she remembered, as if her last return had been just yesterday. "Daddy, can we watch some television?" A sweet little girl's voice echoed from the living room, followed by a deep male voice. "Of course, my darling, but we must keep our voices down, all right?" "Yay." The gentle admonition of a woman, accompanied by the obedient responses of the two children, resonated once more from the living room. Wanda's legs felt weak as she listened to those familiar sounds, yet she was filled with anticipation as she steadied herself against the wall, stepping cautiously into the living room. There, an old-fashioned television displayed a classic black-and-white comedy. On the sofa in front of the screen sat two adults and two children, their silhouettes entwined in a loving embrace. It was her childhood self and Pietro, along with their parents. As Wanda beheld her parents, she covered her mouth and sank to the floor, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. "Mommy, Daddy." Seeing the figure she had longed for over the past 9 years materialize before her, she could not suppress her cry. But suddenly, as if sensing something, Wanda lifted her gaze to the ceiling, unleashing a howl of anguish and fury. "No." In the next instant, a missile pierced through the ceiling like an arrow, plummeting directly toward the affectionate family on the sofa. Wanda's vision blurred with rage, and the chaotic power within her erupted. She soared towards the falling missile, reaching out in a desperate attempt to halt its descent. Yet the missile, bearing the Stark insignia, passed through her hands and body as if the air were insubstantial, finally crashing onto the floor. With a thunderous explosion, orange flames engulfed the entire living room, transforming the once warm home into a desolate ruin. As the flames subsided, Wanda mournfully gazed upon the two lifeless bodies at her feet. In that instant of destruction, her parents had shielded their young children from the initial blast, yet they had tragically perished. The siblings, sheltered by their parents, momentarily escaped a dire fate. Yet, why is it deemed momentary? For calamity does not arrive alone. Whoosh! Thud! Another Stark missile descended into the room. This time, it did not detonate immediately. Instead, it radiated a deadly crimson light before the young siblings. This ominous glow compelled the frightened pair to seek refuge beneath their bed. Beeping incessantly, Wanda cast a final glance at her parents' lifeless bodies, her gaze drifting towards the terrified children. No longer cowering in fear, she summoned the chaotic power within her, her eyes aglow with a fierce red. With an outstretched finger, she directed her energy towards the missile shimmering ominously. Simultaneously, the young Wanda, hidden beneath the bed, mirrored this gesture, extending her small hand towards the missile. Tendrils of red mist flowed from both their palms, infiltrating the missile's core. The impending explosion of the Stark missile was silently averted as its internal structure was altered, rendering it a harmless dud. Thus, the young siblings survived the threat of a second missile. Yet, as Wanda observed this scene unfold, a profound sadness enveloped her heart. She comprehended that everything she was experiencing was not reality, but rather the buried sorrow and fear residing within her. In this moment, she was but a spectator, unable to affect change. The force that saved her and her brother was not her present self, but her younger self. Unbeknownst to her, she had already awakened the ability to manipulate reality in her childhood. However, due to her own cowardice and trepidation, she had buried this power deep within, alongside the memories of her home in Sokovia. It was only when that man appeared, forcibly awakening the dormant strength within her, that she began to recall everything. Now, she was no longer the timid child she once was. She no longer needed to suppress this power. Rather, she must wield it. Though it could not alter her tragic past, it could bestow upon her the strength for vengeance and a broader vision of the future. Past or future, Wanda's scarlet eyes pierced through the ceiling, shattered by the missile, as her vision expanded through the chaos, revealing distant horizons. It was the direction from whence the missile had been launched, unveiling another truth her younger self had never witnessed. It was the Sokovian Rebellion, the very origin of the war that had ravaged Sokovia. At that moment, the rebels relentlessly fired missiles manufactured by Stark Industries into the city, obliterating every structure in their path. Simultaneously, The frantic exchange between the artilleryman and the commanding officer resonated clearly in Wanda's ears through the chaotic energy. The artilleryman, amidst his fervent onslaught, turned to the frenzied commander beside him, shouting, "Hey, Commander!" The latest creations from Stark Industries proved to be remarkably potent, far surpassing those inferior products. However, I am quite curious about how you managed to acquire such an abundance of Stark weaponry. I recall that they were not inclined to sell arms to us. The commander, holding a cup, gazed disdainfully at the war-torn Sokovia, scoffing. Stark? Huh. They are nothing but a complete farce. Howard Stark, the helm of Stark Industries, a purveyor of weaponry, dares to declare that arms are prohibited from being sold to terrorists. Absurd. It would be one thing if Stark Industries were solely his, but it is evident that it is not. Stark Industries has other stakeholders, and Howard's actions amount to severing others' livelihoods, courting his own demise. Thus, it comes as no surprise that he met with an unfortunate fate. With Howard Stark's demise, his successor, Tony Stark, remains indifferent to worldly matters, rendering Stark Industries no longer under the Stark family's dominion. Henceforth, Stark Industries ought to be referred to as Staney Industries, as long as we can afford it. The second shareholder, Obadiah Staney, can procure anything for us. He is our true angelic vendor, the key to securing victory in this war. Do you understand, boy? The rebels? Obadiah Staney? Wanda's eyes blazed crimson, yearning to tear them to shreds. Yet, she understood that at this moment, she was ensnared in an illusion, and any action would be futile. Only by returning to the real world could she truly exact her vengeance upon her genuine foe, Obadiah Staney. Upon discovering the true culprit behind the tragedy that befell her family, Wanda found herself struggling to calm her tumultuous emotions. She yearned to break free from this false world and return to reality. Chapter 50. Wanda and Pietro's complete reconciliation. Wanda shut her eyes, attempting to perceive the world not through her eyes and senses, but by harnessing the chaotic power she had recently awakened. With each of Wanda's continued efforts, tendrils of crimson mist began to emanate from her being, gradually expanding in scope. Everything touched by this scarlet vapor began to dissolve into nothingness. Centered around Wanda, her parents' corpses, her surviving siblings, Stark's missiles, the shattered home, until the entirety of Sokovia was shrouded in the red mist, all aspects of this world turned to void. Only then did Wanda reopen her eyes, only to find herself still not in the real world, but in a realm of pristine white. Why? Wanda's expression reflected her confusion. Everything within this space had been consumed by her chaotic power. Logically, she should have returned to reality. What had gone awry? All that her gaze could encompass had been devoured by the chaotic force, leaving only that which lay beyond her sight. With this thought, Wanda abruptly lifted her gaze toward the sky. There, the heavens were no longer black or white, but a swirling tapestry of red and black. Within the blood-red canopy, a black six-pointed star began to rotate slowly. Wanda's pupils constricted as she recognized the peculiar pattern in the sky. It was the eyes of that man. In the next moment, the six-pointed star in the heavens began to spin with increasing velocity, and Wanda felt an irresistible pull emanating from it, drawing her body skyward, plunging her into the vast eye that enveloped the entire firmament. The sound echoed like a droplet falling into the ocean, as the blood-red six-pointed star rippled ominously. In the realm of reality, Susanoo released the enchantment of Tsukuyami, and Wanda, standing enraptured alongside Pietro, gradually regained the light in her eyes. As Pietro awakened, his lack of mental fortitude manifested as beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he gasped for breath. Wanda, shielded by the chaotic power, did not appear unduly affected by the illusions of Tsukuyami, but gazed at Susanoo with a complex expression. "I have a question to ask." "Ask," he replied. "Is everything in the illusion truly real?" Susanoo regarded Wanda with calmness, responding softly, "You already possess the answer within your heart, do you not?" He had merely constructed a secret world buried deep within Wanda's psyche, untouched by his hand. All that transpired there was indeed real. Wanda, dazed, nodded silently, grappling with the weight of 9 years of hatred directed at the wrong target. What Pietro witnessed in the illusion was not dissimilar to Wanda's experience. However, lacking chaotic power, he was confined in a black room. From this vantage point, he observed the entire narrative unfold, uncovering the true culprits behind his parents' demise. In contrast to Wanda's disorientation, Pietro, already wavering in his quest for vengeance, faced reality with resolve. He turned to Susanoo, determination etched on his face. I understand that my actions alongside Wanda have largely betrayed you, but I implore you to place all blame upon me and spare Wanda. Let her serve you for eternity if need be, but grant her life. No, Wanda began, momentarily shaken from her stupor, ready to interject. Yet, Susanoo cast a glance her way, and she found herself unable to control her body. Her lips sealing shut. Only her eyes remained animated, pleading silently towards Susanoo. Unmoved, Susanoo's lips curled into a cold smile. His blood-red gaze reminiscent of summons from the abyss, fixated on Pietro. Are you certain? Are you truly willing to shoulder all the blame alone, merely to allow your sister to live? Confronted with death, Pietro's heart raced, yet his gaze remained steadfast. I am certain. Come what may. As you wish, Susanoo replied, his expression devoid of emotion, raising his right hand slowly towards Pietro's head. Wanda's eyes glowed with crimson light, the chaotic power flickering around her as she fought fiercely for control over her own body. If Wanda were granted a moment's respite, perhaps she could indeed harness the power of chaos to liberate herself from the corporeal control of Doctor Strange. Alas, at this juncture, she remains too feeble. Even if she could break free, it would not be a swift endeavor. Thus, Wanda could only watch helplessly as Doctor Strange's hand drew ever closer to Pietro. Finally, with a gentle tap of 2 fingers upon Pietro's forehead, Doctor Strange retracted his hand. Pietro, surprised, touched his unscathed brow, finding no sign of the gruesome fate he had anticipated. Powerless, Wanda's eyes widened, her emotions oscillating between tension and relief, causing the chaotic energy within her to momentarily still. Pietro stared, bewildered, at Doctor Strange. What is this? Doctor Strange offered a faint smile. Is it not clear? This is a punishment for you and your sister. Pietro, perplexed, replied, Huh? Is that it? Doctor Strange jested lightly. What else do you expect? Do you have any other expectations? Now it was Pietro who felt awkward, scratching his head. No, that's not what I meant. I thought that having violated your contract, you would not let me off so easily. Doctor Strange replied calmly. Violated? I wouldn't quite put it that way. I have welcomed you into this family. Between family members, unless it is a matter of principle, I am quite accommodating. You have mentioned that once your vengeance is fulfilled, you would return, which indicates that you still remember this family of ours. Thus, everything else becomes inconsequential, and you are not deemed traitors. Pietro gazed at Doctor Strange with sincerity rendered speechless. Since the war 9 years prior, after losing their home, he and his sister had struggled to survive in this hellish world, their only motivation being revenge. They had never imagined that one day they would have a home again. Yet this seemingly impossible possibility had materialized today, filling him with an overwhelming warmth. Not only he, but Wanda felt it too. At that moment, Wanda regained control of her body, her gaze imbued with an inexplicable emotion as she looked at Doctor Strange. Are you not going to stop us from seeking vengeance? Doctor Strange placed his hands upon the shoulders of the siblings and replied softly, Why would I stop you? Avenging one's parents is a matter of righteousness. I merely hope you both understand that one must not only consider the surface of things. Vengeance is the same. If you seek revenge, you should identify the true culprits, not merely the creators of weapons. Understood. Wanda and Pietro nodded obediently, their hearts fully aligned after hearing Doctor Strange's words. Their admiration for him reached its zenith. Observing this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Doctor Strange's eyes, and a subtle, fox-like smile graced his lips. The plan was unfolding perfectly, a resounding success. Chapter 51. Surely, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your loved ones, would you? Doctor Strange was certainly not as easygoing as he portrayed himself to be. If anyone else dared to attempt to control him, they would have been reduced to ashes or ground to a pulp long ago. The reason he displayed such magnanimity towards Pietro and Wanda was that all of this was intricately woven into his grand design. Given his profound understanding of the forces of chaos, how could he possibly let his guard down and entrust his back to the little witch? From the moment he entered the training room and first activated the eternal kaleidoscope, lifting Strange in midair with his half-formed Susanoo, Wanda and Pietro were already ensnared in the subtle manipulation of the moon-reading technique. They were simply unaware of it. Every action they took thereafter was subtly guided by Susanoo's influence on her subconscious, including Wanda's desire to wield chaos magic to control him. This strategy served three purposes. Firstly, as Susanoo had just articulated, it aimed to rectify the misguided notions harbored by the siblings within the realm of illusion, helping them emerge from their self-imposed isolation and comprehend who their true adversaries were. Secondly, as they unraveled their emotional knots and revisited the traumas of their childhood, at their most vulnerable moments, he intended to offer them the warmth of what they subconsciously yearned for, the comfort of home, thereby completely subjugating them. Thirdly, and most crucially, he sought to amplify Wanda's mastery over chaos magic within the illusion. It is widely acknowledged that chaos magic is inherently sinister. The more intense the host's sorrow and suffering, the greater the power unleashed. In Avengers: Age of Ultron, Wanda's initial awakening did not exhibit formidable strength. Her ability to manipulate hearts through chaos magic was commendable, even ensnaring Thor into her illusion. However, in terms of combat prowess, she was merely on par with the weakest, Hawk Ai. Yet when Wanda experienced the devastating loss of her twin brother, Pietro, engulfed in grief, the chaos magic she unleashed was potent enough to obliterate a substantial portion of Ultron's army. In Avengers: Endgame, upon returning from Oblivion, Wanda's power surged once more due to the death of her beloved Vision, allowing her to overpower Thanos with ease, almost single-handedly defeating him. When we reach Wanda's solo series, her anguish intensified upon discovering Vision's dismembered body, leading to an even more exaggerated display of chaos magic. She manipulated reality in Westview, transforming the entire town into an elaborate stage for a live-action show, compelling everyone to participate in her domestic fantasy. Most astonishingly at that moment, Wanda had the ability to conjure individuals into existence from thin air, living beings, including her husband, Vision, her two sons, Tommy and Billy, and even an alternate universe version of Quicksilver. This was nothing short of miraculous. Wanda was on the brink of fully mastering chaos magic. Therefore, considering all these factors, Susanoo devised a plan for Wanda to revisit her childhood, enabling her to confront her nightmarish past once again, deepening her control over chaos magic amidst suffering and sorrow, ultimately making her stronger. The success of his plan has been unequivocally proven. Although Wanda has not yet reached the formidable power she exhibited during the events of Avengers: Endgame or in her personal series, she has undeniably evolved far beyond the timid girl who merely awakened her abilities during Avengers: Age of Ultron. She managed to dispel the first layer of the Moon Reader's illusion using her own strength and successfully located the source of its power. Furthermore, upon returning to reality, even under the ordinary physical constraints of the kaleidoscope, she regained control over her own body. Although the process took longer than anticipated, long enough for Pietro and herself to have perished numerous times, it is still a significant improvement from the time when she felt compelled to hide behind Hawk Ai. Susanoo was quite satisfied. Now that the Maximoff siblings had fully committed themselves, it was time to focus on the other three. In his perception of the loyalty cards embedded within them, he found that the trio's allegiance barely met the minimum threshold, falling short of his expectations for unwavering loyalty. Particularly concerning was Strange, who seemed to harbor notions of fear and avoidance towards him. This was unacceptable. He desired complete loyalty from everyone. Susanoo's blood-red kaleidoscope turned its gaze toward Strange and his companions. The trio, having previously experienced the eerie nature of those eyes, involuntarily shivered. Just moments before, the Maximoff siblings had locked eyes with Susanoo and subsequently succumbed to a stupor. By the time they regained their senses, they had become entirely compliant. The trio harbored grave suspicions that Susanoo's uncanny gaze possessed a brainwashing capability. After all, if he could bestow superpowers upon others, it seemed only logical that he could also manipulate their minds. Sensing their thoughts, Susanoo calmly reassured them. "Rest assured, I have no intention of brainwashing you." The trio, taken aback, exclaimed, "You can read minds?" "Sois ferme replied, no." He indeed could not. He merely received feedback from the loyalty cards, not through telepathy. Observing Susanoo's earnest demeanor, they collectively exhaled in relief. After all, no one wished for their innermost secrets to be exposed. For instance, the trio subconsciously recalled their deepest secrets. Susanoo, who detected their thoughts, did not intend to uncover these secrets. However, the loyalty cards within them relayed their hidden truths to him. For example, Hawkeye's secret refuge for his wife and children. Natasha's lingering fear of the Red Room and her obsession with finding her sister Yelena, and strange unrequited affection for a doctor named Christine Palmer. Now, each of them held significant leverage against one another. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be wise for you to comply, he warned, for you surely do not wish for your loved ones, wife, children, sister, or girlfriend, to come to harm. Susanoo shook his head, dismissing the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind. He had no intention of using these external factors to coerce their loyalty. Such allegiance would be inherently unstable. Instead, he intended to wage a psychological war. As the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Susanoo could not read minds, a subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth as he slowly remarked, "Yet I possess the ability to unveil your pasts and futures." The three of them gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless by the revelation. Susanoo continued, "You believe I have manipulated the Maximoff siblings, causing their drastic change in attitude towards me. However, that is not the case. I merely revealed the truth behind their past misunderstandings, thereby unbinding their hearts." Upon hearing this, they instinctively turned their gazes towards the Maximoff siblings. Wanda and Pietro nodded affirmatively, confirming Susanoo's assertions. Wanda even took the initiative to explain, "Part of my awakened abilities pertains to the mind, and I'm certain I have not been brainwashed." Seemingly sensing their skepticism, Wanda added, "Moreover, the mental powers I possess are not a gift from Zwa. They are inherent to me, thus nullifying any reason for me to be under his control in uttering such words." To further substantiate her claim, Wanda manifested two distinct energies in her hands. The left emanated a crimson chaos energy, while the right exuded a chilling frost. The three, witnessing this, found themselves convinced to a significant extent. After all, their awakened abilities were primarily singular, leaving Wanda's assertion of possessing another inherent power unchallenged. Susanoo offered Wanda a gentle smile, expressing gratitude. "Wanda, I am truly thankful for your thorough explanation." Wanda, captivated by Susanoo's striking visage, felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she quietly replied, "It's no trouble. I merely spoke the truth." Chapter 52. A tumultuous future for Earth. Susanoo nodded, redirecting his serious gaze back to the three. "I understand that you may harbor some dissatisfaction regarding my insistence on your presence here, leading to an indirect contract, and you might perceive me as less than virtuous." They shook their heads, outwardly declaring, "No, we came willingly. You did not coerce us." Internally, however, they thought, "Yet you certainly do not resemble a good person, rather akin to the leader of a cult." Susanoo, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Let me clarify once more. I am not a cult leader." The three gasped. "Yet you claim you cannot read minds." Observing their wide-eyed astonishment, Susanoo remained unfazed and shifted the topic. "I have summoned all of you here not for my personal gain, nor to bind your futures to my will, but for a far more significant reason." Curiosity piqued. They inquired, "What is this important reason?" In a grave tone, Susanoo replied, "The future. A future intimately connected to each of you, and one that determines the very survival of this world." The three were taken aback. The fate of the world, was it truly that dire? It was essential to remember they had merely been three ordinary individuals until now. At most, Natasha had honed her skills through the Red Room's training, possessing superior agility, while Hawkeye had slightly better vision and archery skills. Strange is merely an ordinary neurologist. And how could the three of them possess the capacity to determine the fate of the world? As the three individuals gazed at the evident disbelief etched on their faces, the kaleidoscope of left assistant's eyes began to rotate slowly. "I understand your skepticism. Thus, I shall now escort you into your future, allowing you to experience firsthand that which is fraught with despair." Upon the conclusion of left assistant's words, the consciousness of everyone present was drawn into the realm of Suki no Yomi. Indeed, this included Wanda and Pietro, who had already returned to their senses, as well as the entire team of special operations, all of whom were pulled into this shared experience. They became mere observers, witnessing a myriad of brutal futures. In the skies above New York, a blue spatial wormhole opened, unleashing an array of bizarre extraterrestrial beings and colossal beasts, plunging the city into a hellish scene. The soaring city of Sokovia was besieged by countless robotic eyes glowing with crimson light, overwhelming everyone like a swarm of locusts. plunging Sokovia once again into catastrophe. Even Pietro, who had survived the previous disaster in Sokovia, perished while attempting to save Hawkeye. Within a surreal, dark purple space, Strange wielded a luminous green magic circle, facing a monstrous visage larger than a planet, only to be cruelly slain time and time again. Above the Earth, a colossal alien warship surged forward, with a formidable purple titan emerging from the blue wormhole, trampling the Earth's superheroes one by one, resulting in the obliteration of half the planet's population. On a beautiful planet, Natasha sacrificed herself to save everyone, ending her life before Hawkeye's keen eyes, leaving him only an orange stone. As the vision of Suki no Yomi concluded, all present struggled to regain their composure. After a prolonged silence, Pietro broke the stillness. Is this a joke? I actually died? And so soon? According to the sequence of these despairing futures, he had met his end during the second disaster. How could this be? He was the Quicksilver. How could he be felled by gunfire? Was it truly to save that old archer? Did they share such a close bond? Moreover, if he intended to save them, why did he not simply whisk them away at super speed instead of using his body as a shield? Pietro's fixation on the manner of his future demise overshadowed the subsequent, even more terrifying disasters, rendering him incapable of absorbing much of the experience. Wanda found herself in a similar state, ever since witnessing the death of her beloved brother. She lost all interest in the other visions of the future. The entire Special Operations team remained silent after their viewing, contemplating the tumultuous future of Earth, questioning whether Hydra, even if they ultimately dominated the planet, could manage the ensuing chaos. The other three maintained a more composed demeanor and managed to view the entirety of the future. However, their hearts were heavy with unease, especially for Hawkeye, Barton, who never anticipated that two of the five would perish before his eyes in the future. Both of them had sacrificed themselves to save him, especially for Xiao. Witnessing her plunge from the cliff alongside her future self was an unbearable experience. For the first time, he wished his vision were not so keen, so that he would not have to perceive every harrowing detail of Natasha's demise. Among those who glimpsed the future, none suffer more acutely than Hawkeye. Natasha and Strange were equally distressed. Natasha felt a profound weariness. After all, she had participated in every battle, and it was perplexing. She was merely an agent. Why was she destined to undertake the monumental task of saving the world? Was this truly her fate? As for sacrificing herself for Hawkeye, that was a notion Natasha could accept. Hawkeye had saved her life, pulling her from the quagmire of the Red Room. Although she had been thrust into another dark abyss, their bond had undoubtedly transcended mere friendship, blossoming into a sibling-like connection. For Hawkeye's sake, she deemed her sacrifice worthwhile. His family deserved him far more than her solitary existence did. Lastly, there was Strange, whose mind had become numbed. The thought of his future self confronting a creature larger than Earth itself was overwhelming. He was merely a neurologist. Could this pairing be a mistake? While it appeared that his future self was resurrected repeatedly under some magical influence, such a fate also implied endless death. Merely observing the myriad ways his future self could perish sent chills down his spine, let alone the prospect of experiencing it firsthand. In that moment, the five of them unified in thought, turning to Wong with a collective question. Wong, can these tragic futures be altered? Having glimpsed the future, none among them wished to endure the terrifying and painful outcomes that awaited them. The future was bleak, with not a single favorable resolution in sight. Either lives were lost, or spirits were extinguished. What a grim fate. Wong regarded the anxious quintet, his tone measured. Had I not gathered you here today, the future would have remained immutable. However, my presence now renders it alterable. The future-sensitive Strange seized upon this pivotal point, inquiring with intrigue. But why is there no trace of you in these future visions? With your prowess, it seems implausible that you would have perished before these calamities unfolded. If these five novices could survive so long, it was only logical that Wong, the strongest among them, would not succumb before them. His presence should have been evident in the visions. Wong smiled subtly. In the futures you witnessed, I, like your former selves, was merely an observer, unable to intervene. Thus, I have descended from another realm to rescue and govern your universe, to save you from your dismal future. Upon hearing Wong's words, the five experienced a moment of clarity. In essence, it was a proclamation. I, Wong, am the savior. However, the realization that dawned upon the members of the Special Forces and Wanda was markedly different. They were astonished to discover that their own minister possessed knowledge of the future and acknowledged his status as an outsider in this realm. As members of Hydra, their eyes gleamed with fervor, nearly unable to restrain themselves from exclaiming, "Long live Hydra!" Their minds were consumed with a singular notion. Susanoo must indeed be the earthly embodiment of the Hydra god, perhaps even the Hydra itself, sent to guide them through impending tribulations and to reign over the earth. This revelation solidified their loyalty, transforming them into unwavering adherents akin to the most devoted of followers. Now, as Susanoo commanded them to eliminate their superior, the head of Hydra, Pierce, they would not hesitate in the slightest. Pierce, who had already been confronted twice, was met with sudden developments involving Nick Fury. Susanoo paid no heed to the fervent gazes of the Special Forces members directed at him. Drawing them into the realm of illusion, he presented a glimpse of the predetermined future, merely to deepen their reverence for him. Their display of zealous faith was entirely within his expectations. However, the respect of the Special Forces was secondary. The paramount concern was that the other 5 members no longer harbored any resistance to joining him. "Now do you understand why I summoned you?" he declared. "For in the future, the fate of the Earth is intricately tied to each of you, as is your own destiny. While events that have transpired may be immutable, the future remains malleable. Thus, I invite you to join me, not only to alter the tragic fate of the Earth, but also to reshape your own dismal destinies. Come forth, for the sake of the Earth and your futures. I offer you one final opportunity to choose. Withdraw now, and I shall reclaim the powers I bestowed upon you, allowing you to cower like cowards." Susanoo spoke with a calm demeanor, cloaking his moral coercion in righteousness. Yet, the veracity of his words was mixed. Indeed, the abilities he granted could be reclaimed, but withdrawing was not an option, should anyone attempt to retreat. He would not hesitate to eliminate them. Wanda and Pietro were the first to respond. "We will join," having resolved their earlier emotional discord under Susanoo's influence. They were no longer averse to his proposal. In fact, they felt a sense of anticipation. Now, with the knowledge of her brother's impending demise, Wanda could not forsake the chance to alter his fate. Pietro felt similarly. At merely 19 and still a virgin, he had no desire to meet an untimely end. Next, Natasha and Hawk Ai nodded with calm resolve. "We will also join." Their reasoning was straightforward. Work was work, regardless of the employer. Moreover, their current boss did not seem as malevolent as initially perceived. If the future he had shown them was indeed genuine, then joining him was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Lastly, Dr. Strange hesitated for a few moments before addressing Susanoo. "May I inquire about any restrictions that joining would impose on our daily lives? For instance, would we be unable to communicate with family and friends or engage in social interactions?" Left assistant fell silent for a moment, fixing his gaze upon Strange with a tone of disdain. "Strange, did I not make it clear? We are not a cult. This is a legitimate department sanctioned by the United Nations. There are no constraints on your personal freedom here. All that is required of you is to be present when a mission calls for your attendance. At all other times, you may live your life as usual, return home, go on dates, do you understand?" "Apologies, I misunderstood. In that case, I shall join as well," Strange replied, slightly embarrassed. However, with his final doubts assuaged, he felt entirely at ease and committed himself to the cause. After all had consented, Left Assistant nodded with satisfaction. This time was different from when he had compelled them to sign their names. Now, the loyalty of the 5 had risen to over 80%. The Maximoff siblings had even surpassed 90, just shy of the unwavering loyalty exhibited by the Special Forces. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, betrayal was unlikely. "Very well. Henceforth we shall be comrades and family, aiding one another in safeguarding the Earth and our shared future." This meeting concluded successfully. He added, "Oh, by the way, your salaries are doubling from today, with additional compensation for missions." In a single phrase, he conveyed what 1,000 words could not. With Left Assistant's final statement, he sensed that Natasha and Barton's loyalty had inexplicably increased by several points. He cast a curious glance at the two, whose eyes sparkled with eagerness as they gazed at him. Was it truly so simple to boost loyalty with a salary increase? Should he consider raising it further to achieve maximum loyalty? Little did he know, Natasha and Barton had previously worked under Nick Fury, and despite being level 7 senior agents, their compensation had been far from ideal. Missions did not yield extra bonuses, leaving them with only a meager salary each month. Although their earnings were substantial compared to the average person, Natasha, being a woman, had higher expenditures, coupled with the costs incurred in searching for her sister. Her monthly finances often dwindled to mere pennies. As for Barton, a married man with children, his financial burden was even greater. Recently, it appeared his wife might be expecting again, compounding his stress. Thus, left assistant's modest salary increase, along with additional compensation for missions, dramatically alleviated their financial pressures. In light of this, Natasha and Barton suddenly felt as though they had been working under a tyrannical overlord. The disparity between their workload and monetary compensation was stark. Cursed capitalists. As they harbored these grievances, the proverbial talk of the devil materialized. A familiar shadow clad in a dark leather coat pushed open the door of the training room and strode in with purpose. Susanoo turned his gaze towards Nick Fury, who had just entered, and with an air of indifference remarked, "Director Fury, if memory serves me right, this training room has been requisitioned by me. It would be rather inappropriate for you to intrude uninvited, especially given your appearance, which might easily lead to misunderstandings and possibly an unfortunate incident." Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Fury's expression darkened, and his eyes grew cold. This wretched individual, a knight of the swine. How could the council have dispatched such a person to assume the role of Special Operations Chief? This was hardly politically correct. Yet, with matters at hand requiring his attention, Fury was compelled to suppress his anger and replied in a low voice, "I am the director. The entire HLD is my domain. I can go wherever I please without needing anyone's approval. Can I not?" Susanoo scoffed in disdain. "Ah, Director Fury, it seems you have a tendency to forget your place. Do not overlook the fact that the Special Operations Department does not operate solely under your command anymore. Should you require anything from them, you must first seek my authorization." Fury gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, barely restraining the impulse to strike this pretentious individual. It was precisely due to his arrival that Fury had not only lost the authority to mobilize the special forces, but had also seen 2 of his key operatives taken from him. This left him struggling with affairs, bereft of the special forces and the likes of Black Widow and Hawkeye, making every task a challenge. Without them, it felt as though he was left with nothing but a cadre of inept agents. Fury lamented the wager he had made with Susanoo, yet due to Pierce, he found himself unable to retract his agreement. Chapter 54. A surprising new skill. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Fury took a deep breath. Having held the title of the King of Spies for so long, and swiftly quelled his burgeoning resentment, he glared at Susanoo through gritted teeth. "Indeed, mobilizing the special forces does require an application to you, Minister Zwa. Thus, I have come to formally request your assistance in deploying the special forces to address an urgent supernatural incident." Susanoo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, doing leaguing me. If it piques my interest, I shall consider it. However, if it is a trivial task, I suggest you send your inept team to handle it instead." Fury, despite his desire to retort, was faced with the harsh reality and could only swallow his pride. He produced a tablet and handed it to Susanoo, recounting the details of the incident. An hour ago, at the intersection of Broadway and 121st Street in New York City, an unidentified creature of a yellow-green hue emerged, wreaking havoc upon the streets. Half an hour ago, the Hulk, who had been absent for a while, also appeared at that location. Upon their encounter, the 2 monsters engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in escalating destruction. The military is unable to employ large-scale weaponry in the city, and small-caliber munitions are mere trifles for these behemoths. The situation is spiraling out of control. Hence, the higher-ups have entrusted this supernatural task to us at SHIELD, and given the destructive nature of these entities, it has always been the special forces that have dealt with such matters. Therefore, I request the mobilization of the special forces. Minister Zwa, have I reported clearly enough? The last statement revealed that Nick Fury was seething with resentment. As the director of SHIELD, to mobilize his own combat department yet require the approval of others was an affront to his dignity. Assistants will listen to Nick Fury's words while observing the fierce battle of 2 formidable creatures on the tablet. His curiosity piqued. It appeared that the epic clash between Abomination and Hulk had commenced. This time, the spoils would undoubtedly be significant, whether in terms of rewards or tangible gains. Director Fury, congratulations. Your request has been approved. I shall personally lead a team to address this matter. assistance was stated, then added nonchalantly, "Oh. And please ensure that all funds allocated for this mission are directed to the Special Operations Department afterward. I do not wish to witness any misappropriation of this mission's budget." Without so much as a glance at Nick Fury's disgruntled expression, Assistant Zuo waved his hand and departed the training room, leading his team away. The entire Special Operations team had not once directed their gaze at the puppet director, following their own path as they exited. Next, the newly joined Wanda and her cohort stepped out one by one, just as Natasha and Hawk Ai were about to leave the training room. Nick Fury's deep voice resonated behind them. "Agent Romanoff, Agent Barton, could you please report what you were doing with that individual in the training room?" His initial purpose for coming was indeed to enlist the Special Operations team to deal with Hulk and the unknown creature. However, he had a secondary motive. He had noticed that Assistant Zwa had mobilized all members of the Special Operations team, including Black Widow and Hawkeye, and was uncertain about their activities. The surveillance in the training room had been disabled, prompting his desire to investigate Zwa's actions. Yet, he was too late. By the time he arrived, all was silent within. Natasha turned her head to regard Nick Fury, a smile gracing her lips, though her eyes were devoid of warmth. "Apologies, Director, but this matter pertains to our Special Operations Department, and it seems you lack the authority to inquire." With that, she coldly turned and departed. "Using my mother as a bargaining chip and expecting me to serve as your mole? You might as well go home and pick cotton." Barton also cast a glance at Nick Fury. While not as frigid as Natasha, he merely shook his head and said nothing before turning to leave. Once a loyal subordinate of Fury, he felt deeply betrayed by being treated as a pawn. Now that he had shifted allegiances, he would never betray his current superior, unless he too was sold out by them. After their departure, the vast training room was left with Nick Fury, a solitary figure. He slammed his fist against the wall, his face contorted in rage, muttering, "Damn it, what kind of brainwashing has that bastard inflicted upon them?" Initially, one might have thought that losing to the two agents under Zhuo was not a misfortune, as it would conveniently allow the Special Operations Unit to gain two of their own informants. However, it came as a surprise that within a mere few days, these informants had transformed into the enemy's shapes, swiftly distancing themselves from him. After a considerable time, Nick Fury managed to quell the anger simmering within him. He glanced at the monstrous battle unfolding on the tablet, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. "To take matters into your own hands, humph, you overestimating fool. It will be best for you to perish at the hands of these two terrifying beings." With Fury's benevolent wish, or rather, a malevolent curse, Zhuo, accompanied by several teams of Special Forces and Wanda, boarded a transport plane heading toward the mission location. During this time, Zhuo seized the opportunity to review the rewards from this encounter. World-class individual encountered. Wanda Maximoff Scarlet, which, reward distribution in progress, 20 level shards. Special item sealing technique roll. Note, this scroll is exclusive to the character Obito, without usage limit. World-class individuals encountered. Natasha Romanoff Black Widow, Clint Barton Hawkeye. Pietro Maximoff Quicksilver. Reward distribution in progress, 60 level shards. Indeed, they were the protagonists. Whether level characters or others, they were essentially all double rewards compared to others. System. Check the shard quantity. Querying. Level 90, level 60, level 10, level 5. As Zhuo gazed upon the number of level shards, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. If all went as expected, after encountering the Hulk, he would once again be able to gather enough shards for another card. He found himself eagerly anticipating what the new card would be. Before that, let us draw a card for some excitement. System, please synthesize a card for me. Received, synthesizing. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have obtained level card. Lee Rock Ninja World War. Zhuo looked at the card, featuring a youthfully beaming watermelon head, his eyes widening in surprise. "Oh my, isn't this the character from Ninjutsu?" Fusion. Without hesitation, he chose to fuse this card. The enhancement to his chakra was minimal, yet his physical prowess surged significantly. Moreover, a powerful skill emerged in his mind. The sixth gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of View. The 8 gates, a formidable secret technique from the Naruto universe, allows one to unlock the body's protective limits on chakra, forcibly amplifying one's strength by several fold, even dozens of times. Although Rock Lee only managed to reach the 6th gate, for a card, this was already immensely valuable. After all, the strength required to unlock the 6th gate for him was on an entirely different level compared to that of Lee. Given his current capabilities, the power he would wield upon opening the sixth gate was beyond what he could even fathom. Just then, the transport plane arrived at its destination, hovering mid-air. Susanoo slowly rose from his seat and approached the open cabin door, his eyes fixated on the two monsters engaged in fierce combat in the distance. A subtle smile playing upon his lips. I sincerely hope that you will dance for a while longer, allowing me to fully experience the power of the 8 gates. Chapter 55. The Opening of the Gate of View. The clash between the two monsters at this moment is nothing short of breathtaking. Vastly different from the mere street brawls depicted in films. In reality, these titans of strength unleash shockwaves with each monumental punch, sending shockwaves powerful enough to overturn vehicles and toss bystanders hundreds of meters away. Such colossal forms, when thrown, can easily crush several cars into pancakes or demolish multiple buildings in a single blow. Unfortunately, those within the structures are tragically reduced to mere pulp beneath the weight of these iron giants. It is no wonder that Batman, upon witnessing the intense battle between Superman and General Zod up close for the first time, harbored such lethal intent toward Superman. This was not solely due to Superman's indirect role in the demise of his friend, but also because of the overwhelming power that, if left unchecked, could lead to unfathomable casualties. Just like now, as Hulk and Abomination engage with reckless abandon, at least 10 city blocks have suffered devastation, resulting in innumerable casualties and financial losses. If given enough time, it seems that all 157 blocks of New York City would fall victim to their rampage. It is no surprise that even the proud American military has sought assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. For if this continues, the entire Manhattan area will be dismantled by the brute force of these two monsters. Zhu shook his head, remarking, "The cost of this destruction must be astronomical. It is no wonder that some ordinary people harbor such disdain and fear for superpowered individuals. For all that they have wrecked are the homes, car loans, and lives of hardworking individuals. Imagine returning home after a long day, only to find that your house, still burdened by a decade of mortgage, has been obliterated by a battle between superpowers, and your newly purchased car reduced to scrap. Even your newlywed wife is left as nothing but a heap of flesh. Would you not begin to loathe superpowered beings from that moment on?" Meanwhile, within the transport aircraft, Wanda and her companions approached Zhu, peering through the hatch at the terrifying battle below, swallowing hard. Zhu glanced at them and said calmly, "Choose one of them. It would be an opportune moment for you to refine your new abilities and enhance your teamwork in the process." The five exchanged glances, astonished, before collectively turning to Zhu. "Are we really going to fight them? Are we, 5 mere novices, actually going to take on those 2 golden titans below?" Zhu nodded without mercy. He was not concerned that they would be mere cannon fodder. The combat experience embedded within the cards he bestowed upon them would ensure their survival, even if they could not prevail in battle. Upon receiving Zhu's affirmation, their expressions turned serious. Natasha and Hawk Ai remained relatively composed. Though they had never faced such formidable opponents before, their robust psychological resilience as agents kept their fear at bay. Although Wanda and Pietro harbored a modicum of trepidation within, they simultaneously exhibited an eager anticipation. Such is the nature of youth. It is inevitable that adrenaline surges, fostering a heightened sense of bravery. In stark contrast, Strange, caught between the realms of youth and maturity, lacked the exceptional qualities of a spy like Natasha and the fervent spirit that characterized Wanda and Pietro. Observing Strange's despondent demeanor, Zhu encouraged him, "Strange, relax a little. Your awakened ability is close combat. Remember to take the lead later." At this stage, Strange had yet to master magic. His powers, bestowed by Lilac, rendered him solely a close combat fighter, aptly termed a meat shield. "Strange." Ignoring the bewildered expression on Strange's face, Zhu urged, "Hurry and make your choice, or I shall choose first, leaving you with no options." Upon hearing this, the 5 of them instinctively made the same selection. "We choose the green fellow." Zhu was not surprised by their choice. Hulk, currently injected with a suppressive serum, was not at the pinnacle of his strength and found himself being overpowered by Abomination. Moreover, Abomination appeared not only more grotesque, but also larger in stature than Hulk, rendering Hulk seemingly the softer target. Yet, could Hulk truly be so easily subdued? Zhu observed the group with a mischievous grin. "Since you have made your choice, I wish you good fortune." The moment they heard this, an ominous sense enveloped them. But before they could reconsider their options, Susanoo relinquished his grip and performed a leap of faith from the transport aircraft. The 8th gate of Duanjiao opens. As he fell from the sky, wisps of green steam began to emanate from his form. Upon landing, his body was engulfed in a flame-like green vapor. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the explosive power coursing through him and nodded in satisfaction. His strength had amplified tenfold, quite commendable. The physical strain brought about by the opening of the 8th gate was negligible for his current constitution. The pressure following the opening of the 6th gate was effortlessly manageable, leaving him eager to experience the enhancements that would accompany the opening of the 7th gate in the future. In preparation for that eventuality, he resolved to test his physical techniques today without relying on his eyes. Since acquiring the Sharingan, particularly the Susanoo, he had seldom engaged in hand-to-hand combat, often opting for the Susanoo even for mundane tasks such as slicing an apple. This habit was undesirable. After all, he aspired to become a versatile warrior, not one who specialized narrowly. With a leisurely gait, Susanoo strolled through the cacophonous, shattered streets, adorned in emerald flames, approaching Abomination and Hulk step by step. His flamboyant display inevitably drew the attention of the battling Abomination and Hulk, especially with the green steam flames swirling around him. He shone as brightly as the most luminous star in the night sky. Abomination, having just acquired formidable strength, would not permit anyone to overshadow him. Loathing propelled the weakened Hulk several hundred meters away with a swift kick. Observing the approaching Susanoo, he sneered, "Ah, young one, not only are you unafraid, but you dare to advance towards me? Seeking death, are we? Very well, I shall oblige, little ant." Loathing casually seized a 10-meter-long electric pole, slightly leaning back as he prepared to hurl it. With a whoosh, the pole broke the sound barrier upon release, hurtling towards Susanoo's chest, accompanied by a rush of white air. Susanoo, noticing this, smirked with a hint of challenge. "Are you daring to challenge me? I accept your invitation. Let the battle commence." In the very next moment, the electric pole pierced through Susanoo's chest. Loathing scoffed, thinking he had encountered a formidable adversary, only to realize he was merely a braggart. Indeed, in this world, only the Hulk's strength could rival his own. Chapter 56. The overwhelming Loathing turned to seek Hulk for their exhilarating duel, only to be met by a colossal green foot, size 42, rapidly enlarging in his line of sight as he pivoted. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Loathing transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling backward. Susanoo appeared behind him as if teleporting, landing deftly. The Susanoo that had been impaled by the electric pole began to dissipate slowly. It was merely an illusion. Susanoo chuckled coldly. "What are you looking at? Did I not declare that the battle had begun?" Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. The debris from the building scattered as Loathing was sent crashing through it, and his immense form lunged forward like an enraged bull towards Susanoo. Simultaneously, a furious growl erupted from behind Susanoo. Due to Susanoo's intervention, Loathing was momentarily restrained, allowing Hulk to recover from his bewilderment. The effects of the serum were gradually wearing off, restoring Hulk's strength. Empowered, Hulk disregarded Susanoo, standing in the middle, and charged directly at the Loathing who had just assaulted him. Caught in the crossfire, Susanoo remained unfazed. Glancing at the oncoming Hulk, "Do you wish to join the dance? Very well, let us." At the instant when Hulk and Loathing were about to collide with Susanoo at the center, Susanoo crouched and leaped, causing the two titans to crash into one another with a resounding thud. An invisible wave emanated from the point of impact, radiating outward like a miniature storm, sweeping away everything in its vicinity, except for Susanoo, who soared in mid-air. As he descended, Susanoo extended his legs, delivering a fierce kick that sent the colliding titans flying apart. Upon landing, he dismissed Hulk, who was propelled in the opposite direction, and swiftly maneuvered behind the still reeling Loathing. As a seasoned player of the Hokage, he understood a fundamental principle. Once airborne, a flurry of attacks must follow, leaving no opportunity for the opponent to safeguard their descent. As the scene unfolded, everyone present witnessed the Abomination suspended in midair, relentlessly struck by an indistinct figure, preventing it from ever touching the ground. Spectators, equipped with the naked eye and the high-speed cameras of various media outlets stationed in helicopters above, could only capture fleeting green afterimages. The Abomination, devoid of any doppelganger techniques, found itself helplessly absorbing blow after blow, unable to grasp the elusive green light surrounding it. Green light, how elusive it is! Soon, under the onslaught of fists rivaling the might of the Hulk, the abomination's consciousness began to blur. Images of the past flickered through its mind. Fond memories of a girl from childhood, lofty ambitions after enlisting, the exhilarating sensation of having been injected with super soldier serum, and the uncontrollable fury following the forced infusion of Hulk's blood. The final image etched in its mind was of an incredibly swift green figure, moving with such speed that it mirrored the fleeting nature of its own life. Zhuizhu, observing that the abomination had reached its breaking point, swiftly positioned himself directly beneath it, delivering a powerful kick that sent the abomination soaring into the sky. He then followed closely, appearing above the abomination and conjuring a white bandage that spiraled through the air, ensnaring the creature completely, rendering it akin to a mummy. Finally, he delivered a decisive downward strike upon the abomination. With a thunderous crash, the abomination plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. As the dust settled, a massive crater, approximately 100 meters in diameter, remained, with the abomination motionless at its center. Zhuizhu landed gracefully within the crater, nonchalantly sitting atop the abomination. Meanwhile, the green steam emanating from him dissipated gradually as he released the state of the 8 gates of Duanjia, propping his chin on his hand in boredom. How dull this is! I had anticipated that the abomination and the Hulk would present me with some challenge and surprise, yet I was taken aback by their weakness, particularly that of the abomination. With its power ceiling firmly established, it lacked the Hulk's ability to grow stronger with each blow. It could only bully a weakened Hulk, providing me with no real pressure. Among my subordinates, only in terms of physical strength and defense could it pose a modest challenge. In speed, agility, and skill, it was utterly outmatched. Even though the abomination had once been a top-tier Special Forces soldier, it paled in comparison to the combat experience imparted to me through various ninjutsu cards. Invincibility can sometimes be a burden. Zhuizhu sighed, embodying the solitude of the high ground. A steady voice broke the silence as a figure glided down to the edge of the crater. Lang Mulu approached, offering a damp towel and a bottle of water. Zhuizhu accepted the towel, wiping away non-existent dust from his face, and remarked, "The battle was even simpler than I anticipated. You need not remain here. Take your team to a place called Samuel Stern's residence and retrieve him along with all the Hulk blood from the laboratory." Understood. Ramlo received the command without hesitation, immediately leaping into the deep pit and gesturing for the Special Forces team to head to Dr. Stein's residence. Originally, Ramlo and the Special Forces were tasked with assisting Wanda and her team of 5 in confronting the Hulk to prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, Left Assistant did not anticipate that Abomination would be so feeble, or perhaps it was that he himself was too formidable. Abomination fell after barely 10 minutes, swiftly deactivated. Thus, he decided to oversee Wanda and the others himself, allowing Ramlo and his team to integrate their minds into the Hulk's blood, transforming Dr. Stein into a cerebral variant, and to return with the numerous samples of Hulk's blood he had replicated. This individual was exceptionally talented. With merely a small vial of Hulk's blood, he could produce an entire laboratory's worth of Hulk blood, and he had even created a serum to suppress the Hulk, successfully bringing Abomination into existence. Although Abomination lacked the original Hulk's unique ability to grow stronger with infinite rage, his power was sufficient to contend with a weakened Hulk, indicating that his strength was nearly on par with the Hulk in his normal state. If this Abomination serum could be mass-produced, granting each of his subordinates the same formidable strength as Abomination, it would significantly bolster his forces. Thus, as the embodiment of a crime lord doctor, Stein would undoubtedly not let this opportunity slip away. While Left Assistant pondered, he noticed that Hulk was gradually recovering from the effects of the suppression serum, his strength escalating with his rising anger. Wanda and her team felt the strain and slowly rose to their feet. Indeed, it seemed that merely being capable was insufficient to contend with the sub-elite combatant of this world. Thankfully, due to Wanda's chaos magic and the formidable ice blood bestowed upon her by White, the 5 of them managed to hold on, albeit precariously. Yet with Hulk's growing might, it appeared that Wanda was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 57. The detestable General Ross. Moreover, Hulk's speed was too overwhelming. leaving Wanda with no opportunity to exert her chaos magic to control his mind. This rendered her most potent ability during this period ineffective. As for the others, they were equally at a loss against Hulk. Quicksilver, Pietro, surveyed the dull blades of his twin knives, their edges already blunted, and could only manage a wry smile. His expression one of resignation. Hawkeye, despite his cataracts, could see into Hulk's body to identify weaknesses, yet his arrows were equally incapable of piercing Hulk's resilient skin. As for the bagua palm techniques bestowed upon him by caning, Hawkeye thought it best to abandon such notions and rest instead. In close combat, Hulk could afford countless blunders, but a single blow from him would likely spell disaster for Hawkeye. Thus, he preferred to remain a faithful long-range archer. Strange and Natasha found themselves in a similar predicament. Although they had inherited the powers of Lilac and Sakura Haruno, experiencing a tremendous boost in physical capabilities, they still fell woefully short in comparison to the invincible Hulk. Just moments ago, they had felt confident in their newfound strength and, with the assistance of the other three, had even managed to close in on the Hulk. As Strange initiated the 8th gate of Duanjia, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique Lotus Blossom, he was abruptly sent flying several dozen meters by Hulk's powerful slap. His profound skill was unceremoniously interrupted. Had it not been for the defensive boost from the 8th gate, Strange would likely have met an untimely demise. Natasha found herself in a similarly precarious situation. Initially, she intended to utilize the formidable strength bestowed by Sakura Haruno's card and employ her signature technique, ants climbing a tree, to impart upon Hulk the suffocating sensation akin to a constrictor snake. However, upon actually clinging to Hulk's neck, she discovered it to be as unyielding as reinforced steel, rendering her efforts utterly futile. Hulk's sudden movement nearly shattered her bones. Thus, among the five, only Wanda remained capable of contesting Hulk, while the others faced complete defeat. Susanoo furrowed his brow, not out of concern for their lackluster performance, but because an increasing number of military units began to converge upon their location. During the battle between Abomination and Hulk, these individuals had been conspicuously absent. Now that Abomination was dispatched and Wanda's group was occupied with Hulk, they emerged. What were their intentions? Were they seeking to claim trophies? Such despicable creatures were utterly detestable. With a cold gaze, Susanoo resolved not to prolong the confrontation. Under Hulk's relentless pressure, Wanda and her companions had gained a clearer understanding of their capabilities. It was time to conclude this. Hulk! The sudden voice prompted Hulk to instinctively turn his head. Susanoo's dark, six-pointed star eyes met Hulk's small green ones. A jolt resonated within Hulk. His mind was instantly engulfed by a pair of enormous crimson eyes. In an instant, his eyes lost their color, and he became dazed, his form rapidly diminishing until he transformed into an ordinary human clad in oversized shorts. Susanoo chuckled softly. Ah, this pair of eyes proves to be quite effective. Close combat is evidently not suited for me. Although the 8th gate indeed amplifies power significantly, it remains overly cumbersome for him. Why resort to physical action when matters can be resolved with a mere glance? Susanoo silently decided to reserve the 8th gate as one of his trump cards, opting instead to utilize the power of a Sharingan in everyday scenarios. As Wanda's group witnessed the invincible Hulk topple, they finally exhaled in relief, particularly Wanda, who collapsed directly onto Pietro, lamenting, "Family who understands. Awakening powers and battling for the first time is nothing short of hellish difficulty. Is this not something to be reckoned with?" The sound of tracks grinding over stones echoed from all directions as armored vehicles and tanks surrounded them. They halted within 100 meters of Susanoo and the others. "Thank you for your hard work, S.H.I.E.L.D. The subsequent responsibilities will be assumed by the military. You may now depart." The voice arrived before the figure could be seen. General Ross, his hair a stark white, strode forth with an air of haughty defiance from the encircled group. "Who among you is the commanding officer here?" he inquired, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the 6 individuals surrounding him. They were merely superfluous figures endowed with extraordinary abilities, utterly lacking in utility. Although the Hulk had been rendered powerless under their authority, for reasons unknown, Ross was internally convinced that these agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had employed some underhanded tactic to subdue him. In a direct confrontation, they would never prove to be the military's flawless experimental subjects, nor the Hulk's worthy adversaries. Finally, Ross's attention settled upon Susanoo, a glint of avarice flickering in his eyes. This young man possessed remarkable abilities, having managed to subdue the abomination, whose strength was nearly on par with that of the Hulk. He was certainly worthy of military investigation. The other five sensed the malevolence emanating from Ross's gaze, their brows furrowing as they instinctively turned their attention to Susanoo. Observing this exchange, Ross approached Susanoo directly, regarding him with a condescending air. "So, you are the highest-ranking officer dispatched by Xiao Ai for this operation? Inform your subordinates to withdraw, and then accompany me back to the military district for a joint investigation." His tone bore no semblance of negotiation. It was an unequivocal command. Susanoo regarded the arrogant General Ross with a chilling smile that was so frigid it seemed to lower the temperature around them. "Do you know? Your very presence nauseates me to the point where I cannot even muster the desire to control you." Ross was momentarily taken aback by the remark. Before he could comprehend Susanoo's meaning, a soldier's panicked shout erupted from behind him. "General, your shoulder! It's on fire!" Startled, Ross turned to find a black flame had inexplicably manifested upon his shoulder. As he prepared to remove his clothing, the black flame, resembling the otherworldly flower of the underworld, suddenly blossomed and engulfed his entire being. Moreover, the flame began to whirl violently around him, forming a towering black fire vortex. Within this infernal maelstrom, Ross's anguished screams echoed as his flesh was gradually torn asunder and consumed by the flames. Any soldier who dared to approach in a bid to rescue him would be instantly reduced to ash by even the slightest ember that fell upon them. The only reason Ross endured this torment was that Susanoo, employing the power of Tsukuyomi, chose to prolong his suffering rather than extinguish him immediately, allowing him to languish in an abyss of pain and regret while awaiting his inevitable demise. Chapter 58. The second card, Kawaii. General Ross, for heaven's sake, you wretched fool, what have you done? Stop this at once. Ross's aide shouted in desperation, drawing his pistol and aiming it at Susanoo, issuing a threat. Simultaneously, witnessing the inexplicable flames consuming his soldiers before him, General Ross's forces directed their armored vehicles and tanks toward the sole suspect, Susanoo. "Are you threatening me?" Susanoo inquired, casting a cold glance at the officer's gun-wielding hand. "Raising a weapon? That signifies hostility. You have sealed your fate." In an instant, a black flame erupted from the officer, reducing him to mere ashes. Not everyone was afforded the same fortune as General Ross, who had the privilege of Susanoo manipulating the forces of nature to prolong his existence. Take, for instance, this officer and the surrounding armored vehicles and tanks, all aimed at him. Susanoo's blood-red eyes slowly surveyed his surroundings as General Ross was obliterated, his suffering concluded. Yet the black fire vortex that consumed him suddenly surged forth. Following Susanoo's gaze, the fire vortex began to sweep toward the nearby armored vehicles and tanks, engulfing and annihilating them in an instant. The seemingly indestructible tanks were consumed by the black fire vortex, leaving no trace of molten metal behind, let alone the unfortunate drivers, who were instantaneously incinerated. Once the chaos subsided, Susanoo scanned the desolate area, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. It seemed he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Turning lightly to the five individuals, he stated, "Take Dr. Banner. The mission is complete. It's time to return home." With that, he approached the mummified abomination, heading toward the awaiting transport plane. Natasha and Barton were the first to react, with Barton hoisting the unconscious Banner in tow. Natasha paused momentarily as she passed Wanda and the others, gently asserting, "Do not linger." The minister acted rightly. Once their weapons were aimed at us, they ceased to be our allies and became our foes. Thus there is no need for any guilt. With that, Natasha continued onward without looking back. As seasoned agents accustomed to the specter of death, Hawkeye and Natasha expressed astonishment at Susanoo's brazen elimination of General Ross and his subordinates. But their surprise was solely at his audacity. They felt no sense of wrongdoing, nor did they consider the fallen soldiers innocent. When the weapons are aimed at oneself, innocence becomes a distant notion. Wanda and Pietro swiftly accepted this reality and followed suit. Having endured the Sokovia War, their disdain for the military was palpable, especially towards those who instigated conflict. Their astonishment lay solely in the might of the black fire vortex. This vortex was undeniably formidable. At the rear, Strange rubbed his brow and sighed. Alas, I knew this organization could not be comprised of mere benevolent souls. However, having joined, there is no turning back. With that, Strange relinquished his lingering guilt and resolutely followed. On the transport plane, Susanoo carelessly tossed the abomination onto the deck, his gaze falling upon Barton as he brought in Banner. After baton-bound Banner, Zwa's assistant crouched before him, scrutinizing his figure, particularly his trousers. He even tugged at them, noting their remarkable resilience. No wonder they could withstand Hulk's onslaught. He resolved to have the Hydra scientists analyze the material upon his return. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Zwa's mind. Contact established with world-class individual, Bruce Banner Hulk. Reward distribution in progress. Level Shard 10. Mysterious item Spirit Blue Serpent 1. Contact established with world-class individual, Thaddeus Ross General Ross. Reward distribution in progress. Level Shard 10. His eyes brightened, and he pondered system. If I recall correctly, my level shards should amount to 100, right? Affirmative upon hearing this. Zwa inhaled deeply and silently offered his prayers to various deities before solemnly stating, System, synthesize a level complete card. Acknowledged synthesis in progress. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have obtained level card. Uchiha Obito Ninja World War. Zwa's eyes narrowed in astonishment, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. He had drawn the owner of the most potent Sharingan, known as the Void Hound, Uchiha Obito. Fuse it immediately. Acknowledged fusion complete in an instant. Zwa's chakra surged once more, and several skills manifested in his mind. First and foremost was Obito's quintessential ability, the Mangeki Sharingan Kamui, the power to render oneself intangible, nullifying enemy attacks and absorbing foes into the Kamui dimension. This ability, seemingly simple, was in fact invincible. By merely becoming intangible, Zwa secured his position in an undefeated realm. The intangibility rendered not just physical attacks ineffective against him, but even magical assaults were rendered powerless, unless faced with an equally formidable entity possessing spatial capabilities, who could pinpoint his coordinates and directly transport themselves into his Kamui dimension. He was invulnerable. However, such beings were exceedingly rare in the current Marvel Universe, particularly since this was not the main universe. Their presence here was even less likely. Moreover, Kamui offered not only intangibility, but also the formidable ability to absorb enemies into its spatial domain, similar to a mirror dimension. Any adversaries ensnared within the Kamui space without spatial abilities would find escape impossible, left to await their demise. The might of the ultimate Mangeki Kamui was truly terrifying. After discussing the left eye's Mangeki ability, he next considered two ninjutsu techniques. They were Wood Release, Cutting Technique, and Fire Release, Storm Dance. There was little need for elaboration on these techniques. Zwa had already mastered Wood and Fire Release when he fused the card of Madara. Now, he simply possessed two additional forms of offensive maneuvers. In addition to these conventional ninjutsu, he also inherited the cells of Hashirama and the Rinnegan in his right eye. The intercellular cells require no further elaboration. They simply enhance his chakra capacity and significantly augment his recovery abilities. Regarding the Rinnegan, it has bestowed upon him but a single skill, the Black Rod. In the realm of Naruto, this instrument, upon striking an opponent, can obstruct and disrupt their chakra flow. It remains uncertain whether, in a Marvel universe, it could serve as a magical nullifier, restricting the use of magic and superpowers. If so, this would indeed constitute a formidable ability. Moreover, the Black Rod can also act as a medium for casting techniques, such as controlling corpses as puppets or manipulating the actions of the living. For instance, like Pain's Six Paths, or Obito under Madara's influence. Thus concludes the introduction to the skills imparted to Obito himself. However, beyond his own capabilities, he has been unexpectedly graced with an astonishing surprise. As Waju's consciousness sank into the Kamui space, he beheld the towering, emaciated, one-eyed creature standing still within, his heart racing with anticipation. This is the Ten Tails, Phase 2. Gazing upon this colossal entity, Susanoo could distinctly sense the immense and savage energy contained within the Ten Tails, as well as the invisible bond connecting him to it. Unlike in the original narrative, Susanoo felt that the 10 tails provided by the system could be manipulated at will, without the necessity of the Uchiha cells, as Obito or Madara required. This may also be related to the system's initial assertion that the abilities of all ninja cards could be seamlessly integrated. With this thought, Susanoo focused his mind. The previously motionless 10 tails began to stir under his command within the Kamui space, moving up and down, left and right. Chapter 59. 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Fruit of the Divine Tree? Indeed, the complete mastery over the 10 tails is exhilarating. If only it were Phase 3 or the complete form of the 10 tails. Then he could directly become its Jinchuriki or consume the fruit of the divine tree, ascending to the status of 6 paths Susanoo. Susanoo smiled broadly and casually uttered a phrase. Little did he know, this mere utterance triggered a sudden pull from the 10 tails, drawing the chakra from his body gradually into its form. As he felt the chakra attributes flowing into the 10 tails, Susanoo's eyes widened in realization. This is the chakra attribute of the ninja card, the wind release Naruto? He had always believed that the attributes not present in the ninja cards he acquired would not manifest upon fusion. For example, the wind release card of Naruto he obtained did not possess the powers related to the 9 tails. Thus he assumed he could not acquire the 9 tails abilities. Yet, he overlooked a crucial fact. Even if the wind release card of Naruto did not explicitly utilize the 9 tails power, the beast sealed within him from a young age had already imbued Naruto's chakra with a portion of the 9 tails attributes. The reason the 10 tails summoned by Obito is in a malnourished second stage is that it has only absorbed a portion of the chakra from the 8 tails and 9 tails. Therefore, logically speaking, if the 10 tails can absorb a sufficient amount of chakra from both the 9 tails and the 8 tails, it can accelerate its growth and evolve into the 3rd stage. Upon reaching the 3rd stage, it will be capable of harnessing the power of the 10 tails, thus becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki endowed with the powers of the Sage of 6 Paths. Alternatively, one could nurture the 10 tails to its complete form, the God Tree state, and then harvest it by consuming the God Tree's fruit, achieving an evolution of life itself. However, the latter option would require an immense amount of chakra, far beyond that of just the 8 tails and 9 tails. In the original work, the God Tree's form was attained by absorbing the chakra of the entire ninja world. Sasuke hesitated for a moment before deciding on his course of action. He thought to himself, let us first nurture the 10 tails to the 3rd stage, although his body contained a minuscule amount of the 9 tails chakra that Naruto carried. He was uncertain how long it would take to facilitate the 10 tails' successful evolution into the 3rd stage. Moreover, he had yet to acquire the 8 tails or Killer BS ninja card, so pondering these matters seemed rather superfluous. He would wait until he drew the 9 tails chakra from Naruto and Killer B to consider this further. For now, he would gradually nurture the 10 tails. After establishing a connection, Sasuke withdrew his consciousness from the Kamui space and returned to the real world. Wanda and her companions boarded the transport aircraft, which then took off towards Shield. Meanwhile, Rumlow and the rest of the special forces had already returned to the Hydra base with the mutated Big Boss and Hulk's blood. This substance could not be brought back to Shield for research. If it were discovered by Nick Fury, it would spell trouble. Thus, it was wiser to conduct secret research at the Hydra base. Sasuke felt quite satisfied with the outcome of the operation. He had drawn a card that was arguably more formidable than the Edo Tensei Obito card and brought back a top-tier scientist who might one day assist in creating an army of abominations. For Sasuke, this was a resounding success, a double victory in a single endeavor. While some rejoiced, others despaired. As Sasuke celebrated, Nick Fury found himself in dire straits. First, through SHILD's satellite, he witnessed Sasuke effortlessly defeat the abomination, while Hulk inexplicably fell. This failure shattered his plans to exploit these monsters to eliminate Sasuke, and he realized he had underestimated Sasuke's capabilities. Initially, he thought Sasuke had ascended to the rank of Special Operations Director merely through connections, but now it was evident that he possessed genuine strength. This realization left Fury in a foul mood. The stronger Sasuke became, the more he slipped from Fury's control. As the king of agents, he always felt a lack of security regarding those who eluded his grasp, fearing they might undertake actions beyond his anticipation. It seemed that whatever he feared was eventually realized. In the next moment, The military arrived, and the very situation he feared came to fruition. Zhuo brazenly took the life of General Ross in broad daylight. It is imperative to note that this was a high-ranking lieutenant general of the United States Armed Forces. He executed such a deed openly, showing no inclination to act discreetly. This audacity would undoubtedly amplify the repercussions of this incident to unprecedented levels. Nick Fury was not so much concerned about Zhuo himself, but rather the potential fallout for S.H.I.L.D. Ultimately, Zhuo was still affiliated with S.H.I.L.D., and such a significant event would inevitably implicate the agency. As anticipated, it wasn't long before his phone rang. A senior official from the American military was on the line, unleashing a torrent of reprimands upon him, almost as if dragging his ancestors back to the 17th century's famed trade era. This only fueled Nick Fury's disdain for Zhuo, prompting him to retort, "I am unaware of any circumstances that Special Operations Minister was parachuted in from the United Nations Security Council. If you have grievances, take them up with them. I have no jurisdiction over him or this matter." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Simultaneously, Nick Fury's mind raced, and he suddenly perceived a silver lining in this situation. Although this incident might tarnish S.H.I.L.D.'s reputation with its American overseers, if it could lead to Zhuo's downfall or even his demise, it would not be without its merits. Perhaps he could reclaim the authority over the Special Operations team. With this thought, Nick Fury's demeanor lightened, and he could already envision Zhuo's impending tragic fate. How foolish to offend anyone, but to provoke the United States, surely. No amount of backing could save him now. As Nick Fury predicted, the American authorities were not inclined to let this matter rest. They promptly approached the United Nations Security Council, and upon understanding the circumstances, the council held Zhuo's recommender, Alexander Pierce, accountable. Upon Zhuo's return to the Triskelion, Pierce's secretary sought him out, conveying that Minister Pierce had an urgent matter to discuss. When Zhuo entered Pierce's office, he found the elder gentleman furrowing his brow in distress. Upon Zhuo's arrival, Pierce quickly masked his troubled expression and gestured for Zhuo to take the seat of honor. Zhuo, unceremoniously, plopped down into Pierce's chair and calmly inquired, "Is this about General Ross?" Without needing to guess, Zhuo was already aware that Pierce sought him regarding the killing of General Ross. Standing respectfully beside Zhuo, Pierce replied, "Indeed, Mr. Zhuo. Your act of taking General Ross's life in public has incited the wrath of the American military. General MacArthur, Ross's superior, has already issued a warrant for your apprehension. Furthermore, your actions, which included the slaying of General Ross and his subordinate forces, were broadcasted live by the reporters present. And now the entire nation is denouncing your brutal conduct. Would you prefer that I arrange for this matter to be handled, or will you take it upon yourself?" Upon hearing the words, Zhuo cast a glance at Pierce and inquired with a faint tone, "If it were you handling this, what would you propose?" Having already contemplated strategies, Pierce responded without hesitation, "I would arrange for a decoy to simulate your death, allowing you to operate from the shadows. Or I could establish a new identity for you in the public eye. What do you think?" "I think it's not a good idea." Zhuo rose from his seat, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly declared, "Your method is far too cautious, Pierce. We will proceed as I instruct. Regarding the media narrative, bring in Esley from the Water Group to handle this matter. Inform her that General Ross and his army are merely victims of spontaneous combustion. It has nothing to do with me. She can devise her own solutions for the other aspects. As for the American military, that is simpler. Provide me with the coordinates of General MacArthur. I shall confront him personally. I believe that by tomorrow at the latest, the U.S. military will issue a statement apologizing for the slander against me. The most effective way to resolve an issue is to eliminate the source of the problem. Similarly, as long as Zhuo removes those discontented with him, dissenting voices will naturally cease to exist." Chapter 60. The Four Great Spiritualists Attack. Uchiha strikes back in a secret military base located in New Jersey. The five-star General MacArthur, who once commanded a war zone, was in a furious rage. The expansive conference room echoed solely with the sound of the old general's roar, while the others present lowered their heads like children, enduring his wrath. After a lengthy tirade, MacArthur finally paused, pointing at a congressional representative and coldly stating, "You had better leave now. If your Congress refuses to handle the matter concerning the director of the SHIELD Bureau's Special Forces, I will take matters into my own hands. The congressional representative opened his mouth to respond, but before he could finish, MacArthur delivered a stinging slap to his face, coldly interjecting, "I care not what Congress has to say. If you do not leave immediately, you may as well stay. Return to Congress and inform that spineless group that it has always been our military that bullies others. No one else dares to bully us. Even if that director has God backing him, I will send him straight to hell to accompany Ross." Ross was, after all, the finest officer he had ever trained. A unique candidate for the presidency from the ranks of military officers. To have him murdered in such a manner demands retribution from the military. No one can intervene. The portly representative, feeling aggrieved and clutching his face, dared not utter another word and could only leave the military base where General MacArthur resided. Once outside and back in his vehicle, the representative retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Upon connection, he spoke deferentially, "Sir, the negotiations have failed." General MacArthur shows no intention of backing down. On the other end of the line, Pierce glanced at the office with its windows still trembling and replied coolly, "It is no longer necessary to negotiate. I will address him directly." Before Pierce's arrival, he had already employed the Hydra agents embedded within Congress to attempt to thwart or delay General MacArthur's retribution against Susanoo. However, to his astonishment, Susanoo, who had no inclination for negotiation or feigned demise, directly demanded the coordinates and took flight. The congressman, momentarily stunned and unable to comprehend the unfolding events, was suddenly jolted by the piercing alarm from the military base behind him. The ominous sound signified an impending end. Pierce, hearing the alarm through the receiver, muttered softly and hung up the phone. There was no longer any need to ascertain the particulars. At the moment of departure, the outcome had already been sealed. The congressman, oblivious to the fact that the call had been terminated, leaned out to gaze at the overcast sky. From a military base, several anti-aircraft guns abruptly trained their sights on the dreary heavens. In the next instant, they unleashed a barrage at an astonishing rate of thousands of rounds per minute, with orange-hued bullets soaring like beams of light into the sky. Against the formidable might of these anti-aircraft cannons, even the most advanced fighter jets would be reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Inside the military base's control room, the operator manning the anti-aircraft artillery turned to report, "General, we have successfully engaged an unresponsive, unidentified flying object that appeared above the base." General MacArthur did not respond to the operator. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the screen where the anti-aircraft fire had ceased, revealing a sky that was gradually returning to a somber, rain-soaked state. His years of combat instinctively warned him that something was amiss. Since the cannons had fired, rather than feeling a sense of relief, he was engulfed by an unsettling apprehension. This was decidedly wrong. The clouds gathered ominously, and raindrops pattered against the ground. A figure began to descend slowly from the cloud cover, gradually coming into view for all to witness. Hood, hood, hood. Auditory hallucination. Susanoo hovered in midair, his right eye a kaleidoscope of power, his left eye the embodiment of reincarnation, coldly surveying the base that had resumed its state of alertness below. "Were you not searching for me? Well, here I am. What now?" Susanoo's voice resonated like thunder throughout the military base. MacArthur's eyes widened in shock, veins bulging on his forehead. He recognized the figure. It was the very scoundrel who had brazenly slain Ross. Grabbing the microphone, MacArthur bellowed through the base's loudspeakers towards the sky. "You wretched scoundrel! I had yet to seek you out, and yet you dare to confront me? Splendid. You had a fleeting chance of escape before I caught you. But now, having audaciously provoked me on my territory, no one shall come to your aid." With that, he lost all patience for further dialogue with Susanoo and issued the command to attack. "Everyone, lock your weapons onto that scoundrel in the sky and concentrate your fire immediately." Upon hearing this, an operator was taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. He turned to inquire, "General, do you truly mean to activate all the weapons in the base? Deploying every armament solely to combat one superhuman seems rather excessive. It is akin to using a cannon to swat a fly." MacArthur immediately drew his firearm and executed the unfortunate fellow with a steely gaze, declaring, "Who else has objections?" The remaining operators swiftly grasped the gravity of military orders and, without hesitation, commenced their tasks. Missiles from various launchers within the base began to lock onto their target in the sky, while fighter jets ascended and ground tanks elevated their turrets. In an instant, A cacophony of explosions, shells, missiles, and a myriad of human ingenuity, unleashed toward the same point in the sky, all aimed at the singular objective of eliminating one individual. Susanoo, confronted by the relentless barrage of diverse missiles closing in from all directions, remained unfazed. With a mere gesture, he summoned a large fan from the void and positioned it before him. The moment the first missile made contact with the fan, a blinding light erupted forth, resulting in a thunderous explosion. With a crisp sound, the fan transformed the explosive force into a gust of wind and a fierce gale. Infused with the fire from the blast, surged back like a fiery dragon. Uchiha fan, Uchiha rebound. The rebounding inferno carved a fiery line between the heavens and the earth, engulfing all incoming missiles aimed at Susanoo and triggering a series of detonations in the air. This relentless firestorm, propelled by the fierce winds, obliterated one of the missile launch pads within the base. Chapter 61. The Despairing Power, Kamida. The control room's occupants were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. They had never imagined that a single human could thwart humanity's most formidable weaponry with nothing but a seemingly trivial fan, even retaliating against one of their missile launch stations. General MacArthur was the first to regain his composure, quickly recognizing the peculiar fan's threat and the futility of a direct assault. He issued another command. Air Forces, attack the target simultaneously from 4 directions. Do not concern yourselves with friendly casualties. Eliminating the target is our paramount objective. Acknowledged, came the calm responses from the already airborne fighter jets. Even knowing that simultaneous strikes from 4 different directions posed a high risk of collateral damage to their comrades, the pilots felt no fear, their minds solely focused on executing the command. With a swift motion, for aircraft surrounded Susanoo from all sides, unleashing missiles towards him simultaneously. Susanoo observed the unfolding chaos with a cold demeanor, holding his fan in one hand while waving the other. In that instant, as the missiles approached, an invisible repulsive force erupted from Susanoo, obliterating the incoming projectiles. This force, unyielding, expanded outward, carrying the flames from the explosions in a rapid spread. With a thunderous roar, for newly acquired fighter jets, each valued at over 100 million, were instantaneously transformed into a sky full of scrap metal amidst a resounding explosion. The assistant with one red and one purple eye gazed down at the base like a god from the heavens, seemingly locking eyes with General MacArthur in the control room through an impenetrable barrier. Indifferently, he uttered, "Your concentrated and flanking assault has concluded. Now it is my turn." As his words fell, the assistant's fingers moved swiftly, completing a series of intricate hand seals. Pointing into the sky, he commanded, summoning technique, multiple summons. With the black summoning seals dispersing across the heavens, the ground of the military base trembled violently, mirroring the seals above. In the next moment, for colossal forms materialized amidst clouds of white smoke. The eastern summoned slug, the western summoned serpent, the southern summoned blue snake, and the northern summoned spider. Inside the military base, the sudden appearance of these gigantic beasts left no time for effective defense. The 2 largest summons, flanking from the east and west, initiated their assault first. The slug puffed out its cheeks, unleashing a torrent of corrosive liquid that obliterated everything it touched. Steel, buildings, and soldiers alike were swiftly eroded. The serpent, relying on its massive stature exceeding 100 meters and impenetrable scales, rampaged through the base, crushing countless structures, tanks, and soldiers under a hail of bullets. The slightly smaller spider and blue snake were equally ferocious. The spider raised its rear, releasing a swarm of black mini-spiders that descended upon the soldiers, whose faces quickly turned purple as they succumbed to venomous bites. The blue snake burrowed into the ground, targeting the buildings, and with its 10-meter length and burrowing prowess, it unleashed a bloody slaughter within the complex internal structure of the base. In an instant, the vast military base descended into chaos. Fearful cries, screams of impending death, and the piercing sounds of gunfire intertwined to compose a symphony of despair. Our composer, Mr. Zwa, stood aloft in the void, quietly observing his own brutal and hopeless masterpiece. Yet this was not the end. Zwa believed in the principle of reciprocity. The magnitude of the assault from the 4 fighter jets would be repaid in kind. The chaotic scene had already been addressed through the summoning. Now, it was time for the concentrated strike. Zwa recalled the 4 summoned beasts, which had wreaked havoc within the military base. Before the soldiers could catch their breath, Zor raised his right hand, fingers poised, as a blue half-body Susanoo manifested around him, initiating another series of seals. Then, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Zwa, causing the very sky to twist violently, as if a terrifyingly immense power was awakening. At last, Zhuju cast his gaze upon the chaotic base below, his thin lips parting as he uttered with deliberate clarity, "Heaven obstructs the stars." A resounding rush of wind echoed through the heavens, capturing the attention of all soldiers within the base, who had narrowly escaped death through their summon connection. In the next heartbeat, an even more despairing sight unfolded. A colossal meteor, measuring several kilometers in diameter, burst through the clouds, plummeting towards the military base. The violent sound of wind was, in fact, the friction created as the meteor descended through the atmosphere. All eyes were drawn skyward, fixated on the blue Susanoo that had summoned this calamity, their faces etched with hopelessness. Some even dropped their weapons, unable to maintain their grip. They were not merely facing an opponent. They were confronting an entity from an entirely different dimension. In the control room, General MacArthur stared, his eyes wide with disbelief, at the screen displaying the despair-inducing meteor. Yet, unlike the others who succumbed to hopelessness, he seized the communicator and bellowed with a resonant voice. "Boys, now is not the time for despair. Think of your families. Your wives and children are waiting for your return. You must survive. Immediately take up your weapons, whatever you have, and aim for that meteor in the sky. Deplete your entire ammunition stock." MacArthur's commanding voice reverberated throughout the base, reigniting the flicker of hope within each soldier's heart. "Indeed, we have not yet failed. We still possess hope. For heaven's sake, grab your weapons and obliterate that divine egg." One soldier roared as he hoisted a rocket launcher and squeezed the trigger towards the descending meteor. With the first shot, others soon followed. One after another, they rallied. "Blast that son of a gun. Once this is over, I'll retire and return home to marry," another exclaimed, vowing to confess his romance to his family that very day. "My wife just called yesterday to tell me she's expecting our second child. I must survive to meet my newborn." "Wait, Jack, haven't you been away for a year? How could your wife be pregnant with a second child?" "Blind man, you've caught on." In any case, under MacArthur's rallying cry, most soldiers found their resolve renewed. Those armed took their weapons. Those with artillery readied their cannons. Even those with nothing resorted to hurling grenades skyward. In that instant, countless bursts of fire surged toward the descending meteor. The sky was ablaze with bright orange flames and explosions, creating a striking contrast between the radiant fire and the encroaching darkness of the meteor, rendering an epic tableau. At that moment, the entire state of Mexico could almost perceive the distant brilliance of the fiery clouds. With the soldiers' desperate onslaught, the meteor was but 1,000 meters from the ground as the military base's ammunition stock was utterly depleted. The colossal meteorite, measuring thousands of meters, finally shattered under the relentless barrage. The thunderous sound echoed as countless fragments rained down, leaving the entire military base in ruins, with countless casualties. Yet, amidst the devastation, the forces did not suffer total annihilation. Those who survived among the debris wept tears of joy, embraced one another, and leaped in elation, releasing a collective roar to the heavens. "We have triumphed. Humanity has conquered this calamity." One soldier, tears streaming down his face, surveyed the emptiness beside him and solemnly addressed a pile of mangled flesh on the ground. "Rest easy, Jack. I shall fulfill your dying wish, caring for your wife and child, and avenging you against that bastard Green. You may return to the embrace of the Almighty." The heap of flesh was none other than Jack, Green's comrade, who had not returned home for a year, with his wife 8 months pregnant. He did not perish from the falling debris. Rather, in a moment of despair and rage, he mistakenly hurled a grenade skyward, which ultimately led to his own demise. Born from Green, he died by his own folly, destined for hell. Amen. Zhuju watched with a newfound respect for General MacArthur, who had rallied the troops with his indomitable spirit, successfully invigorating them to withstand the impact of the first celestial catastrophe. "You are indeed a worthy adversary, General MacArthur. You have revealed the fearless courage of humanity in the face of insurmountable foes. Yet, what do you intend to do about the 8 more that are descending?" Suddenly, 8 piercing sounds of descent shattered the air, and darkness enveloped the sky. Chapter 62. Nuclear Detonation. Kauai. as the familiar sound of air bursting filled the atmosphere. All surviving personnel in the military base mechanically raised their heads, their bright eyes dimming at an alarming rate. They gazed skyward, their eyes filled with despair. What manner of enemy are we truly facing? The meteorite they had barely managed to destroy was now accompanied by 8 colossal counterparts, blotting out the sky. Is this truly a force that humanity can withstand? Is this not a divine phenomenon? Not only had they exhausted their munitions, but even if they were granted tenfold their arsenal, they would remain powerless to halt the descent of these 8 meteors. Despair washed over them, rendering them limp upon the ground, extinguishing any thoughts of escape. Within the control room, General MacArthur, having completely lost command of the base, did not exhibit the anticipated panic. In the face of these 8 enormous meteors, he remained remarkably composed, adjusting the numerous medals of honor adorning his chest. After decades of battle, I imagined I might meet my end on any battlefield, yet I never envisioned it would be on my own territory. Those old-timers who departed before me would surely mock me for this. He chuckled softly, his once stooped frame straightening once more. A pair of tiger-like eyes revealed no hint of fear. They gazed intently at the figure of Zhuozhua in the sky on the screen, as well as the 8 falling meteors behind him. In a slow and resolute tone, he spoke. "You are formidable, but that is all. You have never been brave. Humans are the ones who possess courage." He admitted he had misjudged Zhuozhua's strength, or rather, the power of superhumans. He had never anticipated that the well-equipped military of the world's foremost superpower, along with modern weaponry, could appear so utterly feeble in the presence of a superhuman. Today, Zhuozhua had unveiled to him the astonishing heights of individual superhuman power, an eye-opening experience indeed. However, this did not imply that Zhuozhua, as a superhuman, had triumphed over the dominators of Earth, ordinary humans. This revelation was not limited to him alone. "Mr. President, do you see? With such power, if it were to remain within the confines of the United States, or indeed on Earth, could you ever find a moment's peace to sleep?" Thus, General MacArthur, already connected to the president, made his final request. "Please accept my last plea. Launch the ultimate weapon." In truth, the magnitude of the events unfolding in New Mexico had long since been relayed to the upper echelons of American leadership via satellite. As the 4 legendary beasts made their appearance, they had already been clandestinely monitored from above. Yet before any support could reach General MacArthur, the 18 meteors descended. The strength displayed by Zhuozhua was overwhelming, making it clear to the military hierarchy that numbers were meaningless in his presence. Conventional fire support was utterly inadequate to contend with him, let alone provide assistance. Thus, it was evident that General MacArthur and his command had been abandoned. However, relinquishing this military base did not signify a retreat or compromise for the United States. With an individual capable of wreaking havoc at any moment within its borders, no one would feel secure. Therefore, for whatever reason, he must perish. In the White House, the president sat gravely in his chair. "I respect your choice, General MacArthur. America will forever remember your sacrifice. Farewell." With that, the red button was pressed, and at a nuclear weapons facility, the most powerful weapon known to humanity began its ascent. Simultaneously, the 8 meteors passed through the air, eclipsing Zhuozhua's figure, marking the end of the ravaged military base beneath them. A rumble shook the ground as the base was engulfed by the meteors, vanishing from the map, with the tremors felt across the entirety of Mexico. This was, after all, the minimal impact resulting from Zhuozhua's deliberate control over the height and descent speed of the meteors. It was akin to him gently placing 8 stones upon the earth. Though still a catastrophic blow to the military base, it at least spared further innocent casualties. Otherwise, if he were to summon the celestial calamity of the stars and the vastness of space, the consequences would extend far beyond mere tremors. It would spell annihilation, not only for New Mexico, but for the entirety of human civilization. At present, while the act of exploding stars may require a modicum of time, the destruction of the surface, or rather, human society itself, poses no significant challenge. The 9 celestial calamities are not indicative of his limitations. Rather, they serve merely to validate his power. Intimidation remains his sole objective. He harbors no desire to have imbeciles like General Ross dictating his actions in the future. Furthermore, he despises the notion of possessing immense power, yet having to acquiesce like a fool, thereby becoming a mere pawn for others. Thus, He intends to resolve the issue of human interference in his endeavors once and for all. Demonstrating force, undoubtedly, stands as the most effective solution. Of course, some may argue that summoning celestial calamities from the sky, while undeniably formidable, would not go unchallenged by humanity. Indeed, humans are not entirely defenseless against meteoric threats. You are correct in this assertion. Therefore, in the following moments, Susanoo will reveal that his capabilities extend far beyond mere cataclysmic destruction. Susanoo subtly turned his gaze toward the nuclear missile hurtling through the air. Faced with humanity's most potent weapon, a nuclear bomb capable of obliterating everything, he exhibited not even a flicker of negative emotion. He now possesses a myriad of ways to counteract humanity's strongest nuclear arsenal, leaving him devoid of any trepidation. Techniques such as the corpse of impurity, sealing techniques, complete body Susanoo, or even Kamui, the nuclear bomb, posed no threat to him whatsoever. In an instant, the missile, several times larger than Susanoo, accurately struck him. Then, with a swift motion, Susanoo's form twisted like a phantom, allowing the bomb to pass through him as if traversing through air. It subsequently crashed into the meteorite embedded in the military base beneath him. Then, a profound silence enveloped the earth and sky, and in a moment, or perhaps mere seconds later, a blinding white light illuminated the entire expanse. A colossal mushroom cloud surged skyward, instantly engulfing the 8 meteorites upon the military base, as well as Susanoo in the heavens above. Inside the Black Palace, the president, along with all high-ranking officials of America, fixated their gazes upon this mushroom cloud, unwilling to blink for fear of missing the final outcome. Since the last time they unleashed 2 nuclear bombs on a small island, humanity had not wielded such a devastating weapon within its own borders. What is even more tragic is that they chose to deploy it on their own territory. However, in that moment, no one within the Black Palace contemplated the potential repercussions. Their sole concern was whether that individual, or rather that deity, had perished. That was the paramount question. Yet, the very occurrence they most dreaded and feared unfolded before them. Amidst the towering mushroom cloud, a somewhat ethereal figure gradually emerged, ascending steadily into the sky. Left unharmed, Susanoo soared to a height beyond the reach of nuclear fallout, where the personnel of the Black Palace could discern his silhouette clearly through satellite imagery. Chapter 63. A dual reversal. From criminal to hero, Susanoo stood aloft, dispelling his phantasmal form to reveal a solid presence. He gazed upwards towards even greater heights. His lips moved silently before his figure distorted and vanished. Due to the distance, the satellite failed to capture Susanoo's voice. Yet, how could the esteemed assembly at the Black Palace be stymied by such a triviality? This was no second-rate farce. The president would not err in ways so foolish that even an ordinary individual would avoid, such as neglecting to provide a translation. A nearby lip-reading expert promptly translated Susanoo's final remarks in real time. The message left for the president was, "It is time for you to apologize, Your Excellency. Otherwise, the next meteorite may not land in a remote military base." Bang! The president of the Black Palace, incensed by Susanoo's audacious words, overturned a table in a fit of rage, delivering a heavy punch against the wall, declaring vehemently, "We cannot let this matter rest." The other high-ranking officials in the conference room gasped in surprise. "We have even tested nuclear weapons to no avail. Are you still so obstinate, Mr. President?" Yet, even if the president wished to persist in his defiance, others would not acquiesce. They were about to counsel him against impulsiveness when the president preempted them. His gaze resolute. "An apology is in order. Minister Zwa has made countless contributions to this nation and the world. Yet we have allowed that scoundrel Ross to dishearten our hero. We must extend our apologies to Minister Zwa at once." The following day marked a sensational moment in American news. Shocking. General Ross's heinous deeds incite the wrath of God as he attempts to apprehend the hero who saved New York City, only to be punished by divine retribution. This headline alone captivated countless readers, compelling them to click. During the broadcast, Aishili tearfully recounted the numerous atrocities committed by General Ross, showcasing video clips of Susanoo battling the 2 monsters he had unleashed to save the citizens of New York. Furthermore, Aishili revealed the surveillance footage documenting the entire process of the Hulk's creation in Ross's laboratory, along with the fact that the abomination was also a product of Ross's nefarious machinations. Aishili's face was etched with sorrow. Her trembling finger pointed to the final image on the screen. Zhuizhu, encircled by the menacing General Ross and his subordinates, stood resolute without any sign of resistance. Addressing the camera, she lamented, "Do you see this, dear families? General Ross created these two monsters, causing countless innocent casualties in New York City last night. Yet he remained indifferent. Our valiant hero, Minister Zhua, along with his team, faced perilous odds to vanquish two monstrous threats. Yet General Ross, accompanied by his demonic legion, arrived belatedly, harboring the audacious ambition to seize both the monsters and our heroic Minister Zhua at a moment of their exhaustion post-battle. It is evident that if General Ross, the architect behind such terrifying creatures, were to capture these beasts along with Minister Zhua, the consequences would be dire. Even the heavens could not bear witness to such malevolence. Thus, divine fire was unleashed to eradicate the vile General Ross and his nefarious forces. Regrettably, we misjudged the divinely favored Minister Zhua, which must surely dishearten our hero. Should similar events unfold in the future, we must ponder whether any hero would still rise for our defense. Beloved compatriots, our hero has shielded us from calamity. It is now our turn to stand up and dispel the slander circulating online regarding our hero. Upon the release of this report, a fervent debate ignited across the internet. Faced with irrefutable evidence and the heartfelt broadcast by Aishili, the sentiments of New Yorkers, who had witnessed Minister Zhua's confrontation with their general and military, shifted from outrage to bewilderment. Before the online community could divide into factions, those supporting General Ross and the advocates of Minister Zhua, the discourse began to escalate. Prominent figures emerged in public support of Minister Zhua, spearheaded by the Water Group and the Stark Group. Captain of the Seven, Homelander of the Water Group, utilized his influence to rally numerous fans to parade for Minister Zhua. He stood upon the stage, microphone in hand, fervently proclaiming, "I am not a hero, nor are you. Only Minister Zhua is the true hero." Tony Stark of the Stark Group, having recently escaped from the clutches of terrorists and reclaimed his power after purging traitors, solemnly addressed the camera. "I believe in Minister Zhua. He saved me, bestowed upon me a second chance at life, and helped me discover my purpose. I refuse to believe that such a remarkable individual could be a villain." In addition to the valiant figures of the Water Group and Iron Man of the Stark Group, various influential personalities, celebrities, and athletes covertly controlled by Hydra also took to social media to exonerate Minister Zhua. This surge of support dramatically altered the unfavorable public opinion surrounding him, transforming Minister Zhua from a perpetrator into a victim. The final straw, which broke the camel's back, was a formal apology issued by the White House. The White House confirms that the deaths of General Ross and his subordinates bear no relation to Minister Zhua. Minister Zhua is the hero who saved New York and a hero for all of America. The title was lengthy, and the content even more so. The White House has officially stepped forward to vindicate Zhuizhu, offering an apology for the misunderstandings that transpired yesterday, while also corroborating the allegations against General Ross concerning the creation of two monstrous entities. General Ross is to be charged with the unlawful research of supernatural beings and the attempted illegal arrest of significant SHIELD officials, facing two serious accusations. In death, General Ross has been stripped of his military rank by the White House, losing not only the honor earned through years of service, but also bearing the weight of these charges. Conversely, the true instigator, Zhuizhu, has been awarded a Hero's Medal from the White House and compensated for the slander he endured, receiving a staggering sum of $100 billion, albeit privately, as this amount was not disclosed in the public apology statement. This declaration has transformed Zhuizhu from a criminal accused of murdering a general into the world's most beloved superhero, celebrated for saving New York. However, the White House's statement serves merely to deceive those who blindly follow the narrative spun online. The truly astute individuals and the upper echelons of humanity are not swayed by such fallacious rhetoric. Moreover, the commotion in New Mexico has drawn attention far beyond the borders of America, with other nations possessing advanced satellites closely monitoring the situation, as well as some formidable hidden presences on Earth. For instance, within the now military-sealed nuclear contamination zone, amidst the remnants of 8 meteorites shattered by nuclear blasts, a purple figure has mysteriously emerged. A woman clad in a flowing purple gown crouches upon the charred surface of a meteorite, her ebony fingers carelessly brushing against the radiation-laden rock. In an instant, a handsome man with raven hair and red-purple eyes materializes in her mind, emanating a terrifying energy that leaves her entranced, a strange smile creeping upon her lips. The energy, unlike any magic she has encountered, is intoxicatingly powerful, she muses. If I could absorb his energy, ha ha ha. Suddenly, her eyes gleam with a purple, eerie light, and she bursts into manic laughter before vanishing in a wisp of purple smoke. Chapter 64. The birth of the Xiao organization 2 months later. In the suburbs situated 20 kilometers from New York City, a magnificent structure imbued with futuristic technology stands tall. This edifice is colossal, covering an area of 1 million square meters, with additional space for helipads, runways, and parking zones, culminating in a total land area exceeding 3 million square meters. Remarkably, this grand building did not exist 2 months prior, as if it had suddenly risen from the ground during this brief interval. It is named the Xiao Base, established under the leadership of Helicarrier, Special Operations Director, Susanoo, as a superhero organization. It gathers numerous heroes who fight for justice. The organization's declaration reads, "We yearn for peace. The dawn shall inevitably break." Similar to the nature of SHIELD's Special Operations Division, both organizations employ force to resolve various supernatural incidents. However, the Special Operations Division predominantly conducts its activities clandestinely, unbeknownst to the general populace. In contrast, the new organization known as Dawn comprises numerous superheroes who address supernatural events openly. This transparency fosters greater reliance and trust among ordinary people in a society where supernatural occurrences are increasingly frequent, ultimately leading to an inseparable bond between the organization and societal stability, integrating Dawn into the very fabric of society. The superhero organization undoubtedly represents the most palatable transformation of order for the public, beginning with Dawn as a catalyst to gradually reshape collective thought. Unlike Nick Fury's SHIELD, which has dealt with supernatural events for decades while remaining shrouded in secrecy to the public, resulting in a lack of support when it ultimately faltered, Dawn seeks to avoid such a fate. While the influence of Hydra plays a role in SHIELD's downfall, one must ponder whether Nick Fury's approach to handling matters was devoid of fault. Clearly, it was not. Fury's obsession with controlling all supernatural forces overshadowed the significance of ordinary individuals. It is essential to recognize that Earth fundamentally belongs to humanity, with ordinary people constituting the majority. Without their acknowledgement, the relentless pursuit of supernatural power proves futile. Ultimately, the downfall of the walls will invite the masses to push against it. What Fury desired was not merely the quiet guardianship of the world's stability, but new order, one of his own design, where both light and darkness must conform to his prescribed societal structure. This encapsulates the essence of Dawn. We aspire to peace. Yet it is the peace of our own creation that we seek. The dawn will inevitably break, and my new order shall supersede the old. Now, let us introduce the members of the Dawn organization. The inaugural members include Leader, Susanoo, Chief Financial Officer, Iron Man, Base Commander, Maria Hill, Researchers, Iron Man, Dr. Helen Cho, Hulk, Doctor, Banner, Combat Personnel, Susanoo, Iron Man, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Spider-Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Hulk, Doctor Strange, temporarily serving as a melee specialist, Medical Staff, Slug, Doctor Strange, Dr. Helen Cho, Security Team, Abomination, Serpent Society, Logistics Team, all members of the Special Operations Team. Thus concludes the introduction of the first cadre of members following the establishment of Dawn. I trust that many of you will recognize familiar faces among them, as well as some new ones. For instance, Maria Hill, the former Deputy Director of SHIELD, is a composed and capable woman, also serving as the commander of SHIELD's Helicarrier. Susanoo believes that Hill's talents are squandered under Nick Fury's leadership. Additionally, since Hill was originally appointed by the United Nations to counterbalance Fury's influence, he directly petitioned the Security Council for her reassignment. Additionally, there is Dr. Xiao Ai, who was originally a leading scientist at a prominent research institution in South Korea. After a brief introduction from Susanoo, The next day, the U.S. military stationed in South Korea invited Dr. Xiao Ai to her new position. Moreover, Hulk and Abomination, after undergoing a period of physical and mental conditioning under Zhu's guidance, have willingly chosen to submit to him. In Zhu's presence, Hulk is so intimidated that he refrains from emerging, leading to the predominant influence of Dr. Banner's persona during most of the time. Abomination, possessing only a singular persona, has become increasingly unstable and ferocious due to Hulk's blood, which has exacerbated the emotional volatility stemming from the super soldier serum he was injected with. Now, Abomination has been subdued by Zhu to the point of clarity, fully reverting to the disciplined soldier Blonsky. Consequently, he has also mastered the transformation ability of Abomination, allowing him to revert to his human form, which is indeed commendable. However, due to the multitude of innocent lives lost at the hands of Abomination during the battle with Hulk in New York, Blonsky is deemed unfit to redeem himself by participating in superhero endeavors and is currently engaged in security duties alongside Venom at the base. Finally, we have our financial overseer, or rather, our human vault, Iron Man, Mr. Tony Stark. This affluent individual, upon learning of Zhu's ambition to establish a superhero organization, approached Zhu without hesitation and generously pledged to cover all expenses related to the construction and security design of the base, from the infrastructure to the microwave ovens. Furthermore, Tony enlisted a renowned construction team from China, who worked tirelessly to complete the extensive base within just 2 months. One can only marvel at the sheer power of capital. Initially, upon hearing this, the Homeland's people expressed a desire to join the Xiao organization with the Super Seven. However, they were swiftly rebuffed by Zhu, who provided a sound rationale. Zhu asserted that the world requires balance. No one would desire a singular superhero organization to dominate. Thus, the existence of the Super Seven remains essential. The emergence of Xiao would undoubtedly attract resentment from various factions, who might perceive the Xiao organization as a nuisance and covertly act against it. As the only other superhero team in the world, the Super Seven would theoretically be at odds with the Xiao organization. Therefore, the simplest method to instigate discord would be to incite conflict between the two superhero organizations. Zhu entrusted Azu with a mission. Should anyone approach Azu intending to leverage the Super Seven against the Xiao organization, Azu was to eliminate them all. Azu has not disappointed Zhu. Since the public announcement of Xiao being formed 2 months ago, there have been sporadic reports of private planes mysteriously crashing. This has led to a significant impact on the private aviation market. And of course, this is the handiwork of our enthusiastic Azu. The individual who sought collaboration with Azu in the morning found their plane crashing in the afternoon, with a report delivered to Zhu that very evening. Although Zhu appears somewhat feeble in the presence of his left assistant, it is merely a testament to the latter's restraint. In reality, he delivers a significant blow to the clandestine organizations lurking in the shadows. Chapter 65 depicts the left assistant as a natural disaster, a moniker assigned to him by various nations. Of course, not all factions within the Marvel Universe fears Zhu. However, those superpowers capable of countering him are acutely aware of the true strength of the left assistant. They would not naively assume that combining their forces with Zhu's 7-member team would suffice to challenge the left assistant Xiao. Indeed, the left assistant has been collectively recognized by nations as the man closest to divinity, codenamed the world's strongest natural disaster. Ever since he revealed a fraction of his power 2 months ago, his endeavors have been remarkably seamless. He has had everything he desires at his fingertips. When it comes to establishing a base, the United States promptly allocated a substantial area in the prime suburbs nearest to New York, granting him the liberty to construct it as he wishes. Should any roads obstruct his plans, they are prepared to arrange for their removal to clear the space. When it comes to personnel, they swiftly requested the transfer of Hill from the United Nations. A mere morning application resulted in her arrival at his office by afternoon. Similarly, Dr. Xiao Ai was whisked away from her laboratory by a contingent of soldiers shortly after the military made their initial contact, arriving at the left assistant's office in haste. Consequently, our founder of Xiao, Mr. Zhu, has become the most leisurely individual. He need not lift a finger for what he requires. Merely voicing a request ensures that matters are attended to with utmost efficiency. Today marks the inaugural day of the completed base and the commencement of a significant relocation. In the expansive 200-square-meter ministerial office, The interior is stark and empty. Zuo stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows, sipping on the chilled strawberry juice lovingly prepared by Wanda, while observing the bustling activity outside. As the entire Special Operations Department and members of the Xiao organization transition to this new location, they bring an abundance of equipment, especially with several top-tier scientists among them. At this very moment, military-supported trucks laden with supplies have formed a lengthy queue at the entrance of the base. Members of the Xiao organization and the entire Special Operations team are, under the watchful eyes of reporters, showcasing their unique abilities in transferring the cargo. Pietro effortlessly hoists a large crate, transforming into a silver blur as he darts in and out of the base, rapidly emptying a truck of its contents at an astonishing pace. Wanda, with her hands aglow in crimson light, causes the items from 2 trucks to levitate, gracefully guiding them into the base. Young Spider-Man, Peter, skillfully employs his webbing to maneuver various items within the base, placing each one with pinpoint accuracy, without a single misstep. The Hulk effortlessly lifted the entire truck bed and transported it into the base, leaving the soldier behind the wheel utterly bewildered, unsure of how to explain the truck's disappearance to his commander upon returning. Both Patton and Natasha observed these extraordinary beings, shaking their heads in resignation as they, along with the Special Operations team members, diligently began to move the crates. However, their diligence did not equate to ordinariness. Each individual among them was capable of lifting items weighing from 1,000 to several tons. This included the entire Special Operations team, what accounted for their remarkable strength. We owe this to our esteemed leader, the once rational scientist, Dr. Stern, whose mind was irrevocably altered by Hulk's blood. Despite Dr. Stern's enlarged cranium, he could not withstand the mental torment and control exerted by Tsukuyami, quickly succumbing to his influence. Utilizing a diluted version of Hulk's blood, he successfully developed a Hulk version super serum that significantly enhanced physical attributes without risking loss of control. Although this newfound strength paled in comparison to that of the Hulk and Abomination, merely doubling Captain America's abilities, it maintained emotional stability and minimal physical transformation, avoiding drastic changes such as turning green or yellow, merely resulting in a more robust appearance. Consequently, after injection, the 500 members of the Special Operations Division now boasted abilities akin to super soldiers. Unbeknownst to Captain America, who remained encased in ice, he had unwittingly been surpassed by these individuals, who had transcended his legacy as the world's first superhero, relegating him to the status of a mere foundation stone for heroes. The office door swung open, and an unconstrained figure strode in with purpose. The newcomer wasted no time, heading directly to the sole desk in the office, seizing the jug, and pouring himself a glass of strawberry juice. "Ah, refreshing," Tony exclaimed as he downed the chilled beverage, his sleep-deprived mind instantly revitalized. Turning to his assistant, he remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be setting up laboratories for Dr. Xiao and Dr. Banner? Finished already?" Tony rolled his eyes at the inquiry, retorting, "How can you even say that? The organization you founded, and you sit back as a hands-off manager? Not only have I completed the laboratories for Dr. Xiao and Dr. Banner, but after 3 sleepless days of relentless effort, I have also equipped each of your rooms and the conference room with high-tech smart devices and the Jarvis subsystem, fully automating the entire base." His assistant chuckled lightly. "Indeed, you've worked hard during this time, but do remember not to overexert yourself. Rest when needed. We cannot afford to wear down our financial manager, lest we find ourselves without anyone to fund and manage our operations." Tony replied, somewhat exasperated, "Well, I truly appreciate that. However, I feel fine. Ever since you had that big-nosed creature heal my chest wound, I've been in excellent spirits. I'm telling you, if you could let it treat me once more, I could push through another 3 days, just this once, the final time. How many times must I reiterate that she is called Slug, not a mere slug? Each time, you insist it's the last, and yet left assistant clutches his forehead, appearing utterly defeated. 2 months prior, Tony arrived, investing both time and resources to construct the entire base at an exorbitant cost, and left assistant certainly ensured he was duly compensated. Consequently, he returned to Tony the relics of his father left in S.H.L.D., enabling Tony to successfully derive inspiration from the new element his father had discovered from the Tesseract, thereby replacing palladium and upgrading the arc reactor into a more powerful and harmless second-generation reactor. Furthermore, he expressed heartfelt words to Tony, forcibly extracting the reactor from his chest with a thunderblade, and precisely using electricity to extract the missile fragments near his heart, ultimately allowing Slug to heal his wounds and expel the accumulated palladium toxins from his body. This sensation nearly sent Tony to Cloud 9. Now, regardless of his health, Tony often seeks out Slug for a dose of healing. When fatigued from research, he seeks Slug. When mentally exhausted, he seeks Slug. Even when excesses in nightlife lead to kidney woes, he seeks Slug. Consequently, the medical department's Slug has placed Tony on their blacklist, refusing him service. Chapter 66, Dawn Organization. Commander Hill before Tony could further engage in banter with Left Assistant. A knock once again echoed at the office door. Tony promptly fell silent. Enter, as Left Assistant spoke. The door swung open, revealing Hill, exuding an air of competence. She reported, Minister, all journalists from various regions have been arranged. They will only witness what they are meant to see. Nothing inappropriate will be broadcast. Left Assistant nodded. Thank you, Hill. Your efforts are appreciated. I will rely on you for the command duties of the base moving forward. With the official completion of the Dawn Base, the first superhero facility, numerous journalists from around the globe had come to document and tour it. Hill was assigned to oversee the reception of these journalists. And as the former deputy director of S.H.I.L.D., she was acutely aware of what could be shown and what must remain hidden. Standing tall, Hill's frostbitten visage softened with a hint of a smile. It is my honor to work alongside Minister Left and so many true heroes fighting for justice. Compared to her previous tenure under Nick Fury, Hill found herself more content in her current role. There is no longer the burden of balancing the demands of the Security Council, nor was she constantly undermined as deputy director by Nick Fury. She was no longer required to mop up the messes left in Fury's wake. Honestly, her role had originally been intended solely as a commander. Yet Fury often assigned her combat missions, causing her to ponder whether he was intentionally setting her up for failure, seeking to eliminate her while evading the Council's scrutiny, continuing his clandestine operations unimpeded. The longer she remained by Nick Fury's side, the more Hill sensed something amiss about him. For instance, Nick often vanished for periods, and upon his return, he exuded an unsettling aura, as if he were a different person altogether. She felt that if this continued, it would only be a matter of time before she lost her life due to Nick Fury's myriad troubles. This was not mere illusion, but rather the instinct of a woman. Assigned to work under Director Zwa, she found herself among exceptionally capable individuals, leaving her little opportunity to intervene. Her sole responsibility was to perform her designated duties. Moreover, the camaraderie among these superheroes fostered a sense of relief, sparing her the daily oppressive atmosphere she experienced with Nick Fury. The people here spoke with such grace, making her truly appreciate this environment. Zwa's tasks concerning the base were nearly complete, allowing him to turn his attention to another matter. Tony, hey, does the base's affairs have any bearing on you? He glanced at Hill and Tony. I will be taking Strange away for some time, though I cannot specify how long. For now, the operational matters of the base will rest with you. After 2 months, Zwa finally recalled his responsibilities as the Supreme Sorcerer. Having idled for 2 months, he resolved to fulfill that duty. Understood, Hill nodded decisively. Although today marked the first official day of operations for the Xiao base, her role as the commander of Xiao had not begun today. Since her reassignment to Zwa's side 2 months prior, she had already assisted Wanda and the Special Forces in numerous heroic and recovery missions. Hill and the members of Xiao, alongside the Special Forces, had forged a robust synergy. Now, even in Zwa's absence, their effectiveness remained unhampered. Furthermore, even when Zwa was present, he typically refrained from direct command, instead serving as a stabilizing force. As long as he was nearby, everyone felt reassured and confident in all endeavors. Tony interjected, while the base's operations remain unaffected by your presence. I must inquire, how shall we contact you in case of an emergency? To be candid, Tony had inadvertently discovered Zwa's true capabilities after Jarvis infiltrated classified Defense Department files. He learned of the meteors Zwa had placed at the New Mexico military base, potent enough to obliterate anything, and that Zwa could withstand even a nuclear bomb unscathed. However, having grasped the situation's intricacies, Tony found himself neither wholly approving nor harboring aversion towards Zwa's annihilation of a military base. Transformed through a series of experiences distinct from the original narrative, Tony had gained profound insights into this world. He recognized that absolute justice could not sustain one's existence. Ultimately, This world revered the strong above all else. Justice must be founded upon a robust strength. Only then will no one dare to question the righteousness of your actions. Thus, he joined the Dawn led by Susanoo, dedicating both resources and effort tirelessly, not merely because Susanoo had saved his life, but also due to his desire to align himself with a formidable force, enabling him to execute the justice he envisioned without being constrained by so-called upper echelon powers. Susanoo represents the greatest might. No force would dare to challenge the actions of the Dawn. Consequently, when Tony learned of Susanoo's impending departure, he instinctively felt a loss of security within. Observing Tony's dazed expression, Susanoo cast him a sidelong glance. The place I am headed is somewhat remote, but it is not on another planet. If there is an urgent matter, just call me or send an email. Have you lost your mind? He recalled that although Kamar Taj was nestled in the Himalayas, communication signals were still accessible. Tony replied, I suddenly feel as though I have asked an exceedingly foolish question. He fell silent, awkwardly scraping his toes against the floor. Noticing that both were untroubled, Susanoo rose and declared, I shall not bid farewell to everyone individually. If they inquire, you may inform them as needed. I will take my leave now. With that, Susanoo exited the minister's office. Tony and Hill were not surprised by Susanoo's abrupt decision to depart. After all, the minister's character had always been thus, tending to act without delay. Whether it was revenge or pursuit of a desire, matters seldom extended beyond the next day. In New York City, at 177 Brick Street, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt by the roadside. Ramlo exited the driver's seat and approached the back door, opening it for Susanoo. Upon disembarking, Susanoo glanced at the business card in his hand and nodded at the address on the door. With a flash of electricity, the card was instantaneously disintegrated into ash. The other door swung open, and Strange, clad in a black suit, also stepped out, inquiring curiously, is this the magical sanctuary you mentioned? To be honest, I expected it to be in a more mysterious location, perhaps atop a snow-capped mountain, not right here on the streets of New York. Chapter 67. The Sanctuary of New York. Kamar Taj, this is merely one of the entrances. The true sanctuary lies elsewhere, Susanoo casually explained to Strange before turning to Ramlo. During my absence, if any unforeseen events arise, trivial matters need not be reported to me. You may handle them directly. For matters beyond your control, if you cannot reach me, come here to find me. Ramlo nodded, understood. Susanoo then approached the unassuming door at 177, his blood-red eyes scanning its surface. The door was cloaked in a unique power, causing ordinary individuals to subconsciously overlook it, akin to an illusionary force, yet distinctly different. Is this the power of magic? Quite intriguing, Susanoo mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he pushed the door open. Who dares to intrude upon the sanctuary? As Susanoo entered, a thunderous roar erupted, and a stout figure leapt down from the second floor, two radiant circles of crimson-orange magic materializing in his hands. Susanoo glanced at the spell wielded by the rotund figure, a flash of information coursing through his mind. The Ring of Kagurator, one of the foundational spells of Kamar Taj, a highly practical defensive incantation, which, if necessary, could also be employed in close combat. It was said that this spell could disregard any physical harm. He pondered which was more resilient, this enchantment or his own Susanoo. Perhaps he could enhance his Susanoo by incorporating this spell, fortifying strength upon strength. The combination of Susanoo and magic seemed to hold great potential. At that moment, the king of the New York sanctuary recognized Susanoo, his small eyes sparkling with excitement. You are the deputy minister of Akatsuki? Susanoo, momentarily setting aside his thoughts of enchanting his Susanoo, regarded the familiar stout figure with curiosity. Oh, you know me? The king retracted the defensive magic from his hands, a rather unappealing grin spreading across his fleshy face. The supreme sorcerer informed me that you might be visiting. I am to escort you to Kamar Taj. You may call me Wong or Little Wong. Susanoo nodded in understanding, realizing that that old trickster, Ancient One, had once again peered into the future with the time stone. Little Wong, no, just Wong. Let us proceed to meet the Ancient One. Almost led astray, Susanoo called out to the ever-curious Strange, who was eager to ascend to the second floor of the sanctuary. Strange, let us go. Upon hearing Susanoo's voice, Strange hurried to match their pace, though his gaze frequently wandered toward the second floor. He felt an inexplicable pull from above, as if something of great significance awaited him there. Yet, in this foreign domain, he suppressed his curiosity to explore further. As he approached Susanoo, Strange quietly inquired, "Are we heading to the magical sanctuary you mentioned? Are we taking a magical train or flying on broomsticks?" Susanoo shot him an exasperated glance, choosing not to dignify the absurdity of his question with a response. However, Wong turned his head, a vein of annoyance visible on his forehead as he addressed Strange with a stern tone. "You, my friend, need to understand, this is not Hogwarts, and broomsticks are merely the tricks of witches." At that moment, Wong led them to the true means of passage to Kamar Taj, not the magical companions or broomstick Strange had anticipated, but rather 3 circular portals. With pride, Wong introduced them. "These are the teleportation arrays set by the Ancient One. There are 3 portals, each capable of transporting us to the sanctuaries of Kamar Taj, London, and Hong Kong, creating a synergistic network of mutual support." He then adjusted the knobs on the portals, and the scenes within them began to shift continuously. He continued, "Of course, in addition to these 4 fixed locations, the teleportation array is equipped with an adjustment mechanism that allows travel to any place recorded by the teleportation formation, such as oceans, deserts, and primordial forests." Upon hearing this, Susanoo gave Wong a thumbs up, praising, "Indeed, the functionality is remarkably convenient and practical. It truly befits the magic of Kamar Taj." He thought to himself that when he returned, he too would set one up at the Dawn base. Wong, feeling quite flattered by Susanoo's compliment, stood with his hands on his hips, beaming like a child weighing 300 pounds. Strange, with a peculiar expression, gazed at the scenes of the desert, ocean, and primordial forest depicted in the 3 teleportation portals, and remarked, "I must admit, this teleportation portal is indeed impressive, but I must ask, what do you record the desert and such desolate areas for? Do you have a branch there in such a godforsaken place?" Wong's expression shifted dramatically as he glared at Strange with disdain, retorting, "An outsider remains an outsider. The materials for crafting magical apparatuses are not commonly found in large cities. We need to venture into areas untouched by humanity or even beyond Earth to procure them. Do you understand nothing?" Before Strange could retort, Wong turned back to Susanoo with a smile, twisting the knob of one of the teleportation portals, and the scene transformed into a room of ancient charm. Wong extended his hand towards Susanoo, inviting, "This is the path to Kamar Taj. Ministers, what please?" Susanoo nodded slightly and stepped through the portal first. Wong ignored Strange entirely and followed suit. Lastly, Strange glanced back at the second floor's ceiling, gritting his teeth, and declared, "Wait for me. I shall return to unveil your mysterious veil." With that, Strange also stepped into the portal. Himalayas, Kamar Taj. Upon exiting the portal, Wong led Susanoo and Strange to the room where the Ancient One resided. Before Wong could knock, the wooden door opened automatically. At the same time, a gentle voice emanated from within. "Welcome to Kamar Taj, Minister Zwa, Dr. Strange." "Wong, thank you for your efforts. You may return to the New York sanctum." "Yes," Wong replied, nodding at Susanoo before turning to leave. The two entered the room, which was filled with the fragrance of incense, where the Ancient One sat cross-legged at a table, skillfully preparing tea in a pale white robe. The Ancient One poured 3 cups of tea, filling them 7/10 full, and gestured to Susanoo, saying softly, "This tea is brewed from Himalayan snow lotus. Please try it and see if it suits your taste." Susanoo adeptly settled onto the cushion opposite the Ancient One and took a sip from his cup. Indeed, the flavor was delicate and gentle, leaving a lingering fragrance on his palate. Observing the seated posture of the Ancient One and Susanoo, Strange awkwardly adopted a similar position and took a sip of tea as well. The Ancient One blew gently on the surface of the tea, causing ripples to form, and with a meaningful smile, inquired, "I wonder, Minister Zwa, what brings you here on this occasion?" Susanoo set down his teacup and, in the most unassuming tone, uttered a statement of explosive magnitude. "I, the Supreme Sorcerer, now claim Kamar Taj as my own." Chapter 68. The Legacy of Ancient One. 9 tails at this proclamation. Strange, seated beside Susanoo, sputtered his tea in astonishment, turning to Zwa with a bewildered expression. "Wait a minute. Didn't you say you were bringing me here to learn magic? Why are you suddenly aiming to usurp the position of the Supreme Sorcerer?" It was an incredulous notion for Strange. In contrast, Susanoo and the Ancient One remained composed. The Ancient One took a gentle sip from her cup, regaining her tranquility, and inquired nonchalantly, "Even as the Supreme Sorcerer, you will not always reside in Kamar Taj." Which is why you brought Strange here ahead of time, correct? Zhuozhu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. This was his destiny, and I simply expedited the process a bit while enhancing his abilities. In exchange, it seems reasonable for him to work for a few more years, acting as the interim supreme sorcerer to maintain order in Camartage during my absence. Does it not? The Ancient One smiled slightly and nodded. Quite reasonable. The argument holds merit. Strange, caught in the midst of their candid discourse, was utterly perplexed. How did I become part of this conversation? What do you mean by expedited? Destiny, and me being the interim supreme sorcerer? What is going on? However, it was evident that no one present was concerned with Strange confusion. The Ancient One continued. Since you have already made provisions for the future, when do you intend for your successor to assume the role of supreme sorcerer? Zhuozhu extended his hand toward the Ancient One, a smile gracing his lips. There's no time like the present. Let it be now. The Ancient One gazed intently at Zhuozhu's defined hand and gently grasped it. You have made contact with a world-class figure. Ancient One. Supreme Sorcerer. Rewards being granted. 20 level fragments. Mysterious item spirit beast 9 tails. In an instant, a colossal orange-hued beast of 9 tails manifested within Zhuozhu. An overwhelming surge of chakra beginning to swell within him. The summoned spirit and tailed beast were utterly subservient to Zhuozhu, allowing the chakra of the 9 tails to integrate swiftly into his being. Remarkably, the quantity of newly acquired 9 tails chakra nearly surpassed the total of all the ninja cards he had previously assimilated. Simultaneously, the chakra of the 9 tails began to flow ceaselessly into the Kimui space, where it was fervently absorbed by the 10 tails in its second phase. He could sense that the growth rate of the 10 tails was accelerating at an extraordinary pace. In fact, if he were to directly feed the 9 tails to the 10 tails, it might well ascend to its third phase. Yet, upon observing the pitiful state of the 9 tails within him, Zhuozhu ultimately chose to forego that decision. After all, the 8 tails had not yet been secured, and even if the 10 tails were to merge with the 9 tails, it could not immediately transform into the divine tree form. Thus, he deemed it best to let matters be. It is certainly not because the 9 tails is Naruto's tailed beast that he has softened his heart. Sasuke, having regained his senses from the power of the 9 tails, was met with the admiration of Ancient One, who remarked, "Indeed, you have grown stronger. The energy you now possess within you is truly beyond what a mere mortal could hold. Not only I, an ordinary individual, but even the majority of deities would find themselves lacking in comparison to your energy." Sasuke, unfazed by Ancient One's recognition of the change in his chakra, replied nonchalantly, "The amount of energy one possesses does not necessarily equate to absolute strength. While your internal energy may not surpass mine, the energy you can harness is something I could never hope to match, is it not?" Ancient One sighed and shook his head, alas. While I can indeed draw upon a vast amount of energy, and have done so, it is not without its drawbacks. Sometimes, borrowing too much leads to a reckoning when it comes time to repay, and one may find oneself unable to do so. Sasuke, indifferent, replied, "Then why repay at all? You have borrowed so much without any intention of returning it, ultimately planning to hide from a powerful entity to escape your debts. Am I wrong?" Ancient One responded, "Young man, you seem to possess an abundance of knowledge." Clearing his throat, he continued, "However, this method is not universally applicable to all sorcerers. Not everyone can receive the protection of that entity, and even if one does, a corresponding price must be paid. It is ultimately not the best option. The immense energy you harbor within yourself is your greatest asset. Given your current capabilities, the energy within you is, without a doubt, excessive. If you were to learn the secret arts of Camartage, I believe your surplus energy would render you self-sufficient, negating the need to borrow power from any Lord of Dimensions." Sasuke nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Borrowing was simply out of the question. The sorcerers of Marvel faced exorbitant costs when borrowing energy from the Lords of Dimensions. It was akin to a predatory loan. Should a Lord of Dimensions lend you energy, repaying tenfold would be considered generous. While some would demand repayments of 100 or even 1,000, who could possibly repay such debts? Thus, from the very beginning, he intended to experiment with whether chakra could be utilized for magic. If unsuccessful, he would wait for the Infinity Stones, using their limitless energy for his magical endeavors. Only as a last resort, when all other avenues were exhausted, would he reluctantly consider leveraging borrowed power. Moreover, even if he did borrow, he had no intention of repaying. He planned to emulate Ancient One by employing a strategy of larger fish swallowing smaller ones, utilizing the power of the greater lords of dimensions to obliterate the powers of the lesser ones borrowed previously, creating a cycle. Eventually, he hoped to find a formidable ally, thereby absolving himself of all prior debts. Repaying debts? What debts? I know nothing of them. Should any inquiries arise, direct them to my benefactor. However, now that he can utilize his chakra for magic, it could not be more fortuitous. While relying on others has its merits, Sasuke has always been self-reliant, preferring not to depend on the kindness of others. Having determined the successor to the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One no longer hesitated. Rising to her full stature, she gazed down upon the two with an air of authority and spoke softly. Come forth, my next Supreme Sorcerer and the Sorcerer Supreme's deputy. While I consent to bequeath this title upon you, should your esoteric skills prove inadequate, you must understand that as the Supreme Sorcerer, you cannot command the respect of other sorcerers. Thus, the two of you will now undergo my special training. 6 months later, within a secluded chamber, Susanoo opened his crimson eyes. The purple skeletal framework adorning him, along with the crimson-orange magical sigils, dissipated. He had succeeded. It had been 6 months since Ancient One's rigorous training commenced. In truth, with Susanoo's extraordinary ocular prowess, he completed the study of all the mystical tomes of Camartage in merely a month. Under Ancient One's tutelage, he spent an additional 2 months mastering the majority of the arcane arts. Many spells were grasped almost instantaneously upon merely reading their principles, often without the need for Ancient One to demonstrate. For instance, one of Camartage's introductory spells, the portal, formerly known as the Gate of Arcana, enables the conjuration of a portal to a specific location simply through the mental visualization of a place one has previously visited. Those of higher prowess can even open portals to locations they have never been to, including other universes. Susanoo mastered this spell in the blink of an eye, and unlike other sorcerers, he did not require a floating ring to cast it. Thanks to his formidable space manipulation abilities, this foundational spatial magic was astonishingly simple for him. Moreover, he swiftly learned the advanced spatial technique known as mirror space under Ancient One's guidance. Additionally, he became adept at the defensive spells previously utilized by Wong, such as Gagulator's Ring and its advanced form, Seraphim's Shield, both of which are constructed using energy to form a tangible barrier. He also explored Camartage's ability to create clones, known as Econ's form, which manifests a physical entity possessing the full strength of the original. This is akin to the shadow clone technique. Furthermore, there was Bozak's Thunder, a bouncing crimson lightning that grows in power with each rebound. With his proficiency in various lightning techniques, Susanoo readily mastered it at a glance. Numerous other spells were acquired, but there is no need to enumerate them all. In summary, many of Camartage's mystical arts bore resemblances to the powers within the Naruto framework, facilitating Susanoo's mastery of them with remarkable ease. Within 3 months, he had proficiently assimilated most of the practical Camartage spells. The reason for the total of 6 months spent was that the remaining 3 were devoted to a secluded endeavor to integrate the powers of Camartage with those of the Naruto realm. Remarkably, he succeeded in blending several spells with his own Naruto abilities, including the Susanoo-based magic he had initially aimed to create. He successfully donned the Seraphim's Shield upon the Susanoo. Now, he is encased in the Susanoo, which in turn is enveloped by the Seraphim's Shield, an impregnable bastion of defense. Left with no doubt, he believes that even a nuclear bomb hurled at him could not breach his formidable protection. Furthermore, the amalgamation of the Kamui space, the mystical gate, and the mirror space is at hand. It is widely acknowledged that one cannot attack an adversary while in the ethereal state of Kamui. However, the mystical gate stands as an exception, being a spatial ability activated by the wielder's imagination. Thus, he can directly employ the portal to launch attacks, even in his ethereal form. Indeed, it is an assault. He requires no suspended incantation. The portal manifests without any casting delay. He can entirely phase in front of his foes and instantaneously conjure one or multiple portals in his grasp, enveloping the enemy's head and subsequently contracting the portal to deliver a spatial decapitation. Moreover, as he remains ethereal throughout the assault, his adversaries are utterly incapable of countering. Rendered helpless before his onslaught. Offensive without defense, the world is his. Additionally, with the mirror space, he has fused its abilities with Kamui, rectifying the limitation of Obito's right eye, which cannot release its powers at a distance and requires contact with the opponent. Now, he can utilize mirror space to ensnare all surrounding individuals into the Kamui realm without leaving any blind spots. Moreover, he can now exercise the abilities of mirror space within the confines of Kamui. This means that Kamui is no longer a mere prison for foes, but can also serve as a means of attack. He can manipulate countless black cubes within the Kamui space, launching attacks of any form. He has christened this technique as Mirror Kamui Space. Furthermore, as Kamui is his own domain, executing Mirror Kamui Space does not deplete an exorbitant amount of energy like the original Mirror Space, allowing him to perform it with minimal chakra expenditure. Additionally, he has integrated the Thunder of Bozak with the Chidori Sharp Spear. Now, his Chidori possesses the ability to bounce and curve. Just like the Thunder of Bozak, the more it rebounds, the greater its might, significantly enhancing the agility and power of the Chidori Sharp Spear. As for the Icon form, he has melded it with the Shadow Clone technique. These two complement each other perfectly. The Icon form compensates for the Shadow Clone's inability to fully exhibit the original's prowess, allowing the clones to manifest the full extent of the original strength. Conversely, the Shadow Clone remedy the Icon form's inability to sustain itself independently for prolonged periods, granting it the ability to exist freely in the external world for an extended duration. This fusion has exponentially amplified his power. Of course, while it allows for the full potential of the original strength to be realized, there remains a discernible difference. For instance, the Shadow Clone lacks a system. While the system encompasses spiritual communication and the enhancement of external forces, such as tailed beasts. Nevertheless, the clone, even in its simplicity, possesses formidable power. The Susanoo, the Manjiki Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. These innate abilities are indistinguishable between the clone and its user. The amalgamation of the Kamataiki secret techniques and the powers of the Hokage culminates in these abilities. Though it may seem deceptively simple, the precise integration of these powers is an arduous task. Even a genius like Susanoo had to endure countless failures, dedicating a full 3 months to successfully merge these modest 5 abilities. The mere combination of these 5 forces has already precipitated a dramatic transformation in his strength. Suotsu, having rubbed his weary mind from prolonged experimentation, emerged from the shadowy chamber where he had been confined for 3 months. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the vibrant scene in the plaza, bustling with magicians forming concentric circles, densely packed together. At the heart of the crowd, Dr. Strange was engaged in close combat with one of the magicians, the esteemed Baron Mordo, a prominent figure among the Kamataiki sorcerers. However, the Strange who had fused with Xiao Ai demonstrated a formidable prowess in melee that far surpassed the original weak doctor. Mordo was nearly spun into a top by Strange's energy whip, inciting a chorus of boos for Mordo and cheers for Strange from the gathered magicians. Meanwhile, the Ancient One, clad in a black robe, fanned herself, her gaze filled with satisfaction as she observed Strange's remarkable display of power. Susanoo approached the Ancient One and softly inquired, "What do you think? This Strange, drawn into fate in advance by me, is not inferior to those from other universes, is he?" With a smile, the Ancient One nodded in approval. Indeed, the current Strange compensates well for the vulnerability inherent in the sorcerers of other universes, and he possesses a trace of power akin to yours. Although not as formidable, he can utilize some minor techniques, potentially alleviating much of his future burdens. Susanoo offered a non-committal chuckle. However, it is also because of me that the Strange, whom you hold in such high regard across various universes, may never ascend to the title of Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One showed no signs of regret. Instead, her eyes sparkled with contentment. The title of Supreme Sorcerer is never merely a privilege. It is a responsibility. This burden has compelled me, long overdue for departure, to seize far more time than I rightfully should, increasing my debts. Perhaps for Strange, not becoming the Supreme Sorcerer is indeed the most favorable outcome. Among the myriad Strange across countless parallel universes, this may well constitute one of his rare positive conclusions. Suotsu fez silent. Indeed, whether in film, animation, or comics, it seems that Strange's fate has seldom been kind, each iteration more tragic than the last. Consumed by darkness, or perhaps falling due to various reasons, or even killed by one's own kind, or tormented by excruciating pains, the fate is indeed grim. Currently, Strange, although still unable to escape the destiny of a laborer, finds himself in a relatively fortunate position. Working under the left assistant, Strange possesses wealth, power, and authority, and is able to lead a normal life with his girlfriend. In comparison to his counterparts in other universes, his existence is remarkably comfortable. Contemplating this, the left assistant feels akin to a Marvelian savior, dispersing light across the realm. With a swift motion, Ancient One cast a glance at the left assistant, closing her fan, and addressed the gathering. Esteemed mages, please halt for a moment. I have an important announcement to make. Chapter 70, Supreme Mage, Left Assistant. Though her voice was not loud, it resonated clearly throughout the bustling square filled with voices. All mages, whether engaged in practice or spectating, ceased their activities and turned to Ancient One, respectfully exclaiming, "Supreme Mage, Ancient One." Ancient One surveyed the assembly of mages and began to speak slowly. "Today, I have summoned the mages of the 3 great sanctuaries to Kamar-Taj after a long time, not only to foster camaraderie, but also to make an important announcement." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the mages shifted to one of seriousness and tension, as they began to anticipate what Ancient One was about to declare. As expected, she continued, "For centuries, I have been in search of an individual capable of succeeding the title of Supreme Mage, one who can safeguard the earth and the Eye of Agamotto. And 6 months ago, I finally encountered that chosen one." Ancient One's profound gaze swept across the gathered mages. Those caught in her line of sight felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, hopeful it might be them, yet fearful of the responsibility. They all understood that the title of Supreme Mage not only signifies the honor of being the world's strongest mage, but also entails the grave duty of protecting this realm against the encroachment of the dark dimension. None present dared to claim they could shoulder such a formidable task. Noticing the conflicted expressions on their faces, Ancient One sighed softly. Alas, they would remain merely ordinary mages, never to attain the status of Supreme Mage. It was not just about power, it was also about mindset. An unstable mentality weakened their defenses against dark incursions, making them vulnerable. Even with the temporal stone's enhancement, psychological flaws could not be mended, and eventually they would succumb to Dormammu's temptations and fall into darkness. Glancing at the left assistant, whose demeanor remained calm and composed, Ancient One felt a sense of reassurance. Thankfully, this world had indeed given rise to an individual whose strength and mindset were adequate to confront any challenge. Removing the Eye of Agamotto, which symbolizes the Supreme Mage, from around her neck, she turned to the left assistant and solemnly stated, "Today, I officially bestow the title of Supreme Mage upon the left assistant. He shall be the new Supreme Mage of Kamar-Taj." Ah! A wave of bewildered gasps erupted in the square. They had likely surmised that the purpose of Ancient One's gathering was to select the next Supreme Sorcerer. Several candidates had crossed their minds: the stalwart and composed Master Mordo, the prodigious newcomer Master Caecilius, who had joined 2 years prior, the unassuming yet diligent Master Wong, whose strength was undeniable, the dark horse Master Strange, who had swiftly risen to prominence in just 6 months, seemingly surpassing Master Mordo, and several powerful elder mages. However, when the Ancient One announced the final verdict, they could not help but wonder, who is this left assistant? What distinguishes this choice from the selection of the best games of the year, where titles like Black Myth, Final Fantasy, and Elden Ring were competing, only to choose a small robot instead? It was equally something they had never heard of. Confronted by the questioning gazes of the crowd, the left assistant unceremoniously accepted the Eye of Agamotto, handed to him by the Ancient One, and draped it around his neck. Facing the skepticism head-on, he stepped forward and declared, "Do you have an issue with my ascension to Supreme Sorcerer?" Those who were dissatisfied stepped forward. Except for Strange, everyone stepped forward in unison. Strange remained silent, quietly retreating to a distance of 100 meters. Observing the discontented crowd, a smirk slowly crept across left assistant's lips. "So, you are all unconvinced? Excellent," he said, crossing his arms. Without any visible gesture, the surrounding space began to warp. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of mages present found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, standing upon black cubes. "This is the mirror dimension," he announced. At a distance, atop a solitary cube, Strange wore an expression of disbelief. "Come on, I've retreated so far, and I can still be caught? This range is absurd. Left assistant pressed his fingers down slightly, causing the black cubes beneath the mages to plummet abruptly, bringing them all crashing to the ground. Only left assistant and the Ancient One stood atop the towering cube, gazing down at the crowd like sovereigns. As they witnessed this transformation in their surroundings, all the mages were struck with astonishment. This was the mirror dimension. Moreover, it was one that required no incantation and could simultaneously ensnare hundreds of people, a dimension they had never encountered before. Such a formidable feat. With this singular demonstration, 90% of the mages had already begun to concede to left assistant. For only the Supreme Sorcerer could master the advanced secret art of the mirror dimension to such a degree. Yet, a small faction of mages still bore expressions of defiance. With a slight arch of his brow, left assistant remarked, "Oh, still unconvinced? Then allow me to show you the true essence of overwhelming power." Though he had no intention of flaunting, the curiosity of others compelled him to oblige. The purple skeletal framework of left assistant rapidly expanded, followed by muscle, until he transformed into his complete form. At last, a colossal purple giant, towering over 300 meters, rose from the ground. With a gentle flap of its enormous wings, a fierce gale erupted, rendering all the mages incapable of casting their most potent defensive spells. The Seraphim shield was raised before them to prevent being swept away. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After the mages invoked the Seraphim shield, the familiar orange glyphs began to emerge on the giant's body. Thud, thud, thud. A crisp sound echoed as if a portal were being opened. One by one, countless Seraphim shields flickered wildly upon the giant, ultimately enveloping its entire form. Then, the sigils on the myriad Seraphim shields began to shimmer and connect, culminating in the formation of a resplendent set of Seraphim armor upon the purple giant. New York Temple Mage, Ward. London Temple Mage, oh shit. Hong Kong Temple Mage, goodness. Is this how the Seraphim shield is utilized? What a thrill. My friend, this borrowed strength doesn't require repayment. Zhuozhu, controlling the Susanoo, stepped forward slightly, his voice booming from the apparition. Now, those who are unconvinced step forward. I offer you a chance to challenge me. Whether in single combat or as a group, it matters not. All the mages moved in perfect unison, retreating a step while raising their hands, then clasping their fists to their hearts, proclaiming in unison, "We welcome the ascension of a new Supreme Mage." Besides Zhuozhu, the ancient sorceress Gu Yi, encased within the Susanoo, gazed at the Seraphim armor adorning the outer layer of the apparition and nodded in admiration. By merging two disparate powers, a far mightier force has been forged. I truly did not misjudge you. In the realm of magic, you are indeed a prodigious talent. There was no disputing this. Zhuozhu exhibited no humility whatsoever. Chapter 71. Mastering Sorcery. Gu Yi's astonishment, my entire strength is a result of my own efforts and perseverance. Why should I be modest? Zhuozhu declared. System draw cards. Gu Yi remained non-committal. She sensed that Zhuozhu's enhancement was peculiar, but refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors secrets that should not be revealed, and she too was no exception. Having successfully captivated all the mages with his charm, Zhuozhu activated his right eye's divine might once more, employing the mirror divine might to transport everyone back to the Comitage Square. Simultaneously, the Susanoo that had emerged vanished into thin air. Zhuozhu surveyed the multitude of mages who had been so defiant before his display of power, now transformed into a picture of reverence. He pointed to 4 mages. You, and you, step forward. The 4 were Mordo, Caecilius, Wong, and Strange. Concurrently, Zhuozhu silently mused. System, draw 2 cards. Among these 4, one was not to be underestimated. He intended to utilize the mind card to grasp their innermost thoughts and avert any treachery. Received 200 points in the process of selection. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare card. Kamui Izumi, Steel Iron, 2 Leaf Village Gatekeepers, not bad. Left assistant felt as though the system's voice had grown slightly more cheerful after he spent his gold points. However, this seemed to be the first time he used gold points in the system's card pool. Since awakening the system, he had been collecting fragments to assemble cards and had never spent gold in the pool. Perhaps this was the most unfortunate system in the Marvel Universe, where for an entire year, the host had only accumulated without any expenditure, resembling a freeloader. Wait, system. Haven T, I completed my mission as the Supreme Sorcerer? Where's my reward? The system, having just reclaimed 200 gold, responded with reluctance. Congratulations, host, for completing the optional mission journey to Kamartaj. Task 3. Become the Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj. Rewards being distributed. 20 fragment pieces, 10,000 gold points. Additional reward, Dormammu's hostility. Remaining points, 23,799. Left assistant gazed at this number, finding it somewhat displeasing, and said, System, this number is rather ominous. Could you round it off for me? The system, for the first time, it did not respond to left assistant's request. Add it for me, and I'll make a substantial expenditure next time. Gold points, 1. Remaining points, 23,800. The host must honor their promise. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. Left assistant replied before swiftly exiting the mental system and returning to reality. Checking the system had a bullet time effect, often after he reviewed the rewards. Only a moment had passed in reality. He turned to the 4 individuals before him and first patted Strange on the shoulder, his voice resonating throughout the square. Stephen Strange. I'm sure you are familiar with him. He entered Kamartaj alongside me and has trained with you all for these past few months. I trust you have witnessed his magical talent. To put it frankly, his mastery of magic surpasses that of most of you. The majority of the mages in the square nodded in agreement. After all, not long ago, Strange had defeated Mordo, who ranked among the top of them. Among the younger generation, perhaps only another genius, Caecilius, could match him. This talent, before the emergence of Left Assistant as the new Supreme Sorcerer, was the most formidable magical aptitude they had ever encountered. Hence, even though Strange had only joined for half a year, they had already regarded him as a strong contender for the next Supreme Sorcerer. This was their utmost recognition of Strange. As Zhuizhu observed the expression of Master Zhang, filled with trust, he nodded in satisfaction, deliberately disregarding the frowning Master Mo due before him, and continued, Although I have now assumed the esteemed title of Supreme Master, I simultaneously serve as the minister of the foremost superhero organization on Earth, Xiao. Therefore, I shall not frequently reside in Kamartaj. Consequently, I hereby appoint Strange as the acting Supreme Master. Stationed in Kamartaj, in matters of lesser significance, you shall consult Strange. Should he be unable to resolve the issue, he may reach out to me. If I am unreachable, you may then seek the guidance of your former leader, Master Gu Yi. Originally a mere spectator, Gu Yi thought, Wait, my dear fellow, I had intended to retire after this performance. Why am I still involved? With a furrowed brow, Gu Yi discreetly muted the surrounding sounds and addressed Zhuizhu. You must be aware that in my quest to extend my lifespan over the years, I have absorbed an excessive amount of dimensional power, particularly from the dark dimension. Consequently, my body has long been eroded by this darkness. It will not be long before it can no longer endure, and my soul must depart from Earth. The future of this planet may rest upon your shoulders, for I find myself increasingly powerless. Zhuizhu, fully cognizant of Gu Yi's ulterior motives, let out a cold chuckle. That excuse might fool that fool Strange. But do you think I would be deceived? I am aware that in the original timeline, you managed to endure for another decade, and you have absorbed the power of the dark dimension for centuries, if not millennia. Do you truly expect me to believe that you lack the means to halt the encroachment of darkness? Gu Yi, recognizing Zhuizhu's astuteness, sighed. Alas, how can a successor peer into another's timeline? She cannot deceive him at all. Yet, he slowly began to elucidate. Indeed, I can persist for a while longer, but my lifespan has genuinely been depleted. I merely sustain my existence through the ceaseless influx of dark energy. Sooner or later, I must depart. Otherwise, if I continue to draw upon the powers of the dark dimension, it is inevitable that Dormammu will, in his desperation, attempt to invade Earth. Zhuizhu chose to disregard Gu Yi's concerns regarding Dormammu's invasion. The notion of Dormammu seeking to breach Earth was not a novel one. Even if Gu Yi ceased to absorb dark energy, an invasion was destined to occur eventually. With the manipulation of time at his disposal, he felt little trepidation about it. If necessary, he could simply have Strange engage Dormammu in a time loop, a task he was well acquainted with. Zhuizhu's focus remained on the matter of Gu Yi's lifespan, a sly smile playing upon his lips. Your lifespan is depleted. Is it? Merely a matter of vitality, easily remedied. With a flick of his wrist, a scroll appeared in his hand, which he unfurled towards Gu Yi. Secret scroll of healing. restores 20 life points, disregarding level, universally applicable. This meant it could restore the vitality of an ordinary human by 20 points, and surely it would do the same for a Supreme Master. In an instant, Gu Yi's dwindling lifespan surged by a remarkable 20 years. Now, you no longer need to draw upon the dark powers and can extend your life by an additional 20 years. Are you not elated and perhaps surprised? Chapter 72. The Working Individual. Ancient One felt the surge of newfound vitality within her, a mix of astonishment and speechlessness enveloping her. She was astounded that after centuries of depletion, Susanoo possessed the means to directly augment her lifespan by approximately 20 years. It is essential to understand that the prolonged use of dark energy to extend life rendered conventional methods of rejuvenation utterly ineffective for her. Only energy of a similar or superior caliber to that of dark energy could restore her vitality. Yet, what Susanoo provided restored her vitality almost instantaneously, indicating that its energy level was undoubtedly superior to that of Dormammu's dark energy. The revelation that Susanoo could wield such powerful resources deepened the aura of mystery surrounding him. Truly, he was unfathomable. However, what she remained unaware of was that the mastery of celestial arts was not as exalted as she presumed. The system's granting of celestial mastery allowed for the circumvention of level restrictions, forcibly restoring vitality. It could restore vitality from the smallest ant to the most eternal deity, providing a conceptual grade restoration of 20 life points. Nonetheless, Ancient One felt a sense of exasperation as well. Susanoo had presented her with such a precious artifact to restore her vitality, clearly indicating that he intended for her to continue working for him. Yet in a way, this was acceptable, although she had long prepared herself to embrace death, who would willingly abandon their corporeal form for a mere ethereal existence, traversing towards eternity. A complex smile graced Ancient One's lips. Since you have offered such a treasured gift, to reject it would be to demonstrate my lack of appreciation. Thus, I shall remain on Earth for the time being. However, as you are the new Supreme Sorcerer, I shall take a step back, unless circumstances necessitate my intervention. I shall refrain from acting. Susanoo smirked. Of course, that is agreeable. You have tended to Kamartaj for over a millennium, for the next 20 years. Barring any unforeseen events, you may relish your own life to the fullest. As long as Ancient One stands as a safeguard, her services will be unnecessary in ordinary circumstances. When the time comes in 20 years, should you still require my aid, I shall renew your contract through celestial mastery. Susanoo's working individual was a success. However, contemplating the cool-down period of the celestial mastery tome, Susanoo couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The more formidable the ability granted by the system, the longer the cool-down period. For an extraordinary tome like Celestial Mastery, which could forcibly restore 20 life points regardless of level, the cool-down stretched to an entire year. The effects were astonishing, yet the cool-down was equally formidable, rivaling the lengthy cool-down of the formidable deity known as Xiao Ai. This was also the reason he seldom employed tomes, as their prolonged cooldowns relegated them to the status of trump cards. Once Ancient One had been successfully retained, she said no more and instead waved her hand to lift the sound barrier surrounding them. The four individuals who approached Susanoo, though unable to comprehend the reason for the silent exchange between him and Gu Yi, refrained from voicing their inquiries. It was likely a matter shrouded in the secrecy of the Supreme Sorcerer succession. Gu Yi stepped back, positioning herself behind Susanoo, relinquishing her place. As of today, she was no longer the Supreme Sorceress Gu Yi. She was merely an ordinary sorceress. The sacred responsibility of Kamartaj had found a more suitable candidate. Susanoo cast a glance at the three individuals, excluding Strange, and spoke with a measured tone, as the most exceptional representatives of Kamartaj's youthful sorcerers. You shall each assume the role of guardians for the three great sanctuaries. Additionally, you will assist Strange in managing certain fundamental affairs. Is that agreeable? Certainly, Supreme Sorcerer. The three replied without hesitation, nodding in affirmation. Susanoo acknowledged their response. Then it shall be settled. Strange will oversee Kamartaj. Wong will guard the sanctuary of Hong Kong. Modu will protect the New York sanctuary, and Caecilius will be stationed at the London sanctuary. The four nodded in acceptance of their assignments. Susanoo continued. The guardianship is a formidable task, and to better equip you for the protection of the sanctuaries, I have decided to bestow upon you certain rewards. Strange, recognizing the familiar pattern, stepped back, aware that the minister was about to engage in a divine bestowal. The other three, though puzzled, chose to remain silent. The words of the supreme sorcerer were absolute. Their only obligation was to trust. Susanoo first extended his hand toward the stout Wang, placing a finger upon his forehead and infusing him with the energy of the Katading. As a sorcerer, Wang assimilated the energy far more swiftly than an ordinary individual. He immediately sensed the surge of newfound energy within him and the emergence of abilities beyond mere magic. This was energy he could claim as his own, without the need to borrow from the Lord of Dimensions. Suddenly, Wang's physique expanded dramatically, tripling in size. The already robust figure transformed into a small giant, nearly 6 meters tall. This astonished both Modu and Caecilius, who stood nearby. What kind of magic is this that can enlarge one so? Even the clothing has grown. Why can't we do this? They wondered, perplexed by the unfamiliar energy radiating from Wang, which bore no resemblance to dimensional power. Wang gazed at Susanoo with fervor, his giant form bowing deeply as he proclaimed with a resounding voice, "Thank you for your blessing, Supreme Sorcerer." Susanoo smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement, before turning his attention to the other two. "This is what I refer to as a reward. Powers that transcend mere magic, the divine gift that is uniquely mine. This gift will grant you new abilities and provide you with self-sustaining energy, allowing you to wield magic without reliance on borrowing." The revelation drew gasps of astonishment from Modu and Caecilius, as well as from all sorcerers present, who subsequently regarded the four standing before Susanoo with envious admiration. This implies that henceforth, these four individuals can wield magic without the necessity of borrowing from the Lord of Dimensions, as long as they remain within the bounds of their divinely bestowed energy. How enviable this is, indeed! The assembled mages clutched their chests and stamped their feet, lamenting their lack of effort. Otherwise, they too could stand before the Supreme Mage, observing the envy and regret etched upon their faces. Susanoo could not help but allow a sly smile to dance at the corners of his lips. It appears that this tactic proves effective not only against the Hydra, but also remains remarkably potent within Camartage. After the initial shock and the profound disappointment stemming from the disparity of receiving divine favor, Susanoo, with a gentle smile, addressed the assembly. "Esteemed mages, there is no need for disheartenment. As the Supreme Mage, I regard each of you as an immensely valuable pillar of Camartage, brimming with potential. Rest assured, divine favor shall not be limited to this singular occasion. However, even for me, bestowing such divine gifts is a considerable undertaking, and I cannot extend it to all at once. Therefore, I must prioritize those who demonstrate greater contributions or possess higher talents. I hope for your understanding." Understanding. The crowd eagerly nodded. Upon hearing that divine favor would not be a one-time event, and that opportunities would arise for those with talent and contribution, the mages became invigorated, as if infused with newfound zeal. While they might lack an innate talent, they could certainly make contributions by diligently undertaking the tasks set forth by the Supreme Mage. Their efforts could very well surpass those of the prodigies. In time, they too might earn the divine favor of the Supreme Mage. Witnessing the palpable fervor radiating from the crowd, Susanoo's smile broadened. "Yes, continue to revere my power, yearn for my divine gifts. Generate ever more value for me, until I ultimately inscribe upon you an inescapable mark of divine favor." Ha ha ha. Internally, Susanoo reveled in an evil cackle reminiscent of the Uchiha, while outwardly, he appeared as warm as a spring breeze. Ancient One observed, as Susanoo had only just ascended to the role of Supreme Mage. Yet the faith the mages held in him now seemingly surpassed their faith in her, prompting her to ponder deeply. Had she truly neglected them in the past? Certainly not. It was merely that Susanoo had offered them so much. Susanoo again directed his hands towards Caecilius and Mordo. Upon learning of the effects of divine favor, both men awaited it with sincere anticipation. As his fingers touched their foreheads, the essences of Shinobi, Kamui, and Gungzi were intricately woven into Caecilius and Mordo. Feeling the undeniable surge of newfound strength within them, both men were consumed by fervor. However, the two men infused with the essence of the Shinobi imparted distinctly different sensations of zeal to Susanoo. Mordo, akin to the majority of mages, exhibited fervor stemming from Susanoo's status as the Supreme Mage. In contrast, Caecilius' fervor emanated from an insatiable pursuit of power. Susanoo cast a deep, inscrutable gaze upon him. The fervent pursuit of power by Caecilius can be wielded as a formidable sword when properly harnessed. Now, let us conclude today's gathering. You may all return to your respective sanctums. Indeed, Supreme Sorcerer. As the assembly dispersed, all the mages, save for those of Camartage, gradually made their way back to their designated halls. Mordo and Wong proceeded to the new sanctum assigned to them by the Supreme Sorcerer. Meanwhile, Ancient One took Strange to familiarize him with the responsibilities that a proxy Supreme Sorcerer must manage. It was evident to Ancient One that, in the foreseeable future, Strange would be entrusted with the majority of affairs concerning Camartage. In the square, the crowd swiftly dissipated, yet one individual remained motionless, Caecilius. "Come with me, Mage Caecilius," Zashu said with a faint smile, turning to walk toward the room assigned to him by Ancient One. Caecilius promptly followed suit. Within the chamber, one person was kneeling and brewing tea, while another reclined casually in a chair. The host lounged nonchalantly, while the guest busied himself with the tea. "Supreme Sorcerer, please enjoy this tea," Caecilius said, having prepared it with care, as he respectfully poured a cup for Zashu and then stood to the side. Observing Caecilius's adept tea-making skills, Zashu pondered whether the art of tea was among the fundamental skills taught at Camartage. "Please take a seat." Once Caecilius settled down, Zashu cast a brief glance at him and remarked, "I can perceive the deep yearning within you for power. Does it stem from the demise of your wife and daughter?" Caecilius's pupils contracted, astonished by Zashu's insight. "How did you know?" he stammered, quickly realizing, "Did Ancient One tell you?" He believed he had only confided this matter to Ancient One and Mordo. No other mage should be privy to it. Zashu savored a sip of the fragrant tea and gently shook his head. "No one has informed me. I discern the secret you harbor deep within, solely because I wish to know. Unlike Ancient One, who may know certain truths yet refrains from altering them, I possess the ability to effect change in what I know, be it in the present, past, or future." Upon hearing Zashu's profound words, Caecilius's emotions surged, his voice trembling with excitement. "You mean to say you can alter the past? If that is the case, could the fate of my deceased wife and daughter be changed?" Zashu shook his head. Caecilius felt a sinking sensation in his heart, as the glimmer of hope in his eyes visibly dimmed. Yet, Zashu's next words rekindled that hope. "I cannot change the past, but I can rectify the regrets of the past, such as the loss of your wife and daughter." Caecilius leaned forward, hands braced on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Zashu, urgency lacing his tone. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Zashu merely offered him a calm glance, remaining silent. Realizing his rudeness, Caecilius quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon, Supreme Sorcerer, my behavior was inappropriate. Yet, I find myself yearning for my wife and daughter. If you could bring them back, I would sacrifice anything for that." Suaju's lips curled into a devilish smile as he seductively replied, "Of course, I am the Supreme Mage, and I never speak falsehoods. But tell me, are you truly prepared to give everything for this?" Caecilius's gaze was unwavering. "Absolutely." Suaju continued to entice him. "Even if it means you shall never again walk in the light. Even if your hands become stained with blood and you find yourself at odds with the world." Without hesitation, Caecilius declared, "For the sake of my wife and daughter, I would do it all." Suaju nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, I can promise to resurrect your wife and daughter, but your freedom shall belong to me." Caecilius hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "I do not doubt your power, but as far as I understand, Camartage possesses no secret arts for resurrecting the dead. The Ancient One made it explicitly clear that my wife and daughter could not be brought back. What method do you intend to employ?" Suaju was not surprised by Caecilius's skepticism. The death of his wife and daughter had always been the greatest burden on his heart. It would have been unnatural for him to accept Suaju's words without question. Suaju remained silent, his countenance growing pale, fissures appearing upon his face. As his body transformed into a corpse of impurity, Suaju extended a finger to touch his forehead. In the next instant, a fierce blue-white lightning erupted from his fingertip, obliterating his head. Caecilius sprang to his feet, startled. What was happening? Why did the Supreme Mage take his own life over a mere disagreement? "Your death is inconsequential, but you have yet to fulfill your promise of resurrecting my wife and daughter. Moreover, being in the same room, if you die, I will inevitably become Camartage's most wanted criminal." Before Caecilius could devise a way to explain this to the other mages, He witnessed a paper-like substance coalescing in the air at the sight of the headless Susanoo. In mere seconds, Susanoo's head was restored in its entirety. Cassius's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing. Susanoo's facial fissures began to fade, returning to a normal, fleshy visage as he calmly stated, Kamartaj possesses no secret arts for resurrection, and the Ancient One indeed cannot bring back your wife and daughter. However, who said my method is a Kamartaj secret? Like a divine gift, my ability to return from death is uniquely mine. At this point, Cassius was utterly convinced of Susanoo's capability to resurrect his wife and daughter. And without hesitation, he pledged his allegiance. Supreme Mage, I am willing to do anything for you, no matter how dark the path. Susanoo, sensing the nearly absolute loyalty emanating from within Cassius, felt quite satisfied. You need not guard the London sanctum any longer. From this day forth, you shall betray Kamartaj, joining the Dark Hydra, becoming its sharp blade. You will also lead a group of mages for Hydra on my behalf. Do you understand? Iker Cassius looked up in astonishment at his left-hand assistant, taken aback by the unexpected connection between the new Supreme Mage and the infamous Hydra, a bond that appeared to be quite significant. However, he did not hesitate and immediately acquiesced, stating, As you command from this day forth, I shall no longer be the Mage of Kamartaj. I will be your blade in Hydra. It was indeed a splendid acquisition for his dark faction, Hydra, to secure a magical prodigy whose talents rivaled those of Strange. The powers of light and darkness rested in his hands, and the chaos of the future would be dictated solely by his left-hand assistant. Chapter 74. The New Ninja Card, King of the Azure Waters. The ritual to resurrect your wife and daughter requires a considerable amount of preparation and their presence. You should attend to them first. Once you are ready, take them to Washington, where assistance will be waiting for you. Now, depart from Kamartaj. I shall announce your defection shortly thereafter. Understood. I shall leave at once. Cassius nodded respectfully and exited the room. Thus, the left-hand assistant's expedition to Kamartaj reached a successful conclusion. He had acquired everything he desired, be it the magic of Kamartaj or the mages themselves. It had been a while since he last encountered contact rewards. It was time for another card draw. Let us see. System, check the unexamined contact rewards and the quantity of fragments. Contacted characters, Emil Blonsky Abomination, Cassius, the King, motor level fragments, 40, contacted characters, Maria Hill, Xiao Ai, level fragments, 20, remaining fragment quantities, level fragments 40, level fragments 70, level fragments 20, level fragments 5. The fragments could be synthesized into a card each. System, synthesize one card from each. The left-hand assistant spoke casually, showing little concern for the outcome of this synthesis. Possessing 3 top-tier cards, the enhancements to his power came more from the unique abilities bestowed by the ninja cards. However, acquiring a card that would truly astonish him was no simple feat. He was far from being a lucky one. Received, synthesizing, congratulations, host has obtained level card. Minato Namikaze's youth, congratulations, host has obtained level card. Tsunade Konoha's legendary 3. Oh, it's Minato and Tsunade. Wait, holy cow, Minato and Tsunade. Cards, what a surprise. This is what one calls a surprise. The left-hand assistant's previously lackluster mood transformed as his eyes widened in disbelief. The 4th Hokage, King of the Azure Waters. The 5th Hokage, one of Konoha's legendary 3. Fusion. I must fuse them both. Initially, he had intended to reserve one of the cards, but now he was resolute. Both must be fused. The allure of their abilities was simply irresistible. First, let's consider the Azure Waters. He possesses 3 remarkable skills, namely, the Celestial Soaring Swallow Dance Light Instant Shadow Remnant Technique, akin to the Flying Thunder God Kanai's Erratic Throwing Technique, the Gale Super Flash Spiral Shuriken, also known as the Great Spiral Shuriken, and the Spiral Celestial Light Ultra Sharp Flash 1 Technique, which correspond to the Flying Thunder God's Super Great Spiral Shuriken. Beyond these 3 skills, or rather 2 skills, and a combination ultimate move, Minato has bestowed upon Susanoo an extraordinary reaction speed derived from himself, enabling Susanoo, whose senses are already exceptionally acute, to respond to virtually any attack. Coupled with the Flying Thunder God technique, he can react instantaneously to incoming threats, teleporting behind his adversaries to launch counterattacks, a technique colloquially referred to as the defensive counterdog. Moreover, there is the matter of Tsunade. Though she merely serves as a card, the chakra enhancement she provides nearly reaches the level of a card itself, almost surpassing the system's limits. Additionally, Tsunade's immense strength grants him a boost in raw power that exceeds any card he has acquired thus far. Yet, this is not the principal reason for Susanoo's fusion with this card. The most significant aspect is that this Tsunade card has granted him a 60-meter-long slug. Along with the one obtained from the mysterious item earlier, the two have merged into a single entity, allowing him to summon a complete slug that now exceeds 100 meters in length. Susanoo pondered thoughtfully. It appears that the items drawn from the system are not limited to characters and their accompanying weapons, but even the summoned beasts can be obtained repeatedly. This implies that as long as he continues to draw slugs, he will inevitably reach the colossal size of over 1,000 meters, as depicted in the original narrative. Of course, this is not the focal point. The crux lies in the fact that since slugs can be repeatedly acquired, it stands to reason that tailed beasts can be as well. There are quite a number of ninja cards featuring tailed beasts. Therefore, he need no longer agonize over whether to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails or directly consume the Ten Tails to evolve to the ultimate level of existence. He desires it all. In fact, he now seeks not just one God Tree fruit, but as many as the system can provide. Perhaps in the end, through the continual consumption of God Tree fruits, he could evolve into a being of higher dimensions, much like that esteemed Suzuki deity. Susanoo's eyes sparkled with fervor, brimming with enthusiasm for gathering ninja fragments. For all of this to transpire, he must first draw an ample number of tailed beast ninja cards or uncover tailed beast-related mysterious items. His anticipation swelled. If only a mission or an opportunity to encounter high-level individuals would present itself. Missions, without a doubt, yield both gold and fragments, making them the ideal choice for drawing ninja cards. Furthermore, engaging with high-ranking individuals not only promises higher-level ninja fragments, but, with a stroke of luck, may even lead to gifts akin to the Nine Tails, bestowed by powerful figures like Ancient One. Alas, it is regrettable that there are currently no missions available. If one sincerely desires something, it is bound to manifest in due course. However, for Susanoo, the manifestation arrived rather swiftly. Just as he exhaled a sigh, his phone and the notification from his mental system rang out in unison. The ringtone played. How can you cry? Everything will be all right. You're that sunny rainbow, little white horse. A routine multi-choice task has been issued. Invasion of Asgard. Option 1. Ignore the destruction and chaos wrought by the princes of the divine realm on Earth, and remain a timid observer. Reward: 1,000 gold points, 10 shards additional gain. The system's disdain. Option 2. How can one sleep soundly at the side of the bed while others invade? Deal with the intruders from the divine realm and expel them from Earth. Reward: 5,000 gold points, 20 shards. Option 3. Who dares to wreak havoc on my Earth? Counterattack the divine realm and show these arrogant gods that humanity is not to be trifled with. Reward: 20,000 gold points, 40 shards additional gain, a thumbs up from the system. Susanoo raised an eyebrow and, without a moment's hesitation, selected Task 3. Task 3 has been selected. Rewards will be distributed upon completion. Although the danger level of this counterattack against the divine realm was considerable, Susanoo was never one to shy away from challenges. He believed in seeking fortune in risk. Caution was not in his nature. Moreover, with numerous abilities at his disposal and the time stone in hand, even Odin was not beyond his reach. Chapter 75. Kirin, the elusive light you cannot grasp. He was eager to seize this opportunity to gauge the true strength of the universe's top-tier combatants. Could they truly possess the power to diminish him? I do not believe so. Thus far, apart from the Ancient One, with whom he had not formally clashed, no one in the Marvel Universe had instilled in him a sense of danger. As for the King of Gods, Odin, only a trial would reveal the truth. After completing the system task, Susanoo finally took out his incessantly ringing phone and answered the call. On the other end, Hill's voice emerged. Minister, I apologize for the interruption, but this incident has exceeded our expectations and involves the legendary gods. Our Dawn team is struggling to maintain control of the situation. Upon hearing this, Susanoo realized that the matter Hill referred to was indeed the same as the task issued by the system concerning Thor's narrative. He replied coolly, "Provide me with the coordinates." Once Hill relayed the coordinates located in New Mexico, Susanoo ended the call, examined the appearance of the small town, and then focused his thoughts A portal crackling with sparks materialized before him, leading to a chaotic town and a battlefield rife with conflict. He casually tossed a flying kunai into the corner of the room as a marker, then stepped through the portal, arriving on the other side. Furrowing his brow, he cast a glance at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, a grim tableau that included not only human remains, but also towering blue behemoths. Susanoo recognized these half-clad blue-skinned figures as frost giants. Yet, if memory serves, these beings did not descend upon Earth in the original narrative. Had their arrival been prompted by the intervention of the Dawn members, thus deviating the plot of Thor? Susanoo's expression was as frigid as ice as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield. Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, was embroiled in a fierce clash alongside the Destroyer and a colossal frost giant, while the enraged Hulk was mercilessly tearing apart the frost giants one by one. Meanwhile, Hawk Ai and Natasha were diligently ensuring the safe evacuation of a group of townsfolk. Were these the only 3 members of Dawn participating in this operation? Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. The supernatural event that initiated this incident was merely an unliftable hammer, not requiring formidable members of Dawn to address it. Dr. Banner's presence was likely motivated by his role as a researcher. Little did they anticipate that this hammer would draw such significant attention, not only summoning a deity, but also attracting the Destroyer of Asgard and a throng of frost giants. This unforeseen escalation caught Natasha and her companions off guard, compelling even the Hulk to intervene. Otherwise, had all members of Dawn been present, would these creatures have dared to bully the vulnerable? Nevertheless, it mattered not. With his arrival, the battlefield was merely populated with more insignificant insects. As Susanoo advanced step by step toward the fray, a dense mass of dark clouds began to coalesce above him, while blue and white lightning danced within the tumultuous sky. This spectacle immediately captivated everyone's attention, particularly Thor, who was locked in combat with the Destroyer and Lao Fei. Thor exclaimed, "What is happening? I thought I hadn't unleashed my full power." Yet before he could grasp the situation, the silhouette of a dark-haired figure beneath the clouds slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning began to congregate above Susanoo's palm, ultimately coalescing into a formidable lightning Kirin. Lightning release, Kirin. As Susanoo's cold lips parted, the fearsome roar of thunder erupted from the Kirin, crashing down and indiscriminately engulfing the entire chaotic battlefield. The heavens and earth seemed to be enveloped in the blinding light of lightning, as the deep blue skin of each frost giant was singed to a charred black, until they were reduced to mere piles of ash. Even Thor, wielding Mjolnir and summoning thunder, appeared minuscule in the face of the overwhelming lightning Kirin, forced to passively defend against the onslaught of its might. Thor felt a surge of frustration. Having been stripped of his divine powers by his father Odin and rendered mortal, being incapacitated by an electric shock was one thing. Now, having reclaimed Mjolnir and regained his status as the mighty god of thunder, to be struck down by lightning seemed a mockery of his divinity. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, defiantly straightening his form that had been bowed by the Kirin's pressure, glaring furiously at the instigator. As divine energy surged within him, the hammer in his grasp emitted an even more ferocious thunder, and with all his might, he hurled Mjolnir towards Susanoo. As the hammer hurtled towards him, Susanoo maintained a composed demeanor, his hands swiftly forming a seal. In an instant, a portal materialized before him, and Thor's hammer flew directly into it. Moments later, a portal appeared above Thor's head. In the next heartbeat, countless hammers surged forth from the portal, burying the unprepared Thor beneath a mountain of his own weaponry. This was the mystical technique, the combination of the Achen form, involving teleportation and hammer duplication. One might recall how Doctor Strange employed this tactic to overwhelm the Six Infinity stone-wielding Ultron. It proved to be remarkably effective. Although Thor had been vanquished by his own hammer, this occurrence successfully disrupted Susanoo's Kirin. The dense clouds that blanketed the sky dissipated, and the lightning-infused Kirin vanished as well. Nevertheless, only a handful of combatants remained standing on the battlefield. Apart from Natasha and Hawk Ai, who had been deliberately kept outside the Kirin's attack range, along with the townsfolk behind them, merely 3 figures, one gray, one green, and one blue, still maintained their footing. The gray figure, the Destroyer, bore a shell that had nearly been scorched to a dark hue, Yet due to its construction from URU metal and the augmentation of divine power, it had sustained no significant damage. Susanoo observed the destroyer with keen interest. Was this truly the legendary armor forged by Odin to combat the pantheon of gods? Quite intriguing. The green figure was the Hulk, whose tough exterior had withstood the Kirin's lightning strikes. Now his small, green eyes were cast upon Susanoo with a look of dismay. Hulk, a comrade, felt aggrieved. Susanoo, however, disregarded Hulk's pleading gaze. After all, he had been so close to those frost giants that it seemed he might embrace one. Susanoo had little inclination to meticulously control the Kirin's targeting and had enveloped Hulk within its range, knowing well that Hulk could endure the onslaught. Lastly, there was the blue figure, the frost giant king Lao Fei. His blood-red eyes surveyed the countless charred corpses of his kin strewn about, igniting an inferno of rage within him. You dare to slay my innumerable brethren? This is unforgivable. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. With a crackling sound, Lao Fei summoned blue frost, materializing 2 5-meter-long ice blades. As he charged forward, the ground beneath him caved in, and he transformed into a streak of blue, launching himself at Susanoo, crossing the ice blades with lethal intent to sever the latter's head from his shoulders. Yet, a smirk of disdain curled at Susanoo's lips. You wish to compete in speed with me? Just as the ice blades were about to strike, Susanoo hurled a flying kunai imbued with the power of the thunder god, vanishing in a flash of golden light. You cannot catch the flash. A golden gleam reappeared behind Lao Fei in an instant, as a kunai plunged forcefully into his back. As Lao Fei felt the piercing pain, he turned in disbelief to Susanoo, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Midgard cannot harbor a being of such unparalleled speed." The formidable physique of Lao Fei prevented his heart from being completely pierced by the kunai of Flying Thunder God. Despite enduring the pain, he raised his right hand, intending to strike at Susanoo behind him. However, Susanoo would never grant him such an opportunity. My greatest strength lies not in speed. I hope your inner fortitude is as resilient as your azure exterior. With those words, Susanoo twisted the Flying Thunder God kunai, exacerbating Lao Fei's wound while his eyes glimmered with a hexagram. Kagutsuchi. In the next moment, countless black flames erupted from within Lao Fei, piercing him through and transforming him into a spiky hedgehog from the inside out. The Frost Giant, King Lao Fei. Chapter 76. The Rainbow Bridge's Annihilation Strike. As Amaterasu ignited within Lao Fei, even the mighty body of the Frost Giant King could not withstand the searing heat of the solar-like black flames. Lao Fei had no chance to utter even a final word before he was reduced to ashes. Once a king capable of exchanging blows with Odin, his reign came to an abrupt end. The Frost Giant King was nothing more than this. Susanoo remarked coolly, casually discarding the kunai melted by Amaterasu onto Lao Fei's ashes. Without the ancient winter coffin, also known as the Box of Frost, Lao Fei posed no threat to him. A buzzing sound resonated from behind. Without turning his head, Susanoo sidestepped the golden beam aimed at him. The blood-red hexagram kaleidoscope bore a ring of white as Susanoo coldly regarded the assailant, the destroyer. Attempting to ambush me? My white-eyed vision has no blind spots. The white-edged hexagram spun, igniting black flames upon the destroyer. Yet, unlike his previous adversaries, who were instantly reduced to ash beneath Susanoo's Amaterasu flames, the destroyer did not meet the same fate. Instead, after a wave of transparency rippled across its silver-gray surface, it directly dispersed the flames of Amaterasu. Oh, what is this? Susanoo narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the destroyer. This was the first time Amaterasu, which could not kill in a Naruto world, had failed in his hands. To withstand even the flames of Amaterasu is quite impressive for this suit of armor. Very well, now it belongs to me. Susanoo's right eye transformed from the hexagram kaleidoscope into a triangular shuriken kaleidoscope. In a flash, he charged toward the destroyer. The destroyer's headpiece opened once more, unleashing scorching rays towards the advancing Susanoo. Buzzing sounds filled the air. In the face of the clumsy attack from the destroyer, Susanoo couldn't be bothered to use intangibility. After deftly dodging the rays with a few swift movements, he vanished and reappeared directly above the destroyer. Morata, I've got you. Susanoo pressed his hand onto the destroyer's head, effortlessly drawing it into the space of his right eye. The Kemui. Simultaneously, as the destroyer was absorbed into the Kemui space, Loki, who controlled the destroyer from Asgard, lost signal and severed his connection with the destroyer. Loki abruptly rose from his throne, the mighty Gungnir striking the ground with a resounding thud. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Not only have those wretched frost giants been vanquished, but even the destroyer is no match for that mortal." Cold sweat cascaded down Loki's brow. All he intended was to eliminate his brother. How had it spiraled into such chaos? First, the destroyer was thwarted by two exceptionally gifted mortals and a green creature, failing to slay Thor and inadvertently allowing him to reclaim Mjolnir. Yet, Loki reassured himself he still possessed a plan. He had exchanged the Frost Giant's sacred artifact, the Box of Frost, for the aid of Laufey, the Frost Giant King, to send his forces to Midgard, Earth, to assist the destroyer in slaying Thor. Laufey acquiesced, and Loki thought to himself, surely this would unfold without further complications. With Laufey's formidable strength combined with the destroyer, even Thor, armed with Mjolnir, would stand no chance. Moreover, this scheme would yield dual benefits. Loki intended to strike when Laufey had sufficiently exhausted Thor, then employ the destroyer for a surprise assault to eliminate Laufey as well, ultimately using the Bifrost to obliterate Jotunheim, the realm of the Frost Giants. With Thor's demise, no one would be able to subdue him any longer. With Laufey gone and Jotunheim in ruins, Asgard would also lose a significant threat. Such an outcome would be favorable for both Asgard and himself. Upon Odin's awakening, he would surely regard Loki with newfound respect for ridding Asgard of the Frost Giant's menace. The thought alone thrilled Loki. However, plans often falter, and the appearance of that man shattered all of his splendid fantasies. Enraged, Loki felt his reason slip away. Simultaneously, a bold idea surged into his mind. With Laufey now dead, why not directly utilize the Bifrost to annihilate Jotunheim? Without a king, the realm would stand defenseless against the Bifrost's devastating strike. The process was inconsequential. The outcome was what truly mattered. Yet, before proceeding, the troublesome Midgardian and Thor must be eliminated. Without hesitation, Loki wielded Gungnir and stealthily attacked Heimdall, the Guardian reluctant to heed his commands to unleash the Bifrost's annihilation upon the realm. Subsequently, he activated the annihilation mode of the Bifrost, targeting the azure planet of the Nine Realms. The superweapon was now primed for deployment. Meanwhile, on Earth, Susanoo was pondering how to reach Asgard. After all, his chosen mission was to counterattack Asgard, rather than merely defeat the invaders. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a keen intuition from Watergate. Sensing an unusual surge of energy in the sky, looking up, he beheld a colorful beam descending towards him. Susanoo's pupils contracted as he swiftly unleashed numerous flying kunai in a flurry around him. Due to the system's fusion with the young Watergate ninja card, the Flying Thunder God kunai is created using chakra, enabling its infinite production as long as his chakra remains abundant. In the next instant, a beam from the Rainbow Bridge, reaching the speed of light, thunderously descended upon the position occupied by Susanoo. With a resounding boom, the ground struck by the Rainbow Bridge was instantaneously disintegrated into nothingness, forming a bottomless pit. However, Susanoo had already transformed into a streak of golden light, evading the onslaught of the Rainbow Bridge by relocating to a position near a Flying Thunder God kunai. Feeling the astonishing energy fluctuations emanating from the beam, Susanoo could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Should this attack strike him, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable pain. Truly, it was an Asgardian annihilation weapon, and he feared that aside from his intangibility, Flying Thunder God technique, Edo Tensei, and magical Susanoo, he would be unable to withstand such a formidable destructive assault. To think I possess only 4 methods to contend with the Rainbow Bridge. This is genuinely alarming. With an expressionless demeanor, Susanoo moved leisurely among the scattered Flying Thunder God kunai, deftly dodging the encroaching beams from the Rainbow Bridge. He had already devised a method to reach Asgard. Like a phantom, each step he took was a flash, gradually drawing closer to the hill where Thor resided. With a gentle wave of his hand, he dispelled the form of the Thunder God's hammer, transforming countless hammers back into a solitary one, revealing Thor, who lay in a deep slumber beneath its weight. The Thunder God's hammer seemed to sense Susanoo's intentions towards master, soaring into the air and crackling with lightning, warning Susanoo to keep his distance. Yet, Susanoo remained unfazed, blatantly disregarding the hammer's warnings as he continued to approach Thor. "I'm a Thunder God's hammer. How dare I tolerate this? The hammer erupted with even fiercer lightning, surging towards Zusuk. But in the very instant of proximity, Zusuk swiftly absorbed it into the Kamui space. Within the Kamui space, the Destroyer and Mjolnir stood in silent confrontation, each severed from their respective masters. Zusuk approached Thor, delivering a resounding slap across his face. With a crack, as Thor awakened and opened his eyes, his mind was immediately overtaken by a pair of crimson orbs. Zusuk employed Tsukuyomi to control Thor, extracting visions of Asgard from his mind. He then seized the dazed Thor and, with the immense strength bestowed upon him by Tsunade, hurled him forward. Suddenly, a portal manifested ahead, and the blurred image of Thor was perfectly cast into it. A thunderous roar erupted from the other side of the portal, and the beams of the Rainbow Bridge on Earth vanished without a trace. After the beams dissipated, Zusuk stepped through the portal, arriving at the other side. Asgard, the control terminal of the Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, the controller of the Rainbow Bridge lay in shattered fragments, having been obliterated by the robust Thor, which also accounted for the disappearance of the annihilating beams from the Rainbow Bridge. Loki swallowed hard, glancing at his brother who had shattered the Rainbow Bridge controller. Then, turning his attention to the dark-haired man emerging from the portal, he forced a smile upon his face and said, "Sir, perhaps we could converse for a moment. This is all a misunderstanding." Chapter 77. The Counterattack on Asgard. Susanoo observed Loki's familiar visage, a gentle smile gracing his features. Before his journey across dimensions, he had found a certain fondness for this story of the trickster god, who, despite initial skepticism, ultimately surpassed all expectations. However, this Loki was not the god of stories. Moreover, in another universe, he and that very god had shared a rather unpleasant exchange. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Susanoo's skeletal arm extended and swiftly sent the impatient Loki flying out of the control room of the Rainbow Bridge, sending him soaring until he crashed heavily onto the bridge 1,000 meters away. "Damn it! How dare you strike my brother?" Thor, still recovering from his dazed state, witnessed Loki being hurled away, igniting a surge of fury within him. He reached out to summon Mjolnir, determined to confront the one who dared to bully his brother. No one, save for himself, was permitted to torment his sibling. However, as he waited, the air remained eerily silent, and not a single hair of Mjolnir came flying to his aid. At that moment, Thor realized he could no longer sense the presence of Mjolnir. How could this be? Mjolnir was his personal weapon. Even across countless planets, he should still be able to summon it, given that it resided within this universe. Even without Mjolnir, I will still defeat you. Thor scoffed, despite having witnessed Susanoo's immense power. The confidence of the god of thunder led him to believe he was not inferior to his adversary. Previously, he had merely fallen victim to a magical ambush, resulting in his own hammer knocking him unconscious. He had not lost to this mere mortal. He, Thor, the god of thunder, would not be defeated. "I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of Asgard," he bellowed, raising his fist and charging confidently towards Susanoo. "Is this fool serious?" Susanoo thought, casting a bemused glance at the simpleton. With a single punch from his Susanoo skeleton, he sent the charging Thor flying through the air. 1,000 meters away on the Rainbow Bridge, Loki lay on the surface, accompanied by another foolish figure. Thor, looking at Loki beside him, felt a surge of happiness and flashed a goofy smile. "Hey Loki, I'm so glad you're alright." Due to the alteration in the narrative, the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace had not gone to Earth to assist Thor, leaving him unaware that it was Loki who intended to kill him. Even when the Destroyer and the Frost Giants attacked, he suspected a conspiracy between them, but never once doubted his own brother. What a fool! Loki averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of Thor's earnest, foolish face, unsure if he felt guilty or simply anxious. "Shall we cover you 2 brothers with a blanket, so you can lie together and take another nap?" A chilling voice echoed, abruptly awakening the 2 brothers, each in a different emotional state after their reunion. They almost forgot that this was not the time for brotherly bonding. The foremost concern was to confront the invader. Thor and Loki sprang into action, their expressions grave as they focused on the approaching intruder. Indeed, the tables had turned, with the intruder now being Susanoo. However, this was precisely his intention, to launch a counterattack on Asgard, demonstrating to these arrogant gods that humanity was not to be trifled with. "The lesson would begin with the 2 of you," Susanoo murmured, casually launching a flying kunai imbued with the power of the flying thunder god towards them. Whoosh! The kunai flew swiftly, yet for Thor and Loki, it was still insufficient. With their keen vision and reflexes, they effortlessly sidestepped the incoming projectile. However, just as the kunai zipped between the brothers, Susanoo's figure materialized, his hands pressing two azure spheres against the abdomens of Thor and Loki, seized their kidneys and livers. Although Susanoo himself remained silent, the faint echo of Naruto's cry seemed to resonate in their ears. Was it an illusion? Susanoo hesitated momentarily, then forcefully propelled the spiraling orbs forward. In an instant, the armor on Thor and Loki's abdomens was shredded by the spiraling force, which then spiraled away towards the distant celestial palace. Boom! Boom! The sound of two explosive impacts reverberated as Thor and Loki were hurled through the air, crashing into the structures of the celestial palace. The palace guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed over upon witnessing the disheveled state of their two princes. Enduring the tearing sensation in his abdomen, Loki steadied himself with Gungnir and shouted to the approaching guards, "We are under attack. Prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, the guards quickly surrounded the two princes, taking defensive positions. At that moment, the four warriors of the Celestial Palace, accompanied by numerous guards, arrived on the scene. Thor, possessing far greater strength than Loki, was not as severely affected and joyfully ran towards the four warriors, exclaiming, "Friends, your arrival is most timely." Sif looked at Thor, a glimmer of joy in her eyes, eagerly approaching her beloved, saying, "Heimdall warned us of your peril and instructed us to come to your aid." As she spoke, Sif cast a complex glance at Loki. Originally, they had been informed that Loki was conspiring with the Frost Giants against Thor, prompting them to head to Midgard to provide support. Little did they expect that Thor would return to Asgard on his own, standing alongside Loki to confront the invader from Midgard. Truly, life is unpredictable. Thor remained oblivious to Sif's thoughts, believing the four warriors were there solely to assist him against the Midgardian threat. Thus, he gazed gravely towards the Rainbow Bridge, addressing his companions in a serious tone. He approaches, "We must prepare for battle." Listening to the commands of His Royal Highness, all the warriors of the Celestial Palace, led by the four brave warriors, immediately assumed battle stances towards the Rainbow Bridge. Upon witnessing this scene, Loki's expression grew despondent. Even though he was currently the acting king, the people of Asgard would undoubtedly follow Thor's orders rather than heed the commands of him, the offspring of a frost giant. "Snap out of it, Loki. You are the king now. Give us your orders. We await your command." Thor placed his left hand on Loki's shoulder, who had bowed his head in silence, while his right hand rested over his heart, seeking the king's decree. "Please, your majesty, issue the orders." The four brave warriors, seeing Thor's earnestness, also struck their chests with their right hands, gazing at Loki with anticipation for his command. Loki raised his gaze to meet the approving eyes of those around him and suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to weep. It had been over 2,000 years. He had long awaited this day. He had never desired to be king. He simply yearned for the acknowledgement of all Asgardians. At last, after all this time, thanks to a mortal from Midgard, that day had finally arrived. A surge of fervor ignited within Loki. His confidence renewed as he pointed Gungnir towards the Rainbow Bridge and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Asgardian warriors, form ranks and prepare for battle." With a resounding cheer, the Asgardian warriors raised their long spears, while the weapons of the Asgardian fleet in the sky aimed towards the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Susanoo stepped across the threshold of the Rainbow Bridge, officially entering the land of Asgard. His indifferent gaze swept over the thousands of Asgardian warriors rallying with high spirits, and a smirk slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. "You think to defeat me by sheer numbers? How laughable." Susanoo brought his hands together, forming a seal. In the blink of an eye, he became the origin point from which countless duplicates emerged from all directions, encircling the Asgardian army in mere moments. Multiple would clone technique. Chapter 78. Annihilation of the Asgardian Legion. Susanoo, arms crossed, regarded King Loki, who led the Asgardian forces, with a disdainful gaze. "Not only do I intend to overpower the weak, but I shall also overwhelm the few with the many." "What will you do now, your majesty?" The king of stories may be formidable, but unfortunately, you are not. Confronted with the reversal of numerical advantage, Loki's heart initially skipped a beat. But he quickly regained his composure. He shouted, "Do not panic. This is merely an illusion. No one can manifest so many physical duplicates at once. Ignore those clones. If we take down the original, we shall emerge victorious." As the foremost sorcerer of the Nine Realms, Loki understood better than anyone the astronomical cost of creating thousands of duplicates at once. Not even his mother, the master of magic Freya, could achieve such a feat. The ability to conjure an illusion of this magnitude was already a testament to the opponent's formidable prowess. Thus, Loki was confident that upon defeating the opponent's entity, all other illusionary clones would inevitably dissipate. With Gungnir aimed at Susanoo's true form, a golden laser shot forth. Susanoo effortlessly sidestepped, turning to Loki with a smirk. "Do you believe this is merely an illusion, young Loki? Why not attempt to shatter my illusions?" With a flourish of his right hand, countless wooden clones ignited with crimson light, simultaneously activating the first stage of Susanoo, their skeletal frames rising to defend them. In unison, these innumerable wooden clones charged toward the Asgardian army. The physical prowess of Asgardians is, on average, 3 times that of Earthlings, akin to a legion of Captain Americas, and the warriors selected from among them surpass even him. It would not be an exaggeration to describe this as a super army composed of super soldiers. Such a formidable legion possesses the capability to contend against any cosmic force. Alas, they faced Susanoo, and even his clones presented an insurmountable gap. Without employing any ninjutsu or magical attacks, the multitude of Susanoo's wooden clones, clad in Susanoo's skeletal armor, braved the energy beams of the Legion and the artillery fire from Asgardian ships, delivering devastating blows to the army, each one a mere child before him. Dozens of ships in the sky were seized by numerous clones, activating their half-Susanoo, grasped firmly in their hands. The entire skirmish concluded in under 10 seconds. Even Loki and Thor, beset by 4 of Susanoo's wooden clones each, could not endure long. One was pinned down, limbs restrained, unable to move. Remarkably, Susanoo refrained from lethal force, opting to capture them alive with his wooden clones. Had he chosen to strike with deadly intent, the conflict would have concluded even more swiftly. Setting aside the vast-scale ninjutsu, even a single fireball from each of the thousands of clones would overwhelm these Asgardian warriors. It is crucial to note that Susanoo's wooden clones had undergone magical enhancement. Aside from chakra levels, their other powers were vastly inferior to his own. A single fireball could be as large as a house, while a colossal fire dragon could stretch the length of a train. Furthermore, the clones inherited not only the might of ninjutsu, but also the formidable physical attributes from the numerous ninja cards he had fused. Thus, even in pure physical strength, each clone rivaled the Hulk. It would be a marvel if Thor and Loki could escape the grasp of 4 Hulks. Observing the one-sided battlefield, Susanoo leaned calmly against the wall behind him, his chakra reserves gradually replenishing. Even with his current chakra levels, generating thousands of wooden clones had consumed approximately 1/3 of his total. However, despite overcoming an army of over 10,000 Asgardians, Susanoo displayed little elation. Instead, he turned to an unseen presence in the air. "Are you two planning to watch silently, waiting for me to completely conquer Asgard?" As he turned, Susanoo's eyes transformed into the purple Rinnegan, and fissures appeared across his visage. The chakra that was originally consumed by a third has instantaneously replenished itself. Moreover, the chakra is now limited solely by its maximum capacity rather than its usage. This is indeed his most formidable form, the imperishable body of the reanimated, in an infinite chakra mode. Additionally, the reanimated form of Obito, bestowed by the system, embodies a perfect vessel that can unleash 100% of its power. As Susanoo's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, the air at the gates of the celestial palace warped, and 2 figures clad in resplendent garments gradually materialized. They were the god King Odin and the goddess Frigga. "Guest from Midgard, welcome to Asgard." Frigga, with a gentle smile, nodded at Susanoo, maintaining her poise despite the chaos surrounding them. Odin, though stern-faced, refrained from admonishing Susanoo, instead gazing with a deep sigh at his 2 sons, utterly subdued. Alongside the Asgardian army, it seemed Asgard had enjoyed too long a period of tranquility under his protection, as thousands of celestial guards were vanquished in an instant by a single individual. How could such powers safeguard Asgard? Nevertheless, both Thor and Loki exhibited their own growth this time. Thor, having tasted the life of mortals in Midgard, grasped the essence of humility. Loki, after unburdening himself of long-suppressed frustrations, rekindled his bond with Thor, fighting alongside him. Alas, despite their growth, they remained far from shouldering the heavy responsibilities of Asgard. Thor still relied heavily on his hammer. In truth, he resembled more a deity of hammers than the god of thunder, as his combat prowess diminished significantly without it. Loki, although rich in cunning, was prone to emotional impulsiveness, often disregarding consequences, as evidenced by his recent reckless engagement with the Frost Giants and plans to utilize the Bifrost for a devastating strike. Both had vast potential for growth. Yet Odin felt he could not afford to wait for them to mature. With his wise, azure eye fixed intently on Susanoo, Odin pondered deeply. Susanoo, however, did not let his guard down due to Frigga's amiable demeanor. He remained in his reanimated state. Confronted with the unknown strength of Odin, he had to summon all his focus. Observing Susanoo's readiness for battle, Odin remained silent for a moment before stepping closer, locking eyes with the peculiar purple orbs of Susanoo, and spoke with an air of immense authority. "Do you have a partner?" Susanoo had already extended his left hand, ready to disrupt Odin's divine power, while his right hand shimmered with crimson magical lightning, prepared to unleash a powerful strike. Upon hearing Odin's words, he froze in disbelief. "What did you say?" Susanoo questioned, suspecting an issue with his hearing. Unfazed by Susanoo's combative stance, Odin replied, "In fact, I have another daughter, Susanoo." Thor? Loki? Chapter 79. The unconventional Odin. Thor was the first to lose his composure, struggling to lift his head under the pressure of the four wooden avatars. He shouted, "Father, when did you and Mother give birth to a sister for Loki and me? Why didn't you tell us?" After speaking, he turned to Loki, who was also pinned down, and laughed heartily. "Hey Loki, did you hear that? We have a sister now. I've always wanted a sister, but alas, you are just a brother." Upon hearing Thor's words, Loki fell silent, casting a discreet glance at the composed Frigga, harboring thoughts entirely different from Thor's. Unlike his battle-hungry brother, Loki had spent the most time by their mother's side, and his magic had been taught solely by her. If their mother were pregnant, he would surely know, so this so-called sister could not possibly be her child. If she was not their mother's offspring, then the truth could only point to one thing. It must be another wild child that Father Odin had taken in from who knows where. Wait, why did I say another? Yet, Odin's next words shattered the brothers' assumptions. "She is mine, Frigga's eldest daughter, Hela, the goddess of death. She is the strongest being in Asgard, second only to me, and quite beautiful as well. If you two were to unite, you would become the most esteemed prince of Asgard, and I shall prepare a dowry to utterly satisfy you. Consider it, young one." Before the thought could fully register, Thor and Loki were already wide-eyed in disbelief. Thor exclaimed, "What do you mean she is not a sister? I have an elder sister now. I am no longer the firstborn." Loki interjected, "So she is indeed flesh and blood of our mother. How infuriating. Why am I the only one who is adopted?" Meanwhile, the sight of Odin, who appeared almost like a matchmaker, left Loki feeling as though his image of Odin had shattered. "Wait a minute. This is our first meeting, and I came to you. Why are you asking if I have a partner and introducing your eldest daughter to me? Shouldn't you be furious and challenge me to a duel to restore the sacred dignity of Asgard?" Before Loki's bewildered mind could process, the system spoke up first. "Routine task, invasion of Asgard. Mission 3, counterattack of the divine realm completed. Reward distribution in progress. 20,000 gold points, 40 fragment levels, bonus acquisition." System gives a thumbs up. The host has subdued an army without battle, making even the mighty Odin feel inferior. Faced with the host's divine might, Odin offers reparations and a marriage proposal. This system is truly in awe. Loki replied, "Wait, system, you too?" However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing Odin's deeper intentions. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he said softly, "You wish to use me to restrain Hela, do you?" Odin's grandiose words of princes and dowries held little sway over Loki, who was well aware of the old trickster's true nature after witnessing the events in Thor, Ragnarok. Odin, driven by his own prowess, sought to wield his might against Hela, who is far from benevolent. Should Hela discover that Susanoo was Odin's chosen son-in-law, it is likely that she would seek to eliminate him immediately following Odin's demise. Having been sealed away for millennia, Hela's animosity towards Odin has escalated to an irreconcilable level. Otherwise, Odin would not have maintained her imprisonment until his death, at which point her seal would be automatically lifted, allowing her to return to the realm of the living. True to her nature, Hela did not disappoint. Upon her release, she shattered her old weapon, Mjolnir, and expelled her two brothers from the spatial conduit of the Rainbow Bridge. Upon returning to Asgard, she swiftly vanquished 3 of the Warriors' 3 and a significant portion of Asgard's defenders. When Thor awakened his godly powers and returned, she even blinded him in one eye, endowing him with the characteristic of the one-eyed king of Asgard. Ultimately, she forced Thor to fulfill the prophecy of Ragnarok himself, personally placing the crown of the fire giant Surtur into the eternal flame, thus reviving Surtur to engage in a deadly clash with Hela, while he and Loki seized the opportunity to escape with the remaining half of the Asgardians. Thus, the prophecy of Ragnarok was fulfilled, leading to Asgard's destruction. The fate of Hela and Surtur remains uncertain, yet it is highly probable they perish together. It is a lamentable situation, as both are among the pinnacle of combatants in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, either of whom could easily overpower Thanos. Had Thor not been so obstinate and opted to submit to Hela, the events following Avengers: Infinity War might never have transpired. Given Hela's formidable nature, she would never idly stand by while Thanos invaded Earth, one of the 9 realms under Asgard's dominion. It is conceivable that upon learning of Thanos' intentions, she might have taken the initiative to confront him herself. To return to the matter at hand, Hela is simply too unpredictable. Furthermore, individuals of her temperament would never allow a man to dominate them. Susanoo's character also precludes him from being subjugated by anyone. Their compatibility is non-existent. Should they engage, it is likely they would be embroiled in constant conflict. Thus, I must decline. Susanoo regarded Odin with indifference. Unperturbed by Susanoo's refusal, Odin's lips curled into a confident smile. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? You are aware of Hela's tale. Once she emerges, Asgard will undoubtedly belong to her. Marrying her would essentially grant you half of Asgard. And are you not curious to hear about the substantial dowry I have to offer before making your decision? Though Susanoo had internally resolved to reject this precarious proposition, he found himself intrigued by Odin's words. Do tell, he responded. Odin, wearing a cunning smile, glanced at the eye of Agamotto hanging from Susanoo's neck and inquired, Are you also interested in the Infinity Stones? Susanoo nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Who among the Traversers would not desire the Infinity Stones? He even wished to embed them within his Susanoo. Odin continued, If I were to say that within this dowry lies an Infinity Stone, I could also provide you with another one from Midgard, along with the celestial maps for 2 additional stones. Upon hearing Odin's words, Susanoo involuntarily inhaled sharply, suddenly feeling tempted by this alluring offer. However, his formidable willpower allowed him to suppress the urge to acquiesce, and he coldly replied, Such sweet words. Yet the only thing you can directly bestow upon me is that reality stone sealed away by you. The space stone, which resides on Earth, is inherently mine since it is within my domain, and I could acquire it at any moment should I desire. As for the celestial maps of the other 2 stones, if I am not mistaken, you refer to the Power Stone and the Soul Stone, which I am already aware of. Even without the maps, I shall inevitably locate them. Therefore, your majesty, this meager dowry fails to sway me. Odin nodded, understanding, and remarked, I comprehend. I must increase the offer, I understand. Chapter 80. The divine offspring of Earth's Susanoo thought to himself, Is this truly my intention? Yet he remained silent, merely observing Odin, curious about what further surprises the old god might unveil. Odin, not one to withhold information, directly stated, The Destroyer. I can grant it to you, allowing you the privilege of wielding the Destroyer armor. Upon hearing this, Susanoo shot Odin a sidelong glance, exclaiming in disbelief, The Destroyer armor? Surely, your majesty has forgotten that the Destroyer was already my spoils when it invaded Earth. However, Odin slowly shook his head, clarifying, No, you merely acquired the Destroyer, but you do not possess the rights to utilize it or to harness its true capabilities in armor form. Susanoo raised an eyebrow, dismissing Odin's assertion. Even if he could not personally wield the Destroyer, he could simply meld it down and reforge it into a form of his own design. In fact, he found the original appearance of the Destroyer armor rather unappealing. As if sensing Susanoo's thoughts, Odin chuckled softly, Do not entertain such notions. Even if your black flames approach the temperature at the sun's core, they're insufficient to melt the Destroyer armor. Oh, Is that so? Susanoo expressed skepticism. While the destroyer had once disrupted his Amaterasu, it had been under Loki's control at that time. He could not believe that the Amaterasu's flames would fail to incinerate it if left ungoverned. The flames of Amaterasu never extinguish. He could allow them to burn indefinitely. If 3 minutes were inadequate, then 3 days. If 3 days proved futile, then 3 months, 3 years, or even 30 years. Eventually, it would surely melt. Odin shook his head once more, a shadow passing over his eyes as he spoke in a somber tone. The destroyer armor is not as simple as you imagine. It is a divine-slaying armor crafted to combat those beings. It is imbued with the blessings of the gods, and no method can completely obliterate it. Neither you nor they are capable. As Odin spoke, he did not wait for Susanoo's reply, fixing his gaze upon him intently. The sole means to wield or obliterate it lies in one's source, the power of Odin. This implied that without the power of Odin, the destroyer was merely a decorative piece. Susanoo furrowed his brow, realizing why, in the first Thor film, after acquiring the hammer, Thor was able to shatter the destroyer with such ease. It was not due to Thor's superiority, but rather because the power of Odin subdued the destroyer. Odin nodded silently, affirming the truth. Susanoo, understanding now, boldly uttered the name that Odin was reluctant to mention. The destroyer armor you speak of was forged for them, the God Squad, right? Odin's scars were laid bare, his fists clenched tightly, and the air became thick with tension. It was only when Frigga approached and grasped Odin's hand that he regained his composure. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated once more. Frigga, with a look of resignation, turned to Susanoo. My child, I must say your emotional intelligence is quite lacking. In the realm of gods, we never speak that name. Ever since the once vibrant Odin was brought low by the God Squad, no one has dared to utter it again. It is a taboo in our domain. Odin let out a heavy, cold snort. Those despicable beings did not defeat me. They merely resorted to underhanded tactics to overwhelm me. In a fair, one-on-one, I would not fear them. Susanoo regarded Odin with a puzzled expression and remarked, but they're the God Squad. Since they are a group, it is only natural for them to fight as a collective. If you boast so boldly, they will certainly gang up on you. Odin scoffed, taking several deep breaths. He managed to relax his tightening fists. With a smirk, he coldly replied, Boy, do not presume that the God Squad is of no concern to you. You may not yet be aware, but those fellows left a seed of divinity in Midgard. Once the population reaches a sufficient level, it will absorb the life force of the entire planet and emerge. Thus, not only I, but you too will inevitably face them, unless you are willing to forsake Midgard. Upon hearing this, Susanoo fell into silence. He nearly forgot that there was a seed of the God Squad on Earth, and in a mere decade, the population would swell enough to facilitate its birth. The day it awakens will also herald the destruction of Earth. Having already taken Earth for granted, Susanoo could not sit idly by. Observing Susanoo's silence, Odin smirked with satisfaction, not wishing to further undermine the young man's confidence. He continued, of course, Midgard is still nominally the territory of Asgard, so I shall not turn a blind eye to this matter. Regardless of whether you agree to a bond with Hela, I will grant you the destroyer armor to help you master it fully. Are you truly so benevolent? Susanoo questioned, skeptical of the old man's intentions. From their first meeting, Odin had struck him more as a cunning trickster akin to Loki than the legendary god of war. Thus, he instinctively perceived Odin's actions as having ulterior motives. Odin sighed, his tone heavy with melancholy. Alas, you do not comprehend. Throughout my life, I have faltered at that pivotal step, ultimately falling short in my endeavors against them. Even though I wielded the destroyer armor and managed to vanquish one of their ranks, I remained outmatched by their collective strength. You, however, are different. Your potential appears boundless. I bestow this upon you because the destroyer armor can elevate your capabilities to unprecedented heights. My hope is not merely that you withstand them, but that you transcend them with the destroyer armor. By gathering the Infinity Stones, you will encounter the Celestial Assembly, which will serve as a crucial milestone on your journey to greater heights. The destroyer armor will expedite your progress. Odin's thoughts were straightforward. Though I cannot contend with your cosmic syndicate, I can select a promising young individual to ultimately triumph over you. The Celestial Assembly. Susanoo's gaze remained defiant, untroubled by the existence of the Celestial Assembly. Instead, he pointed his black staff directly at Odin, eager to engage. I'm unconcerned about the future. I will address that in due course. My sole focus lies here and now. You claim to have defeated a member of the Celestial Assembly. I wish to test the extent of my disparity with them, starting with you. Do you still possess the ambition of your youth? Odin, can you still wield your weapon? Susanoo's visit to Asgard was not solely to fulfill a system task. He had not forgotten his paramount objective. He sought to gauge the power disparity between himself and Marvel's mightiest. He yearned to witness the strength of the Hokage and discern whether it truly faltered against Marvel's prowess. He had always believed that no power is inherently weak. Only humanity is frail. Chapter 81. Susanoo and Odin. Upon hearing the final, familiar words, Odin's single eye widened in shock. Susanoo's fearless gaze, along with the weapon directed at himself, perfectly mirrored the memory of Hela. Both were imbued with pride and fearless resolve in his pursuit of power to conquer the universe. Odin had once commanded the Dwarf King to forge the Infinity Gauntlet, setting out to collect the scattered Infinity Stones across the cosmos. However, just as he was on the verge of completion, the Celestial Assembly intervened. Despite his utmost efforts in the creation of the Destroyer armor, infused with the power of the gods, he was still defeated, his very essence nearly obliterated. Ultimately, it was Frigga who interceded on his behalf, negotiating a pact with the Celestial Assembly, which stipulated that Odin and Asgard would henceforth remain confined to the 9 realms, never to venture beyond. Only then did the Celestial Assembly relent, sparing Odin and Asgard. Yet, the bewildered Hela sensed a transformation within him. His once indomitable ambition had faded, replaced by a resignation to complacency. In the past, Hela, much like the current Susanoo, fearlessly pointed the sword of the night sky at herself, her words echoing in his ears. Father, do you truly resign yourself to remaining within the confines of the 9 realms? What has become of your once grand ambitions? Odin, you are unworthy of ruling Asgard. Only I possess the capability to lead Asgard to glory. You old fool, if you choose to remain stagnant, why then obstruct my endeavor to expand Asgard's dominion? Without you, I can still command my legion of the deceased to carve a path of magnificence. I have no desire to engage in reasoned discourse with you. You are not worthy to listen. If you wish to impede me, let your strength speak for itself. Hela's reference to him transitioned from father to a name she could scarcely utter. Ultimately, Hela fell silent. Her dark green eyes, when facing him, were filled solely with hatred, compelling him to seal her within her own domain, the realm of death. This action stemmed not only from Hela's animosity towards him, but also from his desire to spare her the trials he had endured. Even clad in the Destroyer armor, he had faced defeat. Hela's obstinacy would only lead her to an untimely demise. In retrospect, was his decision truly just? What right did he possess to dictate Hela's fate? To imprison her for millennia under the pretense of her welfare? You bear a striking resemblance to her. Odin extended his hand, and Gungnir, grasped by Loki, instantaneously materialized within his grasp. The golden spear thrust fiercely into the ground, unleashing an overwhelming surge of divine power from Odin. A thunderous roar echoed as golden waves of light enveloped the arena, causing wooden doppelgangers to vanish, and sending all Asgardian warriors hurtling thousands of meters away. In an instant, the vast celestial plaza was left with only Odin and Susanoo. Odin, now adorned in resplendent golden armor, aimed his spear directly at Susanoo. Come forth, descendant. Let me witness your might. Susanoo remained unmoved beneath the golden waves. An invisible force isolated the waves within a meter of him. Divine judgment. Observing Odin's imposing stature, Susanoo grinned. Now this is the Odin I envisioned, not some loquacious old man. With that, Susanoo vanished, reappearing above Odin, his palm pressing down with the bozokrake he had been gathering since the onset. Had he succeeded? No, it was empty. Susanoo pressed Odin from head to toe. Yet what he struck was merely an illusion. As the bozokrake descended, the ground was instantly ravaged, a massive pit forming from the explosive surge of red lightning. The longer the lightning of Bozak surged, the more potent its power became. The red lightning, having danced over hundreds of iterations in Susanoo's hands, was capable of obliterating even the Hulk in an instant. Alas, having charged for too long, Odin was already prepared. Evading the blow, Odin stood a kilometer away, raising his spear towards Susanoo. The gun of Gungnir possesses the trait of unerring accuracy. As the spear hurtled toward him, Susanoo felt an inescapable sense of dread. Yet, he remained undaunted, charging directly at Odin. In an instant, the spear pierced Susanoo's heart. However, in the spirit of reciprocity, Odin's strike also fell short. It was a mere illusion. Susanoo's form shimmered as he thrust his black rod into Odin's chest. Just as Susanoo was poised to land his blow, his left side, including the palm gripping the rod, erupted in a violent explosion. The golden spear shattered Susanoo's heart before returning to Odin's grasp. Odin spoke slowly, offering a reminder. In battle, one must be vigilant not only of the opponent but also of their weapon. This is particularly crucial when facing a legendary artifact. For it is more than just a weapon. It is a companion in combat. Just as my Gungnir possesses the trait of unerring accuracy, should a single strike miss, the battle will never truly conclude. Other artifacts bear distinct characteristics as well. Susanoo, observing the golden spear back in Odin's hand, nodded gently, acknowledging the lesson. As he spoke, Susanoo summoned the Kusanagi sword in his right hand and expressionlessly severed the left side of his body, which had been sluggishly recovering from the golden divine power. After eliminating that portion, his corrupted form swiftly healed within mere seconds. Without delay, Susanoo vanished and once again charged toward Odin, initiating close-quarters combat. Odin remained stationary, his form surrounded by flickering afterimages. The sounds of clashing weapons resonated continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 1,000 blows. Under Odin's intentional guidance, Susanoo's proficiency in melee combat flourished. Previously, he had only experienced overwhelming defeats. Although the ninja card granted him some combat skills, they were never truly his own. Moreover, he had yet to put those techniques into practice, let alone master them. Now, Odin served as an excellent sparring partner. Susanoo fervently absorbed Odin's fighting techniques, and half an hour later, after a fierce clash between the Kusanagi and Gungnir, he leapt backward 1,000 meters. Despite the Kusanagi being infused with Susanoo's chakra for protection, it could no longer withstand the immense gap in power. It began to shatter under the force of Gungnir. Susanoo glanced at his old companion, the sword that had been by his side since the era of Eagle, and directly stored the remaining hilt in the system space. A weapon of such caliber was no longer sufficient for him. In lower tiers it sufficed, but in higher tiers, it paled in comparison to the blade of Susanoo. Odin planted Gungnir into the ground, chuckling, "Young man, your weapon is lacking. Once this is over, I shall have the Dwarf King forge you a true artifact of your own. What say you? Then I shall extend my gratitude to your majesty in advance." Susanoo replied with a nod, not declining the offer. However, given the inadequacy of his weapon, he had no intention of further honing his melee skills. He was ready to get serious. Close combat was merely a minor path. Your majesty, it is time to engage in earnest. A brilliant blue radiance enveloped Susanoo, distorting the air around him, as an overwhelming pressure emanated from his being. The smile on Odin's face vanished, and simultaneously, a golden glow enveloped him. The two figures, standing opposite each other, began to swell in size. From Susanoo's core, a colossal blue giant surged upwards, reaching 300 meters in height, adorned with an additional layer of purple luminescence that further augmented its stature by another 300 meters. Divine Armor Susanoo. Unlike the Susanoo associated with tailed beasts, Susanoo employed Sasuke's Susanoo, enveloping Madara's Susanoo within it. Yet this was not the culmination, with a terrifying gaze. The power of the Uchiha was infused once more into the Divine Armor Susanoo, causing it to swell yet again by 300 meters. The resonant sounds of chakra gates being opened echoed continuously, as golden seraphim armor enveloped the Divine Armor Susanoo. Thus, the 1-kilometer magical Divine Armor Susanoo made its grand entrance. Chapter 82. Ninjutsu. Rune of the Loon. Impressive power, my boy, far surpassing what I possessed in my youth. A resounding voice reverberated through the expanse, as Odin transformed into a colossal figure, matching Susanoo's stature. These two giants, connecting heaven and earth, instantly captivated the attention of all Asgard, eliciting gasps and cheers from countless Asgardians. The warrior culture of Asgard felt no fear. Instead, they harbored deep respect for these two formidable beings. Compared to your majesty, I still have a long way to go. Susanoo's voice, amplified by Susanoo, thundered through the air. This was not mere humility. He sensed that Odin's potential had not yet been fully realized. The 1 kilometer form was simply a manifestation of Odin's current ambition, not a limitation. There exists a fundamental distinction between the two notions. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Susanoo felt no trepidation. With his right hand upon the hilt of the sword at his waist, Susanoo's 3-colored Susanoo drew forth a massive blade, 700 meters in length. The blade pointed menacingly at Odin, erupting in a fierce display of crimson lightning. The red bolts danced along the blade, amplifying its terrifying might, warping the space around it. Thunderous blade of Bozak. The crimson lightning clung to the blade, intensifying with each passing moment. The longer it surged, the more potent the Susanoo's strike became. Observing this spectacle, Odin could not help but exclaim, "The secret techniques of Camartage? You wield them remarkably well. I must concede, young one, you are indeed a genius. Would you be interested in learning Asgardian magic? We shall discuss these matters later. It is time for battle." Susanoo, having unleashed such formidable power for the first time, was eager to embrace the thrill of combat. In the instant his words fell, the red blade slashed through the void towards Odin. A crescent-shaped beam of crimson lightning, exceeding 1 kilometer in length, hurtled towards Odin. Unfazed by this terrifying strike, Odin brandished his Gungnir, which exceeded 1,500 meters in length, to counter the impending onslaught. As a resounding crash echoed, the blade of light was effortlessly swatted away by Odin, soaring far into the distant mountains of Asgard, cleaving through dozens of towering peaks. Odin mused to himself, "It's over. Once this is done, I shall be scolded to oblivion by Frigg." Meanwhile, Susanoo was unconcerned with such matters. He was no longer on Earth, and could unleash his full power without the fear of causing destruction to his home. With a deft motion, he hurled his long blade at Odin, and in the instant Odin raised his defenses, Susanoo began to weave seals. Despite Susanoo's colossal stature exceeding 1 kilometer, the speed at which the seals were formed was swift enough to leave afterimages. In less than a second, the seals were complete. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. 3 gargantuan fire dragons, each surpassing 2 kilometers in length, erupted from Susanoo, charging towards Odin from 3 different directions. The ground trembled with a cacophony of thunderous explosions as the fire dragons collided with Odin, resulting in a cataclysmic eruption that extended over 10,000 meters. The entire celestial plaza and surrounding structures were obliterated. Fortunately, Odin had initially used his divine power to transport the Asgardian warriors a safe distance of 10,000 meters away. Subsequently, Frigg led them even further from the danger, sparing them from the devastating blast. Yet, even from a distance, Thor and the others stood transfixed, gazing at the sky painted crimson by the inferno of the fire dragons. Was this the caliber of a battle between supreme beings? What had their previous skirmishes amounted to? A mere child's game. Thor, once confident in his prowess rivaling that of his father Odin, now comprehended the importance of humility as instilled by his father. He realized that he was still vastly inferior to the apex of strength. Loki, too, shared a similar sentiment, feeling the weight of despair. Proudly branding himself as the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, he now yearned to shed that title. Witnessing the vast expanse of an opponent's magical attack, capable of spanning over 10,000 meters, he felt the sting of inadequacy. Even his illusions could scarcely reach such distances. What right did he have to claim the title of the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms? This strike had stunned all of Asgard. Yet Susanoo remained unyielded by pride. This attack was far from sufficient to vanquish Odin. As anticipated in the next moment, the flames of the great dragon fire began to rapidly twist and contract. In an instant, the boundless fire in the air was drawn into 9 peculiar runes surrounding Odin. Susanoo's pupils constricted. Were those the runes of Asgard? A magical script imbued with extraordinary power. Odin's lips curled into a smirk as his sharp gaze fell upon Susanoo. "You initiated this with your magical means, young one. Don't blame me for what follows." With that, the 9 runes ignited with the brilliance of the fire dragons. And in the blink of an eye, 9 fire dragons, identical to those unleashed earlier, surged forth from the runes, hurtling towards Susanoo. What in the world? Using my own skills against me? Traditionally, he had been the one to reflect others' attacks. This was the first time he encountered his own assault being returned in kind. The incident with the rice phone was insignificant, yet Susanoo remained unfazed. With his right hand wielding a long sword, he deftly slashed at the 4 fire dragons charging towards him. The instant the ethereal blade made contact with the fire dragons, they were distorted and absorbed into the sword body. Shinra Susanoo blade. The divine might is affixed to the Susanoo blade, capable of drawing in either the enemy or their attacks into the realm of divine power. As for the remaining 5 fire dragons surging from above, behind, and on either side, Suanoo remained calm. He lifted his left hand of the Susanoo and forcefully drew it downwards, summoning a multitude of robust lightning bolts from the sky that instantly scattered the 5 fire dragons. This was a grand maneuver Suanoo had prepared while unleashing the Grand Dragon Fire technique, utilizing the intense heat generated by the explosion of Grand Dragon Fire to rapidly elevate the air temperature, thus creating upward drafts to form thunderclouds. He could then manipulate the condensed thunderclouds above to induce lightning strikes, along with the lightning-released Qilin. The Qilin that emerged from the sky was incomparably larger than before, dwarfing New Mexico by countless magnitudes. Its single head alone exceeded 10,000 meters, and from the perspective of Thor and the others, it was as if the sky had been entirely filled by this colossal, thunderous beast. Loki, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt an urge to laugh and teased his brother. Thor, I believe not only is my position as the foremost mage of the 9 realms in jeopardy, but your title as the god of thunder should also be reassigned. Compared to this thunderous release, your abilities seem merely like small sparks. Thor glared at Loki with a dark expression, casting him a resentful glance. I despise you, Loki. Not only Thor and Loki, but even Odin's eyes twitched at the sight of the immensely large thunder Qilin in the sky. It was not merely due to its overwhelming power, but rather concern over the destruction it could unleash upon its descent. Just moments ago, 3 fire dragons had obliterated the celestial palace's square and gates. If this creature were to fall, the palace would surely require extensive renovations. While Odin could endure much, Frigga could not be so forgiving. He raised his hands upwards, and 9 rune symbols spun together to form a colossal canopy stretching over 10,000 meters, pressing down against the thunder Qilin poised to unleash its power from the thunderclouds. At that moment, the Qilin also completed its charge, roaring with thunder as it descended with tremendous force. Chapter 83. Constellation of the 9 Stars. The battle concludes. The thunder Qilin and the canopy held their ground for several seconds, but ultimately, the Qilin could not withstand the pressure and was pushed upwards into the high skies. Moments later, the thunder Qilin erupted in the heavens, illuminating the entire sky with dazzling lightning. Countless clouds were dispersed by the surging electricity. In the next instant, a torrential downpour cascaded from the sky, enveloping all of Asgard. Odin, with a furrowed brow, was about to complain to Suanoo about being mindful of the surrounding structures during his attacks, as the buildings of Asgard were quite costly. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw this rascal was already forming seals again. No, ye young scoundrel, is it not enough that you take advantage of an old man like me? To think you would prepare your next assault while I was dealing with the previous one. Yet, it was too late for Odin to intervene. In the mere seconds that he attempted to halt the Kirin, the Susanoo enveloping Suanoo had already completed its incantation. As Susanoo clasped its hands, Suanoo proclaimed the name of the technique for the first time. Heavenly Barrier, Shattering Star, 9 Celestial Fire Conjunction. A thunderous roar echoed throughout Asgard, the sound akin to being trapped within an immense wind chamber. In the next moment, the tempestuous clouds above were dispersed by an overwhelming force of wind, as a colossal meteorite, thousands of meters in size and ignited by friction, plummeted from the heavens. Suanoo's chakra surged wildly within him, and a grin involuntarily spread across his face. This was no mere playful summoning of small meteorites, as he had done on Earth. This was a gargantuan meteorite summoned directly from the outer space of Asgard, several times larger than any on Earth. Each meteorite that struck the ground would deliver a cataclysmic blow, and there were 9 of these celestial bodies. United, they formed an awe-inspiring spectacle of destruction. The denizens of Asgard gazed upward in a daze, their minds racing with a ludicrous thought. Had the twilight of the gods arrived? Even Odin's expression grew grave. His spear Gungnir beginning to radiate an intense golden light. Witnessing Odin's reaction, Suanoo's smile broadened, as his right eye transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, whirling with fervor. Amaterasu. As Suanoo's gaze fixated on the meteorites soaring thousands of meters above, the fiery orange glow of friction ignited into blazing black flames. The first meteorite, influenced by the currents of air, ignited the next, and one by one, all 9 meteorites blazed with black fire. It was as though 9 suns had emerged in the sky, causing the temperature to soar alarmingly. Had the Asgardians not possessed such formidable constitutions, many would have been scorched beyond recognition. Even as they struggled to withstand the heat, numerous Asgardians succumbed, collapsing to the ground as their bodily moisture evaporated rapidly, as if they were surrendering to the 9 black suns above. Odin, witnessing this, realized the dire situation. His people were already on their knees before the meteorites had even descended. What would become of him once they fell? With his right hand wielding the spear aglow with boundless golden light, he pointed it towards the approaching meteorites, inhaled deeply, and hurled it skyward with fervor. Whoosh! The spear transcended the speed of light, vanishing into a flash of gold. The 9 black-flamed meteorites remained intact, yet curiously suspended in midair. Crack! The meteorites stood still for several seconds before a sharp sound of shattering resonated. It was as if a chain reaction had been triggered, following that singular crack. A chorus of crisp breaks echoed as the 9 super-celestial bodies exploded into a cascade of blackened fragments raining down. Though the meteorites had shattered, their destructive force was diminished, yet their range of devastation expanded exponentially. Odin, the one-eyed god, cast a fierce glare at his companion, left assistant, with his hands empty. A flurry of runes swiftly erupted, filling the sky with hundreds of enormous rune symbols that effectively shielded against the barrage of dark flames and debris. A catastrophic assault capable of obliterating all of Asgard was effortlessly neutralized by Odin's prowess. Yet, it did not appear to be entirely effortless. After unleashing the runes, Odin's towering figure diminished rapidly, ultimately returning to his usual form. Observing this, Left Assistant furrowed his brow and dispelled the various enhancements on his Susanoo, reverting to his normal state. Noting Odin clutching his chest, seemingly out of breath, Left Assistant harbored serious doubts about the old god's authenticity. While he could not discern the precise condition of Odin's body, he could faintly sense an almost inexhaustible reservoir of divine power within him, far more formidable than his own infinite chakra in his impure form. After all, the infinite chakra of his impure body had its limits, whereas Odin's divine power was boundlessly greater. Suppressing the turmoil within, Odin seemed aware of Left Assistant's thoughts. Without regard for the majesty of the All-Father, he seated himself upon the desolate ground and beckoned Left Assistant to join him. In a flash, Left Assistant traversed the vast distance and stood beside Odin, refraining from sitting down. Odin, unfazed, cast a grateful glance at Left Assistant and remarked, "You remind me of my younger self. Powerful, composed, decisive, and unafraid of anything." Left Assistant shot a sideways glance at the seated Odin and replied coolly, "Are you praising yourself in a roundabout way, Your Majesty?" The old fellow, while seemingly complimenting himself, was indeed doing just that. Acknowledged, Odin coughed awkwardly and retorted, "You young rascal, do you not know not to interrupt your elders when they speak?" Crossing his arms, Left Assistant looked down at Odin. "Only those with strength earn the title of elder. But for now, you certainly qualify, so please continue." At this, Odin felt somewhat relieved. This young man was indeed formidable, both in strength and in wit, a rather troublesome character. Odin ceased his self-praise and began to clarify the reason behind his sudden cessation of action. "You are curious as to why, despite my ample divine power, I abruptly halted and appeared weakened. Am I correct?" Left Assistant nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying Odin's statement. Sighing, Odin continued, "This is because my divine power has long surpassed its peak, yet my body has already exceeded its prime." Left Assistant raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. He vaguely recalled that the deities of Asgard seemed to grow stronger with age. Indeed, Odin's next words confirmed his suspicion. The gods of Asgard typically experienced a rise in divine power with the passage of years. The older they became, the mightier their divine strength, a phenomenon particularly pronounced in the most formidable deities. Most of Asgard's powerful gods did not fall in battle. Rather, they succumbed to the overwhelming surge of their own burgeoning divine power. The divine power of the gods knows no bounds, yet their physical forms are constrained by limitations. This is both a blessing and a curse. Left with a sense of curiosity, Susanoo inquired. Why not simply release the surplus divine energy within you? Just as you shattered my 9 stars convergence with a single strike, surely that expended a considerable amount of divine power? If you were to hurl 100 or so strikes daily, wouldn't that effectively deplete the excess energy within you? Odin, momentarily at a loss for words, regarded Susanoo with a gaze akin to that reserved for a fool. Chapter 83. The solitude beneath the prosperity of Asgard clearing his throat. Odin prepared to elucidate the matter to Susanoo with greater specificity. The quantity of divine power is not as simple as you might think. Not only do I risk provoking a violent upheaval of divine energy within me whenever I utilize it extensively, but even if the energy remains stable, simply following your suggestion to purge the surplus temporarily addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. Consider this. If I were to continuously release large amounts of divine power, it would create a void in my already saturated body. This would allow new divine energy to seep in, further burdening a vessel that is already straining under the weight of its power. Over time, rather than diminishing, the divine energy within me would only proliferate. What I could once suppress for a decade might very well overwhelm me in less than a year. Do you understand, young one? Oh, Susanoo replied nonchalantly. Ultimately, it seems your body is simply too frail to keep pace with the burgeoning divine power. Odin retorted, young man, do you realize how hurtful your words can be? With a glint of mischief in his eye, Odin donned a cunning smile. Very well, if you're truly reluctant to forge a bond with Hela, I propose a compromise. Should you accept my proposal, I shall still grant you all that I previously promised. Initially, Susanoo intended to simply accept the free access to the destroyer's armor and move on, but upon hearing Odin's words, he perked up. Now you've piqued my interest. What is this proposal, your majesty? Seeing Susanoo's newfound eagerness, Odin felt a swell of satisfaction. This young man, who often appeared aloof and detached, was clearly intrigued by the treasures he had once claimed to disregard. Surveying the desolate surroundings, Odin invited Susanoo. This is hardly the ideal setting for our discussion. Your prowess has earned you the respect of all in Asgard. Let us convene at the banquet in the Hall of the Gods. I believe the citizens of Asgard will be most eager to witness the visage of such a formidable champion. Susanoo nodded in agreement, recognizing that it was a matter of courtesy to honor Odin's request. He followed Odin's lead into the resplendent depths of the Hall of the Gods. As they traversed the opulent corridors adorned with grandeur beyond comparison to any earthly architecture, they arrived at the banquet hall, where Queen Frigga had already arranged the necessary provisions and exquisite wines for the feast. The banquet of Asgard differs remarkably from the social gatherings of Earth. Instead of delicately crafted pastries or meager portions of meat, the tables are laden with sumptuous cuts of meat, and the goblets are not dainty chalices, but rather massive wooden barrels brimming with drink. Moreover, apart from the ladies, the men are predominantly clad in armor. From the moment Odin and his companions stepped into the banquet hall, all eyes turned towards them. In the next instant, the assembly erupted into the most fervent cheers for the duo. Even though the companion was Odin's rival, the enthusiasm of the crowd was undiminished. This was the unique fervor of Asgard, a celebration of strength. The companion smiled warmly. Truth be told, he found the atmosphere quite appealing. There was no pretense, merely genuine applause. Odin discreetly noted the smile on his companion's face, feeling quite pleased. He grasped his companion's wrist and led him towards the highest seat in the hall. Under the astonished gaze of the attendees, Odin boldly seated them both in the most esteemed chairs. A gasp rippled through the hall, for those seats were reserved solely for the most noble beings of Asgard. Now, only two could claim the privilege to sit there, the Allfather Odin and the goddess Frigga. Even the princes, Thor and Loki, did not possess such standing. Odin had brought a newcomer to sit among them, suggesting that this individual held a status even higher than that of Prince Thor and Prince Loki in Odin's eyes. This revelation left the assembly in disbelief, yet no one dared to challenge it. As Odin had proclaimed, the companion had earned the respect of the Asgardians through his prowess. Thus, although they found it astonishing, none doubted his worthiness. Even Thor and Loki, positioned below, were begrudgingly impressed. After all, he was a formidable being capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the All-Father. His place at the table seemed entirely justifiable. Once Odin and his companion were seated, a serving girl poured generous cups of Asgardian mead for them. Odin raised his cup to his companion, clinking them together before downing his drink in one swift motion. The companion gazed at the enormous barrel, inhaling the rich aroma of the liquor, and followed suit. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged from his stomach to the crown of his head, invigorating his senses. Having never encountered such potent spirits before, he exhaled deeply and remarked, "The wine is splendid." With the continuous integration of his powers, his physique had been enhanced, rendering earthly beverages devoid of any stimulating effect. Yet, the mead of Asgard proved itself worthy, igniting a fiery sensation that he could still appreciate. Truly, it was a wine that could intoxicate even the venerable Stan Lee. Odin, observing his companion's satisfaction, chuckled, "What do you think? My realm of Asgard is not without its charms. The people, much like this fine wine, are filled with warmth and sincerity, united in spirit without any treachery. Compared to your Midgard, a planet fragmented into over 100 nations, where the flames of war never cease, one cannot help but ponder the words of Odin, laden with profundity." Susanoo, utilizing a fork, skewered an unidentifiable morsel of meat before him and savored it thoughtfully, eventually responding in a leisurely manner. "Asgard is indeed well protected by you. In stark contrast to the incessant internal strife of Earth, it embodies far greater peace and unity. However, it is precisely your excessive guardianship that has stunted Asgard's progress, even suggesting a subtle regression. Although Asgard appears to flourish, it is, in truth, inexorably moving towards decline. Am I correct, Your Majesty the All-Father?" Upon arriving at the banquet, Susanoo sensed the presence of all the Asgardian warriors and deities in attendance. He discovered that, apart from Odin, none of the so-called gods of Asgard possessed any noteworthy prowess. Thor, devoid of his hammer, merely ranked as a Tier 1 existence beneath Odin. This disparity in strength was alarmingly pronounced. Odin himself boasted the power to explode a star, yet Thor, in his current state, lacked even the capability to devastate a planetary surface. At best, he could manage city-level destruction, even with the addition of Mjolnir. He would only reach the level of annihilating a nation. As for those lesser warriors of the realm, their divine might was on par with the chakra bestowed upon them by Thor. Their strength barely approached the level of street-level devastation. It was not that Susanoo underestimated them. Devoid of Odin's presence, a mere wooden avatar of his could decimate them all, hastening the arrival of Ragnarok. Chapter 84. The Prince of Asgard, strengthening might after Susanoo's words struck a chord within Odin. The aged visage of the All-Father reflected a profound weariness. In a tone tinged with sorrow, he confided in Susanoo, "You speak the truth. The current Asgard is merely a facade of prosperity, already in decline beneath the surface. Yet, there is little I can do. It is not my intention to shelter Asgard excessively, but the ancient gods have long since departed to Valhalla, and the new generation has yet to mature. None are capable of bearing the weight of responsibility. I can only temporarily shield them under my wings. Even an old man like me has his tribulations." Susanoo, appearing unfazed, replied, "These matters are of no concern to me. The fate of Asgard is your own affair. Now, let us discuss your terms." His interest lay solely in the benefits Odin promised him, not in the reasons behind Asgard's decline. Odin cast a glance at the unsympathetic youth beside him, abandoning any attempts to elicit sympathy through emotional appeals, and turned to his ultimate objective. "The conditions are simple. I previously mentioned that you would forge a bond with Hela, thereby becoming the most esteemed prince of Asgard. While I no longer require you to unite with Hela, I still bestow upon you the title of Prince of Asgard, second only to the king, a position above all others, with the authority to command all of Asgard's armies, without the obligation to heed the king's commands. What say you?" Susanoo's reaction was rather subdued, devoid of any elation. The title of Prince of Asgard certainly sounded appealing. Yet what was the cost? The All-Father Odin slowly raised a finger and spoke. "I have but one request. Not a demand, but a request. In my absence, should Asgard find itself in peril, I hope you will extend your hand to aid it through its tribulations." Susanoo was not surprised by Odin's words, but posed a question. "If the harbinger of that peril is your daughter, Hela?" Odin fell silent for a moment. His gaze lowered as he replied gravely, "If her return can ensure Asgard's continued glory, that would be ideal. However, if her reappearance would bring about catastrophic destruction, then I implore you to put an end to her." Upon hearing this, Susanoo did not rush to respond. Instead, he leisurely forked a piece of meat before him, contemplating the gains and losses. The rewards of agreement included the armored destruction, the title of Prince, ownership of the Reality Stone and Space Stone, as well as the location map of the Soul and Power Stones. The cost of agreement, however, might involve confronting the creators of 3 significant calamities for Asgard: the death goddess Hela, the fire giant Surtur from Ragnarok, and the mad titan Thanos associated with the Infinity Saga. In essence, the stakes were not vastly different, with the substantive risks revolving around these 3 figures. Yet, both Hela and Thanos posed imminent threats to Earth, regardless of whether he accepted Odin's request. Thanos was an undeniable menace, given the presence of several Infinity Stones on Earth, making a confrontation unavoidable. Susanoo would never relinquish the Infinity Stones, thus Thanos must perish. Hela herself was immensely powerful. Should she regain dominion over Asgard, she would not govern as Odin did, allowing the 9 realms to thrive independently, but rather unify their forces to conquer the realms and subsequently the universe. While he could remain indifferent to the other realms, Earth was his territory, and he could not allow Hela to run rampant. Therefore, a conflict with Hela was inevitable. As for Surtur, he was of little concern, a fool easily outwitted by the likes of Thor, whom he could simply dispatch with the eternal flame and shatter his crown. In summary, the benefits of this transaction outweighed the drawbacks. Susanoo set down his fork and extended his hand to Odin. "It is agreed, my Lord Allfather." A long-forgotten, genuine smile graced Odin's face as he clasped Susanoo's hand. 1 month later, within the splendid palace emblazoned with the emblem of the god of war, Susanoo radiated a crimson luminescence, seated quietly upon the throne. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply, opening his eyes, with the sanguine glow receding. The divine power had finally merged with his chakra. A month prior, following Susanoo's accord with Odin, the All-Father had eagerly announced Susanoo's princely status at a grand feast. The entrance of a formidable ally, seemingly equal to himself, into Asgard was news deserving of the entire Asgardian populace. Thus, Odin decreed a grand celebration across all of Asgard for a duration of 7 days, signing the festivities in the name of the newly appointed prince, thereby announcing his existence to all. Once the revelry concluded, Odin escorted the prince to the innermost sanctum of the celestial treasury to fulfill their agreement. However, what was first presented to the prince was not the Reality Stone or the means to wield the destroyer, but rather another surprise that accompanied his princely status. As the luminous portal of the treasury opened, the guardian armor of the destroyer, which should have been present, was conspicuously absent. Instead, a myriad of orbs of various sizes and hues floated in that pristine expanse. Odin elucidated that these were the divine essences left behind by the gods of Asgard after their demise. As the new prince, he was granted the liberty to select one of the primary divine essences for fusion. This bestowment of divine essence was not merely a mark of Odin's favor towards the prince's title, but also a means to cultivate genuine recognition from the populace of Asgard towards their new monarch. An unfamiliar yet formidable entity will never inspire as much reassurance as one who possesses their own divine essence. Naturally, the prince did not reject this fortuitous gift. However, the number of preserved primary divine essences was quite limited, with only 3 remaining: the essence of light, the essence of darkness, and the essence of war. The first 2 could absorb the powers of light and darkness respectively, enabling the wielder to unleash corresponding magical attacks, akin to Thor's thunderous might. Indeed, it is magic. Thor is, in fact, a genuine sorcerer, albeit one who has been reduced to a melee combatant due to his clumsy demeanor. Yet, this is the Marvel Universe, where even the mightiest sorcerer supreme, like Ancient One, relishes close combat. Nonetheless, the prince already possessed a plethora of magical offensive capabilities, rendering the essences of light and darkness less appealing. It was the essence of war that truly resonated with him. Unlike the former 2, which were adorned with elaborate spells, this essence endowed a singular ability, a comprehensive enhancement of oneself. This power, while formidable, could also be deemed ordinary. Should an average individual attempt to fuse with the essence of war, they would likely be overwhelmed by its might. Even if luck favored a commoner in successfully merging with it, the best they could hope for would be a physical augmentation, perhaps becoming a muscular behemoth akin to the Hulk, or, at worst, possessing the frail constitution of Captain America. However, for one already endowed with extraordinary strength, like the prince, the outcome would be vastly different. With his already formidable physical prowess exponentially amplified, he would surpass even the Hulk in raw physical strength, provided the latter did not escalate to comic book levels of fury. Physically, he had become a diminutive superhuman. Yet, this was merely a secondary benefit, as the most significant enhancement lay in the fortification of the chakra within him. Originally, the chakra energy levels in Naruto were comparatively inferior to the divine powers found within the Marvel Universe. The reasons Susanoo could easily overpower deities such as Thor and even engage in combat with Odin lies in the sheer magnitude of his chakra. It is immensely abundant. The chakra within him is several hundred times greater than that of Thor. After all, once a certain quantity is achieved, a qualitative transformation ensues. However, following the enhancement from the god of war divine rank, Susanoo's chakra has entirely metamorphosed into an energy level equivalent to divine power, even possessing unique characteristics absent in conventional divinity. He refers to this as divine chakra. This transformation has exponentially amplified the potency of his ninjutsu and Susanoo. Previously, the full form of his Susanoo could unleash a great fire dragon technique with a range of 1,000 meters. Now, a single great fire dragon's damage radius exceeds 1,000 meters. In the past, 3 overlapping Susanoo forms barely reached a height of 1,000 meters. Now, any complete Susanoo can achieve that height. Moreover, its defensive capabilities have ascended to an entirely new echelon, previously attainable only through the magical enhancements of Camartage, now effortlessly achieved by activating Susanoo. In Chapter 85, titled New Card, Direction of Divine Tree Cultivation, even the formidable Tsunade of the ninja world would find it impossible to breach Susanoo's defenses, even if he were to activate only the initial phase of his Susanoo skeleton. Although the total amount of chakra within him remains unchanged, its quality has risen several levels. He had previously contemplated whether to use the Ten Tails as a Jinchuriki to acquire the powers of the Sage of Six Paths, or to evolve the Ten Tails directly into its ultimate divine tree form to produce chakra fruit and elevate his own life form. Now, he has made his choice. Given his current strength, he has likely surpassed the abilities of Madara Uchiha in his Sage of Six Paths form. Consequently, the urgency to acquire the powers of the Sage of Six Paths has diminished. The evolution of his own life form takes precedence. This fusion of divine power and chakra has consumed nearly a month. It is now time to relax and assess the gains, as well as to draw cards. System. Review all the unclaimed rewards from this period. Received, querying. Encountered world-class character. Thor Odinson God of Thunder. Rewards dispensed. 20 fragment levels. Mysterious item 2 Tails Traveler. Encountered world-class character. Odin King of the Gods. Rewards dispensed. 20 fragment levels. Mysterious item 8 Tails Ox Demon. Encountered world-class characters. Frigga Goddess. Loki Odinson God of Mischief. Laufey King of Frost Giants. Rewards dispensing. 30 fragment levels. Encountered world-class character. Heimdall Guardian of the Rainbow Bridge. Rewards dispensing. 20 fragment levels. Encountered world-class characters. Sif, Fandral, Volstagg. Hogan. Rewards dispensing. 40 fragment levels. Indeed, this time, the rewards have been categorized into 4 distinct tiers. Each individual received 20 shards, with the formidable beings, Thor and Odin, claiming their share. The ordinary figures, Loki, along with his biological father and non-biological mother, were granted 10 shards each. Additionally, Heimdall, a superlative character, acquired 20 shards. The harvest proved quite fruitful, particularly with the acquisition of 2-tail beasts. The arrival of the 8 tails directly facilitated the evolution of the 10 tails within the Kamui space to its 3rd stage, transforming from a lean form into a more muscular embodiment. However, the 8 tails, newly arrived, nearly succumbed to the overwhelming absorption by the 10 tails, almost becoming a mere shadow of its former self. It seems a substantial recovery period lies ahead. Nevertheless, this is of little concern, for the 8 tails is rather unappealing and it seldom features in his summons. The 2 tails, a charming blue feline, remains the preferred choice. In any case, the 10 tails is now merely a step away from achieving its final form as the divine tree. Albeit this step is the most arduous. It requires the roots of the divine tree to extend across an entire life-bearing planet, siphoning the chakra of all its inhabitants to bear the ultimate chakra fruit. While the Marvel Universe lacks chakra, this is inconsequential. Chakra is fundamentally a fusion of mental and physical energy. Though ordinary beings in this universe do not possess chakra, they undoubtedly harbor these elemental energies. Even if the quantity does not rival that of the Naruto world, the sheer number of Earth's billions of inhabitants suffices to yield the divine tree's fruit. Yet, this notion is appalling. Even if he does not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he cannot stoop to such depths. To cultivate a divine tree fruit by condemning billions to a hellish fate feels like a betrayal of the goodness he has accrued in service of Earth. This noble spirit resolutely rejects such nefarious methods, unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he urgently seeks a planet abundant in both mental and physical energy, one that would not weigh heavily on his conscience. Lo and behold, a thought emerges. He recalls a planet that not only possesses these energies, but also hosts few living creatures. This planet is known as Ego, the domain of Star-Lord's father, a godlike being known for sowing offspring across the cosmos. A planet infused with both life and psychic energy is the ideal nurturing ground for the Ten Tails. As he contemplated this, a cruel smile graced his lips. Ego, danger. However, the first step is to locate it. This living planet does not occupy a fixed position. It roams the universe, eluding discovery, even more elusive than the power and soul stones. Yet, this challenge is not insurmountable. If he cannot find Ego, surely he can track down Star-Lord. The old man, who has an insatiable appetite for children, cannot resist the allure of each young soul, and naturally, he would not overlook Star-Lord. Thus, finding Star-Lord is akin to discovering the perfect bait for fishing. It appears that Susanoo will soon embark on an interstellar journey. However, before that, he should first examine what treasures the system can bestow upon him. System, please check the total points and ninja fragments. Query in progress. Please wait. Total points and fragments. Gold points 43, 800. Level fragments 150. Level fragments 40. Level fragments 40. Level fragments 5. This journey to Asgard has proven to be extraordinarily fruitful. In addition to the benefits bestowed by Odin, he has directly acquired a complete level card. This marks Susanoo's first occasion of amassing a complete level card within a single quest. One can only hope that such fortuitous events will occur more frequently in the future. This time, the affluent Susanoo is too complacent to beseech the various deities for blessings, and he promptly declares, System, synthesize a card for me, and another one as well. Received. Synthesizing, congratulations, host has obtained level card. Pain Deva Path, congratulations, host has obtained level card. Kabuto Yakushi Half-Snake Cloak. Oh, these two cards pique Susanoo's interest. For the first time, he feels that these cards hold a greater allure for him. He first inspects the new abilities granted by the Half-Snake Cloak. Of the 3 skills associated with the Half-Snake Cloak, 2 serpent-based attack skills hold little practical value for Susanoo, but the final ultimate technique, Edo Tensei, is incredibly enticing. This ability is truly invaluable. Kabuto Yakushi, renowned as the Master of Dreams, gained this title for fulfilling the wishes of countless individuals yearning to reunite with their loved ones. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, a significant portion of the Allied forces higher-ups were able to reunite with their long-lost kin through Kabuto's Edo Tensei. Is this not the essence of a Master of Dreams? Now, with the mastery of Edo Tensei in Susanoo's grasp, he could very well become a Marvel version of the Master of Dreams, thereby indirectly wielding influence over certain individuals. For instance, there was the previous Caecilius, as well as the bereaved Tony Stark. However, there lies a minor complication. In the world of Naruto, the Edo Tensei technique can summon souls as long as they are not sealed and exist in the Pure Land. Yet, this is the Marvel Universe. The souls of the deceased on Earth, barring a few exceptional cases, either reside in the hands of Mephisto or lie in the realm of death. Mephisto is somewhat manageable. Although he is the Lord of Hell, the protective sanctum of Earth prevents his true form from descending. As long as he does not manifest in his true form, Mephisto poses no genuine threat to Susanoo. In fact, even if he were to descend in his true form outside of Hell, Susanoo believes he is not entirely incapable of contending with him. What truly concerns him is the possibility that the souls he wishes to summon may lie in the possession of another formidable being. Chapter 86. The new form of the Destroyer Armor. The reality gem, one of the 5 primordial deities, Death, harbors an intense obsession with the souls of the deceased. He has a penchant for snatching souls from the clutches of death, and should he be discovered, the protective formations of Earth would be utterly futile. At that moment, he would truly confront death itself. Thus, in the Marvel Universe, he employs the technique of impure world reincarnation. But he must first ascertain the whereabouts of the other's soul and determine whether he is capable of handling the consequences. Alas, this is a considerable inconvenience. Susanoo let out a sigh, feeling utterly powerless. He remains far removed from the realm of death. After a moment of despondency, he recalled the need to examine another card, the abilities bestowed upon him by pain. First, the enhancement of chakra is a foregone conclusion. Once integrated into his being, it will gradually transform into divine chakra, akin to all others. Regarding skills, the abilities granted by Devapath Pain are rather straightforward. In essence, they encompass the 4 techniques of the Rinnegan. Apart from the Shinra Tensei, he has already acquired from the impure world reincarnation of Abido, as well as the black rods obtained from the Shinobi War. Devapath has bestowed upon him 2 new, unadorned, yet formidable abilities. Universal Pull, centering around oneself. It creates a powerful gravitational force to draw in opponents. Everything is susceptible to being attracted. Planetary Devastation. This technique condenses chakra into a dense black sphere, controlling it to levitate in the air, attracting all surrounding objects until the target is ensnared within. One is a control technique, and the other is a sealing technique, both of which are currently scarce for Susanoo, particularly the sealing technique. It seems he has yet to acquire a sealing skill from the Naruto universe, aside from some sealing secrets obtained from Kamartage. Moreover, Planetary Devastation, being capable of sealing Kagaya, is undoubtedly among the most powerful sealing techniques in the Naruto series. Magic pales in comparison to the might of Planetary Devastation. Crack! Susanoo rose from his throne, stretching his body that had remained inactive for nearly a month. To facilitate the transformation of divine power and chakra, he had sat upon this throne for almost a month. Even if his body can endure, the monotony can weigh heavily on the mind. Nonetheless, such tediousness is only required for the initial fusion. Once the first trial is endured, subsequent endeavors will flow more smoothly. The integration of divine power and chakra will follow suit. The chakra granted by future ninja cards will gradually assimilate into divine chakra within his body. Oh, there's one more thing. Upon merging with the essence of the god of war, the amount of chakra within him will increase, much like Odin's soul, as he ages. However, this is of little consequence. The natural growth of divine power is exceedingly slow. To reach the level of Odin through the mere passage of time would take several millennia. By that time, he would likely have consumed an unimaginable number of divine tree fruits. His life form would have likely evolved to an inconceivable degree, rendering that increment of divine power trivial. Susanoo descended from the lofty throne, and the grand doors of the hall opened automatically. Outside, a long corridor awaited, where 2 rows of guards promptly bowed in deference. Your Highness. Susanoo merely nodded in acknowledgement and continued his stride. Along the way, numerous patrolling guards and passing maidens from the god of war's palace greeted him, overwhelming him with salutations. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that he finally exited his own palace, turning back to glance at the expansive god of war's palace, which spanned 10 miles. He shook his head slightly. Odin, that old man, really knows how to make things grand. I seldom reside in Asgard. Why such a vast dwelling? And what with all these guards and maidens? Does he truly perceive me as such a materialistic individual? Yet on the flip side, the maidens of Asgard were indeed strikingly beautiful, radiant, and enchanting. Perhaps it wouldn't be amiss to return here more often during my idle days. Odin, the plan is in motion, not only at the god of war's palace, but throughout his journey. He was met with continuous greetings from the celestial palace. Only upon reaching Odin's palace did the salutations cease. Without waiting for the guards to announce his presence, Susanoo strode directly into Odin's abode. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance exchanged glances and, in unison, lowered their heads. We saw nothing. Before the grand golden throne, Odin stood with Gungnir in one hand, his other hand resting on his forehead, attempting to appear profound. Frigg sat gracefully to Odin's left, her head slightly bowed, offering Susanoo a gentle smile and a greeting. Your Highness. Susanoo nodded in response to Frigg, disregarding Odin's pretentious demeanor as he unceremoniously took a seat to Odin's right. You've arrived? I have. You ought to. Enough of that, old man. Where's my destroyer armor? Odin's attempt at humor faltered as he shot Susanoo an exasperated glare. With the emergence of this formidable prince, Odin's once heavy heart had lightened considerably. He had wished to share a jest, yet this youth displayed no appreciation for such levity. With a huff, Odin gestured dismissively, and a silver-gray ring floated towards Susanoo. I have altered the permissions of the Odin Force. It can now be accessed through the infusion of the god of war's power. Furthermore, Frigg has kindly aided you in reshaping its appearance with spatial magic. So now the destroyer armor defaults to a ring form, and its attire can be controlled by your own thoughts. As he spoke, Odin cast a sidelong glance at Susanoo, his tone tinged with sarcasm. The youth of today seemed to favor all sorts of fanciful embellishments. Whatever was wrong with the destroyer's rugged charm? And Frigg, how could you spend half a month reshaping its form? I haven't received such attention in ages. Frigg offered a resigned glance at Odin, who had grown increasingly childlike since Susanoo's arrival, and softly reassured him, do not heed the king's whims. This matter is trivial. Susanoo casually slipped the ring floating before him onto his left middle finger, offering a smile to Freya. Since the goddess has said so, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. Rest assured, in return, I shall take good care of my two nephews. At least, they shall live on in my future. Indeed, the nephews he referred to were Thor and Loki. As a prince, Susanoo's status ranked just below Odin, thereby placing him a generation above Thor and Loki. Now, the two must address him as uncle, a youthful uncle in his 20s, alongside his two nephews who had each lived for over a millennium. The thought was amusing. Upon hearing Susanoo's words, both Odin and Freya simultaneously displayed relieved smiles. The fact that the sons of this universe could survive was already the best outcome. Do not rejoice too soon, old man. I still seek my reality stone. Susanoo understood the elderly couple's delight, yet his desire was to acquire his second infinity stone. Due to its unique properties, the time stone was not suitable for casual use. Negligence could easily result in temporal backlash. Aside from the period when he learned to wield the Eye of Agamotto, the time stone had merely served as an ornament for him. It was a card he intended to play at a critical moment. The reality stone, however, was different. It could be used recklessly without dire consequences. At worst, merely altering a few things here and there. Chapter 87. The Ether Particles and the Acquisition of the Reality Stone in High Spirits. Odin paid no heed to Susanoo's repeated references to him as old man. With Gungnir planted firmly in the ground, a crimson portal slowly opened before the three of them. Odin did not escort Susanoo through this portal. Instead, he infused it with golden divine energy. The massive stone seal within was split apart by Odin's power, revealing a swirling mass of dark red particles before their eyes. Ether particles. As the ether particles broke free from their confinement, they immediately attempted to flee. But before they could act, they were ensnared by golden divine energy, preventing their escape. As the ether particles were drawn out by Odin's power, Susanoo found himself unable to look away. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand towards the particles enveloped in golden energy. Odin's divine power did not obstruct Susanoo's palm, allowing him to easily grasp the flowing ether particles. The ether particles attempted to slip into Susanoo's palm, but an invisible force restrained them firmly to about an inch within his grasp, preventing any further advance. Universal attraction. With a powerful adhesive force, Susanoo bound the ether particles within a fixed space. The stones were meant to remain still. Any erratic movement would be ill-advised. Susanoo narrowed his eyes as red divine energy flowed from his palm into the ether particles. Suddenly, the multitude of flowing red particles began to coalesce, ultimately forming a magnificent red gem amidst a burst of crimson light. The true form of the ether particle, the reality gem, emerged as Susanoo successfully transformed the ether particle into the reality gem. He released the control of the myriad celestial forces emanating from his palm, gripping the essence of the reality gem with his bare hand. The crimson light of the reality gem streamed through the gaps between his fingers, while an unfamiliar yet potent force began to surge uncontrollably within him. Before arriving in the divine realm, Susanoo might have felt discomfort from such rampant energy coursing through his body. However, having undergone divine ascension, he found that the mere radiation of energy from a single reality gem could no longer inflict harm upon him. He regarded the turmoil within his body with disdain, choosing not to suppress the chaotic energy with his chakra or divine power, allowing it to roam freely. Yet, Susanoo was not fond of unruly children. He concentrated, conjuring a miniature black sphere and exerted tremendous pressure from all directions upon the reality gem in his palm. In a cold voice, he admonished, "Be quiet, or I shall seal you forever within a cold stone." The infinity gem possessed a trace of consciousness, harboring infinite energy, but without a host. Its power would be significantly diminished. Susanoo's threat of eternal confinement within the celestial explosion was no idle threat. If left unrescued from the outside, it would indeed be sealed forever. The reality gem, sensing the seriousness in Susanoo's words, ceased its unruliness, its crimson glow retracting to settle quietly within him. "Good child." Susanoo felt a yielding response from the reality gem in his grasp, and, with a thought, tested its ability to alter reality. In the next moment, the red light swirled around the gem, transforming its appearance into a dark red ring that adorned his right middle finger. Now, Susanoo found himself wearing two distinct rings, one on each middle finger, each a different hue, a novelty that somewhat unsettled him, as he was not accustomed to adornments. However, Frigga gently remarked, "My prince, with these two special rings, your already handsome visage gains an additional allure." Though Susanoo did not perceive any enhancement in his charm, he chose not to alter the rings further, considering even the goddess's approval. Seeing Susanoo successfully command the reality gem, Odin felt no surprise. A single infinity gem was easily manageable for a being of Susanoo's caliber. Nonetheless, he cautioned, using one or two infinity gems together poses no issue. But once you exceed 3, it is wise to refrain from simultaneous use. To wield all 6, a container is essential. Otherwise, your body cannot withstand the immense burden. Even if you have previously employed the secrets of immortality, utilizing all 6 infinity gems without a vessel would not only strain your body, but also your very soul. After the reminder, Odin chuckled once more. "However, there is no need for you to worry excessively. As I previously mentioned, I shall forge a unique artifact specifically for you. I have already instructed the Dwarf King to commence its creation, and it shall be a weapon capable of wielding the infinity gems. In the future, you may embed the infinity gems into this artifact, and as long as you do not exceed its load-bearing limit, you need not concern yourself with issues of strain. The Dwarf King is the finest blacksmith in the cosmos, as long as you refrain from using the infinity gems to obliterate items of equal rank. You will generally remain within the usage threshold." Susanoo was momentarily taken aback. During his confrontation with Odin, Odin had casually mentioned this matter, and he had not taken it seriously at the time. To his astonishment, Odin had genuinely commissioned the Dwarf King to craft an artifact for him, one that could utilize the infinity gems. The old man. Susanoo revealed a faint smile. "Thank you, old man." Odin feigned a stern expression. "You are a prince of Asgard. We are all family now. What is there to thank for? Freya assists you without gratitude, and when I help, you express thanks? Do you look down upon me?" Susanoo pursed his lips. "All right, I shall not express my thanks then. I retract my previous statement." Odin nodded in satisfaction and continued. "The crafting of your artifact is somewhat complex and will require additional time. Would you care to rest in Asgard for a while?" Susanoo hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "No, since it will take some time, I shall return for it later. I need to visit the cosmos first." The final step for the 10 Tails was at hand, and he was eager to have a serious discussion with Star-Lord. Odin nodded and did not attempt to dissuade him. With a flick of his hand, 2 golden orbs materialized. "Since you intend to venture into the cosmos, here are the planetary coordinates for the Power Gem and the Soul Gem. You may take this opportunity to explore. As for whether you can acquire them, that depends on your own capabilities." Susanoo fully understood the implication of Odin's final statement regarding the Soul Gem. However, he did not dwell on it. Obtaining the Soul Gem necessitated a soul for a soul, requiring the sacrifice of one's dearest person in exchange for the Soul Gem. This condition was indeed harsh for the average individual. Unfortunately, in this universe, Susanoo had yet to find anyone he deeply cherished. If he had to name one, it would only be his Hokage system. He certainly could not abandon the system to exchange for a gem, could he? Regardless of whether it was feasible, he would never consider such an action. Therefore, if the Soul Gem were ultimately unattainable, then the planet Vormir, where the Soul Gem resided, would also be rendered unnecessary. Chapter 88. Returning to Earth. An unexpected visitor, he was curious to know how long it would take for his current power to explode a star. Support the host. Go for it. The system rarely took the initiative to speak, seemingly genuinely concerned that Susanoo might cast it off a cliff. All right, there is nothing more to do here. I shall take my leave for now. If anything arises, infuse divine power into this, and I shall come. Susanoo casually placed a flying thunder god kunai on the table. This is a special kunai, modified using the secret techniques of Kamatakage. Originally designed for unidirectional teleportation, it has been enhanced with a sensing function. As long as the wielder injects energy into the kunai, they can perceive events occurring in its vicinity, enabling them to arrive promptly. He has crafted several of these, intending to place 2 on Earth, one for the Akatsuki base and another for Hydra. After all, it is prudent to secure his influence. He certainly does not wish to return from an outing to find himself utterly alone. After bidding farewell to Odin and Frigga, Susanoo made his way to the Asgardian spacecraft hangar to retrieve a starship. Though Asgard may appear antiquated at first glance, its technology is undeniably sophisticated. Indeed, one could argue that Asgard's spacecraft surpasses that of most civilizations in the cosmos. This is merely due to Asgard's martial culture, which fosters independence from technological reliance. After perusing the manual for a few minutes, Susanoo felt he had grasped the essentials. He activated the small vessel by pressing the ignition button, disengaged the electronic handbrake, and shifted directly into 5th gear. With a thunderous roar, the ship burst through the hangar wall, crashing into a nearby building before coming to a halt. Susanoo emerged from the vessel, his expression a mixture of annoyance and disbelief as he waved away the celestial guards who had rushed over in response to the commotion. He then opened a towering portal, effortlessly extracting the intact ship from the rubble and tossing it into the gateway. Alas, it seems he lacks the talent for piloting. Navigating the cosmos will necessitate the ship's autonomous driving systems. In truth, he could traverse the universe at will, but his poor sense of direction would lead to chaos without the ship's navigation and space-jumping capabilities. By the time he located the 2 Infinity Stones and Star-Lord, Thanos might have already laid waste to Earth. The reason for his return to Earth was to establish a contingency plan, as his time in space could be prolonged. Upon stepping through the portal, Susanoo found a red and gold figure scrutinizing the spacecraft. Upon seeing Susanoo, Tony Stark, clad in his battle suit, lifted his visor and exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, Swa, where did you acquire this starship? This is no ordinary vessel. Its technological sophistication is remarkable." Susanoo glanced at him and promptly tossed the spacecraft manual and a star map indicating the locations of the 2 Infinity Stones in his direction. "I need to make a trip to the cosmos. This ship is from Asgard. Please input these coordinates and set the ship's intelligent voice system to bilingual, English and Mandarin. When I return from my journey, this vessel will be yours." Tony, who had initially intended to inquire further about Susanoo's adventures in Asgard, suddenly deemed those questions irrelevant. "It's a deal," he declared, eagerly taking the manual and star map before diving into the ship. However, before Susanoo could walk away, the unmistakable sound of Tony's enthusiastic exclamations echoed from within the spacecraft. "Watfa, who on earth left the gear in 5th? Was it you, Takumi Fujiwara?" Susanoo's face darkened once more as he hastened his steps towards the base. "That scoundrel, Tony." Susanoo remained silent, resolutely moving forward, disregarding the greetings from personnel along the way. This prompted Wanda, who was eager to converse with Susanoo upon his arrival, to halt in her tracks. Unable to conceal her delight, it seemed the director was not in the best of spirits. Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone discussing the peculiar aura that had recently enveloped the base. With a scowl, Susanoo reached the door of his office. His hand poised to grasp the doorknob when it suddenly halted, his brow arching in intrigue. How fascinating. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Susanoo's eyes as he opened the office door and stepped inside. Within the office, a middle-aged woman clad in the standard uniform of the Akatsuki base was diligently cleaning. Upon noticing Susanoo's entrance, she appeared taken aback, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. "Why, you are the minister, sir? I apologize, I am the new cleaning staff. During your absence, Commander Hill assigned me to tidy your office." Susanoo cast a glance her way, remaining silent as he surveyed his minimalist office, gradually approaching the woman. Noticing his lack of response, her expression shifted to one of anxious explanation. "Minister, have I failed in some way that displeases you? I am truly sorry. I can improve. Please do not dismiss me. I genuinely need this job to support my family. As long as you do not let me go, I am willing to do anything for you, anything." Susanoo stood before her, his gaze indifferent as he looked down at the woman, whose expression was one of pitiable desperation. Anything? A flicker of hope ignited in the woman's eyes as she adjusted her blouse. Revealing a hint of alabaster skin, she responded eagerly, "Yes, anything." Yet her words were abruptly cut short. Zhuozhu's hand seized her throat, lifting her effortlessly into the air, his tone chillingly cold. "Then can you tell me who sent you?" With great difficulty, the woman gasped for breath, her voice barely a whisper. "I was sent by Commander Hill as a cleaning staff." Still pretending, are we? Oh, in an instant, Zhuozhu crushed her neck with a decisive grip. Yet, he did not relinquish his hold on her lifeless body. Instead, he gazed at her contorted face, now adorned with a grotesque smile. In the next moment, the woman, with an expression of eerie delight, transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, slipping through his fingers. In the final moments, a woman clad in a deep purple wizard's robe gathered some distance behind Zhuozhu, erupting into an exaggerated laugh. "Ha ha, truly worthy of the title Calamity Minister. You are indeed not so easily deceived." Zhuozhu slowly turned to face the woman, who, despite her average appearance, had transformed into a gaudily made-up matron. With a peculiar tone, he remarked, "I truly cannot fathom the aesthetic standards of your priestesses. You appear quite acceptable in normal attire. Yet the moment you don the priestess garb, your beauty plummets several notches, especially for someone who is not particularly attractive to begin with. Now, you're truly nauseating. Wouldn't you agree, Agatha?" Chapter 89, Agatha, Danger. Agatha's ostentatious smile abruptly ceased upon hearing her name. Her expression swiftly turned cold as she waved her dark fingers, purple magic swirling at her fingertips. In the 200-square-meter ministerial office, purple magical runes began to flash into existence from all directions. "It has been nearly a century since I last appeared, and yet you, Minister, have managed to recognize my identity. Truly remarkable. However, it is unfortunate that you lack caution. Having stepped into the trap I meticulously prepared for you over the past month." Ha 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 ha. As Agatha concluded her statement, her face once again donned that exaggerated grin, exuding an air of assured victory. Zhuozhu, with one hand in his pocket, scrutinized the floating purple runes adorning the walls of the office, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed reminiscent of something he had read in a tome of secret arts from Kamartaj, specifically a spell known as Basic Defense Charm, a method of magic prohibition that allows only the caster to wield magic within a designated space. Magic prohibition? Zhuozhu clenched his fist, indeed feeling a sluggishness within his divine energy, its flow considerably slowed. Observing Zhuozhu's movements, Agatha's lips curled into a scornful smirk. "No need to test it, Minister. I am aware that beyond the magic of Kamartaj, you possess other forms of energy. Thus, I have spent considerable time altering the efficacy of the basic defense charm. Here, the incantation not only restricts the magical abilities of anyone but the caster, but it also prevents the use of any cosmic energy. From the moment you stepped into this room, your fate was sealed." Zhuozhu responded with a simple "oh." Boom! A purple skeletal hand struck Agatha's face like a streak of violet light, sending her crashing through a wall, creating a large hole as she flew out. Zhuozhu retracted the skeletal arm of his Susanoo, his feet slowly lifting off the ground. "The energy of this universe cannot be used. What does that have to do with my chakra?" As Agatha tumbled into the hall of the base, the alarms of the Akatsuki base blared loudly. Groaning, Agatha rose from the ground, her once extravagant purple wizard-esque robe now reduced to tatters resembling a beggar's garb. In the absence of any missions, two superheroes, Iron Man, Tony Stark, and Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, along with a squad of armed special forces, surrounded Agatha. Tony, hovering in the air, scanned Agatha's face, and an evidently fabricated piece of information was brought forth by Jarvis. Upon witnessing this, Tony narrowed his eyes, aiming his palm repulsor at Agatha, and questioned this wandering matron. "I don't recall issuing a key card to an addict. How did you gain access to the base, and what are your intentions?" "We certainly do not have any magical flower here, madam." "Addict? Me?" Agatha pointed at herself, nearly incensed by Tony's derogatory remarks. Presently, she appeared disheveled, her face adorned with heavy, smoky makeup, and her hands blackened, indeed resembling a hardened substance abuser, having been unexpectedly hurled away by a mysterious force from the left minister. Disrupting her enchantments and rendering her month's efforts futile, her irritation simmered. Hearing this lowly, Tin can refer to her as Madame ignited her fury, and she summoned her purple magic, forcefully pressing it into the ground. Get lost. A surge of potent purple energy erupted from the ground, sweeping outward in all directions. Contrary to Agatha's expectations of obliterating the surrounding ants with her magic, the reality was starkly different. Aside from Tony, who shrieked as he was unexpectedly knocked to the ground, Wanda and the special forces stood their ground undeterred. Wanda, wielding her scarlet chaos magic, formed a red shield that not only repelled the energy aimed at her, but also protected the special forces. As for Tony, the fact that Wanda did not enhance Agatha's magic directed at him with her chaos power was a reflection of the progress made by the left minister in helping her overcome her internal struggles. Though Wanda had come to understand that Tony was not the true culprit behind her parents' demise, claiming complete emotional resolution towards him was implausible. After all, that missile was, to some extent, linked to Tony, and a decade's worth of animosity could not be easily erased. With a major misunderstanding between them resolved, only time could diminish the residual resentment. Tony, acknowledging Wanda's actions, did not voice any objections and swiftly rose to his feet. He was acutely aware of the visible dissatisfaction from the Maximoff siblings and, utilizing his resources, quickly uncovered the reasons behind it. Consequently, he harbored a lingering sense of guilt towards the two. In his usual manner, he endeavored to care for and compensate them as best as he could. Thus, upon rising, Tony immediately positioned himself in front of Wanda. The left minister, floating out from the gaping hole Agatha had created in the office, observed the peculiar atmosphere between Tony and Wanda with a contemplative gaze. The two, devoid of a maternal figure, could not continue in such a state of awkwardness. He wished to avoid a scenario akin to the Avengers, where internal strife led to a division into opposing factions. The Akatsuki can only be a singular entity, an absolute organization governed solely by his decree. Civil strife is intolerable within its ranks. However, for now, let us set this matter aside and address the issue of the old witch. Susanoo's gaze shifted once more to Agatha, who was now fixated on Wanda, or rather, on the chaotic power she wielded. Agatha's eyes were nearly consumed by greed, fixated on the crimson light in Wanda's hands, murmuring involuntarily, "What kind of magic is this? Powerful, enigmatic, transcending all. I have never encountered such wondrous sorcery. Who are you truly?" Ever since she sensed Susanoo's chakra energy, her thoughts had been consumed with the scheme to usurp his power. This fixation led Agatha to remain at the Akatsuki base for an entire month without realizing that a greater treasure than Minister Zua was right beside her. She had a premonition that if she could seize it, everything she desired would be within her grasp, be it power, immortality, or her own son. Agatha instinctively reached out a hand towards Wanda. In the next moment, a cold flash sliced through the air, and a pitch-black arm fell to the ground in an instant. Agatha stared blankly at the long blade embedded before her and the severed arm on the floor, only then feeling the excruciating pain. "Ah!" Agatha screamed in agony, reaching for her fallen limb, desperate to summon her arm back with magic. Yet a black iron rod descended from above, pinning the arm she had just summoned firmly to the ground. In the next second, Agatha realized that the arm on the ground was no longer under her control. Her magic had no effect whatsoever. A magic suppression? But how could it be a suppression without any incantation? Is this even sorcery? Even a magic suppression artifact should bear an inscription. Before Agatha could fully comprehend her bewilderment, several more black rods shot toward her. The rods, approaching the speed of light, were beyond Agatha's ability to evade, pinning her limbs to the ground, rendering her immobile. Furthermore, these black rods pierced her body, disrupting her internal magic and preventing her from casting spells. It's over. Agatha's mind was consumed by a singular thought. It's all gone awry. Susanoo's hand slowly extended another black rod, gliding towards Agatha, who was desperately trying to rise. Agatha was not without strength. Even Wanda, in her later stages, had fallen prey to her cunning when prepared. If not for the overwhelming chaotic power, Wanda would have indeed been drained by Agatha. However, alas, Agatha was at a severe disadvantage regarding information about Susanoo, whose abilities countered her own. The binding magic she had painstakingly developed to counter all forms of cosmic energy proved utterly ineffective against Susanoo's chakra, an energy from another universe. Moreover, The vast magical power she had absorbed over centuries from countless witches could not manifest its full might against Susanoo, as she was a sorceress. Susanoo, a hexagonal warrior, wielded a black staff, a potent artifact capable of disrupting magical energies. With a mere thought, Susanoo could render the sorceress utterly defenseless, as he overwhelmed her with unmatched speed, strength, energy, and tactics. What could Agatha possibly employ for defense? The only reason he did not eliminate Agatha immediately was that he wished to test the staff's ability to disturb chakra and ascertain its efficacy in this realm's energies. Previously, in Odin, he had been unable to conduct this experiment, but now the opportunity had presented itself. The outcome was unmistakable. It worked splendidly. This revelation was fortuitous for him, as it provided him with an additional method akin to sealing techniques. However, for Agatha, this was far from favorable news, for once the experiment concluded, she would be of no further use. Susanoo cast a dispassionate glance at her, casually flinging the black staff towards Agatha's forehead, whose eyes were filled with despair. With a swift motion, he turned away, embodying the essence of a true man who never looks back at the consequences. Yet, as he turned halfway, he paused and slowly redirected his gaze towards Agatha. Contrary to his expectations, the black staff did not pierce through Agatha's skull, but halted before a woman in a dark green gown, adorned with a black veil that obscured her features. Chapter 90. The death of the five deities. The woman's face remained shrouded in shadow, yet the black staff hovering before her gradually dissolved into nothingness, as if corroded by an invisible force. Reveal yourself, you elusive wretch. Susanoo's eyes glimmered crimson, and his form gradually transformed into an afterimage that vanished. In an instant, he reappeared before the mysterious woman, wielding the Kusanagi sword, and slashed towards the veil that concealed her visage. His strike was swift, akin to a streak of white light. Yet remarkably, the woman intercepted it with but a single finger. The significance lay not merely in the successful block, but in the fact that she had halted a blow capable of cleaving through a skyscraper with such ease. Furthermore, when the Kusanagi sword met her finger, no sound escaped, and Susanoo received only a profound emptiness in return for his attack, as if he had struck a mere wisp of air. Oomph! What trickery is this? Susanoo scoffed, unleashing a surge of violent lightning from the Kusanagi sword, greatly amplifying its lethality. Most importantly, the brilliance illuminated the woman's true countenance beneath the veil. It was a visage of striking beauty on the upper half, juxtaposed with the grotesque appearance of a crimson skull on the lower half. Susanoo's blood-red pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinpricks, his hair standing on end, as an unparalleled sense of danger coursed through him. Danger! 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 Heeding his instincts, Susanoo unhesitatingly released the Kusanagi sword, allowing his form to become ethereal. Divine might, etherealization. Had he transferred his very essence into another realm? The woman gazed at the ethereal Susanoo with keen interest, the Kusanagi blade in her fingertips withering as if bereft of life. Indeed, it was a decay reminiscent of life itself. Susanoo could hardly fathom that one day he would witness such a bizarre spectacle upon a weapon. His gaze fixed on the woman, a heavy gravity weighing upon him. For the first time, he sensed that his existence was no longer within his own grasp. Even in his confrontations with Odin, though he lacked absolute certainty of victory, he harbored a solid chance of escape. Yet before this woman, he found himself devoid of any means to flee, for she was death incarnate, one of the five deities of Marvel, the goddess of death. This was not the faux death goddess Hela of Asgard. This ancient entity governed all life and souls across the multiverse. It was death itself. Death's dark green eyes were fixed upon Susanoo, her skeletal visage curling into an alluring smile. How Susanoo discerned allure from that bony grin, he could not tell. Yet he felt as though her smile pierced his very soul. How could someone embody his aesthetic so perfectly, stirring such profound emotions within him? His heart raced ever faster, the enchantment of death intensifying with each beat, as if at that moment he encountered his one true love, willing to sacrifice everything for just a smile from her. To Susanoo, death radiated a divine luminescence. He could scarcely contain himself. He relinquished his intangibility and extended his hand. With a swift motion, Susanoo thrust his electrified right hand into his own chest, mercilessly extracting his wildly pulsating heart and crushing it without hesitation. The agony and void within his chest overshadowed his infatuation. His formidable life force allowed him to persist even without a heart for a considerable duration. Soon, his body transformed into a decayed husk, and his lost heart swiftly restored itself. The fervent beating of his heart and the inexplicable yearning for death vanished into oblivion. Death regarded the shattered heart with mild surprise, beckoning with her finger to draw forth strands of dark green energy from the fragmented organ. Such decisiveness, little one. Yet you are rather harsh on yourself. It stirs a pang of sympathy within me, making you all the more intriguing, she remarked. Susanoo, expressionless, took a deep breath. His eyes morphed into the purple hues of the Rinnegan, the black lines surrounding it transforming into white, culminating in intricate patterns adorning his gaze. This marked the first occasion he unleashed the full potential of all his ocular powers, the Rinnegan and its 4 kaleidoscopic forms. Simultaneously, the 10 tails began to merge with him. He was prepared to fight with all he had. A terrifying wave of chakra emanated from Susanoo, overwhelming all present, save for death herself. None could withstand the sudden, immense pressure, and they all collapsed to their knees. The entire base trembled violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse at any moment. Tony, listening to Jarvis incessantly warning him of the pressure overload within the armor, turned pale. Just how formidable was Zwa? Merely standing there, he nearly crushed Tony, clad in his iron suit. What kind of terrifying entity was the woman facing him to warrant such seriousness from Zwa? Tony felt his worldview teetering on the edge of upheaval, realizing for the first time how insignificant he truly was and how narrow his understanding of this world had become. Just as Tony was about to reach his limit, tendrils of crimson energy enveloped his iron armor, alleviating much of the pressure. He had survived. Tony exhaled deeply, casting a complex gaze at Wanda, who extended her hand towards him, his lips pressed tightly together. Wanda remained unfazed by the pressure emanating from Zwa, seemingly indifferent, even taking a moment to observe the crimson energy desperately shielding everyone in the base. The power of chaos, albeit a bit immature in its application, was commendable in the little girl's willpower. She mused, refocusing her gaze on Zwa, whose hair was gradually turning white, adorned with black jade-like orbs. With a slight parting of her lips, she remarked, "Little one, even if you were to unleash all your hidden strength now, to me, you would still be merely an ordinary human. If I wished you harm, you would have long since returned to my embrace. So, retract the power you are attempting to merge. I can sense it is far more complex than mere fusion. Do not squander it." Upon hearing this, Zwa cast a deep glance at Death, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh as he severed the fusion with the 10 tails. He understood that she was right. Even if he became the 10 tails Jinchuriki and wielded the power of the 6 paths, facing one of the 5 divine beings, Death would render him just a stronger ordinary human. Zwa gestured to halt Wanda and Tony, who were approaching after the pressure dissipated, his multifaceted eyes fading into ordinary black orbs. He inquired of Death, "What brings the goddess of death to my humble earth? Surely, it is not merely to tempt me into becoming your servant?" He had no desire to become a sycophant like Thanos in some parallel universe. Death smiled, radiating warmth and brightness, and replied softly, "Of course not. The allure in your heart is merely a whim of mine, a casual act. Success would be delightful, but failure is inconsequential." She then slowly turned to face Agatha, who had been silent and bowed since her arrival, her slender fingers lifting Agatha's chin. "I have come for her, my beloved Agatha." "Zwa, what on earth are you talking about?" Chapter 91, The Redemption of Death. Zwa's expression twisted in disbelief at Death's words. Before his demise, his impressions of Marvel were limited to the Loki series and the WandaVision series. Then he was unexpectedly transported through a mobile device, only to find that the Marvel universe had become increasingly bizarre. The combination of the goddess of death and Agatha's lover. What a peculiar taste. I had thought that the love triangle involving Deadpool, Thanos, and Death was outrageous enough. Yet it seems the absurdity has escalated. Has Marvel truly reached such an absurd level? Susanoo did not comprehend, yet he respected. Let there be no misunderstanding. The respect was directed towards the goddess of death, not Marvel itself. After all, the goddess of death stood right before him, and to lack respect in her presence would be quite unwise. The goddess of death paid no heed to the slanderous thoughts harbored by the little fellow before her. having lived for countless years and experienced myriad events. She understood that sometimes love transcends gender. It is merely a feeling. Moreover, she herself did not adhere to any notion of gender. The title of the goddess of death primarily arose from the fact that most people, upon encountering her, yearned for an embodiment of perfect femininity, leading to the establishment of such a designation. Her true name, in essence, is simply death. Little one, Agatha is indeed deserving of death, yet she should not perish at this moment. I shall grant her reprieve this time, shall I? Although the goddess of death posed this as a question, it felt more like a proclamation to Susanoo. After all, this was the minister Zwa, the serpent head Zwa, the supreme mage Zwa, the prince, who had always issued proclamations to others. Could he endure this? Yes, he could. Susanoo nodded in understanding. Since you have spoken, it is of course agreeable. However, this individual did ambush me and left my base in disarray. As your lover, shouldn't she receive some form of compensation? Agatha, positioned behind the goddess of death, suddenly raised her head, glaring at the audacious Susanoo, torn between words. This scoundrel. She had merely cast a spell in the office, causing no destruction. All the havoc was wrought by him. Now he dares to turn the tables on her, to negotiate with me. One must admit, little fellow, you possess remarkable audacity. The goddess of death's gaze was laced with an enticing allure, exuding an aura of fatal seduction, as if she might consume Susanoo at any moment. Susanoo, undaunted by her dangerous stare, placed his hand over his heart, ready to crush it at a moment's notice. Finding this lack of amusement, the goddess of death averted her gaze and said coolly, "Speak, little one, what is it that you desire? It appears you have ulterior motives regarding me." Susanoo did not shy away, but nodded directly. "Indeed, I have recently acquired a new method capable of resurrecting the deceased, yet I require the summoning of their souls. As you are the deity governing all souls, I believe it is essential to seek your consent first." The goddess of death remained silent, but the orphan Tony and Wanda, who dared not interrupt the conversation between the two formidable beings, listened intently, their eyes widening in astonishment. Tony could not help but exclaim, "Are you speaking the truth?" Wanda, though silent, gazed at Susanoo with hopeful anticipation. Susanoo glanced back at them, offering no words, merely a silent nod. Tears streamed down Wanda's face in an instant, and Tony collapsed onto the ground. How splendid it was! The smile that had lingered at the corners of the goddess of death's lips vanished as she gazed at Susanoo for an extended moment before speaking. "Though I preside over countless souls, each one is to me as a cherished child. I love them dearly, both in life and in death. You wish to snatch them from my side. Do you truly believe it is possible?" The goddess of death regarded Susanoo silently, who remained mute. If death were to refuse, he would have no recourse. In essence, Susanoo was engaging in a moral coercion. Death bore no obligation to pay the price for Agatha, and its power enabled it to easily take Agatha away, leaving him utterly helpless. Yet, Susanoo was wagering on the nobility of the goddess of death's morals. After all, while death may sound fearsome in the realm of comics, its presence often manifests with a certain gentleness. The air grew thick with tension, and amidst the myriad emotions of those present, death finally spoke again. "Little one, I can permit you to temporarily reclaim some souls, but you cannot use your means to ensure their eternal existence. Allow them to live out their rightful time before returning to my embrace. Do you understand?" Susanoo, sensing the favorable turn, replied, "I understand. The souls I summon will live their lives as they should, and I shall not interfere with their fate. They will return to your embrace." The goddess of death nodded gently, a smile re-emerging beneath her skeletal jaw. "This settles Agatha's matter. Now let us discuss other matters." Susanoo inquired, "I sense that you have also become a guardian of this planet. If I recall correctly, your predecessor was aligned with eternity, was she not? Little one, I find you quite intriguing. Would you care to come with me, to follow me? I assure you, you shall not regret it." Susanoo swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. "Ah, dear sister of death, I believe that is unnecessary. I am still young and not yet ready to return to your embrace. Let us refrain from that. To follow death would mean to perish." Death, somewhat disappointed, shook her head. "Well, if you are unwilling now, then so be it." As she spoke, she suddenly drew close to Susanoo, kissing his cheek with a swiftness that left him no time to react. A dark green lip print, unperturbed by his earthly form, sank into Susanoo's soul. Startled, He refrained from futile resistance. Death stepped back, reappearing beside Agatha, and said with a light laugh, "Little one, this is my gift to you. When faced with an insurmountable presence, you may activate my mark, and I will safeguard your soul. However, in return, your soul must remain to keep me company. I look forward to seeing how you utilize it, little one." As the goddess of death's words faded, a gentle breeze swept through, and death, along with Agatha, vanished from sight. Susanoo released his earthly form, caressing his tingling cheek, his expression clouded with uncertainty. Is death a form of redemption? Is it a blessing or a curse? Perhaps it leans towards the former. If one encounters a force beyond their ability to confront, the goddess of death could serve as a trump card. At the very least, the soul remains intact, offering a chance for resurgence. Having made contact with one of the deities of the multiverse, the goddess of death, rewards being distributed. 100 level shards, the mysterious item reincarnation technique. Truly, the goddess of death is remarkable. It is the first time I've seen an entity lacking a level designation while directly revealing a complete card. However, the gift from the goddess of death is a resurrection technique. Does that seem correct? Chapter 92. The Reincarnation I, an impure world reincarnation nonetheless. The reincarnation technique is advantageous. It can be paired with impure world reincarnation to directly resurrect the reincarnated. As the goddess of death vanished, Tony and Wanda hurriedly approached Susanoo, their eyes fixed intently upon him without uttering a word. Susanoo understood their unspoken inquiry and, eager to test the effects of impure world reincarnation and the reincarnation technique himself, nodded in affirmation. The current overseer of death has consented. I can indeed revive your parents. However, Tony's parents are straightforward, as SHIELD retains genetic samples, making revival quite simple. But Wanda, do you still possess your parents' genetic material? Wanda paused for a moment in silence before responding softly. Pietro and I did not retain such samples, but during the chaos of war, their bodies were not cremated. We might still unearth some remains or bones. Would that suffice? Susanoo remarked, such filial piety. Wanda, it should not pose a problem. We only need a small amount for the procedure, and there's no need to excavate everything. Thank you, Director Zwa. Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement as she impulsively kissed Susanoo's cheek and hurried off to find Pietro for the excavation. Susanoo wiped the lipstick mark from his face and cast a stoic glance at Tony. You need not concern yourself with the digging. I will have SHIELD send over your parents' genetic samples. With that, he gestured, and Langlois, who had been silent, led a team to retrieve the samples. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Special Forces began to clear the scene and repair the damage to the minister's office. Minister, shall we take a moment? Would you care to join me in my office for some tea? I managed to procure a box of the finest Hong Pao from Huaxiao for us to savor together. Tony, unusually effusive, followed Susanoo like an eager acolyte. Susanoo shot him a disdainful glance. Enough. I have promised to revive your parents, and will certainly bring them back. Spare me the flattery. Also, ensure that all members of Xiao leave their genetic samples securely sealed for future needs. Tony nodded, comprehending Susanoo's intent. Understood. I will establish the world's most secure repository to safeguard the genetic samples of everyone in Xiao. Susanoo acknowledged him with a nod, reassured by Tony's diligence. Let us embark on a journey to savor the exquisite Hong Pao, procured at a considerable price by our brilliant assistant. With that, Susanoo strode directly towards Tony's office. Tony rolled his eyes in response. I thought you had forsaken tea. 2 hours later, within the aromatic confines of Tony's office, Susanoo sat gracefully in the principal's seat, delicately savoring his tea. With the arrival of others still pending, Susanoo proceeded to merge the 100 cards of the Goddess of Death. Merge in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a character of high caliber, Otsutsuki Shurin. In the next moment, Susanoo's dark eyes transformed into a captivating shade of azure. The final form of the Byakugan, the Rinnegan. Concurrently, several formidable abilities manifested within Susanoo's mind. Chakra mode. By entering the chakra mode of the Rinnegan, he radiated a luminous green chakra, enabling him to wield the truth-seeking balls for any offensive or defensive maneuvers. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The truth-seeking ball spun into a radiant halo, unleashing a tornado potent enough to pierce through planets. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The truth-seeking balls coalesced into a golden chakra sword, linking heaven and earth. with the power to cleave the moon in twain with a single strike. Such formidable skills. What kind of ninja is this? Susanoo paused, pondering for a considerable time before vaguely recalling that this ninja seemed to belong to a theatrical rendition. This ninja had not yet emerged during his traversal, as the mobile game had yet to be released. It appeared that not only had existing ninjas been introduced, but even those yet to be unveiled could be summoned by the system. Might the likes of the Six Paths and the Otsutsuki clan also be attainable? Realizing this, his interest in becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki waned entirely. Indeed, the Ten Tails was merely a pathway to evolution. The power bestowed upon him by Otsutsuki Shurin was now on par with that of the Six Paths. Furthermore, the potency of the skills derived from Otsutsuki Shurin, when wielded with his own strength, far exceeded their modest descriptions. With the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion, he could effortlessly obliterate the moon. The Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion would allow him to slice through the Earth and even larger celestial bodies with ease. At this juncture, he had surpassed the might of the strongest beings within the Naruto realm. The only entity he might not surpass would be the elevated Otsutsuki god. With a blink, the Rinnegan reverted to his ordinary dark pupils. Unbeknownst to the fidgeting Tony seated across from him, Susanoo's transformation went unnoticed. Tony, who alternated between sitting and standing, was in constant motion. Susanoo had already enjoyed a whole pot of fine tea, while not a single drop had been consumed from Tony's cup. Enough with the pacing. You've waited decades. What's another 2 hours? Why the urgency? Tony paced back and forth, his tone tense. It's not just the excitement of my parents returning. I honestly feel a bit lost in how to face them. The last time I saw them, my demeanor was far from amiable, particularly towards my father. I fear I may disappoint them. What should I do? Susanoo, lacking expertise in psychological comfort, disregarded Tony's pleading gaze and turned his attention to the door. As the door handle turned, Wanda and Pietro burst in, clutching a box. Pietro slid into the room, kneeling before the assistant while raising the box above his head. Minister, I beseech you to grant me the resurrection of my parents, along with Wanda's. Please. The assistant took the box, then nonchalantly kicked the antics of Pietro aside. Get lost. Have you been watching too much anime lately? Do you really think I'm a cult? Could you perhaps display a modicum of maturity like your sister? Wanda, who almost followed her brother's lead, hesitated in her tracks, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Rumlow entered, carrying a box with his team. The assistant cast him a glance. Why the delay? The S-H-I-E-L-D. Headquarters isn't far, and it took you longer than Wanda and Pietro's journey back to Sokovia. Something's amiss, Rumlow replied. While procuring the star couple's genetic samples, Nick Fury intervened, causing a delay. Tony furrowed his brow. Did you not mention it was my parents' genetic samples? Rumlow's expression remained impassive. I did, but Nick Fury objected even more vehemently, stating that you have no authority over the usage rights of your parents' genetic samples held by S-H-A-L-D. Tony slammed his hand on the table. What the hell? I have no say over my parents' genetic samples? Who does that guy think he is? The assistant raised an eyebrow. Unfazed. This was typical behavior. Selfish and presumptuous. It seemed he feared that Tony, the technological fanatic, might conjure some calamitous invention in a bid to resurrect his parents. Once Tony's anger subsided, curiosity took over. So how did you ultimately acquire them? Did you invoke the minister's name? Given the assistant's current influence, anyone would grant him respect. Even Nick Fury wouldn't dare confront him openly. Rumlow shook his head. He doesn't deserve my ministerial title. When he obstructed me, I simply broke one of his legs, and he quickly complied. Tony was left speechless. The assistant raised a thumb in approval. A perfect method of resolution, but next time, remember to break 3 of his legs. Rumlow nodded seriously. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. Tony gasped in shock, silently mourning for Nick Fury in advance. After this brief interlude, the assistant produced the genetic samples of Tony and Wanda's parents, along with pieces of preserved flesh. With a snap of his fingers, 4 heinous criminals were ushered in by several special operations team members. Tony and Wanda's hearts sank as their keen intellect quickly led them to a grim realization. Resurrection likely required a living sacrifice. It increasingly resembled the methods of a cult. Without rising from his seat, the assistant effortlessly tossed the genetic samples onto the 4 criminals and formed hand seals. Reanimation of the impure world. As the paper-like substance adhered to the 4 criminals, Their anguished cries filled the air, and their appearances gradually morphed into those that Tony and Wanda knew all too well. As the souls of the Stark couple and the Maximoff couple fully merged with the four reanimated corpses, the seal on the left assistant transformed. With a soft command, technique of the rebirth of the cycle, the assistant's eyes turned into a violet cycle, causing the cracks and pallor on the faces of the four reanimated individuals to gradually vanish, replaced by a healthy, rosy complexion. As their pairs of bewildered eyes fluttered open, Tony and Wanda embraced them with fervor, elucidating the circumstances of their revival. Observing this scene, the left assistant's mood suddenly soured. While Tony and Wanda could resurrect their loved ones, he remained alone. In this world, he was isolated, with all his cherished kin absent from existence. Uncertain if he would ever return to his former world, the assistant shook his head and silently exited the office, choosing not to dwell on such thoughts. After informing Rumlow of his temporary departure, he entrusted him with two kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique and departed. Arriving at the square, the spacecraft was already set up by Tony, equipped with bilingual settings in Chinese and English, and the coordinates for the Power Stone and Soul Stone were uploaded into the ship's navigation system. Without further farewells, he activated the spacecraft and departed from Earth. Next stop, the Stars in the Sea. Chapter 93. The Power Stone Acquired. A month later on Morag, a resplendent golden spacecraft landed upon this desolate planet. As the hatch opened, a stoic young man stepped out, surveying the dilapidated ruins before him. A faint smile finally graced the assistant's lips. So the Power Stone is here. After all, he had not anticipated that the coordinates for the Power Stone would be so distant. Even with the spacecraft's space-jumping capabilities, it took an entire month to arrive. At that moment, a group of cosmic scavengers on Morag spotted the assistant and his lavish spacecraft, excitedly chattering and rushing toward him. Fresh meat is here. Seize him and his ship. The assistant did not even flinch as the scavengers rushed at him. Black flames ignited around him, instantly reducing them to ashes. After his eyes evolved into the rebirth eye, he no longer needed to focus his gaze on his adversaries to utilize Amaterasu within a certain range. He could incinerate whomever he wished. And how far did that range extend? Perhaps a few hundred kilometers. The assistant paid little heed to the cosmic scavengers turned to dust. He had long grown accustomed to the savagery of this universe over the past month. He had dispatched no fewer than 800 scavengers and marauders. What concerned him was that he sensed someone had already entered the temple ruins where the Power Stone lay hidden. The temple housing the Power Stone was laden with intricate mechanisms. Ordinary scavengers or marauders would be unable to breach it. Star-Lord, perhaps? Sensing the presence of that fool within the ruins, a broader smile spread across the assistant's face. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous encounter. To acquire a stone while Star-Lord delivered himself to him. What a delightful coincidence. In a flash, the assistant vanished from sight. Meanwhile, as Star-Lord grasped the Power Stone and prepared to make his escape, a booming voice thundered from behind him. Drop it. Immediately, a formidable figure from the cosmos, accompanied by several zombie-faced minions, aimed an energy weapon at Star-Lord, barking orders with authority. Startled, Star-Lord quickly raised his hands, realizing that his treasure hunt had led him into a trap. In his mind, he speculated, "Are you sent by Yondu to retrieve me?" Given his recent escape from Yondu, it was most plausible that Yondu's crew was after him. The cosmic figure paused, furrowing his brow. Yondu? What rubbish is that? We are the esteemed army under Ronin. Enough of this nonsense. Tell me who you are and how you know the location of the orb. As Star-Lord contemplated divulging his absurd nickname to buy time, a massive purple skeletal hand descended from the heavens, crushing Ronin's crew into a pulp. The purple skeletal figure gradually dissipated as it entered through the doorway. Star-Lord, who had stealthily reached for his pistol, was rendered speechless at the sight. What kind of technology is this? Such immense power. Why have I never encountered it before? He took 2 cautious steps back, eyeing the newcomer. Who are you? Are you here to seize the orb as well? As the figure approached, he casually remarked, like you? I am from Earth, though it matters little. Hand over what you possess. Earthling? I am not. I am from Colorado. Star-Lord replied with a forced smile while his hand discreetly gripped the energy pistol. Although his actions were subtle, to the observant eyes of the newcomer, Star-Lord was as exposed as a dancer shedding her garments. The figure smirked, his form momentarily flickering before he materialized right before Star-Lord, seizing his cheek and lifting him effortlessly. Reacting swiftly, Star-Lord drew his energy pistol and unleashed its entire magazine at the figure's forehead. The figure, unfazed by the assault, did not even activate his defenses, allowing the blast to erupt harmlessly against him. The feeble force was insufficient to even ruffle a hair on his head. His physical defenses were now as formidable as they had been at the onset. Ah, it seems you have not forgotten your nation's tradition of emptying magazines, despite being away from Earth for so long. The figure quipped. Then with a swift motion, he hurled Star-Lord to the ground. Star-Lord crashed heavily, fracturing the rocky surface beneath him. Had he not possessed his demigod physique, that fall would have surely been fatal. Even with his semi-divine form, he felt as though his insides had been rearranged, pain radiating throughout his body, rendering him immobile. With a flick of his fingers, the figure summoned the orb from Star-Lord's grasp. Without hesitation, he crushed it, revealing its true nature. The dazzling and enchanting purple gem, the Power Stone, possesses a backlash of energy far more intense than that of the Reality Stone. A cataclysmic force surged wildly within the body of Susanoo, while a terrifying power capable of annihilating the world erupted from him. A radiant wave of purple energy exploded from Susanoo's surface, sweeping everything in its vicinity away, including the semi-divine Star-Lord, who had yet to regain his composure. After a moment, Susanoo, familiar with the energy backlash of the Power Stone, allowed a long sigh of relief. It was a sensation of comfort, surpassing even that of a hot spring. This was Susanoo's assessment of the Power Stone's energy backlash. The Power Stone seemed to have been insulted, and an even more intense purple luminescence emanated from Susanoo's fingertips. Even the distant Star-Lord, lying on the ground, felt a searing pain as he was illuminated by the purple light, causing him to crawl away from Susanoo in a panic. Not obedient? Golden horn, silver horn. Let it learn what it means to bully the weak with strength in numbers. Susanoo snorted coldly, as the golden horn time stone around his neck and the silver horn reality stone on his finger floated into the air simultaneously. The green force of time ensnared the Power Stone, forcibly halting its energy output. The red power of the reality stone enveloped the purple Power Stone, transforming it into a piece of rainbow candy. Now, with its energy imprisoned by the time stone and metamorphosed into a mere confectionery by the reality stone, the Power Stone had lost all capacity for resistance. Now, you can either become the third of the Infinity Stones, or I shall consume you like a jelly bean. Choose, Susanoo proclaimed, offering a choice that was no choice at all. The Power Stone, with its feeble consciousness, promptly opted to become the third. The third Infinity Stone was now within reach. Oh, by the way, there's another matter to address. Where would you like to go? Do you need me to escort you, Mr. Star-Lord? Susanoo turned his gaze towards the furtive Star-Lord, who was attempting to slip away. With a wave of his hand, an irresistible force drew Star-Lord closer, lifting him off the ground. Star-Lord swallowed hard and forced a strained smile. I just remembered, I am indeed from Earth as well. We are fellow countrymen. Let us talk this over. My name is Peter Quill. You may call me Peter or Quill. Chapter 94. A sword splits the stars. Susanoo gazed into Star-Lord's eyes, his red irises adorned with swirling patterns, as a kaleidoscope momentarily pulled Star-Lord into a dreamlike state. Moments later, having sifted through Star-Lord's memories, Susanoo shook his head in disappointment. Star-Lord possessed no recollection or clues regarding his spherical father, who had abandoned him before his birth. It seemed that they would have to wait for Star-Lord's father to reveal himself. With that in mind, Susanoo resolved to seek out the Soul Stone first. In exchange for souls, HMPF, little gem, you had better be wise. A cold glint flickered in Susanoo's eyes as he vanished into the ruins alongside Star-Lord. 1 month later, on the planet Vormer, Star-Lord piloted the advanced Asgardian spacecraft, plunging from the sky and hovering just millimeters above the ground. Excitedly, he turned to Susanoo, exclaiming, "Wow, we've arrived, boss. By the way, where did you acquire this magnificent ship? Even after a month, I still feel it's absolutely incredible. If I had been flying my old junk, I would have crashed long ago." Under the tutelage of Susanoo's Sharingan illusions over the past month, even Star-Lord, with all his charm, had grown completely submissive to him. Susanoo, wearing a panda eye mask and reclining lazily in the co-pilot's seat, casually replied, "Asgard. But it's not open to the public. You can't go there." Star-Lord was taken aback. The Asgard that nearly conquered the entire universe. I thought that was just a legend. Susanoo removed his eye mask, casting a glance at Star-Lord, and remarked coolly, legends stem from reality. If it weren't for the king of the gods at that time, attempting something beyond his capabilities and failing, you would likely be one of his subjects now. Make no mistake, Odin possessed that strength. Unfortunately, Odin's luck was rather poor. Curious, Star-Lord inquired, what did he do that led to the downfall of the supposedly invincible Asgard? Susanoo did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed out at the extraordinarily beautiful planet outside the spacecraft. What I'm currently engaged in, he said, and without waiting for Star-Lord's bewildered reaction, he exited the cabin, his eyes fixed on the figure in a black robe that had mysteriously appeared not far from the spacecraft. Star-Lord followed closely, warily drawing his weapon to aim at the figure. The black-robed individual regarded Star-Lord, drifting towards him, the shadows on his face gradually clarifying. It was the ghastly visage of a blood-red skull, Johann Schmidt, the leader of Hydra during World War II, known as the Red Skull. The Red Skull regarded Star-Lord, his voice low and hoarse. Peter Quill, half human, half celestial, son of the celestial ego. Star-Lord, bewildered, pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? I'm a hybrid? What kind of celestial is my father? You must be mistaken. The Red Skull cast a disdainful glance at Star-Lord. This is information derived from the soul. It cannot be erroneous. He then turned to Susanoo, intending to disclose information about him as well, but suddenly paused. Why does your soul emit no information at all? Susanoo scoffed dismissively. You think you can read my soul using the Soul Stone? It is not worthy. Let it come and meet me in person. Neither the guardianship of the other 3 Infinity Stones nor the system residing within his soul could penetrate the fortitude of Susanoo's essence. Even death, as a concept, could merely leave an imprint on the surface of his soul, unable to access its depths, let alone the insignificant Soul Stone. Though Red Skull was astonished by Susanoo's uniqueness, he shook his head and replied, I am afraid I lack the authority for such matters. To acquire the Soul Stone, one must adhere to the rules. A soul for a soul, exchanging it for the soul of someone you hold dear. As he spoke, Red Skull gestured towards the distant mountaintop, the designated site for such exchanges. Susanoo, gazing at Red Skull, suddenly broke into laughter. A soul for a soul? How fortuitous that I have a ready candidate. In an instant, he vanished, seizing Red Skull by the throat and soaring towards the peak. As the former leader of Hydra, it would hardly be excessive to offer a contribution to the current leader, would it? Feeling the constriction around his neck, Red Skull's eyes widened in terror. How could you possibly touch me? Ever since I was transported to this wretched place by the Tesseract, I have existed in a spectral form. Was it possible that I have returned to life? A mix of astonishment and joy surged within Red Skull, for he had not experienced the sensation of being touched or grasping objects for over a century, having been merely a slave to the Soul Stone. The prospect of once again feeling the touch of reality ignited hope within him. Could it mean a return to Earth and to his beloved Hydra? In the fleeting moment of Red Skull's daydream, Susanoo had already transported him to the mountaintop. Without needing to delve into Red Skull's thoughts, Susanoo mercilessly shattered his illusions. Yearning to return to Earth and to Hydra? Apologies, but you are not resurrected. You remain in a spectral state. Even if you could return, it would be futile, for Hydra now belongs to me. In the face of Red Skull's incredulous gaze, Susanoo produced his phone and captured a selfie with Red Skull in his grip, then released him, letting Red Skull plummet from the mountain's edge. Ah, splendid. I shall present this to the others in Hydra upon my return, a testament to the formal transfer of leadership from Red Skull to myself. Susanoo did not glance back at the screaming Red Skull as he stored the photograph, a commemorative image of the transition between the current leader of Hydra and its former head. Stowing away his phone, Susanoo surveyed the unharmed Red Skull, now in a soul form, and the tranquil surface of Vormir below, his eyes gradually chilling with resolve. To give face yet act shamelessly. You have been granted a soul according to the rules. Since you choose to disregard them, do not hold me accountable for employing methods beyond the established parameters. Soulstone, you lad, seem to grasp only half the rules. Merely taking a soul. Does this truly represent someone you hold dear? Yet Susanoo paid no heed to such trivialities. He only listened to what suited his preferences. The rules he adhered to could not be dictated by others. The architect of his fate was solely himself. With his feet lifted from the ground, Susanoo's eyes transformed into a deep azure, and a surge of green chakra energy enveloped him. Rebirth I chakra mode. Upon reaching a certain altitude, Susanoo's right hand slowly rose. 6 black chakra orbs swirling and condensing within his palm. In the next moment, an overwhelming and suffocating terror pervaded the entirety of Warmir Star. Both the corporeal Star-Lord and the ethereal Red Skull were rendered prostrate upon the ground, utterly immobilized. The mere prelude to such a grand maneuver was already terrifying beyond measure. Even the cosmic sea housing the soul gem stirred with restless waves, exhibiting an unmistakable agitation. However, it was too late for the soul gem to make its appearance. Have you ever witnessed a monumental attack being interrupted midway? In the following instant, a colossal golden sword of light surged forth into the infinite cosmos, bathing Warmir Star in a resplendent golden glow. Yet, this golden radiance bore no warmth. Instead, it was imbued with an inexorable chill and a palpable aura of lethality. With his azure rebirth eye, the assistant discerned the interior of Warmir Star, where the soul gem was on the verge of revealing itself. With a cold smirk, he raised his hand and struck down with sudden ferocity. Golden wheel of rebirth explode. The transcendent golden energy sword descended with ferocious might, cleaving Warmir Star as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, splitting it into 2 halves. Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering cracks, the planet, slightly larger than Earth itself, began to part slowly. Soul Gem, my precious orb is shattered. Chapter 95. The Soul Gem acquired. Soul power surges after the mighty sword had split the star. The golden long sword that had pierced the heavens vanished, while the rebirth eye fixed its gaze upon the soul gem, which was restlessly stirring within the cosmic sea. A chilling thought crossed his mind. You cannot escape. With a sardonic laugh, 6 black chakra orbs began to rotate in a circular formation, as a cerulean halo materialized in the assistant's palm. In the next moment, a colossal tornado erupted from the blue light, racing towards the cosmic sea of Warmir Star. The boundless cosmic sea, under the relentless pull of the tornado, found its waters inexorably drawn skyward, forming a towering vortex of water that reached into the heavens. Almost all the seawater was swept into the sky, and the concealed soul gem could not evade its fate, becoming ensnared at the very center of the watery maelstrom. Witnessing the soul gem desperately attempting to escape from the vortex's core, the assistant's fingers curled like a dragon's claw. With a powerful gravitational pull, the soul gem was drawn into his grasp. At the moment of acquisition, an orange glow enveloped him, and an indescribable sensation surged violently into the assistant's mind. It was a feeling unlike any he had ever experienced before. It was as if an ethereal hand, capable of touching the soul, was relentlessly tugging at his essence, striving to tear his very soul asunder. No wonder the soul gem is the most elusive among the 6 infinity stones. It demands the sacrifice of one's dearest loved one. According to the rules of the soul gem, one must exchange a soul for a soul to obtain it. Because if one defies the rules, even if one possesses the strength to shatter the Warmir Star housing the soul gem and forcibly extract it, they may still lack the capacity to withstand the soul-shattering impact that accompanies the soul gem. For instance, Thanos undoubtedly possesses the might to obliterate the planet Vormir. Even if he were not capable himself, the firepower of his fleet would suffice. After all, he is the cosmic tyrant who has slaughtered countless planets and half of all life. If his subordinates lacked the power to destroy worlds, he would have long been vanquished. Thus, it is not merely Thanos' desire to sacrifice his beloved daughter Gamora for the Soul Stone. Rather, he finds himself with no other option, compelled to sacrifice his own daughter to obtain it. Even one as formidable as Thanos must adhere to the rules governing the Soul Stone. And one can only imagine the plight of others, such as the unfortunate Hawkeye and Black Widow. However, fate has it that the Soul Stone encounters Susanoo, an entity whose soul is impervious to invasion. As the most sentient of the 6 infinity stones, the Soul Stone soon realizes something is amiss with Susanoo's essence. Though the strength of Susanoo's soul is not particularly high, it proves utterly unassailable. Yet, when it attempts to withdraw from the surface of Susanoo's soul and escape his body, it is horrified to discover that it is unable to do so. Moreover, its soul energy is uncontrollably merging with Susanoo's essence. System. Since you have dared to intrude upon my domain, do not blame me for being ungracious. The power of the Soul Stone is continuously absorbed by Susanoo's spirit, thereby reinforcing his physical prowess while compensating for his deficiencies in spiritual strength. The powers of Hokage and divinity have rendered his physical attacks and bodily strength immensely formidable. Yet, in terms of the soul, despite the protective layer provided by the system, he remains vulnerable externally. He can protect himself, but he cannot wield his soul energy offensively. If he were to encounter a truly powerful adversary with overwhelming soul strength, even if Susanoo could annihilate their corporeal form, he would be unable to prevent their soul from escaping. Now, however, the situation has changed. The Soul Stone has rectified his singular shortcoming, granting him the ability to attack with soul energy. As Susanoo's azure essence gradually becomes infused with the golden radiance of the Soul Stone's power, the orange Soul Stone in his palm dims increasingly until it ultimately vanishes without a trace. Susanoo exhales, a golden light piercing through his azure eyes, striking at the very essence of the soul. He extends his empty right hand, and with a mere thought, the orange Soul Stone reappears. Yet, a flicker of complexity passes through his gaze. The Soul Stone remains capable of materialization and use, yet its power has been irrevocably integrated into Susanoo's soul. Its current physical form can no longer be regarded as a complete Soul Stone, but merely as a stone vessel containing a fragment of its power. Susanoo himself now embodies the essence of the complete Soul Stone. It is unexpected that the first Infinity Stone he has fully mastered would be the most challenging one, the Soul Stone. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Now, his soul is exponentially stronger than before, liberated from the confines of his body, bestowing upon him an array of extraordinary abilities. In addition to the fundamental soul attack, he now perceives the surrounding entities without relying on the release of chakra fluctuations. Instead, he employs a more intricate and effective spiritual force for exploration. For instance, a spacecraft in the distance dares only to observe him from afar, while the dogged Star-Lord lurks in the shadows. Similarly, the Red Skull on Vormir, which had already been cleaved in two by the golden wheel of reincarnation and subsequently pierced through by the silver wheel, is now fully succumbing to its fate. At this moment, the power of the Soul Stone has changed hands, and the Red Skull gradually dissipates into a wisp of smoke, reporting to the Goddess of Death. After all, his physical form had long been torn asunder by the power of the Space Stone. Only his soul was transported to Vormir, where it became captive within the Soul Stone as a harbinger. Now that the power of the Soul Stone resides within him, the dominion over the Red Skull's essence is also his. However, having completed the Hydra transfer ritual, the Red Skull has outlived its purpose and need not be retained. Once everything is concluded, Susanoo lifts the reincarnation Eye Chakra mode. The green luminescence dissipates, returning to a normal state. And only then does Star-Lord dare to pilot the ship closer to collect him. Susanoo, unadorned with any protective spells, traverses the vacuum and frigid temperatures of space with mere flesh and blood. Boss, where are we headed now? Once Susanoo enters the ship, Star-Lord gazes at him with newfound reverence, his tone towards his superior more sincere than before. Previously, he merely regarded Susanoo as formidable and enigmatic, capable of ensnaring him in illusions for torment, thus compelling him to yield to Susanoo's imposing presence. Now, witnessing Susanoo's divine might to shatter stars and moons, his admiration is profound and genuine. Recognizing such a titan as his leader is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Susanoo, indifferent to Star-Lord's shift in sentiment, perceives him merely as bait to lure his father. In his past life, he harbored little fondness for Star-Lord, often finding him rather foolish. Thus, the authenticity of Star-Lord's allegiance holds little significance for him. Nevertheless, as a pilot, Star-Lord proves competent. After a moment of contemplation, Susanoo declares, "We are bound for Titan to meet an old friend." Star-Lord blinks in surprise. An old friend? He muses, recalling that Titan has lain desolate for many years. Although puzzled, Star-Lord, now fully committed, refrains from further inquiries and promptly initiates the ship's ascent towards Titan. As for the old friend Susanoo intends to see, it is none other than our esteemed Director of Population Control, the Cosmic Tyrant, Lord Thanos, commonly known as the Mad Titan. Now armed with power, It seems prudent to eliminate such an unstable individual before he can pose a threat. Although he currently wields 4 Infinity Stones, Thanos would undoubtedly be unable to wrest them from him. Yet, one must consider the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. What if Thanos, perceiving him as a formidable adversary, seeks to acquire additional Infinity Stones from other universes to use against him? He has no desire to gamble on whether he might be one of the fortunate 50% or to test his resilience against the annihilating force of 6 Infinity Stones. Chapter 96. Ronan arrives. Ronan is gone a month later, on Titan. Susanoo did not even descend from the spacecraft this time. Instead, he enveloped the Titan planet below with his soul power. Everything on the ground appeared in his mind with a clarity surpassing that of the naked eye. After surveying with his soul energy, he frowned. This planet, once the home of Thanos, had long become desolate and lifeless. There was not a single trace of life, let alone Thanos himself. Over the past month, he had gathered information about Thanos from the supply planet where he had stopped. However, this cosmic tyrant had a penchant for annihilating half the life on any planet he visited, leaving no one aware of his precise whereabouts. What nuisance! Why couldn't Thanos and Ego behave like the Soul Stone and the Power Stone, waiting patiently for Susanoo to arrive at a fixed location? He had no inclination to traverse the universe in search of these two individuals. With the Infinity Stones and Star-Lord in his possession, he was unperturbed by the thought of them not seeking him out. As for the threat posed by Thanos, even if he were to acquire the Infinity Stones from another universe and snap his fingers, he could simply seek refuge in another realm. Let's not forget, he still possessed the coordinates to another universe, the primary universe of 1999, where the Dutch Spider-Man resided. He could teleport directly there using the Kunai of the Flying Thunder God, which was a system reward for Peter. This Kunai could transcend cosmic barriers and enable interuniversal travel. Should Thanos attempt to snap his fingers, he could slip away to another universe, rendering the annihilation power of the Infinity Stones ineffective against him. Quill, shut down the ship's engines, Susanoo suddenly commanded. Star-Lord, not comprehending the reason behind this, instinctively complied, shutting down the engines. In the next moment, the spacecraft lost power and plummeted downward. Simultaneously, a massive, sharp black-red projectile soared past the position where the ship had just been. Boom! The black-red missile struck the distant surface of Titan, and a searing explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky. Susanoo's vessel was not particularly high off the ground. Thus, the fall did not cause any damage. And even Star-Lord remained unharmed due to the ship's shock-absorbent design. He swallowed hard, gazing in terror at the distant explosion. Had it not been for his boss's timely warning, the ship would have been struck. While his boss was undoubtedly formidable enough to withstand such an explosion, he himself would have been reduced to nothing. Acknowledging that his choice of following this boss was indeed the wisest decision, could it be that the cosmic tyrant had returned? Boss, what should we do? Should we make our escape? Star-Lord's first instinct was that Thanos had returned, for the name of Thanos still carried weight across the cosmos. It had become a classic horror story in the universe, akin to scaring children with tales of a purple uncle who would come to capture them if they misbehaved. Hearing such a story would promptly instill obedience in even the most unruly child, calming them to the point of ceasing their cries. To inquire why Star-Lord possesses such knowledge would yield no answer. He certainly would not divulge it. In the past, Yondu often recounted tales of Thanos to instill fear in him. However, it was not Thanos this time, but rather other pesky nuisances, and Susanoo's tone grew icy. If it were Thanos, it might have been a different matter. He would neither be angered nor displeased, as it would spare him the trouble of searching. Yet, the arrival was not Thanos, at least not the Titan himself. Susanoo raised his gaze towards the dark warship that loomed overhead, its vast form breaking through the clouds. His eyes pierced through the layered metallic barriers of the ship, and he discerned 3 prominent figures within the control room: Ronan, Gamora, and Nebula. It's too high, Susanoo remarked with growing impatience, staring at the warship that arrogantly hovered above him. What audacity to flaunt above me! In an instant, he appeared atop the vessel, and with a simple hand gesture, he invoked a technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, exceeding a kilometer in diameter, soared towards the warship, striking it before it could fully emerge from the atmosphere. What was a mere exhalation of power for Susanoo became a cataclysmic blow for the immense vessel. The energy shield of the warship faltered under the force of the fireball, collapsing momentarily before the explosion obliterated both the shield and the ship into fragments. Star-Lord emerged from the top of the ship, joining Susanoo as they beheld the raining flames and debris. He clicked his tongue in mockery. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why choose to provoke the boss? Now look at the mess you've made. Just as Star-Lord reveled in their misfortune, 3 figures descended from the fiery explosion, landing not far from the ship and stirring up a cloud of dust. Star-Lord furrowed his brow, sensing the imminent danger, and instinctively stepped back to shield Susanoo. Moments later, from the haze, the 3 figures emerged slowly. Ronin, covered in grime, fixed an enraged glare at Susanoo, raising his hammer. Despicable outsider! You dare ambush the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire? The Kree Empire shall not let you go unpunished. Susanoo raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Kree Empire? How delightful! Knowing the way to your homeland, tomorrow shall be your empire's demise. Already in a foul mood from not encountering his old acquaintance Thanos, Susanoo had no desire for further discourse with the trio. Universal Attraction. Divine Wrath. As Ronin finished his threats, a tremendous force drew him towards Susanoo. Before he could wield his hammer in retaliation, a colossal repulsion reduced him to mere pulp. Gamora and Nebula, witnessing this, felt their pupils constrict in horror. If the mightiest among them, Ronin, was dispatched in an instant, they stood no chance. The 2 turned to flee, but found their necks caught. Their feet lifted from the ground. Susanoo seized both of them without uttering a word and proceeded to extract their souls. Their memories laid bare before him. Susanoo retracted his spiritual force moments later, having acquired the information he sought. Firstly, Thanos' 2 daughters, Gamora and Nebula, have come here alongside Ronin, driven by their desire for the Power Stone and to aid Star-Lord. Secondly, Thanos currently resides in the capital of the Kree Empire, the planet Hala. Having struck a deal with Ronin, he finds himself temporarily within Kree territory. It is fortuitous, for both can be dealt with simultaneously. You have taken what belongs to our father. He will not spare you. He will tear you asunder. Nebula's dark eyes glared menacingly at Star-Lord, persistently issuing her threats. Star-Lord turned to the 2 daughters, indifferently asking, has she always been this bold? Gamora remained silent, reflecting on how her sister had been so thoroughly indoctrinated by Thanos that she had lost her sense of self, completely subjugated to his will. Whenever Thanos was involved, Nebula became fiercely competitive, seeking his approval in all matters, both internal and external. To be candid, Star-Lord had a certain fondness for the later, improved version of Nebula. Her forthright demeanor and decisiveness were admirable, devoid of any moral grandstanding. However, he lacked the patience to await Nebula's transformation. The unchanged Nebula was fervently loyal to Thanos, to the extent that she could kill her parallel universe counterpart without hesitation. Such a being could not be allowed to persist. Star-Lord swiftly crushed Nebula's neck, liberating her from her tragic existence. Chapter 97. The Twilight of the Kree Empire. Gamora looked at her sister, now lifeless. Her eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. In the past, she had tirelessly attempted to wrestle her sister from Thanos' grip, but despite her efforts, Nebula remained ungrateful. The relentless torment and manipulation by Thanos had instilled in her a fear that paralyzed any defiance. Ironically, as Thanos favored Gamora, Nebula's jealousy intensified, deepening their rift to the point where she had attempted to take Gamora's life on several occasions. This betrayal, which ought to have rendered Gamora resentful, now left her with a profound sorrow at Nebula's demise. Yet, perhaps there was solace in Nebula's release from Thanos' control, freeing her from endless suffering. Gamora too would soon find liberation, allowing her to reunite with her parents, who had perished at Thanos' hands. Regrettably, her own quest for vengeance against Thanos remained unresolved. Gamora slowly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, her constricted throat was suddenly released, and she collapsed to the ground. Looking up, she saw the man who had just dispatched her sister walking toward a golden spaceship, seemingly sparing her life. Gamora stared blankly at Star-Lord's retreating figure, bewildered by his decision not to kill her, yet not foolish enough to inquire the reason. She was not killed, yet she pursued inquiries. Was this not a manifestation of sheer foolishness? Susanoo re-entered the spacecraft, observing Star-Lord, who was lost in thought as he gazed at Gamora. Enough staring. Let us proceed to our next destination. the capital of the Kree Empire, Krelar. As for the reason behind sparing Gamora's life, Susanoo professed he was no mere murderer. Gamora had not attacked him. She was not inherently malevolent. Why should he provide the goddess of death with free labor to bolster her accomplishments? Star-Lord reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Gamora, feeling an unexpected stir within, a sensation of infatuation for a green-skinned goblin woman, which was quite uncharacteristic for someone like him. A self-proclaimed intergalactic playboy. Surely, it must be a mirage. How could he, Star-Lord, fall for a woman at first sight? With a final lingering glance at Gamora, he committed her visage to memory and initiated the spacecraft's departure. The Kree Empire, with its capital at Krelar, was governed by the Supreme Intelligence, a life-form calculator devised by the Kree, omniscient and omnipotent, serving as the faith of all Kree and the de facto ruler of the Empire. Following the demise of Ronan, the commander of the Kree Empire, the Supreme Intelligence received a vivid recollection of his final moments. As Susanoo's cold visage emerged in this memory, the Supreme Intelligence, which had always pursued rationality and reason, experienced an unprecedented emotional upheaval. Without a moment's contemplation, it deduced that the male responsible for Ronan's death hailed from a remote and insignificant planet within the galaxy, Earth. This human was undeniably perilous. Earth, a desolate expanse, produced either the worthless or the extraordinary. And this man clearly did not belong to the former category. Over 2 decades prior, Earth had already birthed a terrifying entity. That woman, upon awakening, nearly obliterated the entire Kree Empire, making the once invading Kree experience the bitter taste of invasion for the first time. Furthermore, it was due to that detestable woman that the Skrull hybrids, which should have been eradicated by the Kree, continued to persist in the cosmos. All of this was a consequence of the protection she afforded them. Even the Kree Empire, notorious for its conquests, struggled to comprehend why this Earth woman insisted on safeguarding the Skrulls, a race that should not exist. Did she not realize that the Skrulls posed a calamity to all other races in the universe? Or was the mindset of the strong simply unfathomable? That woman was known as Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Now, the man in Ronan's memory evoked a sense of danger that surpassed even that of Carol. If Carol was a catastrophic adversary for the Kree Empire, then this man represented an existential threat, capable of annihilating the entire Kree Empire. The Supreme Intelligence hesitated no longer and promptly issued 2 of the highest-level directives of the Kree Empire. Directive 1. The Kree Empire is to immediately enter a state of heightened alert, with all territories prepared for combat at a moment's notice. Directive 2. The seed program is to be activated forthwith, with the chosen elite Kree, bearing the preserved seed genes and invaluable data of Supreme Intelligence, promptly evacuating to distant star systems away from the Kree Empire. The Kree Empire must brace itself for a desperate battle. It must be said, the Kree Empire undoubtedly stands as one of the most aggressive and imperialistic races in the cosmos. Not only is it adept at aggression, but it has also meticulously prepared for counter-invasions, including the readiness of the seed program. Even if assistance arrives swiftly, there will still be time required for it to reach the Kree Empire by the time it enters the territory. The Kree involved in the seed program will have long since departed with their genetic seeds and Supreme Intelligence backups for the unknown star systems. Even the Kree Empire and the Supreme Intelligence itself remain unaware of the destination of these seeds. For there are many entities in the universe capable of reading memories, a necessary precaution within the seed program. Once again, as Susanoo vanquished the encroaching Kree fleet with Amaterasu, he furrowed his brow slightly. Such a keen response, indeed. Kree Empire, or rather, Supreme Intelligence Quill, you shall return to Earth and await me. Should you encounter any unsavory characters along the way, such as those claiming to be your father, utilize this energy gun to fire this kunai, and I shall come to your rescue. Susanoo handed Star-Lord a flying kunai, rising from the co-pilot's seat. Not a problem, boss. You can count on me to wait for you on Earth. Star-Lord, trusting in his leader, carefully stowed the kunai, treating it as a precious artifact, and agreed. He understood that accompanying him would only be a burden, and he was not keen on facing the Kree Empire's relentless fleet attacks any longer. Although his leader could effortlessly resolve such threats each time, what if a stray shot were to inadvertently strike him? Thus, it was best to make a hasty exit. Once Quill departed, Susanoo ventured alone into the cosmos, his body enveloped in the purple aura of Susanoo, quickly expanding to a towering height of over 10,000 meters. You have delayed long enough. It is now my turn. Zhu's eyes became cold, resembling a six-pointed star. As the colossal Susanoo unfurled its boundless wings and with a gentle flap transformed into a violet streak, charging toward the very heart of the Kree Empire. Destruction. Destruction. Still. Destruction. On Kreelar, Supreme Intelligence watched in silence as the reports of fleet annihilation poured forth. Within its mental realm, all members of the Kree Empire's Supreme Council observed Zhu's godlike, invincible power, succumbing to silence as well. At this moment, a singular thought occupied the minds of all council members. The Kree Empire is in peril. The venerable general, positioned just beneath the Supreme Intelligence, sighed deeply. Though I had foreseen this day would inevitably arrive for the Kree Empire, I never anticipated it would come so swiftly, nor that we would be vanquished so utterly, rendered powerless before a single human. Supreme Intelligence, how long until we reach Kreelia? How much time do we possess? The typically silent Supreme Intelligence, its voice a blend of coldness and gentleness tinged with resignation, responded, 10. The old general exclaimed in disbelief. Are our fleets able to delay this formidable adversary for merely 10 days? How can this be possible? The Kree Empire is among the foremost powers in the cosmos. Surely, even the mightiest opponent should not be able to breach our defenses so swiftly. 9, 8, 7. The general interjected, are you not counting days but seconds? As the Supreme Intelligence counted down to 1, the piercing alarm of Kreelia reverberated throughout the planet. Warning, warning. An ultra-class assault is imminent beyond Kreelia's energy shield. All personnel, prepare for response. Best of luck to everyone. In the next moment, darkness enveloped the sky. Chapter 98. The surrender of Supreme Intelligence. The destruction. The heavens first dimmed, and then, accompanied by a deluge of blue light, Kreelia was shaken by a calamitous tremor. Had the Kree people been able to gaze beyond their planet, they would have witnessed a colossal meteor, exceeding 10,000 meters in size, plummeting from the cosmos and crashing against the blue energy shield of Kreelia. At that moment, the energy shield, approaching its limits under the impact of this planet-destroying meteor, was riddled with countless fissures resembling shattered glass. The left aide, observing from within the Susanoo, remained indifferent to this scene, unfazed by the fact that the meteor had been thwarted. It would indeed be peculiar for the illustrious Kree Empire to lack any means of planetary defense. It was hardly surprising that they could withstand the force of a single meteor. However, this would be the end of the line. A massive purple longbow materialized in the grasp of the complete Susanoo, and an energy arrow, exceeding 10,000 meters in length, coalesced with terrifying black flames atop the bow. Susanoo strike. With a swift release, the black flame arrow flew forth, and upon contact, the already strained energy shield shattered into fragments. The arrow continued its relentless descent, striking the most magnificent and grandiose city of Kreelia. The moment the black flame arrow made contact with the ground was eerily silent. But mere seconds before the storm unleashed its fury, a surge of purple energy and black flames erupted from the impact site, obliterating the Kree Empire's most fortified city in an instant. The Kree warrior defenders, poised for battle, had no time to offer even the slightest resistance, vanishing without a trace as their city was reduced to ash. In the realm of supreme wisdom, the silhouettes of the council members gradually faded, leaving only the indistinct figure of the Supreme Intelligence. Thus, the upper echelon of the Kree Empire Supreme Council was utterly annihilated. The spirit of assistance swept across the planet beneath, raising an eyebrow. Suddenly, he released the full form of Susanoo, descending slowly to a distance of 10 meters above the city, now reduced to ruins, coldly gazing at the projection of Supreme Intelligence amidst the debris. With an enigmatic tone, he remarked, concentrating the entire military might of the planet in a single city, rendering the other cities powerless to resist, leaving only unarmed civilians behind. Should I commend your cleverness or deem it folly, Supreme Intelligence? The projection of Supreme Intelligence took the guise of a human female, bearing a resemblance to the spirit of assistance, strikingly beautiful and flawless. Yet, she was excessively perfect, resembling not a creation of artifice, but rather a culmination of countless calculations yielding the ideal visage of a woman. Indeed, The truth lay in the fact that Supreme Intelligence was the product of top-tier artificial intelligence. Her form crafted in the likeness of a female version of the spirit of assistance. Before your arrival on Kree Star, I dispatched hundreds of differently configured Kree fleets to probe your vulnerabilities, seeking to uncover your weaknesses. However, after meticulous calculations, I discovered that you possess no weaknesses whatsoever. Any offensive or defensive measures of the Kree Empire would be futile against your immense power. I concentrated all military forces of Kree Star in the capital simply because my analysis of your past actions indicated that if the resisting military forces of Kree Star were eradicated by you, the survival probability of the planet's civilians would rise to 50%. Conversely, if I distributed military forces across the various cities of Kree Star, the mortality rate among civilians would reach 100%. You are not an utterly merciless machine of slaughter, yet you are far from being a benevolent force. You will eradicate all threats, as evidenced by Ronin's ominous declaration. You would traverse countless miles to annihilate the capital of the Kree Empire. Am I correct? The Supreme Intelligence exhibited no emotional fluctuation in response to the city's obliteration or the might of the spirit of assistance, answering his inquiries with a tone steeped in rationality. In response, the spirit of assistance could not help but applaud, acknowledging the undeniable wisdom of the Supreme Intelligence. After a limited understanding of himself, she swiftly arrived at the most judicious conclusion. The Supreme Intelligence was indeed correct. Had military resistance been established in every city of Kree Star, or at least the majority, he would have indiscriminately obliterated both soldiers and civilians alike, annihilating the entire planet. However, with all potential resistance coalesced in a single city and subsequently destroyed, he deemed it beneath him to further eradicate those defenseless civilians. Initially, his intent was solely to dismantle the entirety of the Kree Empire's military forces alongside the Supreme Intelligence herself. However, after listening to your words, I have changed my mind. Since you have already discerned the impossibility of contending against me, you must have prepared contingency measures, such as leaving behind seeds of vengeance for the Kree Empire. The Supreme Intelligence shook its head, correcting me. Not seeds of vengeance. I have never contemplated that the remaining Kree could seek retribution against you. I did not issue any such directive regarding the personnel of the Ember Project. Its sole mission is survival. They are seeds of life, not seeds of revenge. Susanoo gazed upon the seemingly emotionless, yet profoundly emotive projection of the Supreme Intelligence and smiled. You, an artificial intelligence, have managed to evoke something akin to a biological soul. How intriguing. Nevertheless, it is precisely for this reason that I shall grant you an additional choice: destruction or... Before Susanoo could finish his sentence, the Supreme Intelligence interjected. I choose submission. Susanoo's smile deepened. It seems you have long prepared for this option. Thus, I trust you are also ready for the Kree Empire to submit to me. The Supreme Intelligence knelt upon one knee before Susanoo, gazing skyward in deference, and spoke with reverence. All members of the Supreme Council of the Kree Empire have been convened in the capital of Kree today, and mere moments ago. You annihilated them along with this city. I am now able to exert complete control over the Kree Empire. You may assume command at your convenience. What a fortuitous coincidence. Susanoo observed the bowed head of the Supreme Intelligence with a penetrating gaze and extended his hand toward the ground. As his fingers closed, a colossal alloy steel door, hundreds of meters in thickness, was summoned from the earth, revealing a blue substance that resembled a brain. This, indeed, was the essence of the Supreme Intelligence. The projection merely observed in silence, offering no resistance. As Susanoo's orange light enveloped the blue brain, the soul of the Supreme Intelligence was imprinted with Susanoo's own soul mark. This mark bore no offensive capability. However, should the Supreme Intelligence harbor even the slightest notion of causing harm to Susanoo, it would reverberate upon his own soul. And should the Supreme Intelligence entertain such thoughts, Susanoo would ensure it comprehended the meaning of a night of annihilation. The next time he unleashed destruction, it would not be merely upon armed forces, but rather the entire Kree Empire, leaving no trace behind. Having fully grasped the Supreme Intelligence, Susanoo proceeded to inquire about his second purpose for being there. By the way, where is Thanos and his army, with whom your Kree Empire previously collaborated? I believe he should be here, as indicated by the memories of his two daughters. The Supreme Intelligence searched through entry records and promptly replied, 10 days prior to your arrival. Thanos departed from the territory of the Kree Empire, and his current whereabouts are unknown. At this, Zhuju's pupils constricted, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the surroundings of the flying kunai wielded by Ramlo and Earth. The entire Akatsuki organization appeared to be functioning normally, with no signs of disturbance or attack. Yet, Zhuju's instincts warned him that the problem undoubtedly lay on Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Skull Island, a furious blast of azure atomic breath propelled a colossal figure into the heart of a mountain, rendering the once formidable being utterly incapacitated. As a massive tail adorned with spines materialized, the peculiar yellow glow of Godzilla's eyes was met by the weakened gaze of King Kong. Above Godzilla, a striking figure, robust and clad in golden armor with purple skin, stood out conspicuously. As Thanos directed the Mind Stone towards the battered form of King Kong, the latter's eyes ignited with an eerie yellow luminescence. Thanos grinned, proclaiming the plan commences. Chapter 99, The Global Behemoth Crisis. Upon Thanos' declaration, the Mind Stone blazed with intensity. In an instant, a multitude of unknown titans erupted across the globe. In San Francisco, the ground fractured extensively, causing the entire city to tremble as if seized by an earthquake. Soon, a black-armored behemoth with 6 elongated legs emerged from the chasms of the earth. Simultaneously, in the skies above the small island nation of Kyoto, a creature analogous to the one in San Francisco materialized, albeit enhanced with a pair of enormous wings. In that fleeting moment, the appearance of these two monsters plunged both San Francisco and Kyoto into a cataclysmic crisis. In Mexico, amidst a volcanic landscape, a colossal bird engulfed in molten lava soared forth from the volcano, its flight generating scorching winds and waves that enveloped the nearby city in calamity. In China, at the southwestern frontier, a vividly radiant moth emerged from the expansive forests, heading towards the nearest city. In Brazil, an unimaginably massive woolly mammoth trampled through the urban landscape, each step sending seismic tremors, leading to the collapse of numerous structures, while skyscrapers crumbled before its colossal tusks as if made of mere tofu. In Munich, Germany, a gigantic mountain inexplicably shifted, inexorably advancing towards the nearest city, rendering everything in its path feeble and defenseless. Across Russia, the cosmic realm, and various nations, titanic creatures manifested simultaneously, plunging the world into a crisis of colossal proportions. Notably, the self-proclaimed superpower, the United States, became a primary target for these behemoths. Major metropolitan areas were besieged by these titans, and even the oceans within its borders were not spared, resulting in countless civilian casualties in coastal cities. While not every city bore the brunt of these colossal beings, and their numbers were not infinite, even those cities untouched by titans faced an incessant emergence of smaller monsters from beneath the earth. Dubbed small monsters, they range from several meters to over 20 meters in height, proving to be formidable adversaries that conventional weaponry struggled to subdue, particularly in urban environments. A common trait among these giants and creatures was their eyes, all gleaming with an uncanny yellow radiance, though the smaller monsters were manageable. Succumbing to the overwhelming firepower of military forces, the Titans posed a far more intricate challenge. Aside from the immense moths hovering along the borders of Huaxia, swirling in the sky, rising and falling with their yellow eyes flickering ominously, seemingly struggling against some unseen force without inflicting any tangible harm upon the city. The colossal beasts emerging in other nations have been far less courteous, unleashing a wave of devastating destruction. The military efforts of various countries to combat and contain these behemoths have yielded negligible results. Nearly all of these creatures possess an extraordinary resilience to human weaponry. Even the most advanced missiles fail to eliminate them, merely slowing their advance. The only recourse lies in humanity's ultimate weapon. However, it is worth noting that most of these beasts have manifested within urban areas, rendering the use of nuclear arms an untenable option due to the inevitable civilian casualties and the enduring ramifications of nuclear fallout. Moreover, many nations lack nuclear capabilities altogether, rendering them powerless to intervene, forced to witness their cities being obliterated one by one. In the United States, which possesses the largest arsenal of nuclear weapons, the dilemma becomes even more complex. If only a single giant were to appear in a city, the administration might reluctantly consider sacrificing a major urban center, its populace, to ensure the safety of the nation. Yet, the grim reality is that while other countries contend with a solitary beast, each of America's major cities is besieged by its own monster. If nuclear weapons were deployed indiscriminately, would there be a future for America? The destruction of one city today could lead to the dissolution of the country by tomorrow. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, the U.S. administration turned to the world's foremost superhero organization, Xiao, specifically seeking assistance from its leader. A being even more formidable than the giants themselves. The administration held the belief that, regardless of their might, these creatures would pale in comparison to the catastrophic entity that led Xiao. Regrettably, Xiao conveyed a disheartening reality. Their leader had departed the earth for cosmic duties, rendering them unreachable. This revelation plunged the administration into despair. Fortunately, the other members of Xiao could not stand idly by while civilians were endangered, and they promptly mobilized to execute rescue operations across the beleaguered cities. However, the colossal stature of the beasts, often exceeding 100 meters, rendered ordinary superhumans incapable of inflicting harm. Most members of Xiao were relegated to distracting and harassing the creatures alongside military forces. Only 3 individuals possessed the capability to contend with these giants. Wanda, wielding the power of chaos, managed to restrain a gigantic spider-like creature with the assistance of others. Bruce Banner, transformed into the Hulk, faced the Muto that had appeared in San Francisco, despite the vast disparity in size. The Hulk's escalating fury and strength allowed him to hold the beast at bay. Most astonishingly, Tony Stark confronted the colossal King Kong in Washington. It was unclear when Tony had constructed Veronica and established an armor factory at the Xiao base. After expending nearly all of Tony's inventory of mechs, a colossal mech, rivaling the size of King Kong, was hastily constructed by Tony, engaging in a Marvel-esque Pacific Rim battle with the behemoth. For the time being, the struggle reached a stalemate. Consequently, New York emerged as the city least affected by the onslaught of monstrous creatures in America. Nevertheless, there remains but one Tony on Earth, and he lacks the materials to forge another giant mech. Thus, the overall situation still favors the Titans. In a desolate dawn base, Susanoo sat quietly in the office, inserting a liquid disc into the interface on his desk. The subsystem of the minister's office was instantly overridden, replaced by a superior intelligence subsystem. In the next moment, countless holographic projections materialized around Susanoo, each corresponding to a city under siege by rampaging monsters. With one hand propping his chin, he observed the unfolding chaos, refraining from taking immediate action. Disaster. Ah, how splendid disaster is. Without calamity, how could this insignificant planet comprehend unity? Without tribulation, how could nations realize their significance? However, the elusive presence of Thanos remained undetectable by the power of the Soul Stone. Could it be due to the Mind Stone? Susanoo murmured softly, retracting the global reach of his soul power. Upon returning to Earth and sensing the Mind Stone's essence entwined with the colossal beasts, he confirmed that Thanos had indeed arrived. Yet, his trace was obscured, likely shielded by the Mind Stone's influence over the Soul Stone's detection. What then could Thanos' objective be in controlling these giants? Was he naive enough to believe they could contend with him? His own conquest over the Kree Empire had not hidden his strength. Having fled from the Kree, Thanos must be aware that he is no match for Susanoo's might. Thanos is no fool. He has undoubtedly assessed his adversary's capabilities, understanding that these behemoths pose no threat to him. So, what could be Thanos' true aim? Susanoo tapped his fingers against the solid wood desk. Was it the space stone that Earth had yet to claim, or perhaps the other 4 infinity stones in his possession? Or could it be all of them? At that moment, the S.H.I.E.L.D. base studying the cosmic cube lay in ruins. A towering purple figure, clutching a blue cube in his left hand and grasping the neck of a black-haired man with his right, was Thanos. After extracting the mental information from Nick Fury's mind, he swiftly crushed Fury's neck. Following Nick Fury's demise, his skin began to contort and transform, ultimately turning a vivid green. Chapter 100, King Ghidorah, Red Lotus Godzilla, Skrulls. It seems this planet has also been eroded by these vermin, Thanos mused, casting a disdainful glance at the green corpse on the ground. Despite his long-held belief in the necessity to obliterate half of all species in the universe to ensure a better existence for the remaining half, he remained unimpressed. However, he harbored no fondness for the Skrulls, those beings capable of transforming into any species and even accessing the memories of those they impersonate, thereby completely usurping others' identities. The abilities of the Skrulls rendered them a blight and a menace before any race, fundamentally misaligned with the equilibrium Thanos envisioned. Consequently, on the worlds he had previously purged, he had only eradicated half of the indigenous beings. However, any Skrulls he discovered among them faced but one fate: total annihilation. Thanos crushed the remains of a Skrull beneath his foot, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Rest assured, after I have eliminated half of the life on this planet, I shall assist you Earthlings in eradicating the Skrulls, allowing the survivors to live without worry. The Ebony Maw, appearing gaunt yet poised, emanating an air of elegance, floated to Thanos' side, respectfully stating, "Father, it is time for us to depart. Though the power of the Mind Stone can shield us from Odin and the newly emerged formidable force on Earth, it cannot conceal the devastation here. It will soon be discovered. I believe we ought to awaken the ultimate weapon we have unearthed." Thanos turned to glance at the Ebony Maw, then at the Tesseract and the Mind Stone in his grasp, nodding slightly. Indeed, even with 2 Infinity Stones, their current strength was still insufficient to contend with Odin and that powerful adversary. They required greater power. Sensing something, Thanos directed his gaze toward the Xiao base, exerting force as a blue portal enveloped him and the Ebony Maw, causing them to vanish. A minute later, the Ebony Maw emerged from the resplendent portal, surveying the battlefield littered with corpses, resembling a sight ravaged by missile strikes, betraying no overt expression. However, upon glimpsing the grotesque, greenish mass clad in a black coat, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. "Skrulls, after this encounter, you filth must utterly vanish from my Earth." Now possessing the Soul Stone, the Skrulls' hidden capabilities were rendered futile before him. While they could alter their appearance and genetic makeup to mimic other species, their essence remained unchanged, still that repugnant green creature. Moreover, with the current strength of the Ebony Maw, even the Skrull's strongest ally, Captain Marvel, no longer posed a threat. Thus, it was time to cleanse these nuisances. As for Captain Marvel, if she had any sense, she would continue her role as the cosmic captain. Should she dare to obstruct him, she would meet her demise alongside the Skrulls. A glint of cold resolve flashed in the Ebony Maw's eyes as he returned to the portal. The loss of the Tesseract to Thanos was inconsequential to him. With 2 Infinity Stones in hand and lacking offensive capabilities, Thanos, like Captain Marvel, posed no threat to him. Even without the 4 Infinity Stones he possessed, he could easily overpower Thanos using his innate strength. He remained indifferent to the clandestine schemes that Thanos was concocting. For in the face of his absolute power, all plots would ultimately prove futile. He merely needed to recline, sip tea, and await the opportune moment to strike, as well as the arrival of Thanos, once he was prepared with his futile machinations. In the desolate expanse of the Antarctic, the solitude of the endless icebergs was suddenly disturbed by a tremor. Moments later, an enormous warship, seemingly boundless, broke through the ice. This was the Sanctuary One, the warship that Thanos had concealed within the glaciers. His choice to anchor the vessel here was not solely due to the remote environment of Antarctica being suitable for hiding such a colossal craft. Rather, it was also because Thanos, alongside Ebony Maw, gazed upward at the fearsome 3-headed dragon-like creature, entombed in ice, suspended within the ice layers. King Ghidorah, the legendary cosmic devourer. To encounter you in this secluded corner of Earth was unexpected. Yet, your power is no longer sufficient to consume a planet. So allow me to assist you in becoming a true devourer of worlds. Thanos' purple hand rested upon the glacier encasing Ghidorah, murmuring to himself. As he spoke, the energies of the Mind Stone in his left hand and the limitless power of the Space Stone in his right began to permeate through the ice, merging with the slumbering body of Ghidorah. Crack, crack, crack. With the influx of energy from the 2 Infinity Stones, the dormant Ghidorah opened its eyes, glimmering with a strange golden radiance. The ice began to shatter, and the immense silhouette of Ghidorah, empowered by the Infinity Stones, swelled in size until it burst through the glacier that had imprisoned it. Yet, the energy of the Infinity Stones was far from exhausted. After demolishing the ice, Ghidorah continued to expand, growing from nearly 200 meters to over 1,000 meters before ceasing, its wings unfurling to exceed 3,000 meters. With a roar that resonated through the heavens, countless golden lightning bolts erupted from its colossal wings, engulfing the surroundings. In an instant, the ice within a 10,000-meter radius melted into water beneath the onslaught of golden gravitational lightning. Feel the power of Ghidorah, amplified by the Infinity Stones. Thanos stood amidst the gravitational lightning with unwavering composure, as the bolts seemed to consciously avoid him and the warship beneath his feet. He gazed in admiration at Ghidorah's magnificent display of might. Had I discovered your presence sooner, with your assistance, the efficacy of my cosmic equilibrium plan would have soared to new heights. However, it is not too late. This is indeed the pivotal moment for your emergence. Go forth. Join forces with your fated rival, and in your most formidable form, conquer this planet for me, vanquish the Guardian of Earth, and reclaim the Infinity Stones that rightfully belong to me. Ghidorah, heeding Thanos' command, unfurled its vast wings and soared into the distance. Meanwhile, a small island nation was preoccupied with combating the colossal beast Muto that had emerged in Kyoto, oblivious to the uninvited guest arriving at their largest nuclear power plant. Like a prehistoric dinosaur, the behemoth advanced towards the nuclear facility, each step resonating with earth-shaking power. In the presence of the king of monsters, Godzilla, the meager protective measures of a nuclear power plant and the guarding military forces appeared as flimsy as paper. With barely a glance at the diminutive forces stationed on the islands, Godzilla unleashed a single, devastating kick that obliterated the perimeter guards of the nuclear facility. Subsequently, it smashed through the nuclear containment layers and entered the power plant, voraciously absorbing its nuclear energy. As Godzilla consumed an ever-increasing amount of nuclear energy, its form began to swell, its spine shifting from blue to red, with crimson light gradually enveloping its body, creating an exterior reminiscent of molten lava. Once the entirety of the nuclear power plant's energy was siphoned off, Godzilla, now nearly twice its original size, let loose a thunderous roar that sent a terrifying shockwave radiating outward, shattering everything within a 10,000-meter radius. Godzilla in its crimson lotus form, with a strange golden gleam flickering in its eyes, Godzilla, compelled by an unseen force, began its relentless charge eastward, under its current state of control. Godzilla had no intention of taking a detour. It plowed straight through several cities of the small island nation, unabashedly unleashing its ferocious energy. Sparks flew as Godzilla tore through the urban landscape, transforming the cities it traversed into molten hellscapes. Meanwhile, the island nation had already committed nearly all its military resources to combat the Muto, leaving them utterly incapable of halting the sudden emergence of Crimson Godzilla. Several significant cities were nearly obliterated in the wake of Godzilla's path, with the inhabitants suffering catastrophic losses. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Oh no, I meant to say it was truly a heartbreaking sight. The scene resonated with Zhu's soul power, nearly eliciting laughter from him. Well, perhaps he had already laughed out loud. Heh. However, was it true that Ghidorah and Godzilla were coming for me? It seemed the time had come for the savior to make an appearance. Rising from his chair, Zhu felt his long-dormant heart stir with interest at the arrival of these titanic beasts. Chapter 101. It's all over. America is done for. In the command center of the American Department of Defense, already frazzled by the presence of multiple colossal creatures wreaking havoc across various cities, the red alert lights began to flash ominously once more. Secretary of Defense Ireland, lounging in his office, heard the alarm, yet maintained an air of calm. Reclining in his chair as if too weary to respond. It was no surprise. With the red light flashing, it was certain yet another monstrous entity had emerged. After all, with so many creatures already causing chaos in America, what difference would one more make? Could the nation truly face annihilation? Regardless, it was clear that after this debacle, his position as Secretary of Defense would inevitably lead him to a military tribunal. So let it be. He had done his best. The door swung open, and the minister's secretary, panic-stricken, rushed to his side with a specialized tablet in hand, exclaiming urgently, "Minister Ireland. Energy fluctuations from colossal beasts have been detected both to the south and east, heading directly towards New York." The minister, unfazed, simply took a sip of his coffee without glancing at the tablet, responding coolly, what level of beast are we dealing with? There is no need for concern for those below level 1. We could deploy our military to contain them. Although our forces may not be capable of exterminating these creatures, they can effectively confine them within a designated city, awaiting the intervention of Xiao for resolution. Shortly after the emergence of the colossal beasts, American experts classified the monsters into 5 distinct tiers. Level 5 monsters range in size from 1 to 3 meters, categorized as smaller creatures that often appear in swarms. Even a standard police-issued sidearm, when emptied of its magazine, is sufficient to eliminate them. Level 4 monsters measure between 3 and 10 meters. These are typically superior specimens among the lesser beasts or mutated forms. Conventional weaponry and small-caliber firearms prove ineffective, necessitating military intervention with heavy machine guns or tanks to ensure their obliteration. Level 3 beasts have transcended the designation of mere monsters, now referred to as titans, as their size escalates to a daunting 10 to 50 meters. Standard firearms are rendered useless, and even single missiles may not guarantee their demise. Only a concentrated barrage of firepower can ensure their defeat. Level 2 titans exceed 50 meters in height and possess the capacity to threaten entire cities. They exhibit no discernible weaknesses, making complete annihilation a formidable challenge. The only recourse is to employ sustained artillery bombardment to impede their destructive advance, confining them to specific urban areas to prevent collateral damage from spreading. Level 1 monsters reach a staggering height of 100 meters, with defenses impervious to all conventional weaponry. Save for untested nuclear arms, our only option is to rely on the creatures of Xiao, in conjunction with military firepower, to tenuously hinder their progress. Fortunately, despite being the nation most afflicted by the presence of titans and monsters, the majority fall below level 3. Combined, there are only 3 of levels 1 and 2. Moreover, while the United States may lack in certain areas, it boasts an abundance of so-called superheroes due to its liberal ideals. The level 1 Titan Muto in San Francisco is being confronted by Zhao's green creature, while the 2 level 2 Titans are dealt with by Zhao's Witch and Tony Stark. Other level 2 and below Titans are being handled by various members of Xiao or scattered superheroes within each city. In the absence of nuclear options, the military primarily serve a supportive role, with superheroes being the principal force against these Titans. This explains how, even as the country with the highest incidence of Titan appearances, the military still retains some capacity for action. Thus, there's no cause for alarm. After all, we have Xiao. The secretary, however, was not reassured by the Irish minister's calm demeanor. Rather, she trembled in fear as she spoke. "Minister, it appears our superheroes from Xiao may be unable to handle the newly emerged Titans due to their energy levels." As she concluded her statement, her terror rendered her speechless, prompting her to present her tablet directly to the minister. Initially indifferent, he cast a casual glance at the screen. Yet in the next moment, his previously unfocused eyes widened in alarm, reflecting the same dread that gripped her. Before my eyes, the tablet screen displayed the east and south, where a swirling mass of deep crimson and bright yellow energy continuously gravitated toward the United States, nearly enveloping the entire map of the nation. It is worth noting that the strongest energy fluctuations from Grade 1 behemoths had previously only affected the span of a single city. Yet the energy emanating from these 2 monsters threatened to engulf the entirety of America. What in the world is this? Alas, it seems the United States is truly doomed. The Irish minister slumped into his chair, devoid of any will to resist. The mere presence of a Grade 1 behemoth rendered them helpless, relying solely on the monstrous group known as Dawn. Now, with 2 colossal creatures far surpassing Grade 1 converging upon them, they were utterly defenseless. Even nuclear weapons would prove futile, unless a miracle were to occur. Yet would it? In New York, a city often depicted in American cinema as beset by calamity. For reasons unknown, it had thus far escaped the onslaught of behemoths during this global crisis, with nary a small monster in sight. Many speculated that this was due to the presence of the 2 largest superhero organizations in the world, which deterred the behemoths and monsters from approaching. Consequently, residents from other cities facing attacks began to flee to New York, causing the already populous city to swell exponentially. The streets were so congested that even Hell's Kitchen, a notorious hub for gangs, was overcrowded with refugees, overwhelming the criminal factions who could not expel them. Ultimately, It was the underground emperor of New York, Kingpin, who intervened, allowing the gangs of Hell's Kitchen to temporarily shelter these displaced individuals, albeit for a fee. Meanwhile, after the members of Dawn, the most formidable superhero organization, dispersed to provide assistance across the nation, another superhero group, the Seven from the Waters, gathered in the bustling Times Square of New York to offer solace. One of their own, the Patriot, floated above the throngs, microphone in hand, passionately addressing the crowd. Do not panic. With our Seven, you are entirely safe in New York. Our heroes from Dawn are off to save the nation, and while I, one of the mightiest, yearn to join them, I bear an even greater responsibility. I must protect all of New York and each of you. As long as I stand here, no monster dares to stir trouble. Once Minister Zwa, the world's foremost superhero, returns, our combined strength will spell doom for these behemoths. The citizens of New York felt no dissatisfaction with the Patriots' decision to remain and not venture to save the world. Rather, they were filled with gratitude. The Patriot, as the most powerful hero in existence, chose to remain behind to protect the entire city, safeguarding over a third of the nation as population, over 1 million souls, demonstrating unparalleled greatness. They raised their voices in a fervent chant, proclaiming the name of their homeland. Hero, Patriot, Hero, Patriot, Hero, Patriot. The Patriot spread his arms wide, basking in the adulation of countless admirers, nearing an ecstatic zenith. Yet, in an effort to uphold the modest image of a hero, he feigned humility, waving his hands and smiling as if to say, no, 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 I am not the hero. It is you, my friends, who are the true heroes. It is the minister on the left who deserves the accolades. After relinquishing the microphone, he surveyed the fervent crowd below, his smile masking a sneer as he quietly derided. A bunch of fools. You disgusting, inferior beings are not worthy of my salvation. Only beings like my father deserve my sacrifices. Though his voice was soft, the other members of the Super Seven, particularly the sensitive Spider, gazed up at the Patriot with palpable dissatisfaction. They had hoped that the recent reprimand would bring about a change in him. But alas, some dogs cannot change their nature. Before Spider could voice his thoughts, his neck suddenly stiffened. The cheers of the gathered masses abruptly ceased, as if a hand had gripped their throats. In the next instant, a thunderous roar rolled in from afar, as a swirling mass of golden lightning and ominous clouds approached, swiftly enveloping the sky above New York and casting darkness over the city. Chapter 102. Godzilla's Blade. Ghidorah's arrow Spider gazed at the darkening clouds, his spider sense erupting in a frenzy of alerts the likes of which he had never encountered. Every fiber of his being screamed for him to flee. Run. Run for your life. Yet, Spider did not retreat alone. He shouted to the crowd below, attempting to rally them. However, aside from his devoted fans, few paid heed to his warnings, their eyes fixated in fervor upon the Patriot above. In their eyes, the mightiest superhero was present, and what was there to fear? Even if a colossal beast were to arrive, the Patriot would dispatch it in mere moments. However, the hero, who bore the hopes of many, now found himself drenched in sweat, staring at the ominous clouds. Though he lacked Peter's spider sense, his acute instincts sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the gathering storm, one he had not felt even when facing the minister. The intensity of this pressure far surpassed that encounter. But how could this be? How could anything be stronger than his father? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. The Patriot stifled his fear and attempted to project calmness, declaring loudly, everyone, do not panic. This may merely be a normal weather change. With me here, nothing will happen. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a golden bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking the Patriot with a blinding flash and sending him crashing into a skyscraper. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What the hell? Our mightiest superhero has been taken down in an instant. A silence enveloped Times Square for several seconds before it erupted into a cacophony of terrified screams, and the throngs began to frantically flee in all directions. As a consequence, the skybound King Ghidorah had yet to commence its slaughter, while the throngs below were inadvertently trampling one another, resulting in a tragic loss of life. Even before Ghidorah made a move, Times Square began to swelter, the air thickening with oppressive heat. Thud, thud, thud. The weighty footfalls resonated like a heartbeat, growing louder as a terrifying behemoth, aglow with molten crimson light, emerged from the churning ocean, advancing towards the heart of New York City. Times Square, As the Crimson Godzilla made its way forward, countless skyscraper windows along its path began to melt under the searing temperatures. Those in close proximity were incinerated, while those farther away suffered severe dehydration, collapsing to the ground, weakened and parched. Fortunately, the nuclear radiation absorbed by Godzilla did not emanate outward when not under attack. Otherwise, the death toll would have multiplied exponentially, merely from the radiation itself. However, this reprieve was short-lived, as Godzilla traversed much of New York and beheld the densely packed crowd of Times Square. A low hum resonated through the air, and brilliant red light began to flicker from its dorsal spines and maw. Buzzing, the young hero, clutching the recently rescued little girl, gazed at the colossal figure in the distance, clearly charging a devastating attack, and felt his heart sink as his spider sense erupted in alarm. They would perish. Certainly, there was no escape. Despair flooded the young hero's mind. My God, could humanity truly overcome such a titanic force? The last time he witnessed such a massive entity was in another universe, a power referred to as Susanoo. If only his ally were present. For only that godlike strength could confront such a monster. Alas, he was alone. As the Crimson Godzilla completed its charge, a colossal torrent of crimson energy surged forth. Aimed directly at the crowded Times Square, the young hero instinctively shielded the little girl in his embrace, attempting to offer what little protection he could in that final moment. At least she would be spared the sight of her own demise. Yet, after a few agonizing seconds, the anticipated pain did not arrive, and the frantic warnings of his spider sense abruptly ceased. Had the danger passed? Tentatively, he opened his eyes, only to see a figure, though not grand in stature, radiating an aura of safety, standing protectively before the crowd. It was that slender silhouette, extending a hand, where dark runes emanated, absorbing the atomic breath of the Crimson Godzilla. Flying Thunder God technique, the assistant declared, wielding the kunai of the Flying Thunder God, raising it to redirect the atomic breath skyward, sending it hurtling towards the stormy clouds where King Ghidorah observed the unfolding drama. King Ghidorah, boom! The clash between Godzilla's atomic breath and the golden lightning in the clouds produced a titanic explosion that altered the very color of the sky. Yet, the assistant paid no heed to the spectacle above. Instead, he turned slightly to the bewildered young hero and said with a gentle smile, "Am I late?" The small spider stood in stunned silence for several seconds before finally reacting, revealing a smile of relief. "No, your arrival is quite timely." Zwan nodded slightly. Turning his gaze back to the Crimson Godzilla, the warmth of his smile vanished. Could it be any more opportune? This is the moment I have meticulously selected for action. Amidst the chaos of colossal beasts ravaging the city, as the majority of refugees fled to New York. At the very brink of despair, when all hope seemed lost and death loomed imminent, he emerged like a savior, rescuing a staggering 1/3 of the city's populace. Not only that, but prior to this, his shadowy manifestations had already traversed the globe. These avatars would rise at pivotal moments to save everyone and safeguard the world. What could garner the hearts of the people more than the act of world salvation? There is no need for contemplation. After this battle, his stature in the hearts of humanity, particularly among the common folk, would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. Following this event, regardless of his actions, he would occupy the moral high ground. Zwa's darker thoughts remained unknown, as all eyes beheld his figure, reminiscent of Savior. As Zwa's kaleidoscopic vision ceased its whirl, he withdrew the power from his eyes. Unsurprisingly, Siamese illusion had no effect on the Godzilla controlled by the Mind Stone. The illusion was directly thwarted by the stone's formidable power. However, it mattered little, for he was merely testing the waters. Even if he could control Godzilla with the kaleidoscope, he had no intention of employing illusions as a simplistic solution to this conflict. A lack of intensity in battle would leave the foolish populace of America, whose minds have been eroded by freedom, unaware of their indebtedness to him. They might even turn against him, accusing him of collusion with the monsters. After all, why would the beasts cease their attacks upon his arrival, obeying his commands? Surely, he must be the puppeteer behind the Titans. He had no desire to explain the concept of illusion control to those simpletons afterward, even if he tried. Conspiracy theorists would likely emerge, claiming that if he could control such beasts, manipulating humans would be child's play. This would transform the whimsical fantasies of a small island into grim reality. Do not doubt it. Such utterly foolish individuals undoubtedly exist. Should they become discontented, the consequences would be dire for the inhabitants of this planet. Therefore, for the safety of all humanity, it would be prudent to employ more radical measures to resolve this crisis of colossal beasts, even if it meant sacrificing more lives. Roaring in fury, the Crimson Godzilla, thwarted in its breath attack, charged at Zwa, its massive form looming over the diminutive figure like a mountain. Is this the so-called formidable crimson form? You had better be as powerful as the rumors suggest. Zwa scoffed, and around his levitating body, a purple energy skeletal structure began to materialize, with purple flesh rapidly growing upon it, his size expanding dramatically. As Godzilla charged forward, a massive purple hand suddenly extended, grasping the roaring creature's head and forcefully slamming it down to the ground. Standing at a height comparable to the Crimson Godzilla, Susanoo pinned Godzilla in place with one hand while drawing a purple longsword from his waist with the other. He plunged the blade into Godzilla's chest, driving it deep until the hilt was embedded in the earth, firmly anchoring the beast to the ground. Who allowed you to stand so tall? Get down. After securing Godzilla, Zhu raised his gaze. Susanoo relinquished the sword, and an ethereal longbow materialized in his hand. In an instant, an energy arrow was formed, soaring toward the darkened sky. In ancient times, Hawk Sasuke shot down the suns. Today, Zhu aimed at King Ghidorah. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, striking Ghidorah, who had been concealed within the ominous clouds, with unerring precision in the chest, causing the colossal creature to plummet from the sky. Simultaneously, the oppressive clouds dissipated, and the gargantuan Ghidorah, exceeding 1,000 meters in size, crashed into the city, unleashing a violent tremor and fierce winds. Chapter 103. The Qilin Thunder Beast Titan. The two apocalyptic behemoths were subdued by Zhu in mere moments. With a single stroke of his sword and a swift release of his arrow, he had not even broken a sweat. Yet, how could the legendary Crimson Godzilla and the infinitely empowered Ghidorah succumb so easily? A crisp sound of shattering echoed from the ground. The blade embedded in Godzilla's chest was dissolving under the terrifying heat emanating from its core, shattering apart. This allowed Godzilla to free itself, rolling over onto its feet. However, instead of rising immediately, it remained on all fours, its body igniting with a searing red glow. The air around Godzilla warped from the intense heat, causing buildings and the ground to begin melting. Zhu sensed the surging nuclear radiation and narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Godzilla was charging a devastating technique. Thermal explosion. In the film Godzilla, King of the Monsters, it was this very move that had shattered two of Ghidorah's heads and rendered the creature incapacitated, showcasing its immense power. This move possesses some intrigue. Just as Zhu turned his attention to Godzilla, poised for his next action, a violent surge of energy erupted from behind him. Turning swiftly, he beheld 3 golden beams of light piercing through the dust cloud created by Ghidorah's descent. His azure eyes penetrated the haze, revealing Ghidorah's 3 massive heads, each gaping wide with fearsome teeth, as golden lightning crackled ominously within their jaws, gathering strength. Wow, what a wide mouth. One opportunity. No, this is an overwhelming surge of energy. It radiated even more power than the nuclear radiation emitted by Godzilla. Furthermore, this terrifying energy felt oddly familiar. Zhu furrowed his brow, and as he cast his gaze upon Ghidorah, a familiar sensation dawned upon him. It stemmed from a yellow and blue energies coursing within Ghidorah, the power of the Infinity Stones. Thanos had indeed fortified Ghidorah with both the Space and Mind Stones. And due to Ghidorah's unique ability to absorb cosmic energy, it had amassed a considerable amount of infinite power. No wonder it appeared far larger than its original depiction, with internal energy surpassing that of the Red Godzilla. The two creatures were currently charging their attacks, and a single strike from either could obliterate the entirety of New York City, particularly Ghidorah with its 3 heads. Any one of them could unleash energy attacks capable of devastating the city, and if all 3 were to unleash their power simultaneously, it could very well annihilate several neighboring cities as well. This was unacceptable. While collateral damage within the city might be manageable, complete destruction was out of the question. Not only did he have numerous allies within New York, but the city housed over 1 million souls, and he could not allow them all to perish. Otherwise, all his efforts today would be in vain. He desired a compliant New York City, not a desolate ghost town. Within the Susanoo, Susanoo brought his hands together and invoked a long-and-used ninjutsu. Wood release, advent of the tree world. With his command, colossal trees began to sprout wildly around Ghidorah and Godzilla, connecting heaven and earth in an instant, ensnaring the two behemoths within a myriad of towering trunks. In the next moment, a resonating hum akin to electromagnetic energy erupted from Godzilla, while Ghidorah's gravitational lightning crackled through the air. Each of these energy attacks possessed the potential to decimate a large city, unleashing a terrifying brilliance of red and gold within the tree world. Yet, they could not breach the protective barrier of the wood release. Ultimately, their assaults culminated in tremendous energy explosions contained within the confines of the tree realm. Susanoo surveyed the towering trees, which stood resilient even after absorbing the titanic strikes from both monsters, and he felt pleased with their fortitude. Indeed, withstanding such catastrophic attacks indicated that these trees had a strength far exceeding that of high-strength alloys. Of course, their remarkable resilience stemmed not only from the inherent strength of the trees created by the wood release, but also from Susanoo's own formidable power. The greater the strength of the user, the more potent the ninjutsu. The techniques he wielded had long surpassed the strength limits of the Naruto universe. Otherwise, even the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Hashirama Senju, would likely struggle to withstand such an assault. However, for Susanoo, repelling such attacks was merely child's play. He did not appear particularly elated. This situation could not persist. Though these two beings were indeed powerful, given them a moment longer, they could potentially devastate the earth. Yet, at present, they failed to exert any real pressure on him. They were simply too weak. Their full strength was merely a casual strike to him, which utterly dampened his enthusiasm. Was this the source of Thanos' confidence? Why did it feel so off? As Susanoo pondered, Godzilla and King Ghidorah, trapped in the tree realm, finally broke free after relentless energy assaults shattered a section of tree roots. Although they had emerged, both colossal beasts were severely depleted from the continuous barrage of energy attacks. They charged towards him in a two-pronged assault, their massive forms colliding with great force. However, their most potent energy attacks proved ineffective against him, as Susanoo had lost all interest in continuing this game. The display of power was nearing its conclusion. It was time to deliver a grand yet superficial attack to conclude this farce. Susanoo coldly raised his right hand, and dark clouds gathered above his Susanoo. Even more oppressive than the one summoned by King Ghidorah. Lightning release, Susanoo Kirin. Boom! The two titans moved swiftly, reaching Susanoo in an instant. But the speed of the descending lightning was even swifter. A colossal Kirin head, towering over 10,000 meters, descended from the heavens, opening its mouth of thunder and lightning, indiscriminately swallowing Godzilla, King Ghidorah, and Susanoo himself. Kirin, Thunder Beast, Titan Beast. The Kirin's lightning continued for an entire minute, leaving the 1 million survivors in New York City utterly spellbound by this cataclysmic creature. Susanoo's awe-inspiring presence reached its zenith at that moment. As the lightning faded, a charred pit over 10,000 meters deep appeared in the center of New York City. Godzilla lay within, his core energy completely obliterated, forcibly reverting from his crimson form. His body blackened like a roasted sweet potato. King Ghidorah fared no better. His form was similarly charred, with 2 of his 3 heads obliterated by the lightning, leaving only one wise-eyed head. His once grand wings, over 3,000 meters wide, had vanished, transforming him from a western dragon into an Indian monitor lizard. The king among these beasts had entirely lost its combat capability under the divine might of the Kirin, unable to stand, barely clinging to life. This last breath was intentionally preserved by Susanoo, who planned to keep them as pets. Otherwise, even this ostentatious move would have reduced them to mere ashes. However, he did not rush to subdue the incapacitated Godzilla and King Ghidorah. Instead, his gaze shifted to the edge of the charred pit created by the Kirin, where the ground lay barren and empty. With both of your trump cards gone, how long do you intend to watch this spectacle? Thanos? Clap, clap, clap. As Susanoo's words echoed, applause resonated from the emptiness. A blue portal opened, and Thanos emerged, clapping with an expression of admiration. You are indeed remarkable. Even within the independent realm I forged from the Space Stone, you managed to perceive my presence. However, you have erred in one regard. Those 2 have never been my trump cards, nor did I ever entertain the notion that they could vanquish someone as formidable as you, who single-handedly pierced through the Kree Empire. They merely served to buy me a modicum of time. The true cards, I meticulously prepared to confront you lie ahead. Grinning, Thanos clenched the cosmic cube in his right hand, summoning a myriad of blue portals, both large and small, to open in all directions. Chapter 104. Thanos arrives. Thanos falls first. The sky darkened as a colossal black warship, larger than the Chitauri mothership, emerged from the largest portal, its cannons all aimed at the left assistant. Subsequently, the warship descended, casting down 2 beams of azure light, one large, one small. The smaller beam landed behind Thanos, and 5 distinct figures emerged from its radiant glow. These were the legendary Black Order, who had followed Thanos in the slaughter of countless worlds. The elegantly aged Ebony Maw, the robust and menacing Cull Obsidian, the graceful and enigmatic Corvus Glaive, the immortal Proxima Midnight, and the universe's foremost assassin, Black Dwarf. Then, with a resounding, sonorous whale-like call, from a larger beam of light surged forth leviathans akin to great whales, alongside the Star-Lord army, riding their flying vessels. From the ground, where the massive portal descended, an unending stream of energy tanks, legions clad in black armor, and creatures resembling giant gorillas poured forth. In less than a minute, the sky and ground were utterly filled with Thanos' myriad legions and colossal beasts, creating a scene so dense it sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, regrettably for them, the left assistant had long transcended the realm of humanity and remained unfazed by this display, even harboring a trace of amusement. He cast a glance at the Black Order, his eyes betraying no emotion as they slid away from the 5 figures. As for the armies of Thanos that filled the heavens and earth, they were naught but ants, unworthy of his regard. Finally, the left assistant's gaze shifted towards the other portals Thanos had opened with the space stones, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Ah, still resorting to this trick? How juvenile! As his words fell, figures began to emerge from the blue portals once more. First, a red and gold mech, nearly 100 meters tall, made its entrance, unmistakably the creation of that flamboyant Tony Stark. Following this, with a roar filled with fury, a green figure burst forth. Then, a thunderous sound echoed across the sky as Thor, the god of thunder, descended to aid Earth. Soon after, Quicksilver, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and various superheroes from across the cities leaped from individual portals, unleashing their diverse array of superpowers, encircling the left assistant from both the sky and the ground. They shared a singular, unsettling trait. Their eyes glowed with a peculiar golden hue. Thanos gazed at the encircled left assistant, who stood paralyzed with fear, a deeper smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed with arrogance, "You are indeed powerful. Even if my entire army were to charge, I could not vanquish you directly. Yet, every living being possesses an unavoidable vulnerability, emotions, and you are no exception. You can effortlessly annihilate formidable foes, but what of your comrades, your friends, your subordinates, and the other superheroes on this planet? Can you truly bring yourself to harm them?" Left assistant turned his head to glance at Thanos, remaining silent as he dispelled his colossal Susanoo, landing on the ground. Thanos, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy that was impossible to conceal, his mouth curling into a grin as he continued, "Of course, I do not wish to leave you with no options. If you return the Infinity Stones to me, I shall immediately release them and depart from Earth, never to return. How's that sound?" Left assistant coldly regarded Thanos and replied, "Is this your final proclamation?" At these words, Thanos' pupils constricted sharply, a profound sense of impending doom washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he intended to wield the Mind Stone to command all superheroes to attack Left Assistant, while simultaneously using the Space Stone to escape. However, it was too late. Engulfed in emerald flames, Left Assistant appeared above Thanos with instantaneous speed. "Can you react in time, Purple Potato?" 8 gates, opening the view gate. The battle concluded before Thanos could even muster a response. Left Assistant's hand had already made contact with his large purple head. "A celestial touch upon my crown, unleashing the might of heaven." Without granting Thanos any chance for futile resistance, a tremendous repulsive force erupted from Left Assistant's palm. Shinra Tensei. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of successive air explosions echoed as Thanos was instantaneously obliterated, reduced to a puddle of crimson remnants. Even the Mind Stone and the Space Stone he wielded could not withstand the overwhelming repulsion of Shinra Tensei and were crushed to pieces, leaving only their indestructible cores, the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. The entire ordeal transpired in less than a second. "Father, you have slain our father. We shall exact vengeance upon you." The Black Order, having reported to the Goddess of Death, finally registered the scene, unleashing a furious outcry at Left Assistant. "How tiresome." Left Assistant glanced up, his patience wearing thin as he directed a single finger toward the enraged quintet. "Why do you think you possess to bark at me?" In the next moment, a black sphere shot forth from his fingertip, striking the chest of Ebony Maw with precision. A powerful gravitational pull emanated from the sphere, distorting Ebony Maw's form into a mass of flesh, enveloping the black sphere entirely. The remaining members of the Black Order could not escape either, as the immense force generated by the sphere tore them apart in an instant, reducing them to a viscous paste that adhered to the sphere. Yet, the black sphere did not cease its advance. It soared directly toward the dense ranks of Thanos' army behind the Black Order. Wherever the black sphere traversed, not a single blade of grass could survive, regardless of the might of Thanos' formidable army or the energy tanks. They were all torn to shreds by the black sphere's overwhelming gravitational pull, becoming mere fragments clinging to its surface. In mere seconds, the vast army had transformed into a grotesque mass of dark crimson flesh, affixed to the black sphere. As the blood-soaked sphere veered sharply, it hurtled directly toward the colossal battleship that obscured the sky, crashing into its hull. The air resonated with a disconcerting metallic distortion, and in the next moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The enormous, menacing battleship visibly began to collapse and warp from within, metamorphosing in less than 10 seconds from an imposing cosmic vessel into a blackened orb of twisted metal suspended in the atmosphere. Simultaneously, the Starry Army and the Leviathan beasts lost all signs of life the instant the battleship was obliterated, their lifeless bodies drawn into the vast sphere of mingled flesh and metal above. From the ground, it appeared as though a black and red sun had emerged in the heavens. Earth-shattering star. Thanos had arrived with his meticulously devised scheme. Yet his entire force was annihilated in under a minute. Susanoo cast a glance at the ground littered with purple blood, his tone laced with disdain. "I warned you that any plot is futile in the face of absolute power. I'm astonished that, as the cosmic overlord, you fail to grasp this concept. Thanos, you have truly disappointed me. As one of the most successfully crafted villains in Marvel's history, Susanoo had harbored certain expectations for Thanos, believing this individual could orchestrate something earth-shattering against him. Instead, he resorted to the most juvenile of threats. Absurd. Not to mention Susanoo possessed 100 methods to counter the situation of his allies being controlled. For instance, he could confine them all within the mirror of a wrist, manipulate their souls with the Soul Stone, or temporarily transform them into slimes using the Reality Stone. Even if he were to slay all those under control, what of it? Did Thanos truly believe he cared for these so-called superheroes of Earth? The worst that could happen would be to eliminate them all and then resurrect his few acquaintances. After all, he had a pact with death, allowing him to revive anyone he deemed fit. Thus, Thanos' attempt to threaten Susanoo by controlling Tony and the others was a farcical endeavor from the outset. With the main character vanquished, the farce should come to an end. Susanoo raised 2 fingers before his eyes, connecting with the shadowy clones hidden across the globe. In an instant, purple giants began to materialize in cities teetering on the brink of destruction due to the monstrous onslaught. The emergence of these purple giants swiftly concluded the global crisis with overwhelming force. Subsequently, immense golden portals appeared, through which the purple giants emerged, each gripping an array of bizarre beasts. In total, there were 23 of these creatures, each measuring around 100 meters in size. The smaller titans and monsters have been rendered worthless, effortlessly extinguished by the shadow clones. Chapter 105, Dual Divine Might. Nine-tailed beasts. Susanoo stood at the epicenter of all the superheroes controlled by Thanos, with 23 towering purple giants brandishing titan beasts looming behind him. Casting a disdainful glance over this array of ineffectual heroes, a chilling voice resonated. The Titan Star, Thanos, and his legion have unlawfully invaded Earth. In the name of Akatsuki, I have bestowed upon them the sentence of death. The Titan beasts on Earth, under Thanos' dominion. have inflicted immense devastation upon numerous cities and caused countless civilian casualties. The 25 surviving beasts shall be eternally imprisoned by Akatsuki. Ultimately, Earth shall forever remain the realm of humanity. Any illicit incursion by extraterrestrial races shall never be pardoned by Akatsuki. Henceforth, you shall all face death, every last one of you. These succinct words, amplified by the power of the Soul Stone, reverberated within the minds of every inhabitant on Earth, stirring a tempest of emotions. Just moments ago, a cataclysmic disaster that threatened humanity's very existence was so effortlessly resolved? Is this the might of the world's foremost superhero organization, Akatsuki? No, this is not merely Akatsuki's strength. It is the individual prowess of their leader, Minister Zua. At that moment, the awe and reverence of the surviving humans who had endured the Titan crisis reached a zenith. In a mythical realm, the collective belief of these individuals might have granted him ascension to divinity. Alas, this is the Marvel Universe, devoid of such so-called faith power. As for Zuoju's final proclamation, it was directed towards the lurking extraterrestrial races on Earth, or rather, the Skrulls. The implication was clear. Prepare yourselves, you wretches. For Earth belongs to me, and your demise is inevitable. With that, a swirling vortex began to manifest in Zuoju's right eye. And alongside the 23 purple giants and their 25 titan beasts, they vanished from the realm of reality in a distortion of divine might. In the divine might space, Zuoju and the beasts materialized. The shadow clones were dismissed upon entering this realm. Once inside, Zuoju utilized the soul stone to imprint the 25 titan beasts. Now, with clarity in their eyes from the hammering they endured, with a slave's soul mark. Having done so, he could command their souls at will. He then summoned a slug to restore the severely injured Ghidorah's weakened vitality. Ghidorah's formidable appearance resonated with Zuoju's aesthetic, and its potential to survive in the cosmos made it an ideal mount. As for Godzilla, who bore injuries akin to Ghidorah's, Zuoju need not fret. Upon entering the divine might space, Godzilla's little companion, Mothra, immediately took flight to its head, showering it with dazzling golden powder to heal its wounds. Observing this, Zuoju couldn't help but smirk. Come on, guys, are you flaunting your affection at my expense? Are you mocking me for being single? Zuoju turned his head, choosing to disregard the display of affection from the two individuals, and settled himself upon a black cube within the realm of Shenhui. It had been quite some time since he had last reviewed his system rewards, and it was high time to do so. System, please display all recently acquired unclaimed rewards. Querying unclaimed rewards. Contacted 5 cosmic-level beings. Agatha Harkness, Supreme Intelligence, Ghidorah, Godzilla, Thanos. Distributing rewards. 60 fragments, 20 from Thanos, 10 from each of the others. Mysterious items. Spirit summoning 1-tail Shikaku, 3-tail Isabu, 4-tail Sun Wukong. Contacted 4 cosmic-level beings. Peter Quill Star-Lord, Ronan the Accuser, Red Skull, King Kong. Distributing rewards, 40 fragments, mysterious item scroll, dispelling powder. Contacted 29 cosmic-level beings. Gamora, Nebula, the Black Order, 22 Titans. Distributing rewards, 290 fragments. Zuoju glanced at the list of rewards presented by the system, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. This cosmic journey had not been in vain. The rewards for mere encounters were bountiful. Among the 5 cosmic beings, he had remarkably unlocked 3-tailed beasts, and even a scroll dispelling powder had been obtained, indicating a stroke of good fortune. His attention first settled on the scroll dispelling powder. It is well known that the effects of the system's rewards, particularly scrolls, are extraordinary. Most scrolls can bypass disparities in levels and take effect directly. For instance, the scroll he previously utilized against the Ancient One. This dispelling powder was no different. Dispelling powder ignores level disparities, forcibly dispels negative states on oneself, and compels the dispelling of enhancement states on enemies within a targeted area. Upon reading the description of the dispelling powder, Zuoju could not help but smile. The effect was nothing short of invincible. After examining the dispelling powder, he redirected his focus to the other mysterious items, namely the 3-tailed beasts. This reward was indeed advantageous. These 3-tailed beasts would serve him well. Once he procures a ninja capable of summoning the outer path deity, he could have these tailed beasts contribute their chakra to resurrect the deity into the 10 tails. and subsequently seek a planet to cultivate the divine tree and reap its fruits. Content: Susanoo placed the three-tailed beasts into the Shenhui space for free-range nurturing. Speaking of which, his Shenhui space was rapidly resembling a zoo. He now possessed 7-tailed beasts: 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, and 10. Additionally, there were 25 titans and several ordinary spirit beasts. He was almost becoming the director of a zoo. Shaking his head to dismiss this peculiar thought, he spoke again. System, please tally all the ninja fragments I currently possess. Calculating: 110 fragments of one level, 40 fragments of another level, 330 fragments of yet another level, and 5 additional fragments. Oh, I can synthesize one card, and a total of 16 cards. Combine all fragments. Received synthesizing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the level card. Hatake Kakashi Susanoo. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level card. Mysterious Masked Man Path of the Ninja. Congratulations to the host for securing the level cards. Fu 7 Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura 6 Tails Jinchuriki, and Han 5 Tails Jinchuriki. There are too many cards to list individually, but for Susanoo, the only ones of significance are these 3 Jinchuriki cards. Remarkably, these 3 cards represent the missing 5, 6, and 7 tails. How fortuitous! Once he merges these 3 Jinchuriki cards, along with the 5-tailed beasts residing in the Kimui dimension, he will have gathered all 9-tailed beasts. In the future, should he draw the Outer Path Golem or an incomplete 10 tails, he will be able to directly infuse the power of the 9-tailed beasts to evolve it into its complete form. All that remains is to find a suitable planet to plant the divine tree. Perfect. System, merge the cards, including the 3 Jinchuriki cards. Received. Fusion in progress. All 5 ninja cards have been merged. First, after the fusion of the Kakashi level card, Susanoo's originally singular 3-tomo Sharingan in his right eye transformed into a dual eye. Thus, he obtained the complete power of Kamui. Previously, the Kamui in his right eye could only draw individuals into the Kamui dimension upon contact, or allow him to become intangible. To draw someone into the Kamui dimension from a distance, he had to utilize a combination technique of the mirror space and Kamui. Now, that is no longer necessary. The completion of his left eye's Kamui enables him to directly draw targets into the Kamui dimension from afar. Furthermore, he can now wield the power of spatial distortion to tear apart foes or attach the spatial power of Kamui to objects for offensive maneuvers, such as Kamui shurikens. With dual Kamui, his defensive and offensive capabilities have become significantly more versatile. Additionally, the dual Kamui grants him access to a 3rd complete Susanoo form, enhancing the strength of his composite Susanoo. As for the card featuring the various spiritual beings, such as the Southern Dipper Sage, Northern Dipper Sage, Death God, Golden Serpent, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, while they may sound impressive, their actual power is rather modest. The only aspect that piques his interest is the Great Spiral Sphere, also known as the Gift of Farewell or Konoha's Happy Ball. This technique possesses immense power. Having obliterated the entirety of Konoha in a single application during a film, comparable in might to Pain's Deva Path. When he employs this Great Spiral Sphere, the resulting devastation will far exceed the gentle destruction of Konoha, potentially leaving a significant scar on the planet itself. Chapter 106. A Susanoo embedded with 6 Infinity Stones? The 3 Jinchuriki cards offer little of interest in terms of skills. The primary reason for their fusion is the 3-tailed beasts contained within. However, he is not accustomed to having parasites within his body. After the fusion, he immediately extricated the 3-tailed beasts from within him and cast them into the Kamui dimension, allowing them to reunite with the other 6-tailed beasts. As for the remaining 13 ordinary cards, he has no intention of merging them. The enhancement in strength would be negligible. It would be more prudent to reserve them to bolster the might of his subordinate, Hydra. With the establishment of the superhero organization Akatsuki, a fervor for superheroes has swept across the earth, resulting in a rapid increase in their numbers over the past 2 years. On the surface, the forces of justice on Earth now far outweigh those of evil. However, this cannot be allowed to persist. The world is inherently vibrant. If it were to exist in a singular hue, even if that hue were the radiant white of goodness, it would ultimately descend into extreme annihilation. Thus, to prevent this world from becoming extreme, the dark forces must not be overly weakened compared to the light, a balance of power is essential. Most importantly, the most formidable dark force, Hydra, also belongs to his arsenal. There are certain tasks that Hydra is more suited to undertake without restraint. After tallying the system rewards, it is time to reap the benefits inherent to this universe. He raised his right hand, and 6 gems, each a different hue, yet radiating resplendent brilliance, floated above his palm. Astonishingly, he had effortlessly gathered one of the most powerful artifacts within the Marvel Universe, the Infinity Stones. To be candid, his journey to collect the Infinity Stones has been remarkably smooth. From acquiring the first-time stone, he managed to collect all 6 Infinity Stones in less than 2 years. It is said that uniting all 6 Infinity Stones grants one omnipotence, enabling them to obliterate the entire universe or create a new one with but a snap of their fingers. Of course, this presupposes that one can withstand the backlash of energy that comes from wielding the Infinity Stones to destroy or create universes. After all, the repercussions of the Infinity Stones are no jest. In Avengers Endgame, Hulk barely survived after reviving half of the universe's beings, nearly succumbing in the process. This was due to Hulk's inherently strong physique, the gamma radiation within him being of the same origin as the Infinity Stones radiation, and the various conditions of donning Tony's homemade Infinity Gauntlet, which allowed him to narrowly escape death. Without a vessel, mere contact would instantly reduce an ordinary person to ashes, let alone utilizing their power. Even with a vessel, the 6 Infinity Stones are not meant for just anyone to wield. For instance, Tony, being a mere mortal, despite donning nanotech armor and using the gem's power to obliterate Thanos and his army, a task that would be considered minimal consumption for the 6 stones, still met his demise due to the backlash of their power. This underscores the terrifying nature of the backlash from the 6 stones. It can be said that no matter how mortals attempt to harness external forces, they are ultimately doomed. Yet, is Susanoo an ordinary mortal? With his fingers distinctly articulated, Susanoo gathered the 6 Infinity Stones into the palm of his hand. At the moment the 6 Infinity Stones converged within his grasp, a surge of destructive 6-colored energy coursed through his entire being like a current, emanating from his arm. This devastating force enveloped him, exerting immense pressure on every cell within his being, transforming the scarlet hues of his eyes into a spectrum of 6 colors. Electrical therapy? Quite agreeable. Upon experiencing the radiant impact of the Infinity Stones, Susanoo discovered that merely holding the 6 stones posed no strain at all. However, when employing them with his physical form, the pressure escalated exponentially, potentially leading to the collapse of his corporeal body, as Odin had warned. Yet it mattered not. The physical strain was merely a trifling concern. He had myriad methods at his disposal. With the activation of his Susanoo's first form, a powerful suction emanated from his violet bone arm, drawing the 6 Infinity Stones to rest upon his bony palm. Thus, the Susanoo version of the Infinity Gauntlet was complete. Indeed, utilizing Susanoo as a vessel significantly alleviated the physical burden imposed by the stones, bringing it to a level that could be deemed negligible. Now, it was time to explore the sensations of wielding the 6 stones. However, he decided to avoid grandiose creations that could annihilate the universe. Instead, he would commence with something smaller, such as crafting a metal that currently did not exist in this universe. With a snap of his fingers, he directed the bone fingers embedded with the 6 stones. Instantly, a vast expanse of liquid silver appeared above Susanoo's head, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Iderman alloy, he declared, a metal that exists within the cosmos, possessing hardness rivaling that of vibranium, yet boasting even sharper characteristics. He gazed at the lake-sized pool of liquid Iderman alloy above him, nodding in satisfaction. Quite remarkable. The reality stone, when wielded alone, could only alter or create objects temporarily, reverting them to their original forms after a brief span. However, upon uniting the 6 stones, the creations became permanent, unrestricted to the confines of this universe. As long as one comprehended their fundamental properties, items from other universes, or those yet to be conceived, could also be permanently manifested. Moreover, the powers of the other 5 stones were significantly amplified post-unification. It could be said that only when the 6 Infinity Stones were together could they manifest their utmost potential. For instance, with the Space Stone, he could faintly sense the existence of other cosmic realms, and it seemed that, should he desire, he could forcibly open a portal to parallel universes. Yet, he pondered whether he could access the realm of comic universes. A treacherous thought flickered through Susanoo's mind. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from immediate pursuit. The myriad levels of existence within comic universes posed the risk of discovery should he intrude. Temporarily shelving this notion, he concentrated, summoning a silver-white ring to his palm, from which a powerful suction emanated, drawing the entirety of the liquid Eiderman alloy into its confines. This ring, crafted by Susanoo with the power of 6 infinity stones, features a vibranium band imbued with the essence of the reality stone, an internal storage space forged from the space stone, and a user authentication mechanism derived from the mind stone. It can be described as a divine artifact that embodies durability, convenience, and security. However, the creation of this ring, alongside the adamantium alloy, did not impose any pressure upon Susanoo. It appears that his Susanoo, empowered by the Infinity Stones, is akin to Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. The side effects are relatively negligible. Perhaps he should dare to experiment further, considering snapping his fingers to obliterate half the universe's beings, then resurrect them with another snap? Shaking his head, Susanoo dismissed his sudden, hellish thoughts. Why do his ideas today seem so perilous? Is it due to his recent rapid and unimpeded enhancement of power that has inflated his ego? Sensing a slight issue with his mindset, he lost interest in further testing the might of the 6 stones, dispelling his Susanoo and retracting the 6 infinity stones, his form distorting as he vanished from the realm of divine power. In the depths of the universe, amidst the infinite darkness, a black hole capable of consuming even shadows materialized abruptly. From this abyss emerged 6 crimson orbs of light, followed by a head resembling a 6-chambered cannon. Upon its emergence, the black hole expanded rapidly, revealing an immense dark red figure, boundless in size, floating within the cosmic void. Subsequently, additional black holes appeared, each giving rise to colossal shapes of varying colors, yet equally monumental in scale. Erishem, why have we been summoned once more? Inquired the red giant known as Erishem, who had initially appeared as the 6-chambered figure. He surveyed his assembled colleagues with a mechanical and unyielding tone. The 6 infinity stones of this universe have been gathered by an individual. We must deliver judgment upon this person to prevent the powers of the infinity stones from endangering the entire cosmos. Celestial Assembly, Arbiter Erishem, Chapter 107. The 5 nations come to pay protection fees. Unbeknownst to Susanoo, he had already become the focus of the Celestial Assembly. After departing from the realm of divine beasts, he was teleported directly into the minister's office of the Akatsuki base. Upon his arrival, he discovered his office crowded with individuals. Among them were the members of the Akatsuki who had been freed from the Mind Stone's control following the death of Thanos at Susanoo's hands, along with 5 unfamiliar individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, all clad in suits. Though Susanoo's ministerial office was spacious, spanning over 200 square meters, it contained only 3 chairs, 1 at the main desk and 2 at the guest table opposite. At that moment, Tony was sprawled casually in one of the 2 guest chairs, holding a small slug procured from the medical department, pressing it against his forehead to alleviate the excruciating headache caused by the Mind Stone's influence. The other Akatsuki members, also previously under control, each held a small slug pressed against their foreheads to soothe their pain. Beside Tony, in another chair at the guest table, sat an elderly man of Eastern descent, his hair adorned with silver, exuding an air of scholarly elegance and integrity. The remaining occupants of the office stood, while the principal seat remained conspicuously vacant, as if no one dared to occupy it. Upon the arrival of his assistant, Tony, self-proclaimed as the second-in-command at the base, rose to introduce him. This is Mr. Zwa. These 5 gentlemen are representatives of the 5 major powers of the United Nations, Mr. Fong Zheng from Huaxia, and the representatives from the United States and others. He continued, they have come to express their gratitude for your heroic act of saving the world. Turning to the 5 representatives, a hint of pride graced Tony's expression as he added, I trust that our esteemed minister requires no further introduction, as you must have thoroughly researched him prior to your visit, even to the color of his undergarments. The 5 representatives stiffened momentarily at Tony's words. While the bluntness of his remarks was evident, they quickly masked their discomfort with smiles, demonstrating their exceptional composure. Among them, the Huaxia representative rose, a warm smile illuminating his face as he extended his hand. Minister Zwa, though I have heard legends of your exploits, Seeing you in person is indeed a revelation. A true hero emerges in youth, and you undoubtedly embody the world's foremost superhero. As a fellow Huaxia citizen, I feel immense pride. Everyone appreciates a compliment, and Minister Zhuo was no exception. A smile graced his lips as he shook Fang Zheng's hand. It is but a hollow title. The earth belongs to us all, and every human bears the responsibility to protect it. I merely did what I could. Listening to Zhuo speak in fluent Huaxia, Fang Zheng's eyes glimmered with understanding. Indeed, this formidable young man, despite the limited information available and the falsified records regarding his birth and history prior to 2008, was undeniably of Huaxia descent, or perhaps from an alternate universe. One must not underestimate a major power, should it choose to delve deeply into an individual's background. Even a meticulously crafted identity, created by peers for Zhuo, could be unraveled. Particularly given Zhuo's demonstrated strength, it compelled them to scrutinize every detail of his past. All 5 representatives were acutely aware that Zhuo's past identity was fabricated, yet none were foolish enough to voice this knowledge. In fact, prior to their arrival, they had collectively transformed this false identity into one that was more authentic than gold itself. The recent subtle inquiry from the Huaxia representative was a test of Zhuo's true identity, and Zhuo's response confirmed their unspoken question. He was indeed human, which simultaneously relieved the representatives. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario had not materialized. Zhuo remained one of them, a human. The fear lies in the possibility that Zhu is not a human, but an extraterrestrial being. This notion would surely unsettle everyone, as it is widely understood that those not of our kind must have different intentions. Each individual present comprehends this truth. If you are human, you are powerful and assertive, possibly even hailing from another universe, and we might endure that. However, if you are not human, merely existing on Earth would induce unease among us all. Nonetheless, the representatives from the other 4 nations cast glances at the Huaxia representative tinged with a hint of jealousy. Although Zhu may not be a Huaxia individual from this universe, the mere thought that he, in any circumstance, remains a Huaxia person ignites feelings of envy. It is precisely because Zhu is documented as a Huaxia national that the representatives of the 5 great nations have permitted the Huaxia representative to assume a position of leadership. Otherwise, they would never have entrusted the opportunity to converse with the world's most formidable individual to the Huaxia representative. The efficacy of their decision has been validated. This minister, Zhuo, indeed exhibits a markedly gentle demeanor towards the Huaxia representative. It is no wonder that during this crisis involving colossal beasts, Huaxia engaged with only a single creature, the weakest and least aggressive, Mosura, besides a few minor monsters. Huaxia has incurred minimal losses, undoubtedly due to Minister Zhuo's discreet support. How vexing it is that such a powerful human did not emerge from our own nation. Zhu, disregarding the resentful glares of the representatives from the other 4 nations, approached the main seat and extended his hand towards Fang Zheng. Mr. Fang, please have a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. Let us discuss the purpose of your visit, as I have matters to address with you as well. Fang Zheng, casting a sidelong glance at the envious expressions of the representatives from the 4 nations, felt a surge of pride as he took his seat. As Mr. Stark has noted, we have come to express gratitude on behalf of all humanity to Minister Zhuo and the members of Xiao. Furthermore, all nations have unanimously agreed to formally grant the Xiao organization autonomy for global operations. Henceforth, all funding for Xiao's activities will be allocated by the United Nations on our behalf. What do you think? Zhu raised an eyebrow, comprehending the implication. This was a proposal to pay him a protection fee. Xiao would safeguard the Earth, while the United Nations would provide the funds. Although Xiao does not lack for operational resources, having the affluent Tony at its disposal, what they offer is rightfully due to Xiao. Why refuse it? Moreover, considering the substantial expenses required to train his numerous Hydra operatives, he would ensure that these costs are included in the future requests. Confident that they would not object, let us proceed as such. You may liaise with our financial officer, Tony, regarding the allocation. He will be responsible for tallying the necessary funding amounts. The representatives from the 5 great nations, sensing that Zhu did not dismiss their goodwill, nodded eagerly, their smiles betraying their delight. There is no greater unifier than mutual benefit, with vested interests at play. They could rest assured of the existence of Xiao and the formidable Minister Zhuo, whose influence could potentially upend the world. Zhu, with a casual glance at the representatives of the 5 great nations, had grown weary of the subtleties of political maneuvering, unconcerned with the deeper implications behind the allocations of funds. Once your matters have been addressed, allow me to speak on my own agenda, he stated. The representatives, having achieved their objectives, straightened their postures and leaned in attentively. Please go ahead, ministers, they urged. With a snap of his fingers, a woman embodying the perfect visage in everyone's mind materialized before them. The sudden appearance left all present momentarily stunned. Even Tony, known for his numerous conquests, was taken aback for several seconds. Xiao Ai, please retrieve the data on the scrolls, Zhou commanded. The woman referred to as Xiao Ai, a projection of supreme intelligence, nodded, and a detailed dossier on the scrolls was presented to all. Scrolls, a shape-shifting race that infiltrates various life-bearing planets across the cosmos, gradually replacing the native life forms to achieve their goal of invasion and occupation. Undeniably, they're the parasites of the universe. As the information unfolded, a series of edited videos depicting Skrulls transforming into other species and infiltrating different planets were screened. While it was true that most of these Skrulls had fled to escape the relentless pursuit of the Kree Empire, this detail was conveniently omitted, leaving only their terrifying, shape-shifting abilities and the stark reality of their infiltration. From the expressions of fear that emerged in the eyes of the representatives, Zhou discerned the reaction he sought, a cold smile gradually forming on his lips. Chapter 108, The Threat of the Skrulls. The murderous intent of the 5 great nations. I trust that after reviewing this dossier, you comprehend the magnitude of the threat posed by the Skrull shape-shifting capabilities to the beings of any planet. Their ability to transform extends beyond mere appearances. They can replicate not only physical traits, but also genetic makeup and short-term memories. In other words, should they take on the likeness of any of you present, even the most advanced technological devices would fail to detect the deception. Your families would remain oblivious to the fact that their loved ones have been replaced by a Skrull masquerading in familiar flesh, mistaking that imposter for you. How does that sentiment strike you? Zhu's tone was unremarkable, yet all present, including the superheroes of Xiao, felt a collective shiver run down their spines. A visceral sensation of dread taking hold. This was a level of horror previously unfelt amidst the global crisis posed by titanic beasts. At least those colossal creatures were tangible, formidable, yet not insurmountable. In contrast, the Skrulls eluded detection entirely, lurking in the shadows, their presence nearly undetectable. It is highly probable that individuals in your vicinity have already been replaced by Skrulls, your colleagues, relatives, comrades, and even high-ranking officials of humanity. Tony Stark, with his genius intellect, finds himself drenched in cold sweat, unable to conceive any strategy to combat the Skrulls, despite having created groundbreaking armor. Ultimately, after a shared glance among the representatives of the 5 major nations, one of them speaks first. Given Minister Zhu's assertion, it seems that Skrull infiltration has indeed begun on Earth. Zhu's assistant nods slightly, and the Supreme Intellect promptly shuts off the projection of Skrull data, replacing it with a different video. This footage chronicles an operation from the 1990s, undertaken by the Kree Empire warriors specifically tasked with hunting down Skrulls. The video commences. In 1997, Earth, United States. Several green-skinned humanoid beings, strikingly different from humans, emerge from the ocean. Upon merely glancing at the humans on the nearby beach, they instantaneously transform into perfect replicas, down to the minutest detail, and seamlessly blend into the crowd, indistinguishable from actual humans. The scene shifts. A blonde Kree warrior clad in green armor appears on Earth, engaging in a pursuit of the Skrulls who have assumed human forms within the city. During this chase, members of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the representatives of the 5 nations spot 2 familiar figures, the young Nick Fury and Phil Coulson. Is that Nick? How could he be here? Exclaims Hill, as Natasha and Barton, former subordinates of Nick Fury, gaze on in disbelief, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. The representatives of the 5 nations were expressions of grave concern, particularly the American delegate, whose countenance resembles one who has ingested something foul. Gritting his teeth as he speaks in a low voice, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. have been involved in this matter? Yet we have received no information whatsoever. It is crucial to note that S.H.I.E.L.D. ELD, was established through the joint funding of the 5 major nations, with annual financial contributions reaching astronomical figures. Additionally, SHIELD was granted special global enforcement authority, as it was the sole organization capable of addressing supernatural events on Earth prior to the formation of SHIELD. This significant support from the 5 nations was predicated on the understanding that all of SHIELD's operations would be subject to oversight by the Security Council comprised of the 5 nations, with all actions requiring prior notification to the Council. However, they have not received a single shred of information regarding the scrolls. What does this signify? It is evident that a traitor exists among humanity. Someone has concealed this matter, and the identity of this traitor has been revealed within the video. As the video continues, the scene shifts once more. The blonde woman, who was previously in pursuit of the scrolls, is now suspended upside down in a device, with energy flows relentlessly assaulting her brain on either side, resembling a form of brainwashing apparatus. At this point, the image of the blonde woman vanished entirely, replaced by another contingent of fully armed Kree warriors. They discovered a Skrull spaceship concealed in outer space and entered it, preparing to eradicate the Skrulls lurking beyond Earth. However, unexpectedly, the blonde Kree warrior who had previously pursued the Skrulls betrayed her comrades, allying herself with Nick Fury and the Skrulls to confront the Kree squad. Initially, the elite Kree warriors were far superior to this group of Skrulls, Nick Fury, and the blonde woman. Yet, once the Kree squad had gained control over everyone, the blonde woman suddenly unleashed a formidable power, leading to the failure of the Kree's extermination plan. Consequently, the Kree squad suffered heavy losses, leaving only their captain to escape back to the Kree Empire. In the final scene of the operation, the blonde woman stood side by side with Nick Fury and numerous Skrulls. Thus concluded the edited version of Captain Marvel, a video filled with numerous inconsistencies and evident incompleteness. Yet no one dared to question it. For one undeniable truth remained: the Skrulls had invaded Earth, and Nick Fury had colluded with them, concealing their presence for over a decade. This fact alone was sufficient to brand Nick Fury as a traitor to humanity. After the video ended, the American representative could no longer contain his fury and slammed his fist onto the wooden table. The headquarters of SHIELD was located in America, and the Skrull incident had initially occurred there, with America being the staunchest supporter of SHIELD. Ironically, it was also America that had been most deeply betrayed by Nick Fury. A fierce glint of vengeance flashed in the representative's eyes as he looked up at Minister Zwa and the representatives of the other 4 major nations, declaring solemnly, "I propose we immediately revoke all of Nick Fury's powers and apprehend him, interrogating him to uncover all the locations where the Skrulls are hiding on Earth. Subsequently, we shall dispatch a task force to secretly eliminate these cosmic pests. As for SHIELD agents, all shall be forcibly suspended and arrested, pending an investigation by the Security Council to ascertain what else SHIELD has concealed from us. Those who resist arrest shall be executed. Should the investigation yield severe findings, the entire SHIELD organization shall be disbanded." The representatives of the other 4 nations pondered briefly before expressing their unanimous agreement. Agreed, 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 agreed. Finally, all 5 representatives turned their attention to Minister Zwa. The American representative cautiously inquired, "Minister Zwa, what are your thoughts on this proposal? Is it acceptable?" So he cast a mild glance in his direction and replied, "There is no need to arrest Nick Fury. Even if captured, it may not be the real him, as he has a Skrull doppelganger. Instead, let us issue a warrant for his immediate execution on sight. There is no need to disband SHIELD, as it still serves a purpose. The position of director will be reinstated to the former leader, Alexander Pierce, who will be responsible for investigating and purging Nick Fury's allies within the organization. Thus, this directive shall be executed." Assistant's remarks were not inquiries, but rather direct alterations to the proposal put forth by the American representatives. In Chapter 109, titled The Spatial Ring, the operation to eradicate the Skrulls commences. How will the American delegates, accustomed to their assertive ways, tolerate this? One of them immediately saluted Assistant Zwa with a grand gesture, exclaiming, "I concur with Minister Zwa's proposal." Agreed. Without hesitation, the representatives from the other four nations promptly expressed their agreement as well. The representatives exchanged glances, collectively directing their attention towards Assistant Zwa, voicing their most pressing concern. "Minister Zwa, do you have a viable strategy for dealing with the scrolls hidden on Earth? These beings, capable of genetic replication, pose a challenge that even the five great nations of the Marvel world, each possessing their own secret methods, find daunting. The prospect of extracting every scroll from humanity appears nearly impossible. Consequently, they place their hopes in the formidable prowess of Assistant Zwa, believing that his initiative to mention the scrolls implies he possesses an appropriate solution. Perhaps he could eliminate them all without their intervention." With eager anticipation, the representatives looked towards Assistant Zwa. Unfortunately, they were destined for disappointment, as he had no intention of personally undertaking the eradication of the scrolls. While he indeed regarded Earth as his domain, untainted by external parasites, this did not imply he would serve as a caretaker for the planet and its inhabitants. Although the scrolls posed a formidable challenge, their hard power was not excessively strong. The recent crisis involving colossal beasts had awakened humanity to its own insignificance and underscored the importance of the superhero organization, the Dawn. Simultaneously, it instilled a heightened sense of fear towards supernatural forces among humanity. This was unacceptable. He did not wish for Earth to devolve into a world reminiscent of the police, where mutants and ordinary people harbored mutual animosity. Such internal strife could lead to repeated crises of destruction. Therefore, he needed to create a common enemy for humanity, one that would unite ordinary individuals and superpowered beings, compelling them to confront this adversary together. This would restore the lost confidence of ordinary people and deepen the bonds between them and the superpowered individuals or the Dawn. Throughout history, aside from foreign invasions, traitors have been the most despised. The Skrulls, alongside the treacherous Nick Fury, embodied both of these despised elements. With their shape-shifting abilities, Skrulls are generally unlikable. Aside from Nick Fury and Carol, who seem rather oblivious, making harmonious coexistence nearly impossible. Thus, the Skuru people can be regarded as the quintessential common adversaries of humanity. Consequently, the forthcoming operation to eradicate the Skuru will be a collaborative effort between superpowered individuals and ordinary military forces from around the globe. Although Zhuozhu typically favors a straightforward approach, relying predominantly on brute force, there are instances where such a method is not the most judicious choice. This particular matter is one of them. With this thought in mind, a purple skeletal arm extended from behind Zhuozhu, adorned with 6 resplendent gemstones. As the skeletal arm formed a fist, a dazzling spectrum of light flickered, and 5 silver rings materialized out of thin air, floating towards the representatives of the 5 major nations. "What is this?" The 5 instinctively caught the rings, their expressions filled with confusion. Zhuozhu replied nonchalantly, "These are spatial rings. Each ring contains 100 soul detectors. When one possesses a detector, it automatically marks the location of any non-human entity within a kilometer, compelling the target to reveal its true form. Moreover, it comes equipped with a tracking function. Once a target is detected, the coordinates will remain indefinitely, as long as they are on this planet. I shall not directly partake in the eradication of the Skuru. Instead, other members of the Dawn will assist various nations in this endeavor. I trust you understand how to utilize these devices and the strategy required for this operation without further instruction." The representatives of the 5 nations tightened their grips on the rings, their faces brightening with delight. Both the rings themselves and the soul detectors were invaluable assets. The fact that Zhuozhu could casually produce hundreds of such remarkable items deepened their awe. Clearly, this ministers will possess not only immense strength, but also formidable capabilities in other realms, capable of manufacturing spatial rings and soul detectors. Truly a terrifying prospect. Simultaneously, the 5 representatives, being astute, discerned the deeper implication behind Zhuozhu's assertion of not directly engaging in the operation. His non-involvement indicated that this was not merely a straightforward mission to eliminate the Skuru. It also represented an opportunity for governments to demonstrate that their military forces were not inferior to those of superpowered individuals, asserting that ordinary humans could equally hold their own. This ambition was precisely what the 5 nations sought. Having once saved the world, Zhu's influence had soared to unprecedented heights, with half the globe fervently admiring him. If subsequent crises continued to rely solely on Zhu's individual prowess for salvation, it would not be long before the governments would ultimately lose their credibility, leading to global chaos. The five men held Zhu in profound respect, genuinely admiring his selfless actions, prioritizing the greater good over personal gain. He truly deserved the title of the strongest on earth. We understand, and we shall not disappoint Minister Zhu's expectations. We will execute the operation against the Skuru flawlessly. With that, the five hurriedly took their spatial rings and departed, each returning to prepare their respective teams for the impending mission to eradicate the Skuru within their nations. After the representatives of the five great nations departed, Natasha and her companions approached with complex expressions. Did Nick Fury truly betray humanity, assisting the Skrulls in concealing themselves on Earth? The trio, being elite agents, were not inclined to draw conclusions based solely on a single video, particularly one that evidently lacked crucial details. As former subordinates of Nick Fury, they found it difficult to believe that the man who professed to act solely for the benefit of humanity would harbor the Skrulls, whose potential threat was evident to even the most naive observer. Zhou, with an indifferent nod, acknowledged, "I concede that the video is incomplete. However, the content is undeniably authentic. The fact remains that Nick Fury colluded with the Skrulls, and it is even revealed that his wife is one of them." The trio gasped in disbelief. Nick Fury had a wife? And she was a Skrull? They felt a profound sense of betrayal, their disappointment in Nick Fury deepening. After a moment of silence, Natasha was the first to regain her composure, a glint of vengeance flickering in her eyes. "Minister, I wish to be involved in the mission to hunt down Nick Fury. I want to understand firsthand the actions I undertook as his subordinate." Initially, she had thought that joining Nick Fury's SHIELD from the Red Room signified a shift towards the light. Instead, she found herself entangled in a web of moral corruption far worse than that of the Red Room, complicit in actions that violated her conscience. Reflecting on this, she felt a wave of nausea, suspecting that the mission she had been assigned might have been orchestrated by a Skrull impersonating Nick Fury. "We feel the same." Hawk Ai and Hill nodded in agreement, their thoughts mirroring Natasha's sentiments. "Go ahead. This time, I will not interfere with your operations. Whether you choose to assist in eliminating the Skrulls or pursue the traitor on Earth is entirely up to you. Your role will be one of support. The primary task force will comprise teams from various nations." Zhou nonchalantly nodded, waving his Susanoo arm, causing a dozen more advanced silver-golden space rings to materialize in the air. The rings floated towards them, each settling onto the middle finger of every individual, binding to their souls. This is a specially crafted space ring for the members of Akatsuki, distinct from the inferior storage rings provided to the representatives of the five nations. In addition to basic storage capabilities, these rings offer protection against mental and spiritual attacks, as well as the ability to communicate telepathically with the ring's owner. As long as you remain within this universe, you can engage in mental communication through the rings. Furthermore, they are equipped with a safety mechanism that will automatically teleport you back to the Akatsuki base should you encounter life-threatening danger. Chapter 110. The Doom of the Skrulls. Everyone's eyes brightened as they grasped the immense value of the rings on their fingers. This was akin to adding several lives to each of them. Besides the rings worn by each individual, an additional one appeared before Tony and Ramlo. Zhu continued. "Before Langmalo lies a ring containing thousands of identical rings. Distribute one to each member of the Special Operations Team. The remainder can be allocated to new recruits after they pass the assessments. Before you is a newly discovered special metal known as Edmund Alloy, whose strength rivals that of vibranium. Take it for research and to craft some equipment for everyone." "Well, that is settled. You may leave now. There is no need to disturb me for the time being." Without waiting for expressions of gratitude, Zhu, with an impassive countenance, dismissed them. The others sensed that Zhu seemed preoccupied, yet he did not volunteer any explanation, leaving them reluctant to inquire further. One by one, they exited. Once they had all departed, Zhu furrowed his brow slightly. Approaching the vast floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed out at the oppressive, overcast sky, a sense of inexplicable foreboding stirring within him. A storm is brewing. It seems this time, the Skrull extermination operation will not allow me to remain idle. In Washington, at the Tricorp Wing building, Nick Fury sped away in his custom Chevrolet. Seated in the driver's seat, he felt an ominous darkness looming, as though a harbinger of doom flickered in the recesses of his mind. A profound sense of foreboding enveloped him, a level of anxiety he had never experienced in his decades as the king of spies. This sensation was more perilous and unsettling than the invasions of colossal beasts or the assaults of Thanos. It was as if the entire world conspired against him, radiating hostility. Pondering the source of this disquiet, Nick Fury muttered, "What is amiss? Where does this danger originate, from within the Earth or beyond?" After driving a short distance, the vehicle's intelligence system suddenly alerted him. "Sir, the United Nations and the White House have just issued a warrant for your arrest. You should take a look." Nick Fury was taken aback, questioning his own ears. How could the director of SHIELD be wanted? And by his own country, America, and his second father, the United Nations? What an absurd international joke. However, when the warrant was projected onto his windshield, displaying his own face, Fury widened his single eye in disbelief. Motherf! How could America and the United Nations be aware of the scroll? The reasons stated on the warrant were straightforward: crimes against humanity, collusion with extraterrestrials, and concealing a significant number of shape-shifting scroll, resulting in the replacement of numerous vital officials and civilians across nations. Anyone encountering Nick Fury was instructed to report nothing, possessing the authority to execute him on sight, with a bounty of $10 million for his assassination. Rather than a warrant, it resembled an official global assassination order. No wonder he felt particularly unsettled today. The entire world truly seemed to be against him. Simultaneously, atop his own wanted notice, there lay a global decree for the extermination of Skrulls, which contained but a single phrase: all Skrulls on Earth are to be eliminated without exception. It became evident that Earth was no longer a refuge. He needed to retreat to Safe House 1 immediately and escape to the lunar base. Throughout his tenure as the director of SHIELD, he had not only embezzled funds to establish numerous safe havens across the globe, but had also, with the aid of the Skrulls, constructed a clandestine base on the moon, aptly named Heavenly Sword Agency. This was a contingency plan for the eventuality of an unforeseen crisis within SHIELD, providing himself with an avenue of escape. However, he had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Although the Heavenly Sword Agency had yet to commence formal operations, it was undoubtedly suitable for seeking refuge. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, he retrieved his phone and dialed the newly appointed Skrull leader, Gravik. You might wonder what became of the former leader, Talos. Guess it was the unfortunate decoy for Nick Fury, who met his demise at the hands of Thanos. Indeed, it was the previous Skrull leader, Talos. The call connected swiftly. Nick Fury relayed to Gravik the imperative to gather all Skrulls at Safe House 1 and embark towards the Heavenly Sword Agency on the moon. Yet, Gravik was not a conservative like Talos, willing to entertain the notion that Nick Fury and Carol would secure a new homeland for the Skrulls. As a radical representative, he had been driven to madness upon witnessing the global call for the annihilation of Skrulls and the live broadcasts of numerous Skrulls, hidden among the human elite, being eradicated. He no longer wished to wait for the promises Nick Fury and Carol had painted. Was not the planet beneath their feet the most suitable haven for the Skrulls? To eradicate all humans would indeed render this world the ideal sanctuary for his kind. Gravik divulged to Nick Fury his deranged plan for the extermination of humanity and revealed a shocking secret that Nick Fury was unaware of. Moreover, even if they wished to flee now, escape was impossible. Talos had never informed him that nearly 1 million Skrulls had sought refuge on Earth over the past 2 decades, a number far too great for a single evacuation. At this juncture, they were left with but one choice: the extinction of humanity or their own demise. The line went dead as Gravik terminated the call, leaving Nick Fury holding his phone, his expression frozen in shock. 1 million. Fury's complexion turned pale as he finally grasped why the United Nations and America had issued a kill order against him without so much as a mere arrest process. He had always been aware of the grave consequences that would ensue should the existence of the transformed Skrulls come to light. Yet, he had maintained a confidence that he could manage a few hundred Skrulls, wielding them as a sword to protect Earth. However, he never anticipated that the number of Skrulls on Earth had reached a staggering level, capable of overturning the planet. Damn it, I've become a fool. Ensnared by the scrolls, Nick Fury gazed vacantly, a profound sense of helplessness suddenly enveloping him. What have I truly protected? Indeed, the king of spies, Nick Fury, was foolish enough to remain oblivious to the influx of scrolls over the years, believing there were merely a few hundred from that time. Little did he know that the scrolls had clandestinely ushered nearly 1 million of their kin onto Earth. Now, even if he wished to rectify his mistakes, it was already too late. In Huaxia, the Divine Spear Bureau made its inaugural appearance before the world, exerting overwhelming power to eradicate the hidden scrolls within its borders. In America, the newly appointed Captain America, John Walker, led the Marines in a relentless pursuit of the scrolls. In Britain, Captain Britain Brian Braddock commanded the Royal Special Forces, ruthlessly eliminating every scroll from the Prime Minister downwards. Countries worldwide, including Russia, France, and India, united in a synchronized campaign against the scrolls. This operation was broadcast live, allowing citizens of every nation to witness their country's formidable strength. With the soul detector provided by Susanoo, the scroll's greatest shape-shifting ability was rendered ineffective, leaving them reliant solely on their physically superior forms and the few weapons they possessed. However, under the concerted assault of countless superheroes and military forces across the globe, any resistance was destined to be futile. Aside from the Skrull stronghold in America, those hidden among humanity in other nations were incapable of mounting any significant opposition, facing merciless slaughter at the hands of human armies. Meanwhile, at a nuclear wasteland in America, the new leader Gravik, after hanging up on Nick Fury, raised his weapon high, rallying the remaining hundreds of thousands of Skrulls for a final assault against humanity, or rather, against America. Comrades, raise your weapons. This time, we Skrulls shall surely prevail. Earth belongs to us, the Skrulls. Let's annihilate these parasitic humans. With a deafening roar, hundreds of thousands of Skrulls surged forth, akin to a locust swarm, charging towards the nuclear wasteland. Outside the facility, clad in his star-spangled uniform, the newly appointed Captain America, John Walker, awaited the oncoming tide of Skrulls, coldly raising his shield. In this day and age, why engage in hand-to-hand combat? First, let us blanket them with artillery fire, so these goblins may learn what true power entails. Upon receiving the command, dozens of fighter jets roared overhead, unleashing hundreds of missiles upon the dense mass of Skrulls. Chapter 111. Nick Fury in despair as the missiles descended and exploded. Countless Skrulls were obliterated, their remains scattered across the sky. Yet, this was still insufficient to entirely eradicate the hundreds of thousands of Skrulls. Amidst the billowing smoke, the Skuru people, fueled by the deaths of their compatriots, commenced a more fervent assault. With accelerated fervor, John Walker gripped his shield tightly, his eyes devoid of fear. As the newly appointed Captain America, he was prepared to fight for an entire day. Resolutely, he elevated the muzzle of his machine gun, proclaiming that in this era, who still engaged in close combat. In the second wave, the barrage of fire commenced. Behind John Walker, a modernized battalion set up a row of formidable Gatling guns, mercilessly pulling the triggers. The scene was nothing short of brutal. On one side, the Skuru suffered grievously, while Nick Fury faced his own tribulations. Shortly after hanging up the phone, before he could even reach Safe House 1, he noticed the flow of pedestrians ahead had abruptly diminished. The seasoned Nick Fury instantly sensed something amiss. However, it was too late for him to change course. Before him stood a woman clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, her burgundy hair cascading elegantly, her gaze as frigid as ice. Agent Romanoff. Nick Fury's pupils constricted sharply upon recognizing the former agent, and instead of braking, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Now, he harbored distrust for anyone on Earth. Whoever appeared before him surely had ulterior motives beyond mere conversation. And congratulations to him, he was right. Natasha's expression turned even colder at Fury's reckless advance, as she raised her uniquely designed firearm. With a swift motion, she pulled the trigger, but instead of a bullet, a flat, circular device was propelled forward, adhering firmly to the vehicle's undercarriage. Beep, beep, beep. A crisp ticking sound resonated from beneath the car, sending chills down Nick Fury's spine. Boom! A resounding explosion catapulted the vehicle skyward, sending it tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground, leaving a trail of scorched earth for hundreds of meters. Yet, thanks to the specially designed armor comparable to that of a tank, Nick Fury was not instantly obliterated. The interior of the vehicle remained relatively intact, although he suffered a broken arm and several fractured ribs from the relentless impact. It was manageable. However, his personal well-being did not signify the vehicle's condition was equally sound. As he beheld Natasha striding towards the car, he sensed his life ticking away. He hurriedly commanded, "Activate vehicle flight mode and take me away from here." "Apologies, sir. The vehicle's flight mode has just been damaged and cannot be initiated." "Then reboot the ground engine system and launch immediately." "Apologies, sir. The vehicle's ground engine is completely inoperative and cannot be started." Nick Fury's already dark expression deepened as he fiercely kicked the console, exclaiming, "Damn it! Is there nothing here functioning properly?" Diagnostics indicate flight mode damaged, engine inoperative, airbag malfunctioning, vehicle structure compromised, all doors deformed. The air conditioning system is currently operational. Came the only glimmer of good news. Nick Fury, filled with perplexity, relinquished all hope of escaping in this wretched vehicle. As Natasha drew nearer, he clenched his teeth and retrieved an object from his pocket. Natasha approached the overturned vehicle, grasping the deformed door with a surge of strength derived from her Sakura ninja card, effortlessly tearing off the jammed bulletproof door. Peering inside, a cold smile crept across her lips. Interesting, even in such dire straits, one can still struggle. Truly the king of spies. Gazing at the empty interior and the laser-cut hole in the floor, she pressed her earpiece. "Nick Fury has retreated to the underground. It's in your hands now, Clint." "Received," came Hawkeye's voice through the earpiece. With a swift motion, he rolled into the sewer, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. The darkness and formidable barriers of the sewer could not impede his vision. Soon, he identified a familiar shadow in a black trench coat, stumbling through the sewer. "Found you," he murmured, drawing back his bow and extracting a glimmering arrow from his quiver. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, having discarded his disposable laser cutter, pressed on with urgent determination, not daring to pause for a breath. Natasha's assault had made it clear that he was not only being hunted by the Earth's governments, but also by superheroes. To be on the global wanted list sounded formidable. Yet, as the king of spies, he had confidence in his ability to escape, believing that at least fleeing from Earth would not pose insurmountable difficulties. However, matters had escalated. That group of superheroes from the Order was now after him as well. Escaping from such a diverse array of formidable beings seemed an insurmountable challenge, and he feared it would not be long before he was apprehended. Fury reached into the inner pocket of his coat once more, retrieving an antiquated device, his gaze faltering. This was his emergency beacon to summon Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, for rescue. This was his last resort. He truly did not wish to employ it unless absolutely necessary. Yet, against the peculiar powers of the Order, only Carol stood a chance, especially the leader, known as the God among men, who transcended conventional strength. Only another being of similar divine caliber, like Carol, could possibly confront him. With a resolute bite of his lip, Nick Fury prepared to activate the device. With a sudden gasp, a sharp pain pierced Nick Fury's chest as an arrowhead penetrated through him. He felt his strength rapidly dissipating, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. The sound of footsteps echoed from both behind and in front of him. The pale-eyed Hawkeye emerged from the shadows behind Fury, while Natasha stepped forward from the darkness. Crouching before him, she lifted his chin, meeting his feeble gaze. "Fury, I once truly believed that by joining your Helicarrier, I would escape the darkness and step into the light as you promised. But now I understand that my allegiance never truly severed ties with the shadows. Instead, I have entered a more sinister organization. Its fade is dazzling, yet it is rotten within, and even its director colludes with the Skrulls. I was foolish enough to perform countless despicable acts for you, and it sickens me." As Natasha spoke, her face contorted with disdain as she raised her weapon, aiming it at Fury's forehead. Fury, mustering one last effort to plead, managed to utter, "Natasha, I never used you. I was the one who rescued you from the Red Room and granted you freedom. Do you remember?" But his words only hardened Natasha's gaze further, and she pulled the trigger without hesitation. As she watched Fury's lifeless body fall, she seethed, "It was never you who saved me. It was Clint. You originally sent him to kill me. Do you think I was unaware? The organization that granted me freedom was never Helild, but the Dawn and Ministers were." Hawkeye remained silent throughout, placing a hand on the furious Natasha's shoulder, offering her a flicker of warmth. Natasha grasped his hand in return, savoring that brief comfort until they were interrupted by Hill's teasing voice through the earpiece. "You too. How long do you intend to linger in this foul sewer? If the mission is complete, you may return. I need to lift the lockdown in the area." With a smile, Hawk Ai pressed the earpiece. "Nick Fury has been confirmed dead. Not a Skrull decoy. The mission is accomplished. Lift the lockdown." As he spoke, his keen eyes caught sight of the faintly glowing device clutched in Fury's hand, prompting his curiosity. "What is this? Fury's contingency?" Natasha, using her foot, pried the device from Fury's grasp, glanced at it, and then crushed it beneath her heel. "Whatever it is, it matters not. Should Fury have any tricks up his sleeve, anyone daring to cause chaos on Earth shall meet their demise." Hawkeye nodded in agreement, sharing Natasha's indifference towards Fury's potential backup plan, for their leader was invincible. Chapter 112. Who says superheroes only give and cannot receive? 7 days later. In the course of these 7 days, through the collaborative efforts of nations worldwide and the valiant superheroes, the majority of the Skrull population on Earth has been thoroughly eradicated, including several 100,000 of them in America. While the figure of hundreds of thousands may seem staggering, especially considering their superior physical abilities compared to humans, it is unfortunate that in this modern era, under the overwhelming firepower of the United States, this confrontation cannot even be deemed a battle. It is nothing short of a massacre. Over the years, the Skrulls have infiltrated numerous national governments, even replacing the Prime Minister of England. However, whether it was due to the former Skrull leaders' misplaced trust in Nick Fury or an inherent lack of intelligence among the Skrulls, they failed to retain a significant arsenal of modern weaponry. They possessed neither fighter jets, missiles, nor tanks, and even decent assault rifles were scarce. Most were armed with mere handguns or rudimentary farming tools. How could they possibly contend, even if a few high-ranking Skrulls happened to possess remnants of their advanced technology? It would not be enough to create any substantial upheaval. Hundreds of thousands of Skrulls were cornered like livestock in a nuclear waste facility, mercilessly mowed down and incinerated on site. As for inquiries regarding why no one retrieved Skrull genetic samples for research before incineration, the answer is regrettably simple. It was deemed impossible. An announcement was issued by the Xiao organization under the authority of Susanoo, declaring that any organization or individual attempting to study Skrull genetics or harbor surviving Skrulls would be considered an enemy of Xiao, and he would hunt them down one by one, crushing them without mercy. Given the display of power during the Beast Crisis, no organization or individual dared to provoke him, testing whether his words would translate into action. Today, 7 days later, was intended to be a routine conclusion of the Skrull eradication operation. However, a tremendous sonic boom resonated from beyond the atmosphere, accompanied by simultaneous alarms from the United States Department of Defense and the Jarvis system at the Xiao base. Alert! Alert! An unidentified high-energy humanoid object has just breached the Earth's atmosphere and is rapidly descending towards the Skrull gathering site within American territory, suspected to be reinforcements for the Skrulls. All members of Xiao at level 1 and above are to respond immediately. The hero classifications within Xiao, structured by Susanoo, encompass 34 tiers, ranging from the lowest to the highest. Level 3 consists of members whose physical strength exceeds that of ordinary humans by 210 times, but lack formidable superpowers, including Natasha, Hawkeye, and the Special Forces team. Level 2 comprises those whose physical strength surpasses ordinary humans by 10 to 20 times, or whose innate superpowers significantly amplify their capabilities, such as Spider-Man, Quicksilver, and Iron Man, notably enhanced through financial resources. Level 1 is reserved for those whose sheer physical strength is sufficient to level a city or whose superpowers can obliterate a city, exemplified by Hulk, Scarlet Witch Wanda, Thor, and Doctor Strange in his borrow capacity. When discussing the borrowing version of Doctor Strange, one cannot overlook the fact that after gathering the 6 Infinity Stones, Susanoo made a journey to Kamartaj to activate his supreme lending service with the sorcerers. Now, the sorcerers need no longer worry about overextending their magical powers. By borrowing energy from the Lord of Dimensions, they are not condemned to eternal servitude to repay their debts. Nowadays, as long as they work for Susanoo, this supreme sorcerer, for just 1 day at Kamartaj, they can borrow for free for a day, receiving energy to facilitate their spells or training. If they commit to a lifetime of labor, they are entitled to a lifetime of free borrowing and energy for their magical endeavors, without ever needing to repay. This arrangement is undeniably advantageous. So, dear friends, what are you hesitating for? Rush to offer your services to Susanoo, the Supreme Sorcerer. Returning to the main topic, we arrive at the final level. Level 0 signifies a being with the power to obliterate planets and who cannot be defeated by forces of lesser rank. Currently, there exists but one individual at this level, undoubtedly the leader, Susanoo himself. Correspondingly, each level of hero receives different rewards for their tasks. Do you presume that the heroes of Xiao would toil like the Avengers, selflessly managing trivial matters, only to be scapegoated by the government? Do not jest. While the heroes of Xiao do not charge for minor civilian incidents, which are considered volunteer work, once national matters come into play, the scenario shifts. You either resolve the issue yourselves, or you must pay to engage a member of Xiao, accompanied by a liability waiver to prevent any post-facto blame. The larger the crisis, the stronger the required hero, and, consequently, the higher the fee. Those of greater rank inherently possess greater capabilities and, thus, command higher rewards. This is one of Susanoo's few non-negotiable regulations for Xiao, and no member is permitted to contest it. Naturally, no one would be foolish enough to dispute this. Superheroes are human too, needing sustenance and entertainment. When undertaking heroic deeds, one would surely welcome a generous compensation. Who would be so naive as to refuse? Moreover, the hero rankings in Xiao are not immutable. They fluctuate with the members' rising or falling capabilities. For instance, the 4 at level 1 all possess the potential to ascend to level 0 in the future. Scarlet Witch, the version bereft of her beloved. Doctor Strange, the version bereft of his beloved. Thor, the version bereft of his entire family. And the Hulk, the version of extreme fury after losing his beloved. Among those embarking on the journey to the Skrull's original gathering place are 3 from level 1. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, Bruce Banner, the Hulk, and Thor. As for Doctor Strange, he is currently attending to affairs of the Supreme Sorcerer in Kamartaj. As for why Thor is also a member of Xiao, it is due to the previous incident with the colossal beast, wherein Odin, due to health reasons, could not personally assist Earth but still dispatched Thor to provide support. After the event of the colossal beast had passed, Thor did not return to Asgard. Instead, he sought out his beloved on Earth, Jane Foster. Loki received a message from Odin, stating that he had abandoned the idea of nurturing Thor, whom he deemed a fool, as the future king, and instead intended to groom Loki for that role. Given the impending disasters awaiting Earth, it was decided that Thor would remain there permanently, a choice he was more than willing to embrace. Odin requested Loki, as Thor's uncle, to oversee him, applying a bit of pressure to facilitate Thor's transformation from the god of hammers into the true god of thunder. Naturally, Loki embraced this responsibility, unwilling to overlook such a valuable source of labor, and promptly enlisted Thor into the Dawn organization as a hero, under the guise of an uncle's mentoring. This was ostensibly to help Thor master his powers, while in reality, it served to allow Thor to work for him without compensation. With Nick Fury, the heartless director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who exploited superheroes, now deceased, Loki emerged as the new leader, also exploitative but offering generous benefits. Ahem, let us shift our focus to the ruins of the Skrull people. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky as Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, descended with a brilliant flash. She surveyed the surroundings and was struck by the eerie emptiness of what had once been a bustling Skrull gathering place, now devoid of life. The only evidence of the numerous Skrulls who once inhabited this space lay in the heaps of ash scattered across the ground. After a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming fury surged through Carol's mind. Who could have done this? This was infuriating. It should be noted that nearly 1 million Skrulls had sought refuge under her protection over the past decade from various corners of the universe. Who could commit such a brutal act? This represented hundreds of thousands of lives. I did it, and I did too. And Hulk boomed 3 voices in response, one loud, one calm, and one deep. The sky rumbled again as Thor appeared amidst a flash of lightning. Wanda, with her hands aglow with chaotic energy, descended gracefully and lightly. Hulk crashed down with a thud, embedding himself into the ground. Rather than being intimidated by their extraordinary entrances, Carol's anger intensified at their unapologetic acknowledgement of their wrongdoings. Her eyes blazed with a fierce golden light as she glared at the three. I will give you one last chance to reveal the mastermind behind this atrocity. I refuse to believe that a fool, a woman, and a brute could orchestrate such a heinous act. In response, the trio merely raised a single middle finger towards Carol, refusing to indulge her inquiry. Thor would not betray his uncle, and Wanda would not betray her benefactor. Hulk, still processing the situation, observed as the two individuals raised their middle fingers and, in a moment of impulsive camaraderie, mirrored their gesture. Then may you meet your demise. Carol, already consumed by anger, ceased her words. With her right hand, she unleashed a radiant energy beam directed at the trio. The force of this energy was formidable enough to overwhelm even the newest Kree warships, leading her to believe that their fate was sealed. Surely, they could not be sturdier than a warship, could they? With little interest in witnessing the outcome, Carol pivoted and prepared to ascend, intent on seeking Nick Fury to clarify the circumstances. However, as she took flight, a hammer struck the back of her head, causing her to stumble forward and plummet from the sky. Steadying herself, Carol slowly turned her head, only to find Wanda effortlessly repelling her energy attack with a shimmering red shield, her brow furrowing in surprise. Interesting, you managed to withstand my onslaught. Your trio possesses commendable strength. Before Carol could finish her thought, the hammer, which had initially soared away, returned with force, striking her once more. Thor, uninterested in her musings, simply dismissed her words. Seizing the hammer upon its return, he yanked it downwards, summoning a bolt of lightning that crashed onto Carol with tremendous might. As Carol finally gathered her photon energy and broke free from the lightning's grip, a massive green foot loomed into view. With a thunderous impact, Hulk sent Carol hurtling into a derelict nuclear facility. Hulk kick! Hulk, lacking any sense of decorum, declared the name of his move only after executing it. Is this truly it? Is this all you can muster? Has Stark's mechanical butler malfunctioned? This feeble being, weaker than Loki, necessitates our combined efforts? Thor mused, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he surveyed the effortlessly subdued Carol. Indeed, Hulk, we too deserve some Brazilian flair. Hulk and Thor, shoulder to shoulder, shared a foolish grin in agreement. Thor held a special fondness for Hulk, appreciating him as a friend rather than merely Banner's alter ego. Hulk good, Banner bad. Wanda cast a weary glance at her two bumbling companions, feeling exhausted and longing for the reliability of their leader, reminding them, gentlemen, do not underestimate the situation. It is far from simple. That woman remains unharmed, and her energy is now radiating with even greater ferocity. Barely had Wanda finished speaking when the ceiling of the abandoned nuclear plant collapsed, a vibrant beam of multicolored light erupting from within. Carol, now in her binary form, radiated a dazzling brilliance that far exceeded her previous state, evoking the semblance of a deity among mortals. At least, she appeared far more divine than the astonished Thor. Empowered by the Carol Star duality, she exuded unparalleled strength and confidence, her lips curling into a cold, sinister smile. Now it is my turn. First, she directed her arm towards Thor and delivered a fierce blow, unleashing a radiant beam of light far more robust than the thunder previously summoned by Thor, driving him deep into the ground. Then, with a powerful kick in midair, she sent the Hulk, who was attempting to extricate Thor from the pit, flying away. It was a taste of his own medicine. With a newfound confidence after swiftly dispatching her foes, Carol hovered in the air, looking down upon Wanda with an air of superiority. Now, it is just you left. What will you do, little witch? Faced with Carol, who seemed to have her entirely in control, Wanda remained unperturbed, gently raising her hand to conjure dozens of ice mirrors around Carol. Taking a step back, she vanished into the mirrors behind her. A witch's little trick. Carol scoffed at the encircling ice mirrors. With her hands crackling with photon energy, she conjured two vibrant beams, sweeping them in a circular motion to shatter the mirrors into countless shards that rained down like snowflakes. Yet, before she could revel in her victory, a larger ice block among the falling debris suddenly revealed a crimson hand that emerged abruptly, pressing against her temple. Red mist infiltrated Carol's mind, drowning her thoughts in a sea of crimson, causing her vibrant aura to dissipate as she fell, dazed from the sky. Having swiftly incapacitated Carol, Wanda crawled out from the ice mirror, contorting her body like a specter, her eyes glowing ominously red. This was a combination of Wanda's chaotic powers and the ice blood granted by the left minister. A technique that blended the ethereal with the tangible in a most bewildering manner, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Carol, unfortunately, had been caught unawares. As the battle concluded, Thor and Hulk emerged, one from the ground and the other from the rubble of a building. They exchanged awkward glances at the sight of Wanda, bloodied from her emergence through the ice, and the unconscious Carol lying on the ground, before silently diverting their gazes to the sky, feigning interest in the scenery. It was indeed a humbling experience for two formidable men to be outmatched by a woman, relying on another woman to resolve the conflict. Both Thor and Hulk felt a flush of embarrassment. Wanda shot them a disdainful look, pulling a small slug from her pocket to apply to her wounds. With a wave of her hand, she used her chaotic energy to levitate the unconscious Carol, intending to transport her back to the Dawn base, awaiting the left minister's judgment. However, before she could execute her plan, the sky darkened abruptly, and before she could react, Thor whisked her away into the air. In the next moment, a colossal 100-meter meteorite struck the ground where Wanda had been, immediately sending shockwaves that rippled for several kilometers, propelling the two departing individuals away with even greater velocity. The earth trembled violently, akin to a magnitude 8 earthquake. Thor, gripping his hammer, swiftly rose to his feet and pulled Wanda, whom he had shielded beneath him, upright. Thanks to Thor's timely intervention and his back absorbing most of the shockwave, Wanda emerged relatively unscathed. Hulk, however, was not so fortunate. He was directly buried beneath the massive meteorite, his fate uncertain. It is widely acknowledged that in a team, the mage must be saved first, as warriors can withstand the injuries. Thus, Thor's choice was justified. Nevertheless, the time for worrying about Hulk had not yet arrived. Side by side, Wanda and Thor gazed with grave expressions at the mysterious man who had emerged atop the meteorite. His hair and beard were striking white, and he wore a benevolent smile, resembling an ordinary elder. However, if one were to overlook the fact that he was holding Carol's head aloft in his right hand, with white luminescence continually flowing into Carol's crown, one might indeed find this old man quite unremarkable. Thor and Wanda exchanged a glance before soaring to a halt not far from the man. Wanda furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who are you?" The man performed a gentlemanly gesture, placing his hand on his chest, and replied, "I apologize for my rather uncouth methods in rescuing this lady. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ego, the sovereign of a planet." Chapter 114. The Vanquished Ego. Has Wanda fallen to darkness? The sovereign of a planet? Upon hearing this title, Wanda's frown deepened. If this truly pertained to the ruler of another world, it was beyond her capacity to manage. A misstep could lead to a severe rift between two planets due to her actions. She touched the spatial ring on her left ring finger, hesitating on whether to use it to communicate with Director Fury for guidance on how to proceed. However, Thor was in no mood to indulge this man's grandiosity. He raised his hammer towards Ego, impatience evident in his voice. "I care not for your status as a planetary sovereign. Midgard is the domain of Asgard, and it is also the territory of my uncle. Release the woman in your grasp and vacate Midgard at once, or you shall face the wrath of Odin and my uncle, a fury you cannot withstand." Thor showed no sign of intimidation towards Ego, the so-called sovereign. What did that title mean to him? In ages past, which planetary ruler would not tremble at the mention of his father Odin's name? It is worth noting that Odin was once known as the Planet Butcher, a predecessor to Thanos. Surely, one would not believe that Odin conquered the 9 realms through mere compassion. Furthermore, Asgard now boasted an ally of equal strength to his father, which bolstered Thor's confidence even further. Ego merely cast a fleeting glance at Thor, dismissing the foul-mouthed god without a second thought, his gaze remaining tenderly fixed on Wanda. "Your power is intriguing. Even I would require some time to unravel your mental control over this woman. Yet, it seems you have yet to fully master your abilities. Would you consider joining my planet? I can not only assist you in harnessing your true potential, but my realm can also share its bounties with you. You could become the mistress of my world." A glimmer of greed flickered in Ego's eyes as he regarded Wanda. He truly felt a stirring in his heart for her. Throughout countless ages, he had loved many beings across various worlds and fathered innumerable offspring. However, never had he felt such a profound attraction as he did today. He sensed that Wanda was the one he had long awaited, she would surely bear him the most exquisite progeny, serving as the perfect sustenance for his legacy. The woman in his grasp was also a fine source of nourishment, further motivating his decision to save Carol. Now, both of these remarkable women would be his. And let us not forget his true purpose here. His son on Earth, Peter Quill. This visit to Earth had proven immensely fruitful. He could hardly contain his eagerness to meet his son, who was hidden away on this planet. Were it not for him, he might not have discovered these two exceptional women. Although Ego appeared amiable on the surface, his insatiable greed for Wanda was well concealed beneath a veneer of charm. Yet Wanda felt an instinctive revulsion towards him, as her woman's intuition and the chaotic energy within her warned her of his ill intentions. Thor, unable to endure the scene any longer, interjected. His dear friend Hulk was still buried beneath a meteorite, and here was Ego, brazenly attempting to woo a woman before him. Did he not regard Thor, the god of thunder, with any respect? With eyes ablaze with lightning, Thor summoned dark clouds to gather overhead. You shall pay for your insolence. In the name of the northern gods. With a thunderous roar, Thor raised his mighty hammer, calling down a tempest of lightning that ensnared Ego in a storm of fury. The gentle smile that had graced Ego's face vanished as he turned coldly towards the furious Thor. Using Carol, who was still under his mental influence, as a human shield, he deflected the onslaught of lightning. With his other hand, he conjured an invisible grip that constricted around Thor, causing the pressure to intensify and rendering him immobile. Before Thor could muster the strength to break free, a colossal stone serpent erupted from the ground, its gaping maw poised to swallow him whole. Yet, just as the serpent lunged, it was obliterated by a surge of crimson energy. With the battle ignited, Wanda resolved her indecision. What a ruler of worlds! Her master was the formidable Captain Marvel, and she had no fear of him. She would simply create her own path. Wanda waved her hands gracefully, sending several orbs of crimson energy hurtling towards Ego. However, Ego remained immobile, and the crimson energy was extinguished by an invisible force just half a meter away from him. Although Wanda's assault did not inflict any harm upon Ego, it did darken his expression as he felt a sense of betrayal. The women he had previously desired had always succumbed to him without resistance. Yet this time, not only did she remain unaffected, but she also dared to strike at him. Was this not betrayal? Infuriated, he realized the consequences would be dire. The very heavens began to change color. Wait, the heavens were indeed shifting? Confused, Ego looked up at the darkening sky. What is happening? I have yet to unleash my power. Why is this occurring? In the next moment, the clouds in the sky were violently torn apart, and a meteor with a diameter of 10,000 meters pierced through the sky, plummeting towards Ego. Ego exclaimed, "What the hell? Is it necessary to go this far? I'm only dealing with a 100-meter meteor, and you come at me with 10,000 meters? Are you intent on obliterating both yourself and this planet?" Though he was internally lamenting the absurdity of the situation, Ego had no intention of mutually annihilating himself with this diminutive Earth. Discarding the troublesome Carol like refuse, he stomped his feet forcefully against the ground. His ordinary human form began to petrify and rapidly expand. Soon, he grew to an enormous height exceeding 1 kilometer. The colossal rock Ego raised his hand skyward, bracing himself against the 10,000-meter meteor. Yet, such a massive meteor was not easily borne, even with an entire planet's energy as his backing. Ego's rocky form bent under the strain, riddled with cracks that threatened to shatter. Stop this! Ego exerted every ounce of strength, embedding his feet deeply into the ground. And just before his form reached its limit, he managed to barely support the meteor, successfully holding it aloft. Clapping echoed alongside a chilling voice. Quite impressive. Aside from that old man Odin, you are the second individual capable of directly withstanding my celestial impact. It seems you will make excellent nourishment for the world tree. While Ego regarded Wanda and Carol as sustenance, unbeknownst to him, he too was being viewed as nourishment. Ego, hearing the voice so close to him, abruptly turned to see a dark-haired youth standing on his shoulder. When did this happen? Ego's heart raced. His true form was that of a celestial being, possessing an extraordinary mental force, and no creature should have evaded his senses. Yet, he sensed nothing of the youth upon his shoulder, not even recognizing the existence of the individual. Was this normal? Indeed, it was. With the Mind Stone in hand and the Soul Stone merged within his left gauntlet, as long as he desired it. No creature in this universe could perceive him through any means other than physical, unless one's power transcended the level of a singular universe. But it was apparent that ego was far from reaching such heights. Susanoo extended a finger, tapping it upon the colossal rocky forehead of Igo. In an instant, the vast cerebral mass of rock, measuring dozens of meters, was shattered by the divine might of Shenluo Tunjung. Indeed, it was merely a doppelganger. Observing the emptiness of Igo's mind, save for the scattered fragments of rock, Susanoo felt no surprise. However, it conveniently allowed for the battlefield to be relocated. Casting a glance skyward, Susanoo uttered a cryptic phrase and forcefully pressed down, reducing Igo's entire rocky form into a myriad of debris. The immense meteorite, once supported by Igo, was effortlessly drawn back into the realm of divine might by Susanoo. With the destruction of Igo's doppelganger, his consciousness retreated back to his original body on Igo's star. Sensing the coordinates emanating from the soul force left within Igo's consciousness, a blue spatial portal materialized before him. It was time to plant seeds that would bear fruit. Before stepping through the portal, Susanoo casually waved his hand, sending forth several black rods imbued with the power of spatial gems, which pierced the limbs of the unconscious Carol, sealing her powers. Carol's strength was derived from the spatial gems, and the rods, suffused with their power, were far beyond her ability to escape. Susanoo harbored no concerns regarding her potential flight. As for why he refrained from eliminating Carol immediately, Susanoo deemed her still useful. At the very least, her powers could serve his purpose. However, that time was not now. There were eyes upon him. After sealing Carol's powers, Susanoo turned to Wanda and Thor. I shall depart from Earth for a while longer. Take that woman back and confine her in the prison of Xiao. No one is to visit until my return. With that, he lingered no longer and stepped into the portal. Wanda reached out toward the space where Susanoo had vanished, her gaze fixed on the closing portal, her head drooping in despondency. Each time Susanoo left Earth, his absences grew longer, while their encounters grew shorter. Wanda felt increasingly that if this continued, Susanoo's attachment to Earth would dwindle, and his visits would become ever more fleeting. She feared that she would see less and less of Susanoo until she might never see him again. I do not wish for this, Wanda murmured softly, her lowering gaze glowing ever more crimson. Chapter 115, Despairing Igo Planting the 10 Tails. Susanoo stepped through the portal, arriving above Igo's star. As the portal sealed behind him, a sudden chill crept down his spine. Looking down at Igo's star, Susanoo furrowed his brow. What was this eerie sensation that sent chills down his back? Logically, Igo should pose no threat to his strength. However, since you have instigated this unsettling feeling, I shall summon a fraction of my power. Consider it a warm-up for the impending battle. Susanoo's ebony eyes transformed into a brilliant azure, and emerald flames surged around him as 12 black chakra orbs materialized in his right hand. The reincarnation chakra mode unleashed a powerful surge of chakra, causing the ego star beneath Susanoo's feet to finally sense the anomaly. You are that inferior being from Earth, and you dare to trace me back to my true form? You are courting death. As a furious roar echoed from within the planet, the vibrant world beneath began to stir with life. Ego gazed upward at Susanoo, who radiated an overwhelming presence, feeling a mix of astonishment and delight. He was astonished that Susanoo could follow the network to locate him, and delighted that Susanoo had the audacity to do so. On Earth, this is your domain, and I concede that my clones may be slightly inferior to you. But here, on my home turf, you dare to confront me? This is akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, an invitation to demise. Do you possess the strength to challenge me? No matter how formidable you are, can you truly surpass the power of a planet? Since you destroyed my clone, I shall forge you into my new avatar. Suddenly, a massive chasm opened on the ego star, a gaping maw of molten lava forming a grotesque grin, lunging towards Susanoo as if to engulf him within its fiery depths. What does it feel like when a planet over 4,000 kilometers in diameter opens its molten jaws to strike? Susanoo could unequivocally assure you that, at that moment, you would not exclaim, "What a great opportunity," but instead feel an overwhelming shock deep within your core. Behemoths like Godzilla and King Ghidorah would seem utterly insignificant before a living planet, and Susanoo, with his mere height of 1.80 meters, would barely register as an ant in comparison. The immense pressure from the planet's advance caused Zhu's emerald locks to dance wildly, bestowing a divine aura upon his striking visage. Now, one might ponder, Ego, your planet's devouring ability is indeed formidable. But are there simpler, more straightforward ninja techniques? Indeed, there are. Next to make an appearance is the planet cutter. Zhu raised his right hand, merging 12 chakra orbs into one as a golden sword of energy, encircled by waves of pressure, pierced the endless cosmos. The once menacing expression on the surface of Ego's star transformed into one of sheer terror, frantically attempting to evade the relentless golden energy sword of Zhu. But it was too late to retreat. With such a massive planet in motion, it was not so simple to halt and change direction abruptly. Golden Wheel Rebirth, with a chilling proclamation echoing through the sky. The golden sword descended upon the terrified Ego star, bathing the colorful planet in a radiant golden hue. A soft slicing sound resonated through the air as the sword glided across, freezing the fearful expression on Ego star's surface. After a few seconds of stillness, the planet split neatly in two. Following the strike, the 12 chakra orbs dispersed once more, swirling and hovering behind Zhu. Zhu crossed his arms and grinned. This is the first time I have encountered a living planet feigning death. Ego, you truly bring shame upon the celestial beings. Once exposed by Zhu, Ego ceased its pretense. The frozen expression of terror on the planet's surface began to twist, as the severed planet grotesquely extended countless tendrils resembling flesh, intertwining until it reformed into a complete sphere. Ego's complexion darkened, shifting from initial disdain towards Zhu to a grave seriousness. It realized that, given how effortlessly Zhu had sliced through its planetary form, it stood no chance against him. This young man's strength is undoubtedly on par with my own. Human, I concede this time. I swear never to set foot on Earth again, and those two human women shall be left to you. Let us henceforth maintain our separate paths and coexist in peace. What say you? Zhu's smile gradually turned frigid, his gaze contemptuously fixed upon the pleading Ego. At this moment, Ego, are you jesting? Have you misconstrued the situation? My refraining from obliterating you is not due to my inability, but rather because you still hold some usefulness to me. A mere source of nourishment should not embolden you to utter such grandiose notions of reconciliation. Before Ego could erupt in anger at Zhu's disdain, Zhu's reincarnation eyes pierced through the surface of Ego, revealing the true form hidden within the planet. It was a blue brain, a celestial being's brain. Zhu pointed towards the location of Ego's brain. The 12 chakra orbs behind him spun with increasing velocity, ultimately forming a ring of verdant light. A colossal vortex, transcending heaven and earth, surged forth from the ring towards Ego. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Boy, if you refuse to heed my warning and insist on a fight to the bitter end, then let us see who the fish is and who the net is. Upon witnessing Zhu launch another attack, Ego abandoned any pretense of seeking peace, commanding the storm clouds above Ego to conjure countless bolts of lightning. It aimed to disperse the impending vortex with the might of a tempest. Yet, as the lightning struck the vortex, it merely imbued it with a flicker of electrical effect without any significant impact. Ego then manipulated the gales of the atmosphere, attempting to counter magic with magic. However, the two winds merely canceled each other out. To its dismay, the moment the fierce winds made contact with the vortex, they were drawn into its swirling embrace, inadvertently bolstering its strength. Subsequently, Ego unleashed a torrent of molten fireballs, torrents of seawater, and towering columns of earth, all aimed at the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion's vortex. Yet, one by one, they fell to defeat, utterly incapable of halting the relentless flow of chakra fueling Zhu's vortex. Ultimately, the Silver Wheel vortex penetrated Ego's core with an unstoppable force, eliciting a horrific scream from the entire planet. Although Ego could not prevent the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion from entering, Zhu regarded Ego with newfound respect. Goodness, young Nagato pales in comparison to you, Ego. You are the true embodiment of the 5 elements. Wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. You possess them all. Within his heart, Zhu marveled and enhanced the output of chakra in his hand, granting it to Ego free of charge. The flesh and blood tissue within Ego's star, struggling to obstruct the advance of the silver whirlwind, was instantly reduced to a mere pulp. The final layer of Aigo's internal defenses was breached, allowing the whirlwind to carve a colossal passage directly to the brain. Just as the tempest was on the verge of shattering Aigo's despairing mind, it suddenly dissipated. Susanoo, ablaze with emerald flames, emerged from the remnants of the whirlwind, placing a hand upon Aigo's azure brain. Though Aigo lacked physical eyes, the formidable psychic power of its divine brain rendered it impossible for Susanoo to exert control through the Sharingan. But was this a problem? Not at all. Mind Stone, activate. The psychic force infiltrated Aigo's brain, instantly transforming its blue matter into a radiant gold. In a flash, it was refined. After seizing control of Aigo's consciousness, Susanoo did not relent, pressing both hands firmly downwards. The summoning technique, 10 Tails. Black runes adorned the internal flesh barriers of Aigo, and a colossal humanoid beast, exceeding 1,000 meters in size, manifested within Aigo's star. Roar! Upon the emergence of the 10 Tails, a mighty roar reverberated as its 10 tails plunged into the flesh of Aigo's planet, its humanoid form beginning to metamorphose into a towering trunk, flourishing and growing ever upwards. Chapter 116. The Divine Assembly Strikes. As the divine tree ascended, the flesh tissue within Aigo's star withered at an observable rate. With the life force of Aigo's star continually siphoned by the divine tree, weakening by the moment, a voice resonated from the void, echoing across the entire planet. Collector of the Infinity Stones, cease your actions. Susanoo remained unfazed by the sudden voice, snorting derisively. Humph, could you no longer contain yourself? In an instant, he arrived at the summit of the divine tree, which had broken through Aigo's star's interior and was now ascending towards the heavens. As Susanoo stood atop the divine tree at an altitude of 1,000 meters, the clouds above Aigo's star parted under a mysterious force, revealing 6 crimson suns in the sky. Yet upon closer inspection, one would discern that they were not suns at all, but 6 enormous glowing orbs. The master of the 6 eyes possessed a head of unfathomable expanse, with no end in sight. Should anyone observe Aigo's star from the cosmos, they would witness a colossal humanoid being, far surpassing Aigo's star in magnitude, its head alone dwarfing the planet, floating in space, surveying Aigo's star, or rather, Susanoo upon it. The visitor was the divine assembly, the arbiter, Aritham, finally willing to reveal itself, no longer lurking on earth to spy upon me, in the face of Aritham, which was of an incomprehensible scale compared to Aigo's star. Susanoo stood at the pinnacle of the divine tree, arms crossed, unperturbed. After a moment of silence, Aritham spoke slowly. Collector, through my observations over this period, I have discerned that you do not possess a tendency towards the annihilation of the universe. In this universe, Earth was not birthed from the divine seed of the celestial beings. Thus, I possess no compelling reason to strike against you. However, your accumulation of 6 infinity stones poses a significant threat to the delicate balance among the myriad parallel universes, an act that is unequivocally intolerable. Therefore, I demand that you relinquish them and vow never to gather all 6 infinity stones again. Furthermore, regarding Ego, the living planet, although it is merely a product of celestial brain's evolution and cannot be deemed a complete member of the celestial assembly, it remains beyond your right to arbitrarily seize its life. Any foreign objects you have placed upon Ego will be contained by the Celestial Assembly. The directives and explanations from Arisham are not to be dismissed or resisted in the slightest. Susanoo chuckled at this proclamation. Who do you think you are? A cosmic enforcer? You declare that gathering the Infinity Stones is forbidden while seeking to imprison my divine tree? You desire both the Infinity Stones and the divine tree? With eyes as cold as still water, Susanoo reached out and pressed his hand against the blossoming apex of the divine tree, drawing both the tree and the orb into his eye's divine space. As Susanoo's power escalated, the capacity of this divine space continuously expanded. It has grown to such an extent that its exact measurements remain uncalculated even by him. Nonetheless, accommodating several celestial bodies is more than sufficient. At this rate, one day, his divine space will evolve into a true universe. If you wish for them, they now reside within me. Come and take them if you dare. You are not worthy of my direct intervention. In response to Susanoo's provocation, Arisham maintained a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation, expressing no intent to engage directly with Susanoo. The former collector of the Infinity Stones from this universe, Odin, the Lord of the Nine Realms, was unworthy. The current collector is equally undeserving. Arishem remained motionless. Yet his colossal form seemed to stretch far beyond the horizon. Though he did not move, the sensation of distance from him was profoundly unsettling. Before Zozu could ponder further, a series of black holes materialized before him. From these voids emerged a multitude of armored figures, each distinct in hue. Once all the black holes closed, the Celestial Assembly's ranks swelled to 15, excluding Arishem. Their sizes, dwarfed by Arishem's, were akin to mere playthings in comparison. Each was larger than Ego, yet the largest among them was no more substantial than Earth itself. Their dull, tin-like armor unmistakably marked them as the Assembly's lesser members. Ah, it appears I've been underestimated. However, since you wish to offer yourself as a sacrifice, I shall oblige. Zozu smirked coldly, opting for the initiative. 12 chakra orbs coalesced in his palm, an overwhelming surge of chakra flooding into the darkened green sphere, culminating in a golden beam of light, thick enough to cleave Ego, suddenly piercing the cosmos, which Zozu then swept across at the speed of light. The golden wheel turned and unleashed its explosive force. In a mere fraction of a second, the golden radiance flickered, and 5 members of the God group, whose strength fell short of the Celestial Father level, were instantly cleaved in twain. Even those at the Celestial Father level and above bore the brunt of the radiant light, which rent their armor, leaving gaping wounds. From afar, Arishem gazed in astonishment, not only at Zozu's formidable prowess, but also at the audacity of such a powerhouse to strike without warning. There was no need for reconnaissance. It was time to engage. As Arishem's command resonated, the remaining 10 members of the God group, their small circular eyes ablaze with brilliant crimson, prepared for an onslaught. Was it time for the circle-kicking segment, a realm in which our God group excels? Then awakened the moment of the hunt. The 10 members advanced toward the diminutive figure of Zozu, the small green being. But who is the hunter, and who is the prey? With a stoic expression, Zozu joined his hands, summoning 100 magical shadow clones behind him. Simultaneously, these clones activated the magical composite Susanoo, a sublime amalgamation of the eternal Sasuke, the impure world Obito, and the dual divine Kakashi, enhanced by the layered form of the magical seraphim shield. The magical clones inherited Zozu's nearly boundless chakra and diverse abilities, their size and strength now rivaling that of the Celestial Father members. For the first time, the God group, known for their penchant for overwhelming foes, reveled in the thrill of being encircled and kicked. Far away, in Asgard, Odin, who was imparting the knowledge of kingship to Loki, suddenly leaped from his throne, fiercely striking his fist. Yes, Zwa, just like that. Give those wretched bastards a good thrashing. Loki, witnessing the fervent excitement of his father, felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders intensify. It seemed he must hasten his growth to shoulder the burdens of kingship, for his father's age had rendered him somewhat unhinged. Odin remained silent, merely observing the battle with his all-seeing eye. Similarly, the Ancient One watched the spectacle with the power of Dormammu. Dormammu remarked, "Ancient One, you wretched nun, even without being the Sorcerer Supreme, you still siphon my power. I truly." The 10 members of the God group, confronted with 100 Susanoos of equal might, soon found themselves overwhelmed. The weaker ones were swiftly torn to shreds, while the stronger ones suffered shattered armor, revealing their inner structure, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Enough! You are far too audacious, human." A thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmic expanse, heralding the emergence of an even larger black hole. A deep blue member of the God group, only slightly smaller than Arishem and wielding a war hammer, materialized. Unlike Arishem's mechanical indifference, this being seethed with rage at Zozu's assault on fellow members. As his fury surged, it seemed as if the very fabric of the universe trembled in fear. For he was a member of the God group, the Eradicator. If Arishem serves as the arbiter of whether a planet or life form should be deemed guilty and subsequently destroyed, then the Eradicator is tasked with executing the annihilation of such entities. Thus, the Eradicator stands as one of the most ruthless members of the Divine Assembly. Its power is naturally among the most formidable within this celestial cohort. With a single hand, the Eradicator crushed a Susanoo clone, and with the other, it brandished a war hammer, obliterating several Susanoo shadow clones with a single swing. just as the Eradicator was poised to continue its onslaught and demolish the remaining clones. 12 obsidian chakra orbs materialized around it, extending like liquid and binding its limbs as well as the warhammer. The audacity of overwhelming the few with the many, and the might of the great over the small. Perhaps the divine assembly should rebrand itself as the mundane assembly. Susanoo's gaze turned icy, and the ring of the destroyer on his middle finger transformed instantaneously into a silver battle suit that enveloped his torso. This newly emerged member of the divine assembly, akin to Arisam, evidently surpassed the level of the creator god, rendering shadow clones utterly incapable of confronting it. This entity was worthy of being dealt with personally. 5 infinity stones emerged from the spatial realm of his left eye, swirling and embedding themselves into the limbs and heart of the battle suit. The Power Stone adorned the back of his right hand, the Time Stone graced the back of his left hand, the Reality Stone was placed upon his right knee, the Space Stone upon his left knee, and the Mind Stone nestled within his heart. As for the Soul Stone, the singular gem that Susanoo had completely mastered resided eternally within his very soul. Susanoo's 6-stone destroyer armor makes its entrance. Chapter 117. The Clash of Multiversal Levels. The fury of death. The destroyer armor is not merely the ultimate weapon forged from the powers of the gods. It is also a top-tier artifact, serving as a vessel for the Infinity Stones, its efficacy surpassing even that of the Infinity Gauntlet. This enables him to wield the powers of the other 5 Infinity Stones with near perfection. As Susanoo completed his transformation, a cacophony of shattering sounds erupted. The chakra orbs, mere constructs, could hardly restrain the mighty Eradicator. With a forceful effort, the Eradicator shattered the bindings formed by the chakra orbs. Ants perish. The Eradicator furiously lifted its planet-sized warhammer, infused with a power that warped the very fabric of space, and brought it crashing down upon Susanoo. That strike would surely be painful. Yet Susanoo remained unfazed. A flash of purple light emanated from his right hand as he launched a punch towards the hammerhead of the colossal weapon. In a clash of ultimate forces, would the planet-sized hammer prevail, or would the Power Stone, embodying the fundamental rules of cosmic strength, emerge victorious? Naturally, it would be the Power Stone. With a resounding crash, the Eradicator's hammer fractured around Susanoo's fist, and purple fissures rapidly spread across the entire hammerhead. In the next moment, the hammerhead disintegrated into a storm of purple annihilation powder, vanishing entirely within the cosmic expanse. The Eradicator stared in disbelief at the mere handle that remained. The warhammer, forged from the core of a star, was unexpectedly shattered with such ease. This collector appears to be formidable indeed. After that single strike, the Rooter's inner fury diminished significantly, as reason ascended to prominence, quelling his mindless aggression. The infinite gem collector, seemingly impressive, is not regarded with equal esteem by all in the divine assembly. In fact, it could be asserted that most do not hold them in high regard. For even if one gathers 6 infinite gems, not everyone possesses the capability to wield their power. Most can only harness a fraction or, at best, utilize the strength of the infinite gems once before succumbing to their backlash. The obliterating force of the infinite gems bears no effect on one who has transcended the singular universe, much like himself. However, this particular collector is different. He not only wields the power of the infinite gems almost flawlessly, but has also evaded their devastating repercussions. This power evidently transcends this universe, reaching an echelon akin to his own, universe level. In a one-on-one confrontation, even the Rooter lacks absolute confidence and triumph. But what does it matter? He belongs to the divine assembly. How could he be alone in this? With a casual flick of his wrist, he intended to summon other universe-level members of the divine assembly to join in the fray. Yet a mechanical and composed voice interrupted him. There is no need to gather others. I shall personally handle this. Arisam reappeared before Susanoo, as if he had always been there, appearing as close as a breath away. Susanoo furrowed his brow. Even with the power of 6 gems, he still could not comprehend how Arisam moved. Lacking any signs of motion or spatial fluctuation, it was as if he both existed in that space and did not. As a judge, my role as the collector is to merely observe whether the judge possess value or merit destruction, subsequently issuing commands for the members of the divine assembly or core members like the Rooter to execute the tasks. Yet, I must concede my misjudgment this time. Your power is peculiar. Even I cannot discern the specifics of your abilities, leading me to repeatedly misestimate your strength, resulting in significant losses for the divine assembly. This is my error, and thus, it is my duty to rectify it, even if my intervention may provoke the ire of the 5 deities. One strike, just one strike. Should you survive, the divine assembly shall no longer pursue the matter of your gathering infinite gems. If you do not survive, then there is nothing more to discuss. Arisam always maintained that mechanical manner of explaining everything, even in the face of an adversary, as though his actions were dictated solely by the so-called rules, devoid of right or wrong. Upon concluding his words, for the first time, Arisam's colossal form moved, raising his dark crimson right hand. A vibrant sphere of prismatic black materialized in his palm, surrounded by a dazzling aurora. At the moment the black orb emerged, Susanoo's pupils constricted, and a chilling sensation coursed through his entire body. How perilous! This strike posed a lethal threat, even to him clad in the armor of the destroyer, adorned with 6 infinity stones. What level of power had Arisam attained? It was undoubtedly beyond the confines of a singular universe. Could it be multidimensional? Taking a deep breath, Susanoo's gaze swiftly regained its composure. The surroundings were already sealed off by Arisam. Not even the power of the space stone could facilitate an escape through a transport portal. Now, he found himself with only 2 choices. First, he could utilize the special item rewarded by the system, a scroll that could open a portal to other universes and evade the threat. This scroll, endowed by the system, disregarded any level of power. Not only would it allow him to escape from Arisam, who was multi-universe caliber, but even Stan Lee himself would be unable to prevent his departure. However, evasion was never the preferred option, especially for Susanoo, who had no intention of retreating. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and Susanoo pressed onward. Thus, only one choice remained. Second, he would confront the red-skinned Iron Can head-on. What if it was multidimensional? He was not one to shy away from battle, especially when only one blow was required. The 6 infinity stones adorning Susanoo simultaneously illuminated, and a dark sphere emerged in his right hand, identical to Arisam's. He raised the orb above his head, infusing it with his formidable chakra, causing its size to expand exponentially. This was merely the beginning. As the orb swelled to match the size of Arisam's black sphere, 6 forms of infinite power, force, time, space, mind, reality, and soul, were frantically channeled into the dark orb, causing its surface to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of darkness, reminiscent of Arisam's black sphere. Super spiral wheel of the 6 infinity stones. At the moment the spiral wheel materialized, Arisam's black sphere reacted, and the 2 orbs seemed to repel each other, simultaneously unleashing a cataclysmic aura. Had these 2 gone mad, intent on obliterating the universe? Feeling the unbearable destructive force emanating from the 2 orbs, the collapsing cosmic space sent the Eradicator stumbling back in fright, desperately attempting to open a black hole for escape, only to find the surrounding space distorted by the annihilative energy of the orbs, rendering his transport impossible. Cursed be this madness. I do not know if you 2 monsters will perish, but I am undoubtedly doomed. The 2 spheres, capable of absorbing even darkness, collided with one another. With spatial abilities rendered ineffective, the Eradicator could only rely on his flight capabilities to escape at light speed. Yet, from the moment the orbs began to form, it was clear that no one would escape. In perfect synchrony, Arisam and Susanoo propelled their orbs outward, destined to collide. As the orbs approached each other, silence enveloped the cosmos, and everything seemed to lose its color. In that instant, even the most basic hue of black ceased to exist within the universe. The entire scene seemed to transform into an antiquated electromagnetic wave, shimmering with indescribable hues, engulfing everything in its path. It felt as though a century had passed. Yet it could have been merely a fleeting moment. The omnipresent electromagnetic wave, which had consumed all, was suddenly reined in by an invisible force, coalescing into a singular point. 2 bony fingers grasped this point, formed by 2 orbs of ultimate destructive power, snuffing it out entirely. 5 indistinct silhouettes, their features obscured, materialized within this void where neither light nor darkness existed. A black hole emerged, from which Arisam, with his right arm vanished, stepped forth, carrying the barely breathing Eradicator. Arisam, Did we not stipulate against the reckless use of powers surpassing the confines of a singular universe? A voice, tinged with anger, resonated. Through the veil of shadows, the pristine skeletal visage of death could be discerned. Glancing at the marks left upon his skeletal fingers, he rose from his throne. After a moment of silence, Arisam chose not to defend himself. I am willing to accept punishment. Death, observing Arisam's lack of rebuttal, found himself fuming with nowhere to vent his ire, and could only return to his seat. From the center of the 5 thrones, Eternity spoke softly. Arisam, you have violated the regulations governing the limits of multiversal power usage. Henceforth, I strip you of your position as a judge in the Celestial Assembly and confine you for 100,000 years. The other members involved in this matter shall face annihilation. Do you have any objections, Arisam? Arisam silently lifted his gaze towards Eternity and Death, both of whom appeared to favor the Collector. Although he did not comprehend the reason, he refrained from any rebuttal, merely discarding the Eradicator he held in his left hand. The Eradicator exclaimed in confusion. But before it could escape, a vast maw opened and consumed it whole. The Devourer chewed contentedly, remarking upon the delightful crunch and flavor, exclaiming that it far surpassed the energy of a planet, akin to a Snickers among celestial bodies. Upon witnessing the Eradicator's demise, Arisam remained as impassive as a machine, activating the black hole to depart into confinement. The satisfied Devourer, having enjoyed a sumptuous meal, burped with satisfaction before seeking its next planetary target. Infinity and Annihilation, too, remained silent throughout, departing once the event concluded. Only Eternity and Death lingered behind. With a mysterious smile, Death remarked, Eternity, you must have sensed it. That individual bears my soul's imprint. He's my target. Your assistance toward him does not imply you harbor any intentions, does it? Eternity, with a visage radiant as the cosmos, gazed at Death with indifference. I merely aided this young man at the behest of one of my followers. However, he is indeed exceptional, and I find myself quite intrigued by him. Without awaiting Death's response, Eternity transformed into starlight and vanished. Damn you, Eternity! You dare to compete with me. This is far from over. In the void of the universe, only Death remained, consumed by impotent rage. The second year of the leaf, in a shadowy realm of ceiling, a rift in space opened, and a man, deprived of his right arm, tumbled through the fissure and fell to the ground. With a series of crisp sounds echoing from clanking chains, a barefoot girl with long hair, obscuring half of her face, stepped from the murky corner and approached the unconscious man, revealing her delicate and gaunt visage. Chapter 118. Uchiha Nameless? Uchiha Light. The girl squatted down, tilting her head as she gazed at Sasuke, lost in contemplation. After a brief wait, and observing that the suddenly arrived man remained utterly still, she hesitated momentarily before her pale fingers reached towards Sasuke's handsome face. However, before her fingers could make contact, a large, bony hand grasped her slender wrist. Sasuke opened his indifferent eyes and forcefully threw the girl away, causing her to crash against the wall. Ignoring the girl who had been ruthlessly cast aside, he first furrowed his brow and glanced at his vacant right hand. Ah, so this truly makes him Uchiha Sasuke, albeit reminiscent of the Valley of the In-Battle version. Yet, he preferred not to be a one-armed Yongwa. He favored the identity of the two-armed Sasuke. Wait, something seems amiss. Sasuke shook his head, ceasing his errant thoughts, and his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. Simultaneously, wisps of material resembling paper began to coalesce around his empty right arm. In mere moments, the missing limb had regrown. Once his right arm was fully restored, Sasuke dispelled the Edo Tensei, and the regenerated arm transformed into flesh and blood. He clenched his fist, finding no discernible difference from his original arm. Although the power boost from Edo Tensei was not particularly significant for him now, the accompanying body remained exceptionally useful. Not only did it grant him unlimited chakra, but it also facilitated the healing of injuries. It was practically the same ability. However, the soul injuries inflicted by Arisam could not be mended by the Edo Tensei body. Despite the protection of the system and the soul gem, which prevented his soul from truly shattering, he still bore considerable wounds that required time to heal. As for why didn't he use the soul gem to mend his soulless afflictions? Sasuke glanced at the 6 dimmed infinity stones within the Shinra Tensei space and shook his head. Using a single universe-level Infinity Stone to contend against the multiverse-level Arisam was evidently not a wise choice. Forcing the use of multiverse-level power almost shattered the Infinity Stones. Nevertheless, even if given another opportunity, he would choose to confront it head-on. Why, you ask? Simply because he was stubborn. That is ninjutsu. You two are a ninja. As Sasuke assessed his and the Infinity Stone's damages, a voice laced with disdain pierced the air. The girl, whom Sasuke had flung aside, had already extracted herself from the wall. Her gaze directed at Sasuke, brimming with intense hatred. Moreover, her eyes had transformed into a blood-red kaleidoscope. Initially indifferent to the girl named Sakura, he turned his head towards her only upon sensing the familiar aura of her Sharingan. He murmured softly, "Oh, is this the kaleidoscope? Am I truly in the world of Hokage?" It is worth noting that within the Marvel Universe, he had never bestowed the power of an Uchiha ninja upon anyone, let alone the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Among all of Marvel, he was the sole possessor of the Sharingan. Since this girl possessed the kaleidoscope, it was evident that he was no longer in the Marvel Universe. The clash with Arisam at the multiversal level has brought me to the world of Hokage? Sasuke's expression was complex, caught between an overwhelming sense of disbelief at being in the world of Hokage and a flicker of joy. Nevertheless, since he was here, he might as well explore. He pondered the current time period and wondered if Naruto had been born yet. A hint of anticipation glimmered in his eyes as he turned to leave. However, the girl, refusing to be ignored, fixated her gaze on him with her spinning kaleidoscope Sharingan and exclaimed, "Ninja, you all should perish." Amaterasu. Upon hearing this familiar technique name, Sasuke finally regarded her with attention. In the next moment, a more familiar black flame erupted around him, engulfing his entire being. Sasuke met his end. Of course, that was impossible. He activated his first stage of Susanoo, the purple skeletal frame erupting to shield him from the Amaterasu. With a swift rotation of his left kaleidoscope, he activated the ability to extinguish the flames, bringing the girl's Amaterasu to a halt. Startled, the girl had never witnessed anyone extinguishing her flames before, causing her to grow increasingly wary of Sasuke, her posture shifting into that of a beast bearing her small fangs. Intrigued by her instinctive response, Sasuke inquired, "Who taught you this fighting style? Your ocular techniques are formidable, yet you fight like a beast, devoid of any strategy. What is your name, woman?" The girl, upon seeing Sasuke's Sharingan and hearing his question, felt her hatred intensifying, her breath becoming heavy with fury. "Name? I have no name. My name was stripped away by your Uchiha clan long ago. Are you here to drag me back into that hellish battlefield? You shall not succeed this time." The nameless girl screamed with a heart-wrenching intensity, her rationality consumed by rage as her ocular power surged into the kaleidoscope. Tsukuyami. A powerful wave of ocular energy surged forth, manifesting yet another familiar technique to Sasuke. "Your Tsukuyami is impressive, and your ocular power is indeed strong. But alas, I also possess Tsukuyami, and my ocular power exceeds yours by a slight margin. Therefore, I shall simply reflect your Tsukuyami back to you." The girl, initially elated that Sasuke dared to meet her Tsukuyami head-on, suddenly realized that she was no longer within the confines of her sealing cave. Moreover, the narrative unfolds from a third-person perspective, devoid of the liberty to consciously direct one's gaze. She could only perceive the frigid facades of the buildings ahead, among which the tallest structure bore a familiar fan insignia that captivated her attention. This was the emblem of the Uchiha clan. This was the stronghold of the Uchiha clan. From that towering edifice emerged several men clad in the clan's distinctive blue robes. They moved with urgency, swiftly proceeding to the clandestine sealing chamber of the Uchiha clan leader. In this war, the Senju clan has gained the upper hand once more. If we activate the Uchiha clan's ultimate weapon, can we truly alter the course of this battle? In the sealing chamber, a young Uchiha, filled with curiosity, inquired of the man performing the sealing hand signs. The leader, fervently crafting the seals, replied, "Indeed. This is the ultimate weapon passed down through generations of clan leaders, having awakened the most formidable Manjiki Sharingan, along with powerful ocular techniques such as Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. It will surely turn the tide of battle." As he elucidated, the seal was successfully breached, creating a passage, and the man ceased his hand gestures. "Let's go, armed with our ultimate weapon, and utterly vanquish the Senju clan." Within the sealing chamber lay the girl herself, her limbs shackled by chains. Apart from the leader, several young Uchiha displayed evident shock on their faces. The ultimate weapon was, astonishingly, a mere child from the Uchiha clan. The young Uchiha who had just inquired about the ultimate weapon swallowed hard, casting a disbelieving glance at the leader. Had she truly been confined in this lightless dungeon? The leader, upon hearing this, snorted derisively. Humph. From the moment she awakened such a powerful Manjiki, she ceased to be an ordinary Uchiha girl. Banish your feudal pity. Think of your families, think of your kin. For the entirety of the Uchiha clan, what is her personal sacrifice and freedom worth? Listening to the leader's merciless words, the young Uchiha behind him hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately chose to remain silent, standing resolutely behind the leader as they beheld him extend his malevolent hand toward the innocent girl. He, I shall take control of you. The scene shifted, revealing the controlled girl, her eyes crimson, slaughtering on the battlefield amidst a multitude of gruesome corpses. Zetsu soon grasped the situation, choosing not to witness further, and dispelled the Tsukuyumi. So, you are the ultimate weapon cultivated by the Uchiha clan. The chilling voice roused the bloodied girl, pulling her from the illusionary realm of Tsukuyumi, rendering her powerless as she collapsed to the ground. When did the illusion take effect? You should have succumbed to my Tsukuyumi. Zetsu, having observed the girl's plight, comprehended the root of her deep-seated animosity toward him. From a young age, she was treated as a weapon by the Uchiha clan, imprisoned in a realm devoid of light, and it was a miracle she had not succumbed to madness. A flicker of pity arose within him for the girl. Ah, the Uchiha clan, sometimes the disdain they face is not solely the fault of others. Will they grasp this truth? However, he was not an Uchiha and lacked the authority to criticize others. Yet there was one thing he could do. Sasuke extended his right hand and placed it gently atop the head of the girl, whose resistance had waned. He executed a gentle pat. The girl braced herself for yet another bout of control, digging her nails into her palm as tears cascaded from her eyes. Yet, Sasuke was not like those Uchiha beasts. In fact, he was not an Uchiha at all and had no desire to manipulate a young girl into doing his bidding. Upon contact, he discovered that although the girl had been trapped in this temporal seal for an indeterminate span, her body had long since exhausted its vitality due to years of relentless combat. Even with the temporal sealing power, her life expectancy was likely limited. Nevertheless, this posed no significant issue for Sasuke. A green luminescence emanated from his palm, merging with the girl's body, rejuvenating her with 20 points of life. Secret Scroll Palm Technique. Though 20 points may seem modest, it was sufficient for the girl to live freely for another 2 decades. Should she wish to survive beyond that, Sasuke would not hesitate to employ the technique again, as it merely required a year to cool down. The girl waited in vain for the familiar sensation of control, only to experience a warm force flowing from the man's palm into her body, enveloping her in an unprecedented sense of comfort, akin to the elusive warmth of her parents' embrace, as if it existed only in dreams. Before she could linger on this warmth, the large, comforting hand withdrew from her head. The cool voice returned to her ears, uttering a simple yet astonishing sentence. Well, you are free now. After ruffling her hair, Sasuke shattered the special sealing chains binding her feet, rose, dusted off his clothes, and prepared to explore this new world. Wait, my name is Nameless. Uchiha Nameless. What is your name? Sasuke glanced back slightly. Nameless? What a ridiculous name. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a weapon for others. Live for yourself, and embrace the light outside. Your name shall be Uchiha Hikari. Please note that the storyline of Uchiha Hikari has undergone some modifications. This is my first attempt at writing within the Naruto universe, so I appreciate your understanding of any inconsistencies. Chapter 119, the final chapter. Having spoken, Sasuke paid no further heed to the girl, or rather, Hikari, and strode purposefully toward a stone tablet. Here lies a sealed technique, from which ordinary means cannot extricate one, murmured quietly while gazing at the silhouette of Zuazua. Placing his hand upon the stone tablet, Zuazua indeed sensed the chakra fluctuations of a space-time sealing technique. It would prove impossible for an average individual to escape. Yet, can Zuazua be considered an ordinary person? With a thunderous sound, he chose not to summon his Susanoo and instead delivered a single, powerful kick, shattering the stone tablet along with the barrier ahead, creating a gaping hole. There was no finesse involved, only sheer force yielding miraculous results. The Uchiha light behind him stared, dumbfounded. This tremendous commotion attracted the attention of the ninjas guarding the sealing grounds from the Senju and Sarutobi clans. This is bad. The Uchiha monster has breached the seal. We must hold her off and swiftly inform the clan leader. The Senju and Sarutobi clans? Susanoo glanced at the clan insignias on the attire of several ninjas. Furrowing his brow, why would the ultimate weapon of the Uchiha clan be guarded by the Senju and Sarutobi clans? However, Susanoo quickly deduced the reason. Unsurprisingly, the Uchiha and Senju clans had achieved reconciliation in the current timeline. It seemed that the Uchiha light, this ultimate weapon, was likely one of the sacrifices made by the Uchiha for the sake of peace. Such repugnant political negotiations, a flicker of disdain flashed in Susanoo's eyes, accompanied by a crimson gleam within them. Before the ninjas of the two clans could relay their message or launch an assault, black flames consumed them entirely, vanishing from existence in an instant. Had they belonged to another clan, Susanoo might have spared them, inquiring about the current state of the ninja world and the precise timeline. However, there was no need for mercy towards the Senju and Sarutobi clans, families bound by enmity. If one could strike, there was no need for needless chatter. Even though Susanoo was not technically a member of the Uchiha clan, the possession of those blood-red eyes destined him to be despised and viewed as an adversary by both clans. Moreover, possessing not merely one, but multiple pairs of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, the mere knowledge of his existence would likely render the Senju and Sarutobi clans unable to eat, their minds consumed with thoughts of eliminating him. After all, even a single pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan wielded by Uchiha Madara had suffocated them. Could they rest easy with another possessing multiple pairs? Did he just use Amaterasu as well? Came the voice of light from behind, softer than before. Realizing that Susanoo had also employed Amaterasu, Uchiha Light finally understood why Susanoo was able to extinguish her Amaterasu previously. It turned out they shared the same Mangekyou abilities. This revelation fostered a sense of familiarity towards Susanoo in Uchiha Light. Yet, Susanoo displayed no interest in the young girl. He simply pressed his finger to his forehead. A surge of mental energy emanated from Susanoo, radiating outward to encompass the entire ninja world. Although the 6 Infinity Stones had sustained varying degrees of damage during the battle against the celestial beings and could not fully unleash their power until restored, merely using the Mind Stone to sense the diminutive ninja world, or rather, the Earth of the Naruto universe, was a trivial task. Soon, every detail of the ninja world unfolded within his mind. He has come to realize that the current timeline does not align with the era of the Wind Chronicles he had anticipated. Konoha has only been established for 2 years, and a long-awaited peace has been brokered between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Although this is not the Wind Chronicles period he envisioned, and Naruto has yet to make his appearance, it is not without its merits. Sasuke reflects on the proud figure he has just observed departing from Konoha, and glances back at the steadfast Uchiha Itachi shadowing him, his eyes filled with contemplation. In the Marvel Universe, due to differing worldviews and systems, he feels a diminished sense of belonging, displaying an air of indifference. Yet, he is ultimately human, and as such, he yearns for family and kinship. Perhaps it is time to establish a clan of his own, a true Uchiha lineage. This book initially began as a creative outlet following my immersion in the Naruto universe, and I never anticipated such a readership. However, the challenge of intertwining the Naruto and Marvel frameworks has proven to be a formidable task, particularly towards the latter stages, where the protagonist's weakness renders him unable to overcome any adversary, while excessive strength leads to a collapse of the established narrative. At this point, I find myself devoid of inspiration and unable to continue, so I sincerely apologize to the readers who have supported this work. This is where the journey concludes. Thank you all for your companionship along the way. My deepest apologies. The book is concluded.